Faced with the unexpected arrival of a young girl, Liu Ye found himself in a state of bewilderment. Moments later, a truck inexplicably soared to the third floor, shattering his 20-year belief in the principles of science. Thus commenced a tale woven from the threads of magic and science. On the night of September 3rd, 2164, in London, England, within the empty hall of St. Paul's Cathedral, Mark M. Watson, president of the British Magical Association, sat cautiously on a woolen-covered seat, delicately polishing an unusual wand nearly 2 meters in length. This wand, adorned with a basketball-sized sun and moon carving at its slender tip, bore the marks of age with rust and several nail-sized blemishes. Yet, Watson treated it with the gentleness one would afford a newborn. Moonlight streamed through the cathedral's stained glass, illuminating Watson's profile. Clad in an opulent, gold-trimmed white robe, he appeared to be in his 20s, his features exquisitely refined as if painted. Most striking were his gray-white pupils, possessing an enchanting allure that seemed to draw one in. His pale, golden hair fell softly to his shoulders, rendering his visage one that could evoke feelings of inadequacy in both men and women alike. Suddenly, Watson paused, sensing an unusual disturbance. A faint explosion reverberated from the west side of the cathedral, followed by a violent tremor that caused cracks to appear in the ceiling, with debris cascading down. Outside, a blinding white light erupted, shattering all the stained glass in an instant. With a tap of his peculiar wand upon the ground, a white magical circle emerged beneath his feet, enveloping him in a radiant glow just as the entire cathedral was engulfed in unrelenting flames. Holding the sun and moon wand, Watson floated above the cathedral, his expression impassive as he surveyed the shattered barriers surrounding him. A black sphere of light darted through the night, hurtling towards him at an alarming speed, yet he remained oblivious to the imminent danger, his focus fixed solely on the burning cathedral. The sphere abruptly halted beside him, then vanished without a sound. In a flash of blue light, 10 robed wizards materialized beside Watson, their positions half a body length below him. "President," they intoned in unison, a note of respect in their voices. Watson remained silent, directing his gaze toward the origin of the sphere. Hundreds of meters away, a wizard clad in white stood suspended in the air, his face shrouded in the shadow of his hood, rendering him indistinct. The two remained locked in a silent standoff for several seconds until the figure suddenly appeared before Watson, dramatically discarding his white robe. Strangely, nothing lay beneath, he vanished completely. The black-robed wizards moved as if to pursue, but Watson halted them with a gesture. "There's no need to assess the damage," he instructed in a distinctly British accent. The black-robed wizards transformed into 10 wisps of black smoke, scattering in various directions. Watson remained motionless, observing as the white robe drifted slowly in the night breeze, eventually descending into the cathedral's fiery inferno, his expression unchanged. An hour later, Watson remained reclined on the chair adorned with a woolen blanket. At that moment, one of the 10 dark-robed sorcerers, John Z. Smith, pushed open the hall's door, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings in astonishment. In such a brief span of time, the church had returned to its former glory. The stained glass showed no signs of having been shattered, and the cataclysmic fire seemed but a fleeting dream, never truly having transpired. "Smith," Watson's voice resonated with a magnetic timbre, rich yet youthful, indistinguishable in gender, akin to a synthesized standard electronic tone. "The flower of heaven, I am aware of your next destination." Watson offered a smile. "Smith, I have a task for you." Several hours later, in southern Rome, Italy, the Gaius Julius family had resided here for generations, safeguarding one of the oldest altars in the magical realm, known as Moli's. Surrounding the altar were dilapidated walls, and at its center stood a 10-meter-tall black spire, densely inscribed with ancient hieroglyphs, while the base featured reliefs of Greek deities. Legend has it that this was one of the origins of magic, where the great ancient sorcerer Gaius Julius Moli's contemplated the essence of magic. Within the Black Tower at the altar's heart lay the magical artifacts once wielded by Moli's. Thus, the nearby Julius family took pride in its protection, stationing 10 sorcerers to guard the altar at all times. Watson hovered above the altar, his gaze coldly surveying the chaos below. The magical artifacts within the spire had vanished. "You cannot win," he murmured to himself. 2 days later, at the Asian Magical Federation's Special Division, dawn of the century. A girl clad in a golden dress with shoulder-length black hair greeted Smith, who was dressed entirely in black robes and wearing sunglasses, with a cheerful smile. Behind her stood an opulent three-story villa, featuring spacious yards in both the front and back, adorned with numerous magnolia trees. Smith noted that within this villa complex, the other connected residences stood unoccupied, their surroundings deserted. "Mr. Smith, Director, Yen has been awaiting your arrival," the girl said. "Please, come in." Smith nodded, and the scene around him instantly warped. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a grandiose library, where an immense collection of books was meticulously arranged on the shelves encircling the room. This place soared at least 10 stories high, with a celestial map adorning the ceiling. Seated at a central desk in the hall was an elderly gentleman clad in traditional Chinese attire, gazing at him with a gentle demeanor. While Smith's expression remained stoic, a tempest swirled within him. In the moment of his teleportation, he felt not a trace of magical fluctuation. Moreover, the young girl was absent if his senses were correct. She had been transported to another chamber. He had never witnessed such exquisite spatial magic that could simultaneously transport two individuals to different locations. More critically, even now, the amiable visage of the elderly man bore no distinction from that of an ordinary person in Smith's eyes. The absence of magical resonance indicated that should the elder choose to strike, Smith would be unable to respond in advance, nor would he have any opportunity to retaliate. In contrast to the imposing aura exuded by Watson, this elder demonstrated his strength through a different means. Director Yen Helling. Smith placed a stack of documents on the table. "This is the preliminary investigation report regarding the attack incident from 2 days ago, as compiled by the European Federation." "Oh, you can speak Chinese?" Yen Helling expressed mild surprise. The British man's Mandarin was quite standard. "I have gathered the general circumstances from the Asian Federation, which surpasses the content of this report." Yen Helling briefly skimmed the documents before setting them aside. "What concerns me more is your president, Watson, and his perspective on this matter." "The chairman's viewpoint is already detailed in the report," Smith replied. On the day of the attack on the British Magical Association, the chairman was present at the association, and he engaged directly with the assailants. The analysis of their techniques is elaborately documented in the report. Yen Helling furrowed his brow. It appeared that the old fox, Watson, had not disclosed any critical information to Smith. Had he misjudged the situation? "In that case, please wait for news at the European Federation's branch here. I will inform you immediately once the divination results are available." Yen Helling returned the documents to Smith. He placed them into the inner pocket of his black robe, glancing at the time. 10:10. "Chairman Watson." Yen Helling's expression shifted, and he sat up straight. "As I anticipated, the Asian side indeed appointed you to handle this incident." Smith naturally pulled out a chair and sat down. "You have also noticed the 2 stolen magical artifacts. Since you have taken his belongings, it is not surprising that he has come to seek you," Yen Helling remarked. "Did you engage with him?" "Yes, he is quite formidable." Smith licked his lips and stood up. "Much stronger than you. I hope you can locate him. You have much to discuss with him, as well. I await your good news from London." Outside the villa, Smith's eyes returned to their normal hue. He sensed that something significant had just transpired, so he glanced at his watch. 10:10. It appears that an illusion has been conjured by spatial magic. After bidding farewell to Smith, Yen Helling reached into the air and summoned 4 candles along with a piece of tortoise shell. He positioned the candles at the points of the 4 spirits and ignited them. Utilizing his magical power, Yen Helling guided the flames of the candles to sear the tortoise shell. In a short while, with a resounding crack, the shell shattered, revealing faintly etched characters that formed a series of words. The first 2 characters read Liu Ye, followed by the 8 characters representing his birth date. Liu Ye. Chapter 2. Liu Ye Boyun City, an extraordinary metropolis of technology. 30 years ago, in the 20th year following the conclusion of the Third World War. In a bid to avert further large-scale conflicts and to ensure the survival of human civilization, the United Nations enacted a resolution that seemed almost ludicrous, to collaboratively finance the construction of a new city in the heart of the Pacific, where all cutting-edge technological research institutions from around the globe would be relocated. This city would be declared a permanent neutral territory, wherein all technological breakthroughs and inventions would belong solely to individuals or institutions, free from the grasp of any nation or government. When this announcement reverberated across the world through the news, nearly every scientist believed that the world leaders had lost their minds. However, reality often unfolds in ways more bizarre than one can fathom. Just a year after the city's inception, the world's top 50 universities collectively declared their intention to relocate to this burgeoning metropolis, igniting an even greater uproar than the city's establishment. Many esteemed scholars voiced their opposition, yet their protests were quickly drowned out in the ceaseless din of online debates. Public skepticism failed to thwart this spectacle, on the contrary. University after university and institution after institution continued to migrate here. Within a mere decade, Wuyun City transformed into an unprecedented technological haven in human history. Here, PhDs were ubiquitous. Research institutions thrived, and whimsical conjectures found eager resonance, while audacious inventions attracted a plethora of investors. This environment propelled technological advancement at an unprecedented pace in human history. Controllable nuclear fusion, biological protein synthesis, and gene grafting technologies were among the myriad challenges conquered and theories validated. Wuyun City emerged as a sanctum of science, even earning the illustrious title of the Light of Humanity. No longer did anyone question the seemingly nonsensical resolution from 3 decades prior, nor did they ponder why top universities had collectively relocated here. In contemporary discourse, these decisions were hailed as prescient strategies, monumental choices propelling human civilization forward. As ambitious university graduates, Liu Ye and Chen Xiyun, having obtained their Master-S degrees from Baguga University 2 years ago, did not hesitate to remain in this city in pursuit of employment. In their first year post-graduation, armed with dreams, they sought benefactors willing to invest in their futures within this scientific sanctuary. Yet, contrary to their aspirations, they faced repeated rejections in interviews. Under the weight of life's pressures, Liu Ye ultimately opted for a position at a large corporation, resigning himself to a grueling existence as a corporate cog. In contrast, Chen Xiyun, buoyed by her family's financial support, remained steadfast in her ideals. On weekends, Liu lay languidly like a weary fish on the bed in his apartment's bedroom. Acutely aware that the dwelling of the impoverished was destined to remain untouched by the dividends of technological advancement, his apartment bore a striking resemblance to the abodes of laborers from a century ago, devoid of any semblance of progress. In a space of over 40 square meters, several white walls barely delineated the kitchen, bedroom, and bathroom. Pale blue curtains hung from a rusted windowsill, allowing sunlight to filter through the gaps, illuminating the scattered documents and books strewn across the floor. He lay face down, the phone on the bedside table buzzing incessantly, yet he showed no inclination to answer, instead covering his head with the blanket. However, the caller on the other end seemed determined, calling repeatedly. Liu Ye's phone vibrated, inching toward the edge of the bedside table, until it finally fell to the floor with a thud. He abruptly threw off the blanket, sat up, and let out a long yawn, reluctantly picking up the phone. "Why the hell have you taken so long to answer?" The voice on the other end was irate. Liu Ye moved the phone away from his ear to glance at the caller ID, Chen Xiyun. He inhaled deeply. "Chen Xiyun, open your eyes and take a good look. What time is it?" 7 o'clock. "What day is it?" "Saturday. Do you not realize that waking someone on the weekend shortens their life? And you dare ask why I didn't answer sooner? I was considering your longevity. If you have nothing important, I'll hang up now. Wishing you a long life and blessings equal to the heavens. Thank you, goodbye." With that, Liu Ye tossed the phone away, plopping back down onto the bed. The phone continued to vibrate persistently. "Hey, Ye, I have significant news to share. Hurry up and get ready. I'm downstairs at your place." Liu Ye glanced at the caller ID again. It was indeed Chen Xiyun. "Are you still asleep, man? What could possibly be so urgent that it requires a Saturday morning meeting?" "Liu Ye, I need your help." This time, Liu Ye refrained from further sarcasm. Chen Xiyun's tone suggested he was not joking. He slapped himself hard to wake up, quickly changed his clothes, and hurried downstairs. Ye. Athaha. At the bottom of the stairs, a bespectacled figure clad in a classic plaid shirt and jeans enthusiastically patted Liu Ye on the shoulder, laughing with delight. Liu Ye, rubbing his neck, looked at him with dissatisfaction. Realizing he had rushed down in a state of anxiety, only to find that his friend was merely here to boast about securing a satisfactory job. Were it not for the lingering warmth of their years of camaraderie, Liu would have already pinned Chen Xiyun to the ground in frustration. Once Chen Xiyun finished laughing, Liu Ye finally found the opportunity to ask, "What job did you land that has you so excited?" "This isn't safe. Let us talk upstairs." Chen Xiyun replied with a sly grin. "You're acting all paranoid. Must we do this? Liu Ye shrugged, rolling his eyes. All right, let us go upstairs. With that, Chen Xiyun pushed Liu Ye up the stairs. Hey, so what was the point of calling me downstairs? Couldn't you just come up? Once seated at a small table in the bedroom, Liu Ye tossed a can of cola to Chen Xiyun. Come on, don't be so grumpy. Chen Xiyun chuckled, popping open the can with a satisfying hiss. This job is absolutely perfect. I'm just so thrilled. What exactly is this endeavor? Liu Ye opened a can of cola, took a sip, and urged, stop keeping it under wraps, just spill it. Which project are you referring to? The one you've been promoting all along? Liu tilted his head, pondering. If memory serves me right, you had a preliminary concept back in your sophomore year, didn't you? You even received some sort of award, if I recall correctly. Hey, why are you still hurling insults? Liu Ye shot him a glance. Coming to my house this early in the morning to berate me? Be careful, or I might just use your face to wipe the floors. Hold on, hold on. Chen Xiyun quickly waved his hands. I apologize, all right? How about this? I'll treat you to dinner. You think a single meal can compensate for my precious weekend sleep? Is my time so cheap? Liu Ye took another sip of cola, crossed his legs, and added, it should be at least 2 meals, covering both lunch and dinner. And I get to choose the place. Fine, fine, you can pick anywhere in Dongcheng. Chen Xiyun conceded, a defeated expression on his face. Now that's more like it. Liu Ye grinned, feeling a sense of triumph. In truth, he wasn't particularly angry. It was simply that this fellow, who had once been a mere chick, had now risen to become a phoenix. He felt a tinge of loss if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Perhaps there was another layer to his feelings. As he gazed at Chen Xiyun, he sighed softly. This brilliant youth, who had never surrendered to life's adversities, was sharing his joy of overcoming challenges, oblivious to the potential for envy such revelations might provoke in Liu Ye. If that incident had never occurred, and if he had persevered as well, could he have achieved the same success? Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, interrupting Liu Ye's musings. Do you have guests? Chen Xiyun paused midair with his can. You, my friend, have acquaintances in this city other than me? I'm not like you social phobic, Liu Ye retorted as he rose to open the door. Though doubts simmered beneath his bravado, despite his reluctance to admit it, Chen Xiyun's words rang true. He had no friends in this city who would visit unannounced. Save for Chen Xiyun. His weekend plans typically involved languishing at home, and today he had no engagements. Who could this visitor be? Was it possible that he had been fired for his lethargic lifestyle? With a mix of anxiety and uncertainty, Liu opened the door. Standing outside were 2 peculiarly dressed individuals. 1. A man exceeding 6 feet in height, donned in a black robe and sunglasses, his brown hair slicked with an unidentifiable amount of gel. Although not particularly robust in stature, the aura he exuded instilled a palpable sense of pressure in Liu Ye. The other was a girl of about 5 feet tall, with shoulder-length black hair, clad in a golden dress and pristine white stockings, adorned with white silk gloves. She stood beside the man like a porcelain doll. And who might you be? Li instinctively reached to close the door, but the man leaned against the frame. You must be Liu Ye, the doll-like girl chimed, her voice bright and playful. I am Chen Xiyun. Liu quickly concealed his true name. Really? She responded, her surprise evident. The young girl extended a finger to her lips, revealing a mischievous smile. Indeed, indeed. Liu Ye nodded vigorously. Regardless of the identities of these 2 individuals, they certainly appeared to bear ill intentions. Who exactly are you? Chen Xiyun's voice echoed from within the room. It was over. The secret was out. It seems we have not mistaken our target. The girl said lightly as she leapt into the room, causing Liu to instinctively take a step back. Chapter 3. The truck ascending to the 3rd floor friend? Certainly. Aye. With that, Chen Xiyun approached Liu Ye, offering him an affirming glance. Liu Ye felt overwhelmed, pondering the intentions of these 2 peculiar individuals who sought him out. Chen Xiyun, with his dense demeanor, seemed utterly oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, which made Liu Ye apprehensive. Allowing him to linger could prove perilous. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly pulled Chen Xiyun, who was still trying to grasp the situation, and said, Aren't you inviting me to dinner? You go ahead to that secret garden on Chaqing Street. I have some personal matters to attend to and will join you shortly. As he spoke, he nudged Chen Xiyun toward the exit, adding, I hear that place has become quite popular. You should hurry, or you might miss a table. With a decisive thud, Liu Ye shut the door. Hey, wait. What time is it? Chen Xiyun, still processing the sudden turn of events, found himself locked outside. Accompanying him in this predicament was the enigmatic man in black sunglasses. The 2 exchanged glances before falling into a silence that enveloped them. Breathing heavily against the door, Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Relieved to have sent Qin Siyun away. Regardless of what transpired next, he felt a sense of safety. The young woman pouted slightly, observing Liu Ye with an inscrutable expression. "Hey, what are you doing?" Liu Ye inquired. "Me? I'm not doing anything. What about you? Is there a reason you are being sought after?" After several deep breaths, Liu managed to compose himself. "If you're going out to eat, why not take us along? We've traveled quite a distance and are rather famished," the girl said. Winking at Liu Ye, her eyes sparkled like pearls, infused with a hint of sunlight, dark yet flecked with gold. "Why are you so nervous?" Indeed. Why was he so anxious? Liu suddenly realized that he had committed no wrongdoing nor owed anyone anything. What was there to fear? Was it merely the imposing presence of the tall man? That seemed rather cowardly. Upon reflection, conversing with them in a public space might not be such a bad idea. After all, if their intentions were malicious, it would be less convenient for them to act out in an open setting. Furthermore, if they had alternative motives, dining together would facilitate dialogue. Let us go," Liu urged, rummaging through the shoe cabinet before turning back to open the door. Outside stood Qin Siyun and the man in black, their backs turned to one another, resembling two socially anxious individuals coerced into a meeting by their families. As Liu Ye emerged, Qin Siyun approached and whispered in his ear, "Ai, be honest with me. Have you gotten into any trouble?" Liu Ye grimaced dramatically at him, shrugging and conveying through his eyes, "I have no idea. I don't know them." Out loud, however, he proclaimed, "This is my friend. The daughter of my distant aunt's family, her classmate, who just got accepted into a university in the city, so she came to find me. Come on. You were going to treat me to dinner, right? With her bodyguard, we can make a party of 4. You just need to chip in for a grand feast." Qin Siyun gazed at him in perplexity, evidently failing to fully grasp his intent. The young girl, upon hearing the mention of a feast, joyfully sprang forth, positioning herself beside Liu Ye and extending her hand, adorned with white silk gloves. "Hello, I am Musherlan. This is Smith. It is a pleasure to meet you." Hello." Qin Siyun was momentarily taken aback as he grasped her hand, still bewildered by the current situation. He glanced at the trio's arrangement. Musherlan stood closely beside Liu Ye, merely 30 centimeters apart, while the man in black loomed a meter behind them, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. It appeared he truly was a bodyguard. Qin Siyun nodded thoughtfully. Thus, this young lady, given her attire, could she be the esteemed daughter that Liu had associated himself with? How intriguing. Qin Siyun gave Liu a thumbs up, adopting an expression of understanding, exclaiming, "I shall fetch the car." Half an hour later, the quartet arrived at the secret garden. They chose a booth by the window on the 3rd floor, with the tall man in black sitting directly opposite Liu Ye, rendering him too intimidated to breathe. Meanwhile, Musherlan cheerfully perused the menu displayed on the table. The personalities of these two individuals were starkly contrasting. The girl was vivacious and charming, while the towering figure exuded a frigid demeanor. Who could they possibly be? This, and this, Musherlan declared, selecting a plethora of items, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding the table. At a distance of 3 tables away sat another group of 4, their table adorned with a fruit platter and several glasses of juice. One among them rested her face against a magazine, reclining on the sofa, appearing to be asleep, her form clad in a figure-hugging leather outfit. "Who are those people?" inquired a girl dressed in a baseball uniform and cap, glancing at Liu Ye and the others. "I have no idea. Their information is not available in the city's archives," responded a figure in a baseball cap, his face obscured as he busily operated a computer, his tone neutral. "Could they also be here for Qin Siyun? Has his value been uncovered by other organizations?" A boy with dark skin and an unremarkable appearance, but with strikingly crystalline purple pupils, posed the question. With a sigh, the girl who had been resting removed the magazine from her face, revealing a surprisingly innocent visage that seemed at odds with her attire. Though her voice bore a mature quality, she took a small sip of the juice before stating, "There is no need to rush. Let us observe how events unfold." Liu Ye and Qin Siyun stared in astonishment at Musherlan, who had already amassed an impressive stack of plates before her. Yet she showed no signs of satiation, intently slicing into her steak. Despite consuming in abundance, she maintained an air of elegance befitting a young lady. Smith, on the other hand, had yet to touch his meal, even keeping his sunglasses firmly in place as he continuously scanned the surroundings. The reasons for the astonishment of the two individuals were entirely disparate. Qin Siyun was taken aback by how a penniless boy like Liu Ye could afford to sustain a girl with such an enormous appetite. while simultaneously fretting over the impending total of the bill. Liu Ye, on the other hand, found himself engulfed in confusion, pondering whether this girl could truly be as innocent and endearing as she appeared. What, then, could be the purpose of their visit to him? I haven't received my salary yet, Chen Siyun lamented with a grimace. Liu Ye rolled his eyes at him, thinking how this fellow still had money on his mind at such a moment. At another table, a girl clad in a baseball uniform darkened in expression upon hearing the mention of wages. The girl in the baseball attire nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Smith, who had been silent until then, furrowed his brow and glanced in their direction. Wait, we've been spotted, Uxian exclaimed, raising a magazine to shield her face. Hey, look, what's that? A boy in a duckbill cap pointed out the window. Liu Ye turned to gaze outside, and he could swear it was the most bizarre sight he had ever witnessed in his 25 years of life. A truck, a colossal vehicle stretching over 10 meters in length, hurtled towards them like a bullet. If not for the tempered glass before him that was effortlessly torn apart like paper, and the intense shockwave that had already brushed against his nose, Liu Ye would have thought he was dreaming. The blast of air from the collision struck Liu Ye's head with such force that he lost consciousness. The truck was embedded halfway into the floor, and the explosion ignited a fierce blaze, sending thick smoke spiraling upwards. The restaurant descended into chaos, with patrons screaming and fleeing in every direction, while the tempered glass shattered into tiny beads, blanketing the third floor. Smith leapt from the third floor and dashed out, while Sherlon held the unconscious Liu Ye. A pale blue luminescence emanating from her, enveloping him in an instant, and the next moment, they vanished from sight. Amidst the turmoil, Chen Siyun, lying on the ground, was stealthily escorted away by Uxian and others. Time passed without measure until Liu Ye awoke in a bed, surrounded by white sheets and pillows, pastel yellow wallpaper, and a plush light brown carpet. He seemed to be in a hotel room. You're awake, Mu Sherlon said, seated at the edge of the bed, while Smith vigilantly surveyed the surroundings from the balcony. Li pressed his forehead, his head throbbing painfully. Where am I? Did you save me? Yes. You fainted during the impact. I apologize. We took the liberty of bringing you here. This is our hotel, conveniently located next to the airport. Liu shook his head vigorously, the intense pain hindering his capacity to think. Where's Chen Siyun? Are you referring to your friend? I'm sorry. The situation was urgent, and I could only manage to take you with me, Sherlon replied, lowering her head, her legs crossed. I truly apologize. They were likely targeting us. You? Liu Ye, mustering his strength, posed the question that had plagued him throughout the day. Who exactly are you? Ahem, I have long wished to tell you, but I never found the right moment. Ma Shilon clenched her right fist before her, coughing twice, her face slightly flushed. Smith and I have been dispatched to escort you from Buyun City. We are magicians. Chapter 4, The Sorcerer's Sorcerers? Liu Ye's initial reaction was that this person was merely jesting. What sorcerers? Are you kidding me? Mu Sherlon did not attempt to argue. She seemed to have anticipated Liu Ye's disbelief. She produced several photographs and laid them on the bed, stating, believe it or not. But please take a look at these images. Do they evoke anything for you? Liu Ye glanced at the 3 photographs. One depicted a church shrouded in thick smoke. Another showcased a vague white silhouette, and the last illustrated a dilapidated square reminiscent of ancient Roman architecture. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and replied, I have no recollection of these places. I have never been there. Mu Sherlon appeared somewhat astonished and a tad disappointed, for her grandfather's divinations had never aired before. Observing the change in her expression, Liu Ye began to ponder his current predicament. These 2 individuals claimed to be sorcerers, here to whisk him away from Buyun City. However, Liu Ye was acutely aware that he held no special identity, his family was intact, and there were no murky secrets surrounding his lineage. Even though he had been involved in some confidential matters a decade ago, he was no longer the prodigious scientific genius he once was, akin to Chen Siyun. What then? Was their purpose in seeking him? Was it solely due to those 3 photographs? He had remained within Buyun City for years, never venturing elsewhere. Thus, it seemed implausible that any events could pertain to him. Who, then, were these 2? The scant information available made it difficult to ascertain the truth. Nevertheless, judging by Mu Sherlon's demeanor throughout their encounter, she seemed far from malevolent, having even saved him. Perhaps he could engage her in conversation to uncover more clues. Who are you, really? We have already introduced ourselves. I am Mu Sherlon, and this is Smith. We are sorcerers, she replied, blinking innocently. Liu furrowed his brow. She did not appear to be lying. Yet magic? What was magic? It was well past the midpoint of the 22nd century. Who still believed in magic? Before he had become this despondent version of himself, he had been a participant in the Boyun City 100 Talents program, where he encountered numerous scientific experiments that could be deemed miraculous. Thus, he possessed a greater capacity for embracing new concepts than the average person. However, to accept the existence of magic still felt a stretch. "Why do you still doubt us?" Mushirlan said, raising her right index finger to reveal a water orb the size of a walnut, which materialized and began to gracefully rotate at her fingertip. Inexplicably, the moment Liu Ye laid eyes on that water orb, he found himself acquiescing to the notion of magic, as if it were an inherent truth. Deep within, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind, as though Mushirlan's magic were merely a trivial trick, unworthy of consideration. Taken aback by his own thoughts, Liu Ye pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain jolted him, clearing the fog from his mind. "So, you truly are sorcerers." He inhaled deeply, gazing steadily at Mushirlan. "You seek me out because of those photographs, correct? What exactly transpired? An assailant? 15 days ago, on the night of September 3rd, 2164. The headquarters of the British Magical Association was assailed by unidentified individuals. The external barrier was breached in less than a minute, and a magical artifact known as the Heavenly Flower was stolen. Merely hours later, in the early hours of September 4th, the altar guarded by the Gaius Julius family came under attack. The protective enchantments surrounding the altar were instantly dismantled, resulting in the demise of all 10 magical guardians. And the artifact within the altar was also taken. The following day, the European Magical Federation deployed a powerful tracking spell at their headquarters, yet they garnered almost no leads. The scrying mirror yielded only a vague silhouette, as depicted in the second photograph. "Wait, did you say the Julius family? You mean the lineage of Julius Caesar from ancient Rome?" Liu Ye, who had been nodding in bewilderment, suddenly recognized a familiar name. "Ah, you seem quite knowledgeable." Liu Ye chuckled helplessly, sensing that the historical knowledge he had acquired since childhood might soon be entirely upended. After a fruitless pursuit, Mark M. Watson, the chairman of the European Magical Federation, sought assistance from the Asian Magical Federation. Subsequently, Mr. Smith, a member of the Black Robe Mage Corps of the British Magical Association, arrived at my magical organization, Dawn of the Century. Remember, it is Dawn of the Century. Under the guidance of Chairman Yin Helling, we found you. Shirlan spoke rapidly, her words firing off like a machine gun as she tugged at Liu Ye's hand. "All right, you should understand everything now. Let us go with us." Yes. You're quite clever." Shirlan nodded eagerly, urging, "Hurry, we must depart at once." "Wait." Liu squinted, pondering, "If you are truly mages, then it should be effortless to take me away, so why bother explaining so much? We are not thieves." Shirlan patted Liu Ye's head, as if reassuring a puppy. "How many times must I say it? We are not here to capture you. We are here solely because the divination results indicate that you are a crucial figure." "Crucial figure? What do you mean?" Shirlan replied earnestly, "A crucial figure refers to someone of great importance." Liu pursed his lips. The girl clearly did not grasp the essence of his inquiry. "Chairman Yin believes that there exists a significant connection between you and the assailants of this incident." Suddenly, a male voice resonated within the room, articulating in impeccable Mandarin. Who is speaking?" Liu glanced around, failing to spot anyone else. Could it be? Although your credentials reveal no direct ties to them, Chairman Yan's divination has never been erroneous, and there is no reason to suspect it would falter now. As Smith entered from the balcony, he continued, "Therefore, we must take you with us." Liu stood in astonishment. This aloof European, who had been taciturn since their meeting, spoke Chinese without the slightest accent. "In summary, it is imperative that you accompany us." With a swift glance of her large eyes, Shirlan reached a conclusion. "Very well. I shall follow you." Liu raised his hands in surrender. At this point, resistance bore no significance. Only by accompanying the two of them could he hope to unravel the truth of the matter. Shirlan cast a glance at Smith, who nodded in agreement and produced a wand measuring a foot in length. Liu, still bewildered, remained oblivious to their intentions until a cerulean light enveloped them. As the radiance dissipated, the three found themselves in the airport hall. Liu Ye gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Spatial traversal, a concept long debated in the scientific community since the 20th century yet unrealized until now, was unfolding before his very eyes through the medium of magic. "Hey, won't our sudden appearance attract attention? And why come to the airport? Shouldn't we head directly to your location?" Liu Ye bombarded them with a flurry of questions. "Not at all. They won't notice us. We are cloaked with a perception shielding spell." Shirlan waved her hand dismissively, indicating that his concerns were unfounded. "Of course. We came to the airport to catch a flight. This is the heart of the Pacific. Such spatial magic capable of bridging half the globe is a rare skill in this world. Smith furrowed his brows as he scrutinized Liu Ye. Even seasoned wizards often experience dizziness and nausea upon their first encounter with spatial movement. Yet this individual, devoid of any magical energy to safeguard his body, exhibited no unusual reactions, a perplexing anomaly indeed. After a 6-hour aerial journey, they disembarked the plane, the moon now hanging in the night sky. Following yet another teleportation, Liu Ye and his companions arrived before a resplendent mansion, complete with a fountain, landscape gardens, and rows of magnolia trees leading to the grand entrance. Wait, you mentioned Century Dawn is located here? Liu Ye exclaimed, astounded, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. In his mind, wizards resided in Gothic castles or monasteries atop mountains, not in such ostentatious villas within the city of Hangzhou. Oh, it's nothing. Just put away your foolish prejudices. We are wizards, not savages or paupers, Sherlon discerned his thoughts, casting him an exasperated glance as she strode towards the entrance. Come on, let's go inside. Liu Ye awkwardly scratched his head and followed suit. Smith? Liu Ye noticed Smith standing still, unresponsive, and waved at him. As they traversed the foyer, they encountered a boy descending the staircase, clutching a book and a water cup. Upon witnessing the scene, the boy's eyes widened in disbelief, causing the cup to slip from his grasp and shatter on the floor. Sherlon, is this your boyfriend? He stammered, his face draining of color as his heart sank. However, Sherlon paid him no heed, instead pulling Liu Ye past him as they continued on their way. As Liu Ye passed by, he cast a sympathetic glance at the bespectacled man clad in a floral checkered shirt. Feeling pity for the poor soul, unrequited love is indeed a torment. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Sherlon pushed open a half-ajar door, unveiling a magnificent library before Liu Ye. Towering bookshelves, reaching several stories high, surrounded him, while the ceiling was adorned with a splendid celestial map. In the center, beside a wooden desk, sat an elderly gentleman dressed in traditional Tang attire. Spatial magic, Sherlon interjected before Liu Ye could utter a word. Allow me to introduce you to the distinguished individual before you, one of the council members of the Asian Magical Federation, the most esteemed diviner and spatial magician. President Yin Helling of Century Dawn, my grandfather. A hint of pride colored Sherlon's tone. Liu Ye gazed at the elder, who was several meters away, and bowed respectfully. The old man smiled and waved him over. With a gracious gesture, he invited Liu Ye to sit, and a chair silently appeared behind him, prompting him to take a seat. I presume Sherlon has explained why we sought you, the elder remarked, as a delicate blue and white porcelain teacup materialized in his hands. Come, let us enjoy some tea. Chapter 5. Dawn of the Century. Liu Ye gingerly accepted the teacup, the tea within shimmering with a faint golden hue, unlike any he recalled from his memories of tea leaves. He swallowed hard, reluctant to take a sip, despite the elderly gentleman's amiable appearance. Liu Ye could easily envision the gravity of his situation. As a council member of the Asian Magic Association, and now a suspect in an assault incident, any misstep that might offend this man could lead to dire consequences. Noticing Liu Ye's hesitation, Yin Helling inquired, What, are you afraid to drink? No, no, Liu Ye replied, raising the cup to his lips and downing its contents in one go. A rush of minty coolness surged to his head, prompting an involuntary cough. Ha ha, you needn't be so tense. I am not a man-eater, Yin Helling chuckled, seemingly conjuring a porcelain teapot from thin air to refill Liu Ye's cup with a smile. Your name is Liu Ye? Yes. Born on March 21st, 2139, in Suzhou? Indeed. Graduated from Bogyun University in the East District of Bogyun City in July 2162. Obtaining a master's degree? Yes. Thoughts whirled in Liu Ye's mind as Yin Helling grasped his wrist, attempting to sense his essence through magic. Senior, what are you doing? Liu Ye shook his head, gradually regaining his composure. Yin Helling's gaze sharpened. How could the effects of the golden tea wear off so swiftly? Ha ha ha. I merely wish to examine your constitution, he explained, probing Liu Ye's body with his magical senses. Until the mastermind behind the assault is apprehended, you must remain here. If conditions permit, you may study magic. As the magic flowed through Liu Ye's being, nothing of note was uncovered. Ah? Study magic? Li exclaimed, taken aback. Yes. Yin Helling released Liu Ye's wrist. You seem quite suited for it. Starting tomorrow, you shall learn magic under Sherlon's guidance. Tomorrow. Liu Ye felt a throbbing pain in his head. Just that morning, he had been a carefree youth, merely wishing to lounge at home over the weekend. Yet, within the span of mere hours, his life had taken a dramatic turn. First, the downtrodden Chen Siyun had secured a coveted job. Then two oddly dressed individuals had intruded upon his home for a meal, followed by a truck that defied the laws of physics crashing into him, leaving him dazed. Chen Siyun had vanished, and those two claimed to be magicians, asserting he was a key figure in the assault incident. Whisking him away to this organization known as Dawn of the Century, where he now stood before Yin Helling of the Asian Magic Association, being told he must study magic. The sheer magnitude of it all left Liu feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Go rest for now. I have matters to attend to. Yin Helling gestured dismissively. Liu felt as if he were suddenly lifted into the air, and when gravity returned, he found himself standing outside the library. The wooden door slowly closing before him. Hey, wow. As Liu endeavored to reconcile himself with reality, Sherlon abruptly leaped before him, exclaiming with such fervor that he nearly succumbed to fright. What did Grandpa say to you? Mr. Yin remarked resolutely. I cannot depart from this place until the true perpetrator of the attack is apprehended. Liu patted his chest, striving to steady his breath as he recalled. He also urged me to learn magic from you. Stay? Learn magic? Sherlon's eyes widened in astonishment. Me? Teach you? Then where shall I reside? Liu Ye inquired cautiously, sensing that Yin Helling held a particular affection for his granddaughter, granting her a lofty status in this realm. Well, I need to contemplate. Sherlon mused, resting her chin on her hand, perplexed by her grandfather's intentions. Just as their conversation unfolded, two heads unexpectedly emerged from the opposite end of the corridor. What are they discussing? Uncertain. Is that Sherlon's boyfriend? Uncertain. What about Xingqian? Uncertain. Fourier, you imbecile, why are you so clueless? What use are you? Ouyang-gu. Shugu, what are you observing? A languid female voice wafted from behind them. Big sister? Sure, they're approaching. Liu scrutinized the trio before him. The two leaning against the wall were clad in flamboyant beach shirts. One, with short black hair and sunglasses, possessed a lithe figure and a mischievous grin, while the other, with golden locks and striking features, exhibited a robust physique. Their contrasting demeanors, one brash and the other elegant, created an unusually harmonious tableau. Behind them stood a stunning beauty exuding an air of aloofness. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, framing deep blue eyes reminiscent of precious gems. With a tiny tear mole adorning the corner of her right eye, she crossed her arms, radiating an aura that discouraged approach, her attire far simpler than her companions. Consisting of a black crop top paired with jeans, her narrowed blue gaze evaluated Liu Ye, betraying her dissatisfaction. Liu Ye, this is Ouyang-gu. Sherlon indicated the one in sunglasses, then gestured towards the golden-haired man. And this is Fourier, of Franco-Chinese descent. The one you just saw on the stairs is Xingqian. They are also members of Century Dawn, and can be considered my seniors. And this lady is... You must be Liu Ye? Before Sherlon could finish her introduction, the raven-haired beauty stepped forth, sweeping her gaze over him from head to toe. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she regarded him with palpable disdain. You seem rather unremarkable. I am Tang Yin. I have little else to say, except that should you dare to mistreat our Sherlon, I will not hesitate to smash your head. Liu looked at her with innocent bewilderment, feeling undeservedly threatened despite his lack of wrongdoing. Tang Yin, I've already said that that's not the case. Sherlon exclaimed, her frustration evident as she tugged Liu away, hastily maneuvering through the trio and rushing upstairs. Come with me, I'll show you to your room. They arrived at a door at the end of the second-floor corridor, where a blushing Sherlon unceremoniously deposited Liu Ye, akin to discarding refuse, before forcefully slamming the door behind her as she departed. The young girl possesses remarkable strength. Liu Ye, brushing his face, rose from the ground and took a seat beside the bed, observing the arrangement of the room. It was modest in size, approximately 10 square meters, furnished with a bed, a set of sofa, and a table with chairs. Against the northern wall stood a 2-meter-tall double-door wardrobe, while the walls were adorned with light blue striped wallpaper. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, softly stirring the pale yellow curtains. Below, a garden flourished, lined with 2 rows of towering magnolia trees and a plethora of vibrant, unnamed flowers. From the window, one could see the main entrance of the courtyard, a classical wrought iron gate intricately designed. Liu Ye's emotions shifted subtly. The serene environment enveloped him with a long-lost sense of tranquility, reminiscent of his student days spent at home, stable and relaxed. Yet, this was an entirely unfamiliar place. Inhabited by strangers, Mu Sherlon, Ouyang-gu, Fourier, Tang Yin, Zheng Chun, and Yin Helling. After a day of interaction, Liu Ye remained uncertain about the true nature of the Century Dawn organization, though his intuition hinted that they were not malevolent. Where was Chun Siyu now? What connection did the attack have with him? Did Yin Heling have ulterior motives for urging him to learn magic? As he lay in bed, Liu Ye slowly closed his eyes. The uncertainty weighed heavily upon him. The sheer helplessness of knowing nothing left him in despair. In a certain research facility located in the eastern district of Boyan City, Mr. Chun, you are awake. Chen Xiyun gradually opened his eyes, a blinding white light prompting him instinctively to shield them with his hands. To his dismay, he discovered that both his hands and feet were securely bound by elastic straps. And he lay upon a dark green surgical table, flanked by two doctors in white coats and blue masks. Who are you? Let me go. Where is this place? Chen Xiyun attempted to shout, but his mouth opened without producing a sound. He struggled against his restraints, yet his limbs felt powerless, leaving him only able to move his fingers feebly. Mr. Chen, please remain calm. You sustained severe injuries in an incident, resulting in temporary loss of speech due to a significant impact to your head. We are the doctors here to assist you. We have just completed a successful surgery, but for a full recovery, we kindly ask for your continued cooperation and treatment, said the doctor to his right. Fleeting memories began to surface. Was he dining with Ye? Then, what happened next? Mr. Chun, this is the internal medical center of the Tears Company. As part of employee benefits, the company will cover all expenses related to your treatment. Tears. Chen Xiyun blinked, quickly piecing together the truth of the situation. Noticing that Chen Xiyun had ceased his struggles, the two doctors exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Chapter 6. The Origin of Magic at the break of dawn the following day. As the clock's hands pointed to 7, Mu Shirlan rapped on Liu Ye's door. The sleep-laden Liu Ye, after being rather harshly awakened by a slipper, obediently followed her to a quiet chamber on the southern side of the first floor. The room, devoid of windows, was entirely constructed from a dark blue stone, with 4 lamp pillars, each a relic of the Ming dynasty, casting a warm, golden glow. To the right stood a bookshelf, holding approximately a dozen tomes, while the center featured several cushions and a small stone table adorned with a few cups. Beneath the table, a complex magical array was etched into the floor. Unlike the magical circles Liu Ye had encountered in novels and films, this array was composed of numerous geometric shapes, prompting his first thought not of magic, but of a circuit board. Is this where we will be today? By the way, isn't it a bit stuffy without windows? Liu Ye murmured as he surveyed the room. Mu Shirlan clenched her fist. Why are you so full of inquiries? No. Let us get started quickly, Master Sorceress. Liu quickly responded with a smile. Master Sorceress? A 19-year-old Master Sorceress? Upon hearing this title, Mu Shirlan's eyes sparkled with delight, and she turned her back to Liu Ye, revealing a proud smile. Very well, let us commence. You sit there. Mu Shirlan pointed to the nearest cushion to the door. Liu nodded and took his place, while she retrieved a stack of books from the nearby shelf and seated herself opposite him. Today, Mu Shirlan donned a pair of black-framed glasses, bestowing her with an unexpectedly scholarly aura. First, I must impart some fundamental knowledge about magic. Mu Shirlan opened the topmost book. Life is the greatest miracle in this world, and its source, which we refer to as life force, was discovered by ancient people who found a special method to refine it. The refined life force possesses immense energy capable of influencing the external world, and they named this energy magical power. Magic, therefore, is the application of this force. The foundation of magic lies in the art of incantation, or the ritual of arrays. As the earliest forms of magic were derived from naturally occurring magical arrays, all the magic you have witnessed in the past few days necessitates an incantation to be activated. Liu Ye furrowed his brow. In his recollections, aside from when Smith wielded a wand, he had not encountered any incantations. Do not assume that incantations are all like this magical array. Noticing Liu Ye's expression, Mu Shirlan gestured to the floor. Many incantations have been simplified countless times over the ages. A few pebbles, some leaves, or even specially attired garments can serve as the incantations for magic. Otherwise, why do you think I have dressed this way? She playfully stuck out her tongue. The most common and widely used incantation is the spell. Spell? Yes, spell. Before introducing spells, however, we must first discuss another concept, the grimoire. Mu Shirlan squinted as she searched for the thickest book from the stack, pulling it out. Here. This is the grimoire. The grimoire serves as a compendium of spells, encapsulating the essence of magic in written form. This endeavor is, in essence, the creation of new incantations to supplant the original, innate forms of magic. Each stroke of the pen demands a prodigious amount of magical energy. Thus, it is only the most accomplished sorcerers who possess the prowess to compose such tomes. Frequently, This process spans several decades, and the words inscribed therein become the very spells themselves. For those sorcerers devoid of the ability to innovate magic, the incantations they chant are derived entirely from these grimoires. The manuscripts penned by the original magicians are referred to as the primary texts, while their reproductions are known as copies. Only the primary texts harbor true magical potency. Copies are merely ordinary books. Hence they are abundant, whereas the primary texts are exceedingly rare. The strength of a spell originates from the magician who first conceived it, imbuing the words with their magical essence. To chant a spell is to draw upon the power of the primary text. Sherlon lightly tapped the grimoire before her. Noting that it was merely a copy, the original texts are so scarce that an ordinary magician may never encounter one in their lifetime. If the invocation of spells relies on the primary texts, then would it not follow that destroying the original renders the spell ineffective? Liu Ye inquired. In theory, that is indeed correct. However, history has shown no instances of primary texts being destroyed, Sherlon pondered, tilting her head. To obliterate an original text would necessitate possessing a reservoir of magical energy surpassing that of the original author, an accumulation of decades of a top-tier magician's power. Moreover, primary texts are often the very foundation of magical sects, meticulously safeguarded. Thus, it appears that no one has ever succeeded in destroying an original. What about the flower of paradise that was stolen previously? Could it possibly be an original text? Liu Ye speculated. No, that is a magical artifact. A magical artifact? What exactly is that? Sherlon elucidated. There are many types of magical artifacts. Anything capable of containing magical energy qualifies. For instance, she conjured a delicate white wand. A magical wand can be inscribed with magic circles, allowing for the direct application of fixed spells. Wands, crafted from special materials, are the most common form of magical artifact, aiding magicians in better controlling their magical energy. Some wands made from rare materials even amplify one's magical strength. As for the spells activated directly, Sherlon waved her wand, conjuring a water sphere the size of an apple before Liu Ye. This was a manifestation of magic achieved through training, directly constructing the incantation with magical energy. In essence, it is all magical energy rather than a mere physical phenomenon. Sherlon placed the water sphere on the stone table, causing it to burst and disperse without moistening the surface. Yet it retained the characteristics of the substance, a lesson for another time. She reformed the water sphere and cast it into a nearby cup, filling it with water. This is a rather contemporary expression. As previously mentioned, the original essence of magic was derived from naturally occurring arrays. In ancient times, practitioners of magic believed that it was the result of magical energy activating the elemental forces of the world. Consequently, they named the most fundamental arrays, such as the Eastern elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, along with the Western elements of water, fire, earth, air, and electricity. These arrays represent the most primitive and simplistic forms, yet through subsequent exchanges, it became evident that these arrays bore no significant differences, merely varying in nomenclature. Essentially, there exist only a handful of foundational arrays, differing solely in their local appellations. Even in the previous century, the execution of magic necessitated the physical arrangement of ritualistic formations or the incantation of spells. Sherlon swiftly turned the pages to the latter half of the book, recounting that 60 years prior, a remarkable magician emerged, revered as the god of magic, James J. Cloran. Before his advent, although individuals could channel magical energy to inscribe runic arrays for the invocation of spells, the process remained cumbersome. Some advanced spells required exceedingly intricate arrays, often demanding extensive periods for guidance. Cloran proposed a revolutionary notion that the will of the magician could directly influence magical energy, eliminating the need for external ritualistic guidance. This assertion was deemed quite audacious at the time. However, due to his esteemed position within the magical community, many began to experiment with his methods. Tragically, the frailty of human will led to numerous individuals losing control of magical energies during their attempts, resulting in fatal consequences. Consequently, Cloran became a scapegoat, labeled as a public enemy and subjected to widespread vilification, ultimately retreating from the limelight. It was not until a magical war swept across Europe 3 years later that Cloran re-emerged. Sherlon took a sip from her cup, turning the book towards Liu Ye. The page depicted a wizard with long white hair standing on a cliff, facing countless individuals below. In his hand, he wielded a wand nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with symbols of the sun and moon at its apex. During the war, he demonstrated unparalleled power, single-handedly decimating nearly half of Saruman's forces. Such magic had never before been witnessed. Thereafter, Cloran was bestowed the title of God of Magic and established his own magical order, Mirror, where he began to teach methods of magic that did not require ritualistic guidance. In a short span, his reputation soared, attracting many exceptionally talented young practitioners. However, a calamity unfolded a decade later, approximately 40 years ago, when the illustrious Mirror suddenly launched an assault on the Asian Magical Federation, resulting in the deaths of several high-ranking magicians. Liu Ye raised an eyebrow. Why would an organization founded by a savior of the magical realm choose to attack the Asian Magical Federation a mere decade later? The reasons remained shrouded in mystery, as 3 assailants were swiftly eliminated by the council, and their rings indicated their affiliation with Mirror. Could it be that someone orchestrated this treachery? The entire assembly of Mirror has vanished, including the deity of magic. Sherlon furrowed her brow. This was no mere disappearance, but a genuine vanishing. What does a true vanishing mean? It signifies that tracking spells indicate their presence, yet they are nowhere to be found. Sherlon paused. Initially, magic would suspect this to be the result of a counter-tracking spell devised by Cloran. However, despite relentless efforts and countless attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. They were indeed present, yet invisible to all. The council uncovered Cloran's treatise, Array of Souls, at the site of Mirror. The method of instantaneous magic subsequently spread, known as the visualization technique. However, due to the inherent difficulty of directly visualizing the array, this method was largely confined to the simplest spells composed of basic arrays, such as the water sphere spell just demonstrated and short-distance spatial teleportation. Yet, even the addition of 2 or 3 basic array combinations exponentially increased the complexity of visualization. You are currently learning the fundamentals, so we shall largely omit this part of the instruction. All right, enough of history. Let us begin promptly with the simplest of rituals. Sherlon spread the stack of books open one by one, causing the corners of Liu Ye's mouth to twitch involuntarily. In the underground secret research facility of the Tears Company in the eastern district of Boyan City, Chen Xiyun sat contemplatively on the hospital bed. After systematic rehabilitation, he had largely regained his physical faculties. However, the doctors here showed no intention of releasing him. The place he resided in felt more like a prison than a hospital room, as he lacked even the freedom to exit his quarters. This wretched location had barred windows, allowing only glimpses of a garden outside through the gaps. After multiple failed attempts to escape this semi-enclosed metal chamber, Chen Xiyun found himself at a loss. Mr. Chen, it seems you have fully recovered. The automated door to the room opened, revealing 2 individuals clad in white coats, one male and one female, each holding a tablet. Chen Xiyun had not encountered them before. I don't understand. I am to become your employee in a few days. Why resort to such measures to coerce me into working for you? Chen Xiyun inquired, a perplexity that had long troubled him. Mr. Chen, I believe you have misunderstood, the male said, adjusting his glasses. It was not our people who attacked you. Not you? Images of Sherlon and Smith flashed through Chen Xiyun's mind. Then why have you confined me here? Naturally, it is for your safety, Mr. Chen. It appears you are still unaware of your own value. This is our assessment. With that, he extended the tablet towards Chen Xiyun. The screen displayed astronomical figures he had never conceived. Chapter 7. The fundamental array. My plan consists of 10 parts. Sherlon declared, eyes closed, swaying slightly in the quiet room. The first part involves learning the foundational magic of the 5 elements and understanding the 5 fundamental arrays. 10 parts? Liu Ye, seated across from her, was enveloped in despair. Do not wear such a forlorn expression. Allow me to illustrate the basic array of fire, or as we refer to it in our school, the foundational flame rune. With her white wand, Sherlon deftly sketched a shape resembling a flickering flame in the air, akin to a mountain with a slight addition. Now, you try to replicate this. Following her guidance, Liu used chalk to draw a similar pattern on the ground. Very good, Sherlon squinted approvingly, adopting the demeanor of a mentor praising a promising disciple, and gently patted Liu Ye's head. You possess great aptitude. Teacher, why is the first part of your teaching plan not about refining life force? How can one learn magic without any magical power? Li glanced at Sherlon, who was reveling in her role as an instructor. That is to prevent you from losing control of your magical energy and causing a catastrophic outburst before mastering the foundational runes. For once these magical arrays are inscribed with magical power, they activate immediately. A mistake in the array could unleash a chaotic storm of magic, which is exceedingly perilous. Sherlon explained with a measured tone. At that moment, Liu noticed that the flame rune he had just drawn was glowing, and coincidentally, Shirlan was approaching it. "Be careful," Liu Ye exclaimed, pulling Shirlan towards him. She stumbled and fell into his embrace. "What are you doing?" Shirlan gasped, her cheeks flushed with color. Without uttering a word, Liu pointed to the ground before them. The flame rune grew increasingly bright until it erupted with a loud pop, scattering sparks everywhere. Shirlan's mouth fell agape, her wide eyes filled with disbelief. "Impossible. This cannot be. You have no magical power. How could you possibly trigger a spell?" She turned to Liu Ye, only to find him staring intently at the sight of the explosion, lost in thought. "Strange. I must inquire with my grandfather," she murmured. "Hey, what is the matter with you?" Shirlan stood up but was halted by Liu Ye's outstretched hand. "Shirlan, I have a question for you." Liu Ye's voice suddenly took on a tone of gravity and seriousness. "Is it entirely impossible for someone without magical power to wield magic? That should be the case." "I require an exact answer." Liu Ye's tone turned somewhat stern. "Well, in certain circumstances, natural arrays can produce magic. However, it seems that there has never been a case of someone without magical power successfully casting a spell." Shirlan was taken aback by his serious demeanor, standing frozen in place. "Natural arrays." Liu closed his eyes and fell into contemplation. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a relaxed smile returning to his face. "Shirlan, would you be willing to assist me with something?" "Yes, what is it?" "This matter must remain confidential. Even from your grandfather. Do not disclose it to anyone." Liu Ye gazed at Shirlan with imploring eyes, hoping she would acquiesce to his request. Through their interactions over the past 2 days, he had come to the conclusion that Mu Shirlan was a pure-hearted young girl, barely 20 years of age. However, the true intentions of Yin Helling and the magical association behind him remained shrouded in mystery. They had yet to make a move against him, perhaps still trying to ascertain his secrets. At such a juncture, Liu wished to keep any enigmatic aspects of himself concealed from them. Shirlan hesitated, reluctant to keep anything from her grandfather, yet she sensed that this matter was not of great consequence and felt she could safely withhold it from him. "Very well. I shall not inform anyone else." Under Liu Ye's anxious gaze, Shirlan finally nodded in agreement. A sigh of relief escaped Liu Ye's lips, and he playfully made a face at her. "Let us proceed." 10 minutes later. "Hey, esteemed mentor, don't lose your focus." Liu waved his hand at her. "Ah, I'm coming," Shirlan replied, as if awakening from a dream, hastily approaching him. "What is the matter? Still pondering over what we discussed earlier?" Liu inquired. "Yes. It still strikes me as peculiar. Why is it so?" "There seems to be no reason for it." Shirlan furrowed her brow. "Is it still the basics?" Liu Ye queried, utterly perplexed. "Indeed, I mentioned before that there are dozens of fundamental runes, and so far, we have only covered 5, she replied, clearing her throat. Shirlan continued, "The first 5 are merely the simplest. Do not question so much." With that, she playfully tapped Liu Ye on the head with her wand. "Ouch. All right. All right. No more questions. No more questions. Teacher Mu, please continue." "I shall listen," Liu pleaded, clutching his forehead, yet he couldn't resist teasing her further. "You are so beautiful, yet why do you hit so hard?" "What did you say?" Shirlan retorted, promptly giving Liu Ye another playful tap. "Stop, stop. If you continue, I shall be rendered foolish." "That is more like it," Shirlan said, tucking her wand away at her waist. "Basic runes are of utmost importance. Advanced magic is merely a combination and transformation of these. Next, we will cover the runes for wind, thunder, and space. Pay close attention. For the next few hours, Liu Ye diligently transcribed these fundamental runes under Shirlan's guidance, repeating the process time and again, as he watched the chalk repeatedly inscribe and erase its marks. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. Indeed, it all felt like a dream. After nearly 20 years of studying mathematics and science, he now found himself immersed in the world of magic. Just 2 days prior, he had been a staunch atheist. How unpredictable fate truly is. What if magic were to be understood from a scientific perspective? Liu suddenly pondered this intriguing question. He shook his head, realizing that such thoughts were futile. The worldview of magic diverges entirely from that of science. Natural science has long extended its understanding of the universe to the microscopic realm, while magic pertains to the recognition of macroscopic elements. Many concepts were dismissed as remnants of feudal superstition, relegated to the annals of history centuries ago. Had he not witnessed the existence of elemental power with his own eyes, Liu would never have believed that such a classification of matter could possess any validity. "Shirlan, what is your perspective on science as a magician?" Liu Ye inquired, setting down his pen. "Hey, weren't you told not to ask so many questions?" Shirlan teased, raising her wand in a mock gesture to strike. Liu quickly shielded his forehead. Well, many magicians harbor a dislike for science. No, a profound disdain for it. Sherlan replied with a gentle smile as she lowered her wand. Why? Liu asked, taken aback. Because they believe that magic is the rightful way to comprehend this world. Sherlan pouted slightly. Though she did not entirely agree with this sentiment, they viewed science as a misguided path, as heretical. However, I think science is quite admirable. It has introduced countless conveniences into people's lives. The renowned scientists and great magicians of history are all worthy of respect, each striving to understand the world in their own manner. Both approaches are valid. Why must there be a contest of right and wrong? Liu chuckled helplessly, surprised by the depth of prejudice the magicians held against science. Upon reflection, he realized that the conflict between the two had persisted since the Middle Ages, with many scientists, such as Bruno, having faced persecution from the church. Yet, Liu Ye wondered if magicians could truly be equated with religion. Perhaps they could not. By the way, have you memorized those basic runes? Yes, Liu Ye replied casually, his thoughts still lingering on the relationship between magic and science. Now, sit down, Sherlan instructed, pointing to the exceedingly intricate magical array on the ground. Liu Ye obediently moved the small stone table aside and sat on the floor. All right. Liu Ye complied as he donned the pendant. Wait, what do you mean by survival probability? Literally, she said. Ah, I see. There is a possibility, Liu Ye acknowledged, as Sherlan arranged various props around the magical array. Refining life force is a continuous and automatic process, much like an hourglass. Once a channel is formed, it will perpetually generate energy. Our task now is to establish this conduit, which requires a bit of external force. External force? Indeed. How can one make a previously blocked passage flow? Naturally, one must create an opening. Create an opening? Yes, it involves making a small incision in your spine. But fret not, the probability is minimal, and with my pendant, which bears the highest level of protective magic, you should be safe. Sit tight. The ritual is about to commence. Sherlan made a playful face at him as she placed the final prop. Wait, hold on. Liu Ye attempted to stop her, but it was already too late. Liu Ye felt a wave of heat surge from his coccyx, ascending rapidly to the crown of his head. A searing pain coursed through his spine, and in an instant, beads of sweat began to form on his face, temples, and forehead. It's over now, see. You're still alive. Sherlan hurried to the exhausted Liu Ye, squatting before him, and wiped his sweat with her sleeve, speaking nonchalantly, her lips betraying an unmistakable smile. You called me. Liu Ye murmured weakly, his eyes tightly shut. Hey, are you all right? As the excruciating pain subsided, Liu Ye's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and he fainted. Chapter 8. Absolute control. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Liu Ye awoke in his bed to find Ouyanggu leaning against the wardrobe, one hand tucked in his pocket, engrossed in a book. Ah, you're awake, Ouyanggu exclaimed, setting his book aside upon seeing Liu sit up. How long have I been asleep? Liu Ye inquired, rubbing his spine, feeling no different from before. About 3 days. Ouyanggu replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Liu could not discern whether it was sympathy or mockery. For someone who had forcibly opened their magical source through ritual, this was considered a typical duration. Typical duration. Liu sensed an underlying meaning in Ouyanggu's words, as if suggesting there were alternative methods. Haha, indeed. There are other ways to unlock the magical source. Ouyanggu laughed heartily, his demeanor somewhat mischievous. The most commonly employed method involves seasoned magicians channeling energy for newcomers. Sherlan, for instance, had her parents facilitate her passage. Compared to your method of forcefully burrowing, it is significantly less painful. Liu Ye managed a bitter smile, unsure of how to respond. Hey, you're awake. Sherlan entered the room, carrying a tray with a small bowl, and settled beside the bed. You were unconscious for several nights. Your face was ashen, and it terrified me. You have the nerve to say that. Liu shot her a glance, his gaze shifting to the tray in her hands. What is this? Egg custard. I made it, Sherlan proclaimed, puffing her chest with pride as she placed the small bowl into Liu Ye's hands. It's freshly made and still warm. Why? Why is there a need for a reason? Sherlan blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering. Does helping others require justification? Doesn't require justification, Liu Ye murmured, lowering his head. But you didn't know when I would awaken. What a coincidence that it was just finished. What's the matter? I make it every day. Just because you weren't awake doesn't mean I can eat it alone. Hey, are you implying that I purposely let you sleep for 3 days? Sherlan huffed, rising with a pout and extending her hand towards Liu Ye. Are you going to eat it? If not, I'll take it away. Of course, I'll eat it. Liu quickly consumed the custard in one gulp, neglecting the spoon. Cough, cough, cough. Wow. Liu stuck out his tongue, gasping for breath. It's so hot. Humph. Sherlon let out a light snort, crossing her arms and turning her head away, seemingly satisfied that he was fine. This afternoon, you must continue your training, no slacking off. Yang observed the spirited exchange between them, shaking his head with a smile, opting to remain silent and return to his book. In the afternoon, in the quiet chamber, Liu found himself once again seated cross-legged within the magical array, just as he had 3 days prior. While Sherlon rummaged through the bookshelf for the next volume to use. Magical energy? Liu closed his eyes, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from his spine. Was this the essence of magic? Now, attempt to channel the magical energy into your hands and inscribe the foundational runes you learned previously. This may prove to be somewhat challenging, so prepare yourself mentally for the possibility of failure. It took me a considerable amount of time to succeed as well. If any magical mishap were to occur, causing chaos within, it would undoubtedly bring about prolonged suffering. Now, 1, 2, take a deep breath. Hiki. Liu Ye's face began to twitch. This unreliable girl was likely to face her own trials ahead. However, reality did not unfold as Sherlon had anticipated. On the contrary, she was astounded by the scene before her. The tips of Liu Ye's right fingers were gradually exuding a gentle white light, and his breath entered a wondrous rhythm, each inhalation seemingly resonating with the environment. He then raised his hand, inscribing the basic runes of fire with that luminous glow. When the final stroke was laid down, all the light instantaneously converged into the strokes, and the runes suddenly ignited into roaring flames. The flickering firelight was reflected in Sherlan's pitch-black eyes, and she could hardly believe that a novice could control magic so flawlessly without relying on a wand. Unbeknownst to Liu Ye, who was entirely absorbed in the flow of magic within him, the external world held no significance. The sensation of control he experienced was unprecedented. Distinct from the gradual muscle strengthening of physical training, it felt akin to the way one breathes, drawing air in and out of the lungs. The magic, guided by his thoughts, flowed from his spine to the tips of his fingers, akin to a delicate stream coursing through his body, creating a tingling sensation. When the magic reached his fingertips, it felt as though fine threads were entwined around them, a gentle tingling sensation. Mu Sherlon leaned against the door of the quiet room, observing Liu Ye, who was entirely immersed in his own world. With his eyes closed, he meticulously inscribed the basic runes he had learned 3 days prior, one after another. Liu Ye's magic perfectly activated these arrays, with not a trace of leakage: fire, water, wind, wood, earth, metal, electricity. Colorful orbs of light floated around him, transforming him into a sovereign of magic. Liu remained oblivious to the profound impact his actions had on Sherlon. He gradually became enamored with this exquisite control, and inexplicably, guiding the magic did not prove to be as difficult as Sherlon had claimed. Rather, it was the opposite. With but a thought, the magic obediently flowed to where it was intended, simpler than maneuvering a character in an RPG game. Like writing, he continuously inscribed the basic runes: fire, wind, water. However, as he wrote in the air, an odd sensation suddenly welled up within him. This stroke seemed inappropriate. No, something was amiss. Every basic rune bore a flaw: the second stroke of fire, the final stroke of wind, the seventh stroke of spirit. No, it wasn't merely incorrect. There should exist a superior way to inscribe them. Frowning, Liu Ye's mind began to waver. Instinctively, he wished to transcribe an alternative method that had emerged in his thoughts. Yet, as he lifted his finger, he hesitated. The repercussions of misrepresenting the array and losing control of magic had been emphasized repeatedly by Sherlon days prior. Injuring himself would be a consequence of his own actions, but harming Mu Sherlon would be entirely unacceptable. Moreover, even if one were to be correct, it ought not to be practiced in this context. Although Yin Helling is unlikely to be constantly vigilant here, should he become aware of the modifications to the foundational runes, it could evolve into a rather convoluted predicament. Contemplating this, he relinquished his grasp. Exhaling deeply, he opened his eyes, and in the absence of magical energy, the runes surrounding him dissipated in an instant. Hey, Sherlon, what are you pondering? Liu Ye approached Sherlon, waving his hand before her eyes. Huh. Oh. Sherlon brushed her dress and rose, hastening to the bookshelf to resume her search for texts. Master, why do you seem to drift off every day? Liu remarked, noticing her unusual lack of retort as she diligently scoured the materials. What is the matter? Liu inquired as he moved closer to Sherlon. I found it. Absolute control. Sherlon's slender fingers rested upon the time-worn pages of the ancient tome, which Liu glanced at, filled with densely packed English text. Liu Ye, do you realize what you just did? Setting the book aside, Mu Shirlan cast a resentful look at Liu Ye. Eh? What did I do? Liu Ye replied, puzzled as he examined his own hands. What is this expression she bears? Could it be that I inadvertently did something to her while in a state of unawareness? Yes, I apologize. I will take responsibility. Liu Ye lowered his head, speaking earnestly. Fool, what are you thinking? Shirlan slammed the book against Liu Ye's head. Your recent performance in magical manipulation has far exceeded that of an ordinary beginner, approaching, if not already rivaling, that of a mage who has practiced for over a decade like myself. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Hence my need to research this material. Hey, do you have any thoughts on this? Shirlan placed her hands on her hips, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Well, ahem, let's conclude our discussion for today, shall we, Shirlan? Liu Ye suggested. Chapter 9. Ouyang, what happened? Liu Ye inquired. Your talent has spread. The entire organization is aware of it, Ouyang replied. Liu Ye glanced helplessly to the side. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Shall we talk? Come in, Liu Ye gestured, stepping aside to allow Ouyang entry. Ouyang confidently settled into a chair, motioning for Liu Ye to take a seat. Liu Ye silently sat across from him. You still harbor doubts about us? Ouyang remarked. Liu Ye chuckled softly. It's not so much distrust. I genuinely enjoy being in your company. Ouyang appeared to disregard his words, continuing. I believe skepticism is entirely natural. After all, your time with us has been brief, and even with Shirlan, who has spent the most time with you, it has only been 5 days. Expecting you to trust a mysterious organization that has pulled you from your previous life into the realm of magic is indeed asking too much. Liu Ye met Ouyang gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses. What are you trying to convey? I wish to express that you should regard us as your companions. Ouyang said, tapping his index finger on the table, producing a crisp sound. Liu Ye remained silent, observing him. I understand your apprehensions, yet they are unwarranted. You can place your trust in us completely. Ouyang produced a document and laid it on the table. Liu Ye glanced at it. It contained his personal information. Century Dawn is not an academic institution or a summer retreat, but a legitimate organization of magicians, and an elite one at that. Prior to seeking you out, we conducted extensive investigations, uncovering your family background and social connections. You may not appreciate this, but I will not conceal anything from you, for this is Century Dawn. It is our duty. The playful smile faded from Ouyang face, replaced by a solemn expression. He leaned forward, resting his hands on the table, facing Liu Ye directly. I understand your past is not as straightforward as your file suggests. A person who once strove so hard, why would they suddenly succumb to despair and abandon their long-held aspirations? Surely, there must be some undisclosed reasons. After speaking, Ouyang resumed his characteristic smile, reclining against the chair's back. But we are not interested. If you choose not to disclose it, we shall not pry. Liu focused on the document before him. What you have stated does not suffice as a reason for me to trust you. Indeed, it is insufficient, Ouyang conceded, shifting the topic. Liu Ye, do you know how each of us came to join Century Dawn? Excuse me? 14 years ago, I, Furye, Shirlan, Xingqian, and our leader Tang Yin lost our parents in a tragic accident. Prior to that, they were all members of Century Dawn. Liu was taken aback. At that time, Chen, Furye, and I had just turned 10, while our eldest sister was slightly older at 13, and Shirlan was only 4 or 5, utterly incapable of surviving alone. It was then that Director Yin Helling took us in. Shirlan, does she not have parents? Liu Ye found it hard to fathom that such a lively girl could have such a tragic childhood. Surveillance, covert infiltration, and even assassination. Assassination? Liu Ye's expression shifted. It was only upon receiving my first assassination assignment that I truly comprehended what Century Dawn entailed. Ouyang calmly regarded Liu Ye, explaining that this was a spy organization, and we were all operatives within the magical realm. Liu Ye felt a weight in his heart and asked, has Mu Shirlan ever taken a life? Haha, not at all. Ouyang chuckled. In fact, neither had Furye. Among the 5 of us, only my sister and I had committed murder. For some reason. Liu Ye felt a sense of relief. Shirlan was merely an innocent magical girl. Ouyang seemed to see through his thoughts and added, her first mission is to find you. Prior to this, she had never participated in such matters. First mission? Liu furrowed his brow. Although I still did not fully grasp the severity of the incidents you mentioned, this assignment did not appear to be of low importance. Why would they assign her to it? I am unsure, Ouyang replied. I always thought Mr. Yin would refrain from involving her in such work. Why are you telling me this? Liu Ye inquired. As I mentioned, we are your companions. As companions, there should be nothing to conceal. I believe you are someone trustworthy. They fell into silence. Liu stood to open the door, and Ouyang offered a wry smile, preparing to leave. Just then, Sherlan's voice echoed from outside. She seemed to be excitedly recounting to our eldest sister, Tang Yin, how she had acquired a remarkably skilled apprentice. A look of hesitation crossed Liu Ye's face as he gritted his teeth and closed the door. Ouyang smiled and resumed his seat on the sofa. He approached Liu Ye, squatting before him, and patted his shoulder, saying, "Cheer up, Liu Ye. Your past is not as lamentable as you claim. Though you could not save her, that should not be a reason for you to abandon yourself. You are an exceptional individual, possessing extraordinary calmness and prudence, now augmented by unparalleled magical talent. Just one step forward, and you can attain an entirely different world. Only the weak retreat when confronted with power and responsibility. The strong step forward to seize it. Humph, are you a hypnotist?" Liu laughed, extending his right fist. Ouyang chuckled as well, and they bumped fists. From this moment onward, they were comrades. "I must take my leave," Ouyang said, pulling the door open. "Wait, I have one more question." Liu grasped the hem of Ouyang's clothing. "I wish to know, who exactly does your we encompass?" Fourier, the leader, Xingchen, and Sherlan were present. But Yin Helling was absent. With a sudden clap, the door closed. Liu Ye sat on the floor, the plush carpet enveloping him in a comforting warmth. A stark contrast to the autumn chill outside. He remained there, eyes closed, leaning against the wall, doing nothing and thinking of nothing. These past few days had been exhausting. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Liu Ye heard Sherlan's voice again, this time alarmingly close, as if just beyond the wall. He glanced at the clock. It was 12:30. Surely he must have misheard. Sherlan's voice sounded peculiar, drawn out, and altered in tone. When he opened the door, he found Sherlan sprawled face down on the ground. "Hey, what are you doing?" Liu hurried to help her up. Her cheeks were flushed, resembling ripe peaches. "Have you been drinking?" Liu leaned closer to her cheek and murmured to himself, but there is no scent of alcohol. Suddenly, a slightly husky female voice interrupted his thoughts, causing him to shiver. Looking up, he saw Tang Yin regarding him with a disapproving glare. Her eyes cold, as if observing a corpse. With a flick of her wrist, a purple jade flute materialized in her hand. Wait. I was just checking her breathing." Liu stammered, his heart racing. Just moments ago, Ouyang had informed him that Tang Yin had killed before, and he now had no doubt that his life could end at the hands of this volatile woman at any moment. Tang Yin snorted and put away the flute. Seeing her calm down, Liu let out a sigh of relief and asked, "What happened to Sherlan? She doesn't smell of alcohol, yet she seems intoxicated. She hasn't been drinking alcohol, but this." Tang Yin tossed him a small vial containing a blue liquid. "This potion is made from dream-inducing flowers. Due to the protective magic of the sorcerers, ordinary alcohol won't affect them, so they concocted this alternative, which has a similar effect." Liu examined the vial in his hand, the liquid inside shimmering with clarity, appearing rather benign. She's never had this before. "I thought she was just overly talkative today, so I gave her a small sip, but I didn't expect." Tang Yin's lips twitched slightly. "Her current merriment is all due to you, you rascal. If you don't study diligently, you'll have to face the consequences. If Sherlan can't bring herself to discipline you, I won't hesitate." Liu gazed at the now drowsy Sherlan, his feelings tangled. He hadn't anticipated her joy stemming from his exceptional talents. "All right, let me take her." Tang Yin gently took Sherlan from Liu's arms. "You should rest early. Come down for breakfast tomorrow." "Breakfast?" Liu rubbed his stomach, pondering how he had managed to survive the past 3 days of slumber. Aside from the meal he had before arriving and the bowl of steamed egg Sherlan prepared that morning, he hadn't consumed anything else. Miraculously, he hadn't starved to death. Sai, the headstrong woman, Liu Ye, closed the door and raised her gaze towards the ceiling. It did not appear as menacing as it seemed. Chapter 10, Spatial Magic and Summoning Arts, Part 1. Early the next morning, at the bar outside the kitchen, Ouyang gazed at the pancake before him, his expression one of bitter dismay. "What's with that expression?" Tang Yin inquired. Her left hand on her hip while the spatula in her right hand swayed back and forth. "Is my pancake really that dreadful?" No. How could anything made by you, the esteemed leader, be unpalatable?" Ouyang hastily waved his hands, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The culinary skills of the leader were indeed unparalleled in the magical realm. A feast prepared by her was a delight to the senses, rich in flavor and unforgettable. truly a culinary masterpiece. Before he could finish his praise, Tang Yin's spatula came crashing down upon Ouyang Gu's head. Enough with the flattery. Eat up. Once you're done, hurry out to buy some ingredients. Liu Ye, sitting obediently nearby, could not help but shake his head. It was clear that the pancakes were a result of the lack of ingredients. However, one must admit, they tasted rather delightful. Such ordinary pancakes managed to evoke the flavor of chicken cooked slowly over a low flame, showcasing Tang Yin's remarkable culinary prowess. Do you find the taste agreeable? Ye, seated to Liu Ye's left, spoke up, his arms crossed, eyes closed, and head bowed slightly. His mouth opened just a fraction. The reason these pancakes taste like chicken is because the leader added a plethora of peculiar magical spices. I would advise moderation. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Liu Ye felt a tickle in his throat, coughing repeatedly. The half-eaten pancake suddenly became quite difficult to swallow. Hey, Liu Ye, he whispered to Ye, taking advantage of the moment when Tang Yin and Ouyang Gu were bickering. What happens if you eat too much? Ye said nothing, merely tilting his chin to the left. Following his gaze, Liu Ye observed Zheng Chun, who was joyously devouring pancakes. Is there a problem? Liu Ye asked, somewhat puzzled. Look closely, Ye urged. Zheng Chun continued to eat with abandon, but his expression grew increasingly exaggerated, shifting from joy to exhilaration, ultimately culminating in uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, it seems she added some worry-free grass, Ye noted thoughtfully, nodding. Liu Ye, feeling a sense of foreboding, squeezed the pancake in his hand, inexplicably relieved. Hey, are you finished? Sherlan approached Liu Ye and patted his shoulder. Liu Ye glanced once more at the hysterically laughing Xingchen. I'm done. Let us go. This time, Sherlan did not lead Liu Ye to the quiet room on the first floor, but instead took him underground. Wow, such a vast space. Liu Ye exclaimed, awestruck. Before him lay an enormous underground plaza, devoid of anything in every direction, yet numerous green hexagonal gems adorned the walls, ceiling, and floor. This area is designated for practicing spatial magic. If the space is too small, and one were to accidentally phase into the wall, it could result in instant demise. Instant demise? How can you speak of such deadly danger so casually? Liu Ye remarked, rubbing his arm. Is learning magic really that perilous? Every challenge seems fraught with the threat of death. Fear not. Do you see these gems? Sherlan pointed her wand at the green stones on the ground. Known as boundary stones, the arrays within them can isolate spatial fluctuations, ensuring that one does not become trapped within walls. Liu Ye examined a boundary stone closely. Each piece contained similar patterns internally, yet he could not discern their relationship with spatial runes. Where are these boundary stones sourced from? Liu Ye inquired while touching the surface of one. Many magical stones are mined from the vicinity of natural magic circles, and boundary stones are no exception. However, they can also be artificially crafted, requiring intricate magical control to etch such arrays within the stones, Sherlan explained. Now, let us commence the first lesson in spatial magic. The topic of the first lesson was the transfer of objects. Sherlan retrieved an apple from her skirt pocket. I will demonstrate first. With a flourish, she traced a basic spatial rune in the air before the apple. Instantly, the area around the apple distorted, and with a soft thud, it fell to the ground 10 meters away. Sherlan walked over, picked it up, and tossed it to Liu Ye, saying, now it's your turn. Liu Ye mimicked Sherlan's earlier actions, reciting incantations as he gestured toward the apple. The spatial rune illuminated, and a swirling force emerged, causing the apple to land 20 meters away. Sherlan repeated her previous motion, this time the rune shining with far greater brilliance. With a soft thud, the apple landed at the edge of a field 50 meters away. Liu Ye imitated her actions and succeeded as well. The blue radiance of the spatial rune enveloped the apple, and upon its reappearance, it hovered above Liu Ye's head. To Sherlan's surprise, Liu Ye did not react as he had previously to her playful jest. Instead, he silently retrieved the apple and began to inscribe the spatial rune. With a flash of blue light, the apple accurately fell into Sherlan's palm. Oh, so quick? You succeeded on the first try? Sherlan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Ignoring Sherlan's surprise, Liu furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Since he had begun to adjust the amount of magical energy infused into the spatial rune, he had been attempting to control the direction of the transfer, not as Sherlan suggested by guiding the force of the transfer, but by envisioning the destination while channeling magical energy into the array. Consequently, the apple landed precisely where he had envisioned. Similarly, the apple landing in Sherlan's hand was merely a result of his thoughts. Could this be the advantage bestowed by his innate talent for absolute control? Unexpectedly, Sherlan pouted, squinting at Liu Ye with a look of disdain. Liu Ye's eyes twitched at her peculiar expression. Is this what genius looks like? Truly, comparisons can be disheartening, Sherlan remarked, pouting and kicking her foot. From your description, this should be the visualization method recorded in Claren's work, solar rays, a technique commonly employed by magicians, which allows magic to be utilized without the necessity of inscribing an array. However, this technique is founded upon extensive practice. It is indeed a rarity to witness someone like you, who employs it so effortlessly at the very outset. Liu blinked, pondering whether innate talent was indeed at play. You shall practice here by yourself. I shall impose upon you the penalty of missing lunch. I will return in the afternoon. With a flicker of blue light beside her, Sherlan instantaneously arrived at the entrance of the basement, and with a resounding thud, the door slammed shut. Liu scratched his head in exasperation. As he toyed with an apple, he found himself deep in contemplation. Was it truly the effect of absolute control? Perhaps, if given the opportunity, he should seek out the tome titled Solar Ray to uncover any hidden truths. Why? Why indeed? After a considerable time, Liu Ye abruptly halted his actions, fixating intently on his hands. Why was it I? What does it mean to be the key figure? The church in England. The altars of Europe. How were these connected to the self he was a fortnight prior? Moreover, could it be mere coincidence that a disillusioned office worker turns out to be an unparalleled magical genius? No, something must have been overlooked. What could it be? Are you slacking off? The door had opened unannounced, revealing Sherlan leaning against the frame, her silhouette illuminated by the bright light from outside. Oh well. You hardly require such extensive practice anyway. This afternoon, we shall delve into the true art of teleportation, the transference of beings. Liu Ye's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, and he sighed, wearily settling onto the ground and rubbing his forehead. Hey, are you starving? Sherlan approached Liu Ye, offering him 2 paper cupcakes. These aren't tea specially made for you. They are leftovers from lunch. Hurry and eat, then resume your practice. Sherlan shook her fist in front of Liu Ye and declared, this is a fist the size of a sandbag. If you don't practice diligently, I shall punish you. Given that you possess the finest innate talent in the magical realm, I shall cultivate you into a legendary sorcerer. No slacking off. Do you hear me? While munching on the cake, Liu Ye rolled his eyes, thinking a sandbag, more like the size of an egg. Nevertheless, he mused. The cake was rather delightful, imbued with a subtle creamy flavor. A creamy flavor? Do paper cupcakes require milk? Suddenly, the visage of Chinkan, laughing maniacally, surged to the forefront of his mind. The cake in his hand became as unpalatable as the pancakes from that morning. Hey, why aren't you eating? Is it not to your liking? Is it not as good as what Sister Tangyin makes? Sherlan bent down, peering at Liu Ye, her gaze earnest. I spent quite some time preparing these. Liu Ye nervously swallowed, hastily finishing the remainder of the cake in one go. Sherlan's expression was one of fierce determination, and he felt as though he would be devoured by her if he left any morsel uneaten. Perhaps being compelled to consume food laced with worrywart was not entirely out of the question. That's more like it. Sherlan tapped Liu Ye's head with her wand. Get up. We are ready to begin. Chapter 11. Spatial Magic and Summoning Techniques. Part 2. The methods for teleporting individuals and objects are precisely the same. With her hands placed on her hips and her wand poised at the hem of her skirt, Sherlan cautioned, one must exercise utmost caution. Although the protective boundary stones prevent one from becoming trapped within them, failing to transport one's entire body can result in grievous injuries. I shall demonstrate, she declared. Waving her wand, a cascade of azure light erupted from the ground, enveloping her entirely. Moments later, the luminous veil dissipated, leaving the spot where Sherlan had stood conspicuously vacant. Simultaneously, a distortion in the space behind Liu Ye revealed Sherlan's form. Ensure that the array's power encompasses your whole being. The rest mirrors the process of transferring objects. Sherlan advised, a cheerful smile adorning her face. However, there was a detail she withheld from Liu Ye. The initial experiences of teleportation were far from pleasant. The strain of spatial distortion could be overwhelming, often leading to dizziness, headaches, and even nausea or fainting, common afflictions for novices. Hee. Let us see you endure a bit of hardship, she chuckled to herself. Ahem, never mind that. Focus on your training, Sherlan said earnestly, standing tall. Do your best. Your master is counting on you. Liu mused to himself, this feels oddly reminiscent of a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. As the azure light gradually enveloped him, he hoped fervently that no mishaps would occur. What is this? Liu Ye's figure materialized mid-air, approximately 2 meters above the ground. His expression shifted dramatically, and he let out a terrified scream as he plummeted to the earth. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Liu groaned, gingerly touching his thigh as he slowly rose. Wait, I can move my wrists and ankles, and my knees feel fine. No injuries? Haha. That must have been quite a fall, Sherlon teased, approaching him. It may hurt, but you're a magician now. The protection of your magical energy ensures you won't be easily harmed. Sherlon lightly tapped her cheek with her wand. Are you not feeling unwell? No dizziness or headache? Liu shook his head. I do have a headache. Hitting the boundary stone was rather painful, but dizziness isn't an issue. Not an issue. Sherlon pouted, her eyes darting around. How could it be that you feel nothing? Are you, perhaps, disappointed? Liu squinted at her, questioning her eagerness for his suffering. What on earth is your body made of? Sherlon murmured, seemingly to herself. That hurts. Please don't poke the spot I just hit. Liu Ye covered his face with his hands, peering through his fingers at Sherlon. Get up and continue practicing. After we finish teleportation, there's another spell to learn today. Hurry, hurry. Sherlon playfully tapped Liu Ye's leg with her wand. You won't get to eat until you finish your studies. Why do you always threaten me with that? Liu sighed, resigned. All right, I'll practice. For the next 2 hours. Liu Ye repeatedly collided with the ceiling and the surrounding walls, crying out in pain. Yet, thanks to his magical energy, his face bore not a single mark from the ordeal. Liu Ye found himself pondering whether he should feel fortunate. The absence of scars is undoubtedly a blessing. Yet it left him with a sense of incompleteness, akin to lacking tangible proof of having truly lived, evoking a bittersweet nostalgia. Wait, why am I thinking this way? Do I have an odd fascination with scars? Liu Ye lay sprawled on the ground, panting. Observing Liu Ye's plight, Sherlon stifled laughter, covering her mouth. Liu Ye, he exclaimed as he flipped over, propping himself on the ground. Isn't it time we move on? Can we get through the teleportation class? All right, all right. You have plenty of time to practice afterward, Sherlon replied, winking at Liu Ye as she formed a shooting gesture with her fingers. Bang. Now, let us begin your lesson on summoning magic, specifically item summoning. Upon hearing summoning magic, Liu Ye's eyes sparkled momentarily, but when he heard the term items, his enthusiasm seemed to dim, as if a veil of disappointment had fallen over him. He had once revered the mystical arts portrayed in novels and comics, where one could summon dragons and mythical beasts. He never anticipated that real magic would be limited to summoning mere objects. Sherlon, is item summoning the only type of summoning magic available? Can't we summon anything else? Liu Ye inquired, unwilling to relinquish hope. Well, long ago, in ancient times, there existed another form of summoning magic that required an enormous magic circle. It was said that some of these circles could even conjure the ethereal forms of deities. However, due to several ancient wars, all of them were destroyed, Sherlon mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully, tilting her head. By the time of the Common Era, records only mentioned item summoning. Sighing, Liu sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Haha, who would have thought? You're still a passionate youth dreaming of summoning beasts, Sherlon chuckled softly, patting Liu Ye on the shoulder. But alas, I can only teach you to summon lifeless objects. This summoning spell is quite simple. You merely need to make slight modifications to the existing space magic. Small modifications? Liu felt a sense of foreboding wash over him at Sherlon's tone. Yes, just a tiny adjustment to the foundational runes of space, incorporating your unique magical imprint. When you wish to summon an item, simply redraw the modified array, and it will transcend mountains and seas to arrive at your side. With a flourish of her hand, a slender white wand materialized in Sherlon's palm, only to vanish again with another flick. Creating lasting arrays is quite energy-consuming, much like crafting spells, which is why most mages refrain from doing so excessively. Typically, they only inscribe the most commonly used items, such as wands and personal belongings like boxes and bags. But Liu Ye pointed to the elongated pouch at Sherlon's waist. I see that you, Sister Tang Yin, and Ouyang Gu all carry wands. Is it really necessary to inscribe this? Cough, cough. I've told you countless times. Stop asking such bizarre questions, Sherlon exclaimed, giving Liu Ye a light thump on the head. What if something gets stuck? Wouldn't that be rather embarrassing? Liu Ye clutched his forehead, gazing at the irate Sherlon in silence, wanting to laugh but holding back. This group of individuals, expending such great effort merely to display their prowess. You're daydreaming again. Sherlon nudged Liu Ye once more, exclaiming, Oh dear, I truly cannot comprehend you. By the way, you still lack a wand. And I cannot fathom why Grandpa disapproves of giving it to you now. Here, try this instead. With that, she tossed Liu Ye a pendant. This. Liu Ye examined it closely. Was this not the pendant you used on me during the meridian opening? Indeed, you must handle it with care. This pendant is of great significance to me, Sherlon said, her concern evident as her gaze flitted to the pendant. The protective magic array was inscribed on the front. You should engrave it on the back. Is that truly permissible? Li hesitated, pondering that if it were so valuable, perhaps it should not be risked. Ah. It's nothing to worry about. Sherlon waved her hand dismissively, as if steeling herself. Use this, should any danger arise in the future. Summoning this pendant might just save your life. Her dark pearl-like eyes twirled, and she smiled briefly before falling silent. And what else? Li gently shook his head, following Sherlon's line of inquiry. Moreover, the array you inscribe, I can utilize as well. Sherlon pointed to the palm of Liu Ye's hand. Once activated, the magical artifact will traverse mountains and rivers to reach you, functioning similarly to your summons. I sincerely hope such a day never arrives. Liu tightened his grip on the pendant in his palm. He thought to himself, if one day you were to send this vital pendant to me, it would surely signify that you encountered some perilous danger that the magic inscribed upon it could not shield you from. A vague sense stirred within Liu Ye, suggesting that this pendant was linked to Sherlon's deceased parents. The intricacies of the engraving posed little challenge for Liu Ye. His absolute mastery rendered the inscription of the array effortless. The difficulties Sherlon mentioned seemed almost non-existent before him. Before long, the back of Sherlon's pendant bore Liu Ye's unique mark. As the two immersed themselves in their practice, in a corner of the basement, Watson's ethereal figure lingered, his pale golden hair barely brushing his chest, and his grayish-white eyes revealing no emotion. He floated above the ground, his feet only lightly grazing the surface. The boundary stones surrounding him trembled slightly, as if the internal array were on the brink of bursting under immense pressure. How intriguing! At this pace, in 3 months, the dawn of the century shall welcome a remarkably skilled mage, he mused. Just how many surprises will you bring me, Liu Ye? My anticipation for your performance grows ever stronger. A smile graced Watson's features, his voice resonating with piercing clarity, yet Sherlon and Liu Ye remained oblivious in their tranquil sanctuary. The realm of magic had grown too mundane for far too long. I hope you can infuse it with a touch of vibrant color. Liu Ye returned the pendant to Sherlon, then activated the rune array, allowing it to rise gently from his palm. It worked, he exclaimed. Yawn, let us go. It's quite late. Sherlon stretched, pushing herself up from her knees. There will be new lessons to learn tomorrow. Liu nodded, and the two of them exited the basement in succession. As they vanished at the threshold, Watson's translucent form silently dissolved, devoid of the illumination that once filled the space. In the vast underground chamber, only the boundary stones emitted a faint emerald glow, flickering like the eyes of some enigmatic entity. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Note Yawning. Liu pushed open his bedroom door, his mind solely occupied with the thought of collapsing onto his bed after a long day of practice. With a thud, he fell onto the bed, turning his face towards the window. The bright moon hung high in the sky, while a few birds fluttered noisily from one tree to another, causing the branches to sway under the moonlight. What is this? Liu Ye's gaze shifted to the small table by the window, where he noticed a dark blue card that hadn't been there when he left in the morning. He sighed deeply and reluctantly got off the bed to examine the card. The front bore an inscription of unfamiliar characters, while the back displayed an image of a classical European half-length mirror. Suddenly, the inscription flickered, and Liu Ye felt his consciousness being violently tugged by the blue light emanating from the card. Following a brief moment of dizziness, he found himself in a peculiar space. He appeared to be within the confines of a colossal clock, surrounded by dark golden gears of varying sizes, some measuring several meters in length, while others were no larger than a palm. Suspended among the rotating gears stood a figure wearing a tall black top hat and a tailcoat, their gloved hand clutching a black cane, resembling a magician. However, the figure also wore a somewhat eerie mask depicting a crying face, the white visage accentuated by black, finely drawn eyebrows, revealing a pair of purplish-red eyes that exuded an unsettling beauty. The figure remained silent, bowing politely in a typical gentlemanly manner before extending the cane towards Liu Ye. Do you mean for me to take it? Liu Ye inquired. The masked figure nodded. Liu Ye, releasing the magical energy in his right hand, gradually grasped the cane offered to him, striving to steady his breath as the light emanating from his left hand grew increasingly radiant. The figure pressed its hands together, and the cane burst into a dazzling golden light, shrinking in an instant to the size of a key, resting quietly in Liu Ye's palm. The masked figure gestured with a fist, indicating Liu Ye to keep his possession secure. After completing this action, the figure produced an envelope, respectfully presenting it to Liu Ye with both hands. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Ye accepted the envelope, sealed with red wax. It was an object he had only encountered in museums, long since lost to history. Liu Ye, dinner is ready. It was the voice of Mu Shirlan. Oh no. If I open the door, she might be in danger. Liu Ye fixed his gaze firmly on the masked figure, who began to retreat step by step. With each footfall, the rotating gears gradually became transparent. Within mere seconds, the figure's presence vanished, and the environment reverted to its former state. The door swung open. Liu Ye? Shirlan's face slowly peeked through the crack. With no response from within, Shirlan pushed the door open wider, only to find Liu Ye sprawled on the bed, sound asleep like a starfish. With her hands on her hips, Shirlan, adorned in an apron featuring a cartoon bear, glared at Liu Ye, her cheeks puffed up in annoyance. Wake up. Liu Ye slowly sat up, stretching his limbs languidly. I'll be right there, he murmured, with a dismissive huff. Shirlan turned on her heel and skipped down the stairs. Letting out a sigh of relief, Liu Ye retrieved the letter and the miniature cane from beneath his pillow. It was not that he doubted Shirlan, but rather he was wary of Yin Helling, although she was Shirlan's grandfather. Ouyang-gu's words led Liu Ye to believe that this familial bond might not be as steadfast as Shirlan presumed. Upon reaching the first-floor hall, Liu Ye noticed several individuals already seated at the bar in front of the kitchen. A quick glance revealed that Xingchen was absent, and as usual, Yin Helling had not made an appearance. Shirlan was bustling about in the kitchen, her spirits high, while Ouyang-gu and Fourier shared light-hearted banter over a laptop. Sister Tang Yin sat to their left, idly toying with her nails, admiring her freshly painted manicure. Dinner was prepared by Shirlan, and it was undoubtedly more visually appealing than the pancakes Sister Tang Yin typically made, not to mention that it likely did not contain any dubious magical seasonings. Liu Ye chose an empty spot to sit, staring blankly at Shirlan's back, his mind preoccupied with recent events. Beneath that eerie crying mask, who could it truly be? What secrets did the letter hold? Most importantly, why had they sought him out? According to Ouyang-gu, the organization known as Century Dawn was formidable, bolstered by the presence of Yin Helling, one of the directors of the Asian Magical Association. Could it be that the individual was so powerful as to move undetected? Or perhaps, Liu Ye's gaze wandered over the faces of those present. Could it be one of them? With a clatter, Shirlan pushed a plate in front of him. What are you daydreaming about? She inquired. Nothing, Liu Ye replied, rubbing his eyes. I'm just a bit tired. Tired? Indeed? You did have a rather intense training session today, Shirlan remarked. Ouyang-gu, glancing past Fourier, caught sight of Liu Ye and sensed something was amiss. Turning his head, he met Tang Yin's gaze. Fourier handed him a note from behind. Someone was here earlier. Mr. Yin noticed. And Sister Tang Yin and I went after them, but we lost track. Tang Yin nodded knowingly in response, preoccupied with the enigmatic letter. Liu Ye found it difficult to eat. After sitting at the kitchen bar for a few minutes, he rose and left the hall. Observing his departure, Ouyang-gu, Fourier, and Tang Yin exchanged glances. With a raised eyebrow, Sister Tang Yin pointed in the direction Liu Ye had gone, and Ouyang-gu silently followed suit. Shirlan, meanwhile, furrowed her brow at the untouched food on the table, beginning to doubt her culinary skills. Back in his room, Liu leaned against the wardrobe, seated on the floor. He held the small cane in his left hand and the letter sealed with wax in his right, torn between curiosity and apprehension. On one hand, he yearned to uncover its contents. On the other, the unclear intentions of the sender filled him with trepidation. He remained a key suspect in the European assault incident, and any trouble stirred here at Century Dawn could lead to irrevocable consequences. He retrieved a small card, once adorned with a peculiar mirror emblem, from his trouser pocket. However, it had now transformed into a blank slate. The inscription vanished, and the card no longer shimmered with a bluish glow. Only the mirror emblem on the back remained. The key that had morphed from his cane offered no discernible clues either. The sole lead was this letter. A knock echoed through the room, prompting Liu Ye to hastily stow away the card, envelope, and key. Come in, he called. Liu Ye, I want to be entering, came the voice of Ouyang-gu. I understand that you may not be in the best situation right now. I am here merely to express that we are partners. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, we will do our utmost to assist you. It is the duty of partners. I shall take my leave now, but call for me if needed. Ouyang-gu's words left Liu momentarily speechless. He held the envelope before him, the light casting a slant upon it, yet it revealed nothing. It seemed to be anything but ordinary paper. The footsteps outside gradually receded. Wait, Liu called out, rising to open the door. Ouyang-gu, there is something I wish to inquire about. Oh? Ouyang-gu, having reached the staircase at the end of the corridor, turned back. Half of him was cloaked in the shadow of the hallway, while the other half basked in the corridor's light, flashing Liu Ye a confident smile. I will do my best. What do you wish to ask? Liu Ye closed the door behind him and presented the card, flipping it to reveal the emblem. Do you recognize this symbol? To his astonishment, Ouyang Gu's demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the emblem. He snatched the card from Liu Ye's grasp, his hands trembling uncontrollably, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be." Liu Ye was taken aback by his reaction. Ouyang Gu had always struck him as a figure of immense confidence and depth. Yet this symbol had rendered him nearly petrified. Liu Ye grasped Ouyang Gu's shoulders gently, shaking him slightly as he urged, "Hey, calm down." Gradually, Ouyang Gu regained his composure. All right, Liu Ye, stop shaking me." He adjusted his sunglasses, his voice returning to its confident and calm state. "This emblem belongs to a magical organization that mysteriously vanished many years ago. Every member of this organization was among the elite, the brightest of the bright. They seemed to operate from the shadows, leaving no trace of their actions. Their investigative prowess was unmatched. Before them, even the most clandestine plans could not evade scrutiny. This organization is known as Mirror, founded by the one referred to as the God of Magic, James J. Clowen." Liu furrowed his brow, recalling similar words spoken by Sherlon just days prior. "So, are you suggesting that this card was left by someone from Mirror? But Haven T, they all disappeared?" Considering the timeline, even if they were merely in their 20s at the time, they would now be well into their 60s. The figure he had encountered, disguised with a mask of sorrow, though concealed, felt distinctly youthful, perhaps a contemporary of his own age. The organization, once immensely powerful, ultimately vanished under mysterious circumstances, leaving a plethora of theories regarding their fate. However, the prevailing conclusion remained that they had all perished. Ouyang Gu's keen gaze pierced through his sunglasses, suggesting that if this card was indeed left by them, then the consensus would be fundamentally flawed. Abruptly halting mid-sentence, Ouyang Gu's intense scrutiny unnerved Liu Ye. Haha. But the consensus cannot be incorrect, he mused. Someone must be acting under the guise of the Mirror, and this card resembles a declaration of war, intended to communicate the revival of the Mirror to the magical realm through the dawn of a new century. Yet, another question lingered. Ouyang Gu chuckled as he removed his sunglasses. Why would they send this to you? Li pondered for a moment before replying, I am different from you. I am new here, bingo. Moreover, you are now our subject of investigation, Ouyang Gu said, licking his lips as he tossed the card to Liu Ye. This could deepen our suspicions regarding you. But in reality, Liu Ye interjected, in reality, you have already placed your trust in me, thus the scheme is bound to fail. However, once Europe learns of this, it will only amplify their doubts towards me, indirectly exacerbating the discord between the European and Asian magical associations. Precisely, but we shall not allow them to succeed. Leave the subsequent handling to me, Ouyang Gu asserted with his signature smile, assuring Liu Ye of his safety. After Ouyang Gu departed, Liu Ye retrieved the letter and the key from beneath his pillow once more. Logically, Ouyang Gu's assertions seemed sound, at least offering a plausible explanation. But only if the counterpart had not left behind this letter and peculiar key. It appeared that to uncover their true intentions, opening this letter was imperative. At this juncture, Liu Ye resolved to set aside his concerns. He steeled himself and tore open the envelope. What? Liu Ye exclaimed in astonishment as he found the envelope devoid of any contents, save for a blank sheet of paper. How could this be? Despite the multitude of questions and confusion swirling in his mind, the interruption of clues forced Liu Ye to temporarily shelve his inquiries. Reasoning that if the crying mask had intended to convey something to him, there would surely be further actions following this failure. For now, he could only wait. Liu Ye sighed, recognizing that tonight would again be a sleepless one. Liu Ye. In his drowsy state, Liu Ye heard the vibrant voice of Sherlon, quickly followed by an elbow jab to his abdomen. Look at the time. Instantly jolted awake, Liu curled up in bed like a large shrimp, reluctantly raising his gaze to the wall clock, which had already passed 9, having only fallen asleep around for the previous night. It was indeed reasonable to wake at this hour. Sherlon, clad in a long-sleeved white shirt, leaned against the window, her hands tucked into her sleeves, gazing dreamily at the garden outside, as a gentle breeze playfully tousled her bangs. Were it not for the lingering pain in his abdomen, Liu might have been convinced she was a demure lady. Today's class is quite important as well, Sherlon murmured softly, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Hey, don't speak to me that way, Liu remarked to the retreating figure of Sherlon. Just a minute ago, you elbowed me. It seems rather incongruous. Left alone. Liu sat on the bed wrapped in a blanket, his eyes blinking in bewilderment for a moment before he shrugged and rolled off the bed. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Ouyang, who was just about to leave, surprisingly dressed in a suit. Upon seeing Liu Ye, he formed the words silently. "All set." Liu Ye responded with a thumbs up. "Why are you still dawdling?" Just as Liu Ye was engaging in a silent exchange with Ouyang, Sherlan seized him by the collar from behind, insisting, "Come here quickly." Ouyang watched as Liu Ye was dragged away by Sherlan, shaking his head in sympathy. Chapter 13. 3 months later in the library on the first floor of Century Dawn, Watson's voice suddenly resonated, causing Yin Hailing, who was engrossed in reading, to darken his expression. He turned the book face down on the table and replaced his frown with a benevolent smile. Not far away, Watson's figure gradually materialized, wielding the sun and moon wand, his pale golden hair cascading down to his waist, while his grayish-white eyes remained as calm as a still pond. Gazing indifferently at Yin Hailing, his form appeared slightly translucent, his feet hovering just above the ground, indicating that he was not physically present but merely a projection. "The mirror has begun to act. It is time for us to advance our plans," he declared. "Chairman, I believe it is wise to remain observant and refrain from hasty actions," Yin Hailing replied. "Oh, after 3 months, what progress has been made on your end, Yin Director?" "Such matters cannot be rushed," Yin Hailing said with a smile, stroking his beard. "Is that so? When do you intend to inform me that you have taken on a prodigious disciple?" The emotionless tone of Watson's voice betrayed no sentiment as he swiftly appeared before Yin Hailing. Unfazed, Yin Hailing maintained his smile and inquired, "Are you here to extend your congratulations, Chairman?" "Indeed, Yin Director, I have prepared a lavish gift for you," Watson responded, twirling his wand, which conjured a short sword as black as ink, adorned with dark red engravings, appearing between them. Ethereal blue thread swirled around the blade, resembling flowing blood. Upon witnessing this, Yin Hailing's expression shifted dramatically. "This is the Shadow Demon Blade. How could it be in your possession? Sherlan, why must you be involved?" With a heavy sigh, Yin Hailing lamented the misfortunes of the child, wishing to shield her from further peril. "Director Yin, she is your Achilles heel," Watson stated, reappearing behind Yin Hailing. His soothing voice was hypnotic, suggesting that those with vulnerabilities could not venture far. Clenching his fists, Yin Hailing conjured a black magical array beneath him, from which ink-like light surged forth, transforming into iron chains that ensnared Watson's limbs tightly. Watson remained motionless, allowing himself to be bound, his demeanor tranquil as he remarked, "Director Yin, terminating our collaboration offers you no advantage." Yin Hailing remained silent. Watson gently shook his head, and in an instant, his form shifted from ethereal to corporeal. As his feet touched the ground, all the chains shattered, dissolving into dust. "Director Yin, we share a common goal. I urge you to contemplate whether to continue our partnership," Watson proposed, raising his hand as a short sword with dark red engravings began to spin rapidly in his palm, gradually elongating to a foot in length. He presented the sword before Yin Hailing, turning his back as he stated, "The bait can only realize its value when cast into the water. Those who are unwilling to part with the bait will ultimately lose everything they possess in this game." As Watson spoke, he walked outside. With each step, his figure became increasingly translucent. He hoped that Yin Lisher could come to a clear understanding of what he truly desired. Yin Hailing, with his hands clasped against his forehead, remained silent. In the shadows cast by his hands, a barely perceptible smile revealed itself. In the quiet room, Liu sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, his right hand cradling a deep blue phoenix with fluttering wings. Mu Sherlan, still adorned in her doll-like pale golden dress and wearing a pair of rimmed glasses, held a thick book in her hands. She glanced at the focused Liu Ye and, with a smile, sighed softly. She snapped the book shut, removed her glasses, and remarked, "Genius, how enviable you are, Liu Ye. In just 3 months, I find there is little left for me to teach you." Liu Ye, feeling a tad embarrassed, put away his magic and looked at Sherlan without uttering a word, merely scratching his head. "My wand?" Liu Ye stood up, supporting himself against the ground. "Why is it a matter of claiming?" "Because, strictly speaking, selecting a wand is a reciprocal process." A white wand appeared in Sherlan's palm. "Do you remember when I first introduced you to the knowledge of magical artifacts? These artifacts are crafted from special materials, capable of containing magical power, and are inscribed with arrays of runes. I neglected to mention that in the world of magic, anything etched with runic arrays is regarded as possessing a certain degree of spirit." Sherlan handed the wand to Liu Ye for his careful examination. This was Liu Ye's first close encounter with Sherlan's wand. Unlike Smith's, Sherlan's wand was more slender and slightly shorter, while Smith's appeared to be over a foot long, Sherlan's was less than a foot. The upper half of the wand was adorned with a series of cloud-like runes, radiating a warm sensation when held. Spirit? Liu Ye gently stroked the wand in his hand. What does spirit mean? Does inscribing runes guarantee that a wand possesses spirit? He inquired. Not just wands, all magical artifacts, including potions, too. As long as they bear runic inscriptions, whether naturally occurring or artificially crafted, they will exhibit spirit. Of course, there are distinctions among spirits. The kind like this, Sherlan paused, is considered relatively low level. Sherlan stowed away her wand and continued. Legend has it that those naturally formed powerful magical artifacts possess a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans, even being able to take on human forms and engage in conversation. However, very few have ever witnessed such phenomena. Naturally formed? Liu Ye inquired. Yes, it must be naturally formed. No matter how powerful artificially created magical artifacts may be, they will never exhibit that level of spirit. Sherlan leaned against the doorframe, pouting slightly. I believe all of this is mere superstition, concocted by those who spread rumors without basis. Even the legendary magical artifacts housed in various continents' magical associations possess spirits that fall far short of those in tales. They are merely stories to amuse children. Liu Ye gazed at Sherlan in silence. The term feudal superstition, uttered from the mouth of a sorcerer, evoked a peculiar sense of dissonance within him. Could it be that magic possesses a spirit as well? Liu stroked his chin, pondering the notion that magic is indeed generated through runic arrays. If the runic arrays are the source of spirit, then magic must surely possess it too. Sherlan's large eyes twinkled with curiosity. This was a question she had never contemplated before. Tilting her head in thought, she replied, well, perhaps it does, but no one has ever sensed it. She focused on her palm, where magical energy gradually coalesced into a small, flame-like canine, standing there motionless. Could such a creation possess a spirit? Liu Ye blinked. The little flame dog lacked the vivacity that Sherlan's wand had displayed moments earlier. All right, enough of this. Come with me, she said, turning her palm over and waving her hand at Liu Ye. The two departed the quiet chamber, one following the other. Wow, what a vast space! Liu Ye exclaimed in astonishment. Sherlan opened the door opposite the first-floor library, and Liu Ye was immediately met with a gust of cold air, infused with a rich scent of sandalwood that caused him to cough involuntarily. Consider yourself fortunate. Our collection of magical artifacts at Century Dawn is among the finest in the world. Sherlan explored the wall, flicking on the light. Liu Ye surveyed the surroundings. The pale yellow wallpaper and soft yellow lighting enveloped the room, which housed 8 wooden shelves aligned against the walls, 2 per side, each approximately 3 meters high with 6 tiers, each meticulously arranged with several boxes. It was a rather ordinary storage room, yet the series of portraits and photographs displayed above the shelves piqued Liu Ye's interest. What are these? He inquired, pointing at the pictures. Ah, those are the predecessors of Century Dawn, Sherlan replied, glancing at the images overhead as she rummaged through the shelves. Predecessors? Liu Ye echoed. Indeed, Century Dawn is an organization with a long and storied history. Now, enough about that. Come over here. Sherlan swiftly diverted the conversation. Myself, Fourier, Sherlan, Shengchun, and our elder sister Tang, Yin all lost our parents 15 years ago due to an unfortunate incident. Before that, they were all members of Century Dawn. Ouyang Gu's words suddenly resonated in Liu Ye's mind from 3 months prior. The lively and cheerful Sherlan before him contrasted sharply with the mixed emotions swirling within Liu Ye. Hey, why are you in a daze? It's nothing. I'm here. I'm here, he replied. Come, stand here. A surprise awaits. Sherlan positioned herself in the center of the room, pointing to the ground beneath her feet before making a silly face at Liu Ye. Cautiously, Liu Ye scanned the area. After 3 months of close companionship, he had learned one crucial lesson. Whenever Sherlan made a silly face, she was invariably lying. Everything appeared normal. He slowly shuffled to her side, his eyes darting around suspiciously. As he stepped into position, Sherlan gently leaped back. Unauthorized personnel detected. The anti-theft device is activating. A mechanical, electronic male voice echoed. Suddenly, the corners of the room cracked open, and 9 swords of varying colors soared into the air, shooting towards Liu Ye from all directions, halting mere inches in front of him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment the swords approached, Liu could not help but swallow hard. Oh no! Sherlan exclaimed in alarm as the swords suddenly sprang into motion again. In the blink of an eye, the 9 swords pierced through Liu Ye's chest. In an instant, his limbs became stiff, and his mind turned blank. Chapter 14. The withered staff, am I destined to die? Li murmured, no. I have yet to establish a family and a career. His lamentation elicited a fit of laughter from Shirlan, who doubled over in mirth, unable to contain herself. Are you happy that I'm dying? Liu shot her a glance, removing the swords from his chest one by one. This must be your enchanted blade. A magical sword. How clever of you to think of that. What, do you wish for me to pierce you with a real sword instead? Spare me that, please. Liu waved his hands in dismissal, redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. How do we choose? No, how do we claim the magic wand? Just a moment. Shirlan circled the room, opening every box on the shelves. Just stand there. I will activate a magical array to draw out the magical energy within you. Oh, and when your energy is being drawn out, make sure to control the release speed. Don't break anything in here. With that, Shirlan moved to a corner of the room, retrieving a wand and beginning to sketch something on the floor. Liu Ye then noticed the intricate patterns etched into the tiles, which formed a complete magical array, albeit faintly carved and colorless, rendering it nearly invisible. Moreover, one corner of the array was incomplete, a section that Shirlan was currently remedying. Done, Shirlan declared, putting away her wand and tapping the ground with her heel. The magic extraction begins. A verdant glow enveloped him, and Liu Ye involuntarily gasped as the sensation of his magical energy being gently drawn from his body felt akin to warm water cascading over him, inducing a peculiar yet pleasant tingling. Like a gentle breeze, the halo encircled Liu Ye's magical energy. Soaring past the magical artifacts on the shelves as if responding to a call, one by one, the artifacts levitated from their boxes, surrounding him in midair. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shirlan counted each item as they emerged. Why are there only 8? That's less than half of what I had back then. How odd. Could it be that a mage with absolute control is less favored by magical artifacts? Liu widened his eyes, observing the floating artifacts. Despite the limited number, they were diverse. Rings, wands, cloaks, and even a strangely shaped red crystal that resembled a sea urchin missing a quarter of its form. However, there was only one wand, entirely different from the ones Liu Ye had previously encountered. This one appeared to be wooden and crooked, as if plucked directly from a tree. Shirlan mused. Her hands clasped before her, her right index finger resting against her lips. She was taken aback by the outcome. She had initially expected many wands to actively choose Liu Ye. What is it? This deviates somewhat from my expectations, Shirlan remarked, sighing. Nevertheless, this is for the best. You need not choose, as there is only one wand available. What about the others? Liu Ye inquired, gesturing towards the remaining 7 artifacts. Can I take them? With a swift motion, Shirlan tapped Liu Ye on the head with her white wand. What are you thinking? Do you wish to take them all? Every item here is immensely precious, and offering you one for free is already quite generous, wouldn't you agree? Liu Ye chuckled, stroking his head before extending his hand to grasp the wand, which resembled a branch. As he gently caressed its surface, he was astounded by its remarkable smoothness, which starkly contrasted with its outward appearance. Strangely enough, this incredibly smooth material possessed a remarkable grip, almost as if it were magnetically adhered to his hand, a paradoxical sensation that seemed beyond the realm of scientific explanation. This is my wand. Liu Ye tightened his grip around the wand. Does it have a name? You seem rather fond of it, Shirlan replied, blinking. Perhaps. Perhaps. Your uncertainty suggests it might not be a renowned magical artifact. Liu Ye smiled. That's all right. If it lacks a name, I can bestow one upon it. What are you saying? Shirlan, in a huff, snatched the wand from Liu Ye's grasp and approached the door, placing it against the screen on the wall. Though it's not a legendary magical item, the collection of Century Dawn is certainly not lacking. The assortment of magical artifacts stored here is vast, and I can't possibly remember all their names. If you wish to know, a quick search will suffice. After a few moments, the screen displayed the search results. Witheredwood wand, natural magical artifact. That's it. Shirlan frowned at the results. Witheredwood wand? It does match its appearance. Liu Ye remarked, approaching her. Is something amiss? I didn't expect to find such a poorly documented wand among Century Dawn's collection. Look, aside from the entry natural magical artifact, there is nothing else. Shirlan pointed at the screen. Liu squinted at the screen behind Shirlan and replied, if there isn't, then there isn't. Perhaps it is a treasure with a mysterious origin. Shall we choose again? Shirlan suggested, her eyes glinting. Why? What would be the consequence? Well, the consequences are rather serious, Shirlan stamped her foot. In any case, a wizard would not easily change their wand unless the original wand is broken or damaged. Otherwise, they would never switch. Higi, let's start over. With that, Sherlan repeated the previous process. Once more. Magical artifacts soared from the surrounding shelves, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Only the Witherwood wand was selected for Liu Ye. All right, let's leave it as it is. Liu Ye approached Sherlan, gently patting her head. You mentioned that claiming a wand is a mutual selection process. Since the only wand that chose me is this one. Perhaps it is indeed fate. Wouldn't you agree? Don't touch my head. Sherlan exclaimed angrily, stepping on Liu Ye's foot, causing him to yelp in pain. Humph. If you don't care, then so be it. Sherlan's bracelet chimed, and she glanced at it. Grandfather wants us to visit him. Let's go. He's in the study next door. As the two individuals pushed open the door to the study, Liu Ye beheld Yin Helling seated behind the desk, his hands clasped in a gesture of respect, patiently awaiting their arrival. The study was enveloped in a profound silence, interrupted only by the gentle hum of the star map rotating above them. You have arrived. Yin Helling's voice resonated with a deep timbre, and Liu Ye sensed a hint of discontent in his tone. Me? Am I free to leave? Liu Ye questioned, pointing to himself in disbelief. Indeed, but with conditions. With a wave of his right hand, Yin Helling signaled, yet Liu Ye remained rooted in place, his gnarled wooden staff emitting a faint glow. Grandfather, may I speak? Sherlan timidly interjected, I believe Liu Ye is innocent. Sherlan, I share your belief, yet the demands from the other side are insistent. I find myself at a loss, for if it were possible, I would never allow you to engage in such perilous endeavors. Yin Helling's tone softened as he spoke to Sherlan. Chairman Watson has specifically summoned you. I am powerless to intervene. With a resigned glance at Liu Ye, Sherlan shrugged, conveying a sense of having done all she could. Very well, she acquiesced. She tugged at Liu Ye's sleeve and whispered, let us depart. Liu Ye nodded, bowed to Yin Helling, and exited alongside Sherlan. As he watched the two retreating figures, Yin Helling's gaze gradually shifted to the wand in Liu Ye's grasp. Realizing that its influence had thwarted the effectiveness of his earlier spatial magic. That is the gnarled staff. Could it be truly him? Or has he genuinely perished? He dismissed the thoughts and resolved, enough of this, it is time for rest. Chapter 15. Return to Boyun City early the next morning. Liu was summoned to the library by Yin Helling. With a casual gesture, Yin Helling directed his attention to a book that swayed and floated down from the third-floor bookshelf, gradually descending before Liu Ye, who reached out and grasped it. A Ray of Soul? Liu read the title on the cover. What is this? It is a manuscript of the original text written by Claren. Yin Helling fixed his gaze on Liu Ye's face, observing his reaction. You now know who he is, right? Keep this book safe and read it as soon as possible. However, why are you giving this to me? Liu hesitated. He wished to say more, yet found himself inexplicably ushered outside. He firmly squeezed the book in his hands, feeling the distinctive rough texture of the ancient pages. An unknown danger loomed. Leaning against the wall, Liu Ye bowed his head in contemplation, while the sounds of others playing echoed from the upper corridor. On the other side of the wall, Sherlan leaned against her room's wall, clutching a family photograph, an image of a young couple cradling an infant still swaddled in blankets. They were so close yet remained unaware of each other's presence. How troublesome. I still prefer the tranquility of my former life. Liu yawned, detaching himself from the wall and heading to his own room. Mom and Dad. Sherlan embraced the photograph, slowly sliding down to sit on the floor, pondering. Will I need to kill this time? After tidying up, Liu opened the door to the first floor, immediately spotting Smith standing in the center of the garden. Dressed like a secret agent in a black cloak, sunglasses, and polished leather shoes, his hair slicked with an impressive amount of gel, gleaming in the sunlight. Liu Ye's lips twitched uncontrollably. Liu exhaled, his breath forming a white mist in the air. Sherlan, it's the end of December. Aren't you cold dressed like that? Humph, you're so chatty, hurry up, we're pressed for time. Sherlan lightly tugged at her hat, huffing softly. All right. Let us set off. Liu smiled at Sherlan, snapping his fingers. A wave of blue light surged around the three, only to retreat swiftly, leaving them immobile in place. Although confronted by the gazes of Sherlan and Smith, Liu Ye awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Hey, this is quite embarrassing for my master. Sherlan tapped his head with her wand. If you're not skilled at wandless teleportation, don't embarrass yourself. Smith shook his head, producing his own wand and reciting an arcane incantation. The blue light rose again, and the three of them vanished from the spot. By the way, where do you live? On the plain. Liu Ye looked down at the book and casually asked Sherlan. Sherlan, who was enjoying a strawberry ice cream, turned her head, her big, watery eyes blinking curiously. I said, where do you live? Liu Ye repeated, a sudden sense of foreboding rising within him. Sherlan remained silent, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Liu Ye blinked, and they locked eyes. Hee. Of course, we live in your apartment. Wait. Are you two really going to stay at my place? Liu Ye straightened his posture, and vivid images of Sherlan grocery shopping and Smith cleaning the floors filled his mind. It seemed rather delightful, didn't it? As Liu pondered, an expression of infatuation crept across his face. Liu Ye, Sherlan spoke in a gentle tone, her dark, expressive eyes sparkling with mirth. Liu Ye felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense gaze. In your mind, Sherlan continued, her soft voice delivering rather terrifying words. What sort of sordid thoughts are you harboring? Should I assist you in uncovering and cleansing them? Hey, stop, Liu interrupted, pressing a hand against Sherlan's head, seriousness overtaking him. Where exactly do you reside? Sherlan huffed playfully, scooping up a spoonful of ice cream. We live in a safe house, and you must stay there too. A safe house? Are you spies? Liu picked up his book once more. I have my own apartment. I wouldn't want to intrude on your resources. That's not acceptable. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Sherlan finished the last spoonful of her ice cream and handed Liu Ye a black wristband and a Bluetooth earpiece. Wear these. Using magic in Bouillon City is too conspicuous. We should communicate through this from now on. Liu Ye examined the black wristband, noticing a small green light blinking on its inner side. Suddenly, he recalled what Ouyang had mentioned that day: surveillance, covert infiltration, and even assassination. He blinked rapidly, extending his hands, as specks of white light began to coalesce in his palms. Even with the protection of perception-blocking magic, you're being rather presumptuous, Sherlan remarked, firmly pressing her hand against his. My apologies, Liu Ye offered a sheepish smile, the surreal feeling that had surged in him momentarily causing a lapse in focus. Having lived a tranquil life for 3 months in the serene dawn of the century, he had only experienced the mundane routines akin to dormitory life. While Ouyang's tales felt like distant fables, seemingly never to materialize. Sherlan crossed her arms and leaned back, appearing disinclined to engage further. Liu raised an eyebrow, choosing to remain silent as he turned to gaze out the window. The airplane was gradually descending. Below lay the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, an endless stretch of azure. This ocean, the largest and deepest in the world, boasts the most islands and edges, covering an area exceeding 180 million square kilometers, substantially larger than the total landmass. In comparison to the Earth, humanity feels like an insignificant existence. However, the rapidly advancing sciences have bestowed upon humankind powers akin to the divine. As he beheld the increasingly distinct outline of Bouillon City, this technological marvel that had emerged from the ocean 30 years prior stood as a testament to human ingenuity. In a desolate expanse of 1,000 miles, one could find anything within this city. The limitless energy derived from controllable nuclear fusion rendered desalination a cheap endeavor that merely required time, while agriculture vanished 50 years ago, as breakthroughs in biotechnology allowed for synthetic proteins to enter factory production lines, rendering traditional farming obsolete. Furthermore, the advent of non-crystalline freezing technology made transcending time a possibility. Furthermore, were it not for ethical considerations, Liu firmly believed that many individuals would certainly contemplate utilizing gene editing technology to transform themselves into superhumans. He shook his head, attempting to dismiss these far-fetched musings. Having spent 3 months studying magic, his thoughts had gradually taken on a peculiar nature. No, this is not right. Standing before the safe house, Liu found himself somewhat at a loss for words. What is it? Sherlan produced a key from seemingly nowhere. No, this. Liu Ye pointed towards the building across the street. That is my apartment. What distinction is there between residing here and there? Have you not heard the adage? The most perilous locations are often the safest. Sherlan entered, asserting that living here allows one to clearly observe anyone approaching your apartment, and if someone approaches your dwelling, it indicates an interest in you. Do you understand? Sherlan's statement appeared quite reasonable, yet Liu Ye stood at the doorway, his expression peculiar, feeling that something was amiss about living directly across from his own apartment. While he was lost in thought, Smith entered the room and closed the door behind him. After a moment of surprise, Liu Ye reacted, knocking on the door. Open up. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Sherlan poked her head out from inside. And in a short span of time, she had already tied on an apron adorned with a cartoon bear motif. Good day, Mr. Liu. Due to your prolonged absence from work, you have exceeded the time limit stipulated in your contract, and thus the company has lawfully terminated your employment agreement. Liu Ye squinted as he read the notice affixed to the door, each word resonating. You are in breach of contract. The company is under no obligation to compensate you for corresponding penalties. However, out of humanitarian considerations, the finance department has deposited a portion of living assistance funds into your salary account. Please be attentive to this matter. Should you have any objections, feel free to contact the company's legal advisory department. Indeed, Liu sighed once more. His ominous premonitions regarding unfortunate events had never proven erroneous. Additionally, due to your extended absence from home, at the request of your colleague Song Liu, your belongings at the company have been entrusted to her for safekeeping. Please retrieve them promptly. October 11th, 2164. Song Liu? Liu pondered. A vision of a flaxen-haired woman with a single ponytail emerged in his mind. Indeed, she was a colleague from the same research lab, yet their relationship could only be described as mediocre. Why would she proactively request the company to entrust her with his belongings? Chapter 16. Song Liu, is this Song Liu your colleague? In the safe house, Liu Ye and Smith sat face to face at the table, while Sherlon paced nearby. Yes, Liu Ye nodded. One could say we are friends, though our interactions are limited. A trap? Liu Ye blinked. Smith's assertion held merit. It indeed could be a snare, yet he had compelling reasons to proceed. Within the company's safe, there was a box containing the electronic key to Chun Si-yoon's residence. To unravel the mystery of Chun Si-yoon's disappearance, he needed to search for clues at her home. What do you think, Liu Ye? Sherlon inquired. There is a possibility, albeit a slim one. Liu Ye shook his head. But there is something among those items that is of great importance to me. I must retrieve it. Smith furrowed his brow, disapproving of such risks. Then let us go together. Sherlon patted Smith's back and smiled at Liu Ye. Don't be so anxious, Liu Ye. You are not the same as before. Even if you encounter a situation akin to 3 months ago, you can certainly protect yourself, right? Liu managed a strained smile, yet clenched his fists in silence. I am no longer the person who could only submit to fate, he thought. Yet, he remembered how he once felt the same way. And the outcome was. Memories flashed in his mind, and he gradually relaxed his tightened fists. All right, we can go. Smith nodded and stood up, ready to depart. Is it that urgent? Liu glanced at their attire and frowned. Aren't you two going to change? Sherlon's outfit was acceptable. A young lady of wealth could venture out in such attire. However, Smith's dark robe was rather conspicuous, even with the perception shielding spell to obscure their eccentric garb from ordinary eyes. If, as Smith suggested, they were indeed being watched, the shielding would be ineffective. No need for your reminders, Smith replied coldly. Liu raised an eyebrow and gestured for him to proceed. Uncle and beautiful girl. This combination might attract even more attention. Smith. Can't you transform into someone more ordinary? Smith then transformed into a kind-looking, tall old man with white hair. A 6'3" white-haired elder. Liu lightly slapped his face, shaking his head. Humph. Smith cast another spell, this time morphing into a burly man in a suit and sunglasses, resembling a bodyguard beside Sherlon. Liu Ye sighed. Well, this will have to do. At least it appears much more harmonious than before. Sherlon watched the two with keen interest, stifling a laugh. Half an hour later, in the East District 4 of Boyun City, at Song Liu's apartment. Room 302. Ah, this is the place. Liu checked the address on his phone and knocked on the door. Hello, is anyone there? Smith vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, while Sherlon leaned against the railing, intently gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. It was peculiar. Today was the weekend. Wasn't she supposed to be at home? Liu knocked on the door again, calling out, Song Liu, it's me. As Sherlon watched the white clouds morph from the shape of a rabbit into that of a cat, she inquired, could it be that you have come to the wrong place? Liu glanced at the address once more, shaking his head. No. This address was obtained from the company's internal employee website. Unless she deliberately provided a false address, this must be the correct location. Sherlon approached and tugged at the doorknob, which opened unexpectedly. Oh, it's not locked. Liu peered inside, noticing the room remained unlit, seemingly devoid of occupants. How careless, he thought. Quick, retreat. Smith grasped both of them by the arms and yanked them back forcefully. Indeed, it was a trap. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute passed. Yet nothing transpired. Although Smith's expression was concealed, Liu Ye could distinctly sense his current awkwardness. Liu Ye gently patted Smith's hand, which gripped his clothing. Can you let go now? Smith snorted disdainfully and released them. Sherlon stuck out her tongue and quietly moved to Liu Ye's side. With a creak, Liu Ye cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. The furnishings were quite simple, resembling a standard apartment layout similar to his own, featuring a living room and a bedroom. It's quite tidy, much cleaner than your place, Sherlon remarked as she assessed the surroundings. Hey, it's not polite to enter someone else's home uninvited. The circumstances are extraordinary. We cannot concern ourselves with such matters now, Liu Ye replied, searching for his box. After all, he had been dismissed from the company, and his connection with her seemed to have reached its conclusion. He surmised that he would likely never encounter her again in this lifetime. Ah, found it. A translucent storage box sat quietly by the window, shimmering in the sunlight. Liu Ye strode towards the box but suddenly halted midway, standing in a daze. What's wrong? Sherlon asked. I just realized something, Liu Ye articulated slowly. This address was found on the employee website, which requires my work account to access. So? The note affixed to my door was dated October 11th, and now it is nearly the end of December. This means I have been terminated from the company for almost 2 months. According to this timeline, my work account should have been deactivated long ago. Yet just now, I was able to access my work account without issue. Liu Ye inhaled deeply and turned to Sherlon, stating, This indicates that I have not been dismissed from the company. And that note was not left by anyone from the company. These are all mere lures, designed to guide us here. In unison, the three of them drew their wands. Liu Ye gripped his with fervor, palms clammy with sweat, his gaze fixed intently outside the window. Sherlon positioned herself 2 meters behind him, facing the balcony, her hands trembling slightly, and Smith stood solemnly at the door, his wand emanating a faint golden glow. After a considerable time had passed without any incidents, Liu Ye and Sherlon breathed a sigh of relief, lowering their respective wands, while only Smith remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. It seems I was overthinking it. With that thought, Liu Ye approached the storage box. Wait, Sherlon called out to him, lightly gesturing with her wand to envelop Liu Ye in a protective barrier. Let's cast a protection spell before you go. All right, you may proceed now. Liu Ye cautiously approached the storage box, slowly backing away to stand beside Sherlon before turning. And together they made their way to Smith. Is Song Luyan a sorceress? A vision of a tall woman with flaxen hair styled in a single ponytail flashed through Liu Ye's mind. It was difficult to fathom that this somewhat bookish colleague had any connection to magic, yet the evidence was undeniable. However, what could Song Luyan possibly be planning? Moreover, if she deliberately left the door ajar, what if a thief were to enter? Sherlon interjected, unless, of course, no one besides you can take anything from here. No one besides me? Liu suddenly recalled his birthday in July. Here is a phone charm for you. Consider it a birthday gift. Song Luyan had tossed a gourd the size of a coin to Liu Ye, who was seated at the workstation writing a report. A birthday gift? Thank you. Liu fished out his phone, fiddling with the small gourd, and as he passed through the doorway with the box, the gourd charm emitted a soft blue glow. The toys in the room quivered momentarily before settling back into stillness. Liu Ye felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Had Song Luyan been watching him for such a long time? The three exchanged glances, enveloped in a brief silence. A sorceress who had been lurking for so long. Smith's expression grew serious. She must have sensed the magical fluctuations when we took you in September, realizing that you had come into contact with magic. Which is why she devised such a setup. Lee scratched his head and said, Well, let us not dwell on that too much. We should leave quickly before we are discovered. Chapter 17. The Fall of the Flower of Heaven. Upon returning to the safe house, the three of them gathered around a coffee table adorned with a liquid crystal screen in the living room. Liu opened the storage box. Sherlon stealthily approached from behind and suddenly reached in to retrieve a magazine hidden at the bottom of the box, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, Oh, what is this? A summer edition. I see you have such peculiar tastes. Enough of that. Smith gently tapped the table. Liu Ye, is there anything particularly special in the box? Just this. Liu tossed a USB drive to Smith, but my computer has been confiscated by the company, so I can't access it for now. Can it be opened? Smith deftly tossed the USB drive to Sherlon. I'm afraid not. It's password protected. These matters are more in Chung Chen's area of expertise. Sherlon placed the USB drive on the table, and a blue pop-up window appeared. I'll go inquire with them. With that, Sherlon headed towards the inner room, presumably to contact someone from the Century Dawn. By the way, Liu turned to Smith. Aren't magicians generally averse to technology? Why would Song Luyan leave a message in this manner? I've mentioned before, she is not an ordinary person. Smith shook his head gently. The fact that she has collaborated with you for such an extended period on research is testament to her profound understanding of technology. It is not surprising that she would choose to communicate in this way. Moreover, not all magicians harbor a disdain for technology. Not all? Liu expressed his astonishment. Indeed. A considerable number of magicians do not reject technology outright. While many may prefer traditional practices, they still utilize modern technology. Furthermore, Smith paused and retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket, waving it in front of Liu Ye. There is a rather intriguing phenomenon. The higher echelons of the magical community are quite fascinated by technology. Chairman Watson is a prime example, despite his exceptional abilities. He has engaged in extensive research. Smith tucked his phone away. In the past, magicians regarded science as a misguided approach to understanding the world. Yet over the last 30 years, the attitudes of top magicians have undergone subtle transformations. What kind of transformations? Liu Ye inquired. However, Smith chose not to elaborate further and instead moved to the balcony, gazing quietly out the window, seemingly reluctant to continue the discussion. Liu Ye, left with no other option, resumed sorting through the contents of the box. Strange, where's the key? Liu scratched his head. The key to Chen Siyun's house. Chen Siyun? Smith furrowed his brow. Who is that? She is the crew-cut girl who was with me the day you came to find me. Liu Ye gestured vaguely in the air. She went missing during the truck attack and has been unaccounted for ever since. Oh, I recall her. Smith nodded thoughtfully. It seems she has not only become a target for the scientific community, but has also caught the attention of the magicians. Magicians? Are you referring to Song Luyun? That can't be. They have never even met. Liu Ye was skeptical. Besides, Chen Siyun holds little value for the magicians, does she? That is difficult to ascertain. With a faint smile, Smith remarked, did you not think the same before? Furthermore, the fact that your employee account remains active indicates you have not been dismissed, correct? So, why are there so many of your belongings here? Do you not find that peculiar? Liu Ye was momentarily taken aback. Smith's assertion was indeed accurate. He was most likely not terminated from the company. Someone must be maintaining the illusion of his ongoing employment. And the only one capable of that was Song Luyun. As for the assortment of items before him, since he had not been laid off, there was no justification for the company to clear out these possessions that were originally stored in the safe. Thus, these items had surely been selected by Song Luyun. Smith waggled a finger, indicating that she had acquired what she sought. The key to Chen Siyun's home? Liu Ye murmured to himself, increasingly perplexed. What began as his solitary predicament now entangled Chen Siyun with the sorcerer. Was there a connection between the assailants in Britain and those backing Song Luyun? London, Italy, Watson. Yin Hepping, Song Luyun. And that masked figure with a crying face who handed him the empty envelope, what were they conspiring? Li groaned in frustration. Running his fingers through his hair, there was too little information to deduce anything. Smith, do you possess tracking skills? Could you assist me in locating Chen Siyun? Absolutely not. Smith replied curtly. The art of tracking was exceedingly intricate, a rather obscure form of magic, and few were adept in it. Moreover, within the confines of Boyun City, we must refrain from using magic as much as possible. This was a directive from the chairman, and I am certain Yin has also advised Mu Shirlan on this matter. Are you concerned about revealing your identity? But do we not have the perception isolation spell on us? Liu Ye questioned, puzzled. I am unclear on the specifics. Smith shook his head. In truth, he had his own suspicions regarding the matter, yet he lacked evidence and preferred not to disclose them to Liu Ye at this juncture. Upon hearing Shirlan's words, Liu Ye exhaled in relief. The weight that had burdened him had finally lifted. However, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait. Does that mean you were leaving? Not at all. What are you thinking? Shirlan reassured him. Grandfather said that since you have learned so much magic at the dawn of the century, you are already one of us. Therefore, your matters are our collective concern. We will assist you in investigating Chen Siyun's disappearance, while the assault incident will be left to the Europeans to handle. As she spoke, Shirlan cast a glance at the unmoving Smith, confident that Tang Yin and the others would soon arrive, and they would likely find him in short order. What about the USB drive? Liu Ye inquired. It is still being decrypted. The encryption method is exceedingly complex. Zhang Chun rambled on about it extensively. And I barely grasped any of it. However, it will require at least another 2 to 3 hours. They're already en route. So they should be able to unravel it upon their arrival. Be patient. I have a feeling it will contain the information we need. Smith slowly closed his eyes. Li glanced at Shirlan, shaking his head to signal her to refrain from further questioning. After making a playful grimace, Shirlan quietly settled into a cross-legged position, and the three of them fell into a contemplative silence. 3 hours later, with a soft thud, the door of the safe house swung open. Tang Yin, dressed in a flowing purple gown, yawned as she entered, followed closely by Ouyang Gu and Fourier, while Zhang Chun trailed behind, sweat glistening on his forehead as he carried a laptop. Sister Tang Yin, Shirlan exclaimed, bounding over to grasp Tang Yin's arm. We've been waiting for you for ages. Hello there. It's been quite some time. Ouyang cheerfully greeted Liu Ye and the others. Why do you look like you're on vacation? It's hardly been long since we set off this morning. Liu Ye, still seated cross-legged on the floor beside a translucent storage box, remarked with a hint of confusion, feeling as if he had unwittingly boarded a pirate ship. Heh, didn't I mention we are partners? Ouyang chuckled, playfully punching Liu Ye in the chest. Have you cracked the USB yet? Liu Ye inquired. Not yet, Zhengchen replied, placing the laptop on the table. The encryption method for this disk employs not only the traditional SHA-1 algorithm, but also introduces a complex array of combinations. Unless one possesses the skills of a computer wizard like myself, it would be utterly impossible to unlock. This is rather peculiar, as individuals with my expertise are exceedingly rare. Fourier brushed aside his golden bangs and remarked coolly, since this information was deliberately left by the other party, it signifies that she is aware you can certainly decipher it. In other words, Ouyang grinned, that Song Luoyun is fully aware that your magical organization is the Century Dawn and understands our existence, comprehending the unique traits of each one of us. Yawning, Tang Yin stretched languidly on the sofa, saying, this is proving to be a bit tricky. I've cracked it. Zhengchen typed rapidly on the keyboard. Why is there only a single image? Wait, this is... Zheng Qin's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed at the screen with trembling hands. A dark blue flower was gracefully rotating. Its silver-gray stem bore a delicate golden angelic motif, while the dark blue petals enveloped a pure white stamen, intricately forming the shape of a bird in flight. Suddenly, Smith, who had been silently observing with closed eyes, spoke up. Indeed, this is the flower of heaven. Unexpectedly, the magical artifact that had been stolen from the British Magical Society has manifested here. Fourier's eyes flickered with azure flames, connecting the dots between two significant matters. Liu Ye's expression darkened. The very scenario he had dreaded had come to fruition. Initially believing that Chen Xiyun had merely been abducted for research purposes and was safe, he now realized that she was indeed entangled with the magical realm. Noticing his despondency, Sherlon gently tugged at his sleeve. I'm fine. Liu Ye smiled faintly at Sherlon. So what shall we do next? Chapter 18. Infiltration. As the next course of action was contemplated, Ouyang pondered briefly before inquiring, Has Chen Xiyun mentioned to you previously who he was in contact with? Yantai, Li exclaimed after a brief silence. Yantai? Who is that? Tang Yin inquired, reclining on the sofa and raising an eyebrow. It is a technology company. Their representatives approached Chen Xiyun 3 months ago, seeking to sign a contract to invest in his research project, Liu Ye explained. It was a rather impractical notion that had lingered for years. Yet he finally found a company willing to invest. However, now that a contract has been signed, the likelihood of him being abducted diminishes, does it not? Sherlon mused, biting her lip. Why take such a significant risk? He could simply wait for Chen Xiyun to come to him. Speaking of 3 months ago, Sherlon and Mr. Smith. Ouyang leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, his sunglasses obscuring his eyes. It seems you encountered an incident at that time? Yes, Sherlon responded. There was. No, it was not an accident. Smith interjected. That was a deliberate attack against us. His words darkened Liu Ye's expression. Although he had suspected as much, hearing such a definitive assertion was unsettling. The official explanation cited a sudden rupture in the underground pipeline, generating a powerful shockwave that breached the surface, striking a truck above. Photographic evidence confirmed the ground's explosion, yet Liu Ye had always found the incident too coincidental, as if it were orchestrated to create chaos, affording an opportunity for Sherlon and Smith to abduct him. An attack? Ouyang furrowed his brow. That is even more perplexing. If the intent was abduction, such a large-scale assault could easily result in the target's death, unless Chen Xiyun was not the intended target. Mr. Smith, do you know who was behind it? Unclear, Smith replied, shaking his head slightly. I pursued them, but found nothing. Moreover, there were no traces of magic at the scene. Perhaps they were not even magicians. Ahem, Tang Yin cleared her throat, languidly stating, based on the intelligence we have gathered, Yantai is our primary target for investigation. Of course, we shall also pursue the perpetrators behind the truck assault. Xiaolan and Xiugu, you two will be responsible for infiltrating Yantai to gather intelligence. Fourier and I will investigate the other group, while Zheng Chun will remain at the safe house to provide us with information and technical support. This is settled. As for you, Mr. Smith, Tang Yin turned to him. Decide for yourself what you wish to do. I have no authority to assign you tasks. The group nodded in agreement without dissent. Hey, what about me? Liu Ye raised his right hand. Sister Tang Yin, you Haven T assign me a task. You. Tang Yin pouted. You lack experience. So just stay here with Xingchen. Liu Ye clenched his fists, resolute. I want to undertake the infiltration work. Chen Xiyun is my friend, and I feel compelled to contribute my part to this matter. I wish to rescue him myself. Liu Ye and Tang Yin gradually rose to their feet and approached Liu Ye, who was seated on the ground. Leaning down, Tang Yin gazed into his eyes and said, "Do you believe that remaining here equates to inaction? If you express it that way, Xingchen will surely be displeased." "I did not mean it that way," Liu Ye replied, leaning back slightly. The rich aroma of violet enveloped Tang Yin. "I merely think all right." "All right," Tang Yin interjected, standing upright and waving her hand. "You should go with Xiao Lan and Xiao Gu. Lan lacks experience, but Ouyang Gu will take care of you." 2 days later, at 1:10 in the morning, amidst a torrential downpour, Mu Lan, Liu Ye, and Ouyang Gu donned black cloaks and knee-high rain boots. Standing at the edge of a rooftop, gazing at the distant building, the wind howled and lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the enormous sign on the opposing structure. The dark red letters spelling tears appeared as if inscribed in blood against the oppressive night, evoking an unsettling aura. Liu Ye surveyed his surroundings, noting that several nearby buildings still glimmered with lights. In 3 minutes, a power outage would engulf the area within a 1-kilometer radius for 3 hours. Simultaneously, the backup generators within tiers would activate, sustaining the security system, though the lights would remain inoperative. Concurrently, Zhengchen would unleash a virus upon tier's security system, incapacitating the servers for 30 seconds. We would seize this opportunity to infiltrate the company through the side entrance using wind shadow technique, Ouyang stated, his face obscured by the shadow of his raincoat hood, revealing only his sharply defined jawline. Remember, once inside, refrain from using magic unless absolutely necessary. Ouyang glanced at the two beside him. Until we ascertain that Chen Xiyun has been abducted, we must not reveal our identities. Even if we locate him, we must extract him discreetly. Mr. Yin has emphasized that revealing a magician's identity in this city poses unpredictable dangers. Therefore, it is imperative to remember, magic must not be employed unless absolutely unavoidable. 3, 2, 1. As Ouyang counted down, the lights in the surrounding area vanished in an instant, engulfing everything in darkness. Move. Ouyang leaped down, transforming into a swirling shadow as he darted towards the side of the building. Lan and Liu Ye exchanged a glance before leaping down as well. In the security room on the first floor, 3 guards clad in uniforms were gathered around a table, engrossed in a game of do di zhu. Just as one hand concluded, a guard facing the monitor wall yawned, squinting at the screens, only to be startled by the sight of utter darkness. Frowning in confusion, he suddenly jolted upright. "Hey, what is going on?" he exclaimed. The surveillance is gone," he stammered, pointing at the screen. The other guard, perplexed, nervously adjusted his cap and hesitantly resumed his seat. "Oh, do not overthink it. There is little of value to pilfer within the company, and besides, every door is secured with electronic locks. Perhaps your fatigue has led to some hallucinations." The 2 guards seated opposite him patted his shoulder, offering a moment of solace. Meanwhile, Ouyang and his companions slipped through a window and paused in a shadowy corridor. Liu Ye and Lan leaned against the wall, breathing heavily after shedding their raincoats. Ouyang rotated the bracelet on his right wrist, casting a map upon the wall, and spoke softly. "This is the internal layout of the company. There are a total of 36 floors above ground, with the underground sections remaining unknown. Currently, operations are ongoing on the 7th, 11th, and 19th floors. We find ourselves in the southern corridor of the 5th floor, a blind spot for surveillance, with a staircase at the end of the corridor. Xingchen has already scouted the area with a microdrone, finding no suspicious activities. Our primary focus should be the subterranean sections." He indicated the lower half of the map. "Accessing the experimental zones below requires a high-level ID card, hence we must search the general manager's office on the 35th floor. But what if we cannot find it?" Liu Ye inquired. "Such cards are typically carried on one's person, are they not?" "Not necessarily." Ouyang gaze sharpened. "In that case, we will have to resort to spatial magic. Using spatial magic in unknown terrain is exceedingly perilous." Lan gasped softly. "It is a last resort, but preferable to directly robbing the company's management," Ouyang replied, donning his hood. "Come, I shall guide you through a path shielded from surveillance." Liu Ye's heart raced, his breathing quickening as the tension caused the muscles in his calves to twitch. He exerted all his strength to keep pace with Ouyang. A faint chuckle escaped Liu Ye's lips, though it was strained. Ouyang Gu's words gradually calmed his heartbeat, alleviating some of the anxiety. Shirlan silently positioned herself beside Liu Ye, ascending alongside him. At last, Ouyang Gu halted before a 2-meter-wide automatic door, its material identical to that of the corridor. The colors perfectly matched. Were it not for the pulsating green indicator light on the doorframe, one might overlook its existence entirely. There is also an electronic lock. Liu Ye began, but before he could finish, the door swung open unexpectedly. What are you so anxious about? I have opened it, came Zheng Chun's voice through their earpieces. I hacked into the security system, but the basement operates independently from the surface. I am still working on it. In the meantime, see if you can find any clues in the general manager's office. The three exchanged glances, Shirlan wearing an expression that teetered between laughter and restraint, while Ouyang Gu awkwardly regarded Liu Ye, who in turn looked back at Ouyang Gu with equal awkwardness. Liu Ye gestured toward the interior of the door, whispering, "Let us proceed." Ouyang Gu nodded, turning to step into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 19. The weeping robot in the vast office. Darkness enveloped the space, rendering it impossible to discern one's own hand. Ouyang Gu, treading lightly, made his way to the window and drew back the heavy curtains. The moonlight instantly flooded through the floor-to-ceiling windows, cascading onto the white marble floor tiles, gradually illuminating the furnishings within the room. To his left stood an exceptionally luxurious desk, though its surface was cluttered with a multitude of documents, suggesting that this general manager was not particularly fastidious. Behind the desk loomed a tall wooden bookshelf, densely populated with an array of books. Liu Ye approached to take a closer look and found a diverse collection ranging from management and psychology to novels, poetry, and even some legal texts. It was uncertain whether the owner was a true bibliophile or merely using the books as a fade. Opposite the desk was a low-glass coffee table accompanied by a set of blue leather sofas, positioned at a considerable distance, perhaps 15 meters apart. This arrangement struck Liu Ye as disjointed, as if something were meant to occupy the space between. Ouyang Gu, Shirlan, look here. Liu Ye pointed to the empty space beneath his feet. In such a large area, don't you think there should be something here? Ouyang Gu, who had been rummaging through the pile of documents on the desk, lifted his gaze and glanced at Liu Ye's position before gently shaking his head. Ye, don't concern yourself with that. Whether something once occupied this space is irrelevant to our plans. Liu Ye, come and look at this. Shirlan beckoned to Liu Ye, indicating a document in her hand. Liu Ye approached Shirlan and took the document. The moment he glimpsed the photograph on the cover page, his pupils constricted, and his fingers, gripping the edge of the folder, tightened to the point of distorting the plastic cover. Chen Xiyun. It is indeed they who have kidnapped Chen Xiyun. Although Liu Ye's voice was low, it was laced with a palpable sense of frustration. Why resort to such methods? To uncover the truth, one would have to seek answers from those in the underground laboratory. Ouyang Gu smiled slightly, raising the ID card he had just discovered. At 2:15 a.m., the entrance to the Tier's underground laboratory. A massive steel door loomed in the corridor, flanked by smooth metallic walls on all sides. The lights remained off, leaving the narrow passage illuminated only by the faint green glow of warning lights. Ouyang Gu surveyed his surroundings, ensuring safety before swiping the newly acquired ID card on the reader to the right. With a soft beep, the air valve hissed, and the large steel panel began to turn inward. Ouyang Gu pushed it open, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for a person to pass through. The three of them maneuvered sideways, and as they crossed the threshold, a crackling sound echoed in their earpieces, severing their connection. Liu Ye beheld a sight that would forever be etched in his memory. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, while Shirlan's face drained of color, clearly overwhelmed by the immense psychological impact of the scene before them. Ouyang Gu displayed little reaction to the scene before him, merely furrowing his brow as he remarked, "The lights here remain illuminated. I wonder if this will lead to any complications." "Brother Ouyang, what are these?" Shirlan questioned, her voice trembling slightly as she pointed at the petri dishes below. "I believe they might be human brains," Ouyang Gu replied nonchalantly, casting a cursory glance. "It's hardly surprising what grotesque things these individuals have concocted. We need not delve into their repugnant activities. Our immediate priority is to locate Chen Xiyun and exit this place safely. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence." Li glanced at his wristband, noting it was 2:20. With only 2 hours remaining to explore such an expansive area and also ensure a timely escape, the pressure was palpable. The trio descended the stairs quietly, with Ouyang Gu leading the way, Shirlan in the middle, and Liu Ye trailing behind. He constantly surveyed his surroundings, apprehensive that something bizarre might spring forth from the dark corners. Experiment subject number 10037. Batch 3. Experiment subject number 9998. Batch 3. Experiment subject number 944. Batch 2. Experiment subject number 158. Batch 2. Experiment subject number 17. Batch 1. As Liu Ye examined the labels at the bottom of the petri dishes, he noted that all dishes from batches 1 and 2 were red, while only those from batch 3 emitted a green glow. Moreover, the quantity of batch 3 dishes significantly outnumbered the combined total of batches 1 and 2. Woo, what on earth? Sherlon exclaimed. While this place is undeniably terrifying, I am not so easily frightened. She gestured with her thumb behind her. It must be Liu Ye. The sound seems to have originated from him. Me? Liu Ye replied, puzzled as he pointed to himself. It wasn't me. I've been focused on these labels. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The sound of weeping was neither Ouyang-gu's nor Sherlan's, nor his own. Then whose could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Liu Ye felt a sudden tightness in his chest, his limbs gradually becoming stiff. An eerie sensation enveloped him. The sorrowful wailing seemed to resonate right beside him, as if it were almost tangible. Sherlan, too, was startled, standing frozen in place with her hand clasped over her mouth. Ouyang-gu flicked his sleeve, revealing once more the wand that shimmered with a dark red glow. Should any danger arise, he would not hesitate to wield his magic. After all, unforeseen threats paled in comparison to the sanctity of his comrades' lives. Abruptly, something collided with Liu Ye's back. Though the force was mild, it shattered the already fragile defenses of his psyche. He let out a scream and leaped forward, twisting in midair, his heart racing violently, echoing in his ears. Is it a robot? Ouyang-gu gripped his wand, pointing it at the object, and cautiously approached the two. Ye, you possess a greater understanding of science. Is this thing dangerous? Cough, cough. Upon encountering such a robot, Liu Ye felt his fraying grasp on reason gradually mending. It was difficult to ascertain the level of danger present. However, the robot appeared devoid of any weaponry, and the alarms in the vicinity had not been triggered, suggesting it lacked the capability for external communication. Why is it crying? Sherlan, covering her mouth with one hand, pointed at the robot with the other, asserting that the sound was unmistakably that of weeping, further emphasizing the distress evident in its eyes. What is your task? Ouyang-gu stepped forward and reiterated. What is your task? Is she afraid? Liu stroked his chin and took a few steps aside, distancing himself from Ouyang-gu. A remarkable occurrence unfolded as the robot moved closer to Liu Ye, halting its tears. It was unclear. To my knowledge, contemporary artificial intelligence lacks emotions. No, that would be an inaccurate assertion. Rather, it does not possess the emotion of fear. Even if it did, such a response would merely stem from code programmed to evade danger. Magic does not reside within the existing framework of knowledge, and she ought not to exhibit such deliberate avoidance. Furthermore, she could not even perform basic question and answer functions, which is atypical for artificial intelligence. So, what precisely is she? Ouyang-gu sheathed his wand and approached Liu Ye, only to witness the robot retreating slightly behind Liu Ye. The emotional algorithms of artificial intelligence are predicated upon a value synthesizer. It is illogical for a robot equipped with such advanced algorithms to lack even basic interrogative abilities. Liu stole a glance at the robot, which appeared to cower as if confronted by a menacing stranger, its intelligence seemingly on par with that of an infant. Yet it exhibited a sophisticated range of emotional expression, an intriguing paradox. She also seems rather endearing. Sherlan approached and gently patted the robot's head. And this time it did not flinch away. Ouyang-gu's gaze flickered as he raised his wand, a dark crimson glow gradually coalescing at its tip. What are you planning to do? Liu asked, momentarily taken aback. Destroy it. We cannot afford to be exposed, Ouyang-gu replied coldly. No. There is no need for such measures. Li grasped his wand firmly, prompting Ouyang-gu to hesitate before ceasing his incantation. Why? Ouyang-gu crossed his arms, regarding the robot behind Liu Ye with skepticism. I just mentioned that if she were capable of communication, we would have already been compromised. Liu Ye met Ouyang-gu's hawk-like gaze directly, asserting that she should pose no threat to us, and that employing magic would inherently heighten our risk of exposure. Chapter 20. The Clone Network. Liu Ye lowered his gaze to the robot tugging at his clothing, caught in a moment of hesitation. He was uncertain of this little girl's origins and why she had approached him. Yet, observing her pitiful demeanor, he felt a pang of compassion at the thought of abandoning her in this desolate place. However, allowing this enigmatic robot to accompany them would undoubtedly heighten the risk of discovery. Perhaps we should let her join us. She might prove to be of assistance. Sherlan suggested, breaking the silence as Liu Ye pondered. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Ouyang inquired. Look here. Sherlan pointed to a nameplate affixed to the robot's neck, which read, Experimental Subject Name, Mona, Batch Number, 1. She may be connected to these entities around us. Ouyang blinked, refraining from dissent. Seeing this, Liu Ye resolved firmly, then let her accompany us for now. Ouyang turned to lead the way forward, tacitly consenting. And the two quickly followed suit, with the little girl clutching Liu Ye's garment closely behind him. After traversing a considerable distance, the trio finally emerged from a seemingly endless expanse of petri dishes, confronting a solitary iron bridge. At the end of the bridge loomed a dark elevator shaft, the overhead indicator glowing red, displaying the ominous numeral -47. The elevator was absent, and behind the shaft lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness. Shall we descend? Liu Ye inquired, only to realize the folly of his words. Having come this far, retreating now would be utterly indefensible. He looked up to find a massive serrated door approximately 100 meters above, now firmly shut. The surrounding walls, extending for several meters, were semi-cylindrical, indicating this was a deep well constructed by tiers. The financial resources required to establish such a facility underground were unfathomable. Given your understanding of tiers, do they possess such capabilities? Ouyang asked, crouching at the edge of the iron bridge and peering into the depths below. This suggests a high likelihood of external assistance. Ouyang noted. Observing the walls flanking the bridge, where several indicator lights were shattered and dark, along with numerous scratches and indentations marking the surface. A frown creased his brow. It seems someone has ascended, Liu hissed, lowering his voice. The three quickly recoiled, seeking refuge in the shadows, their eyes fixated on the fluctuating digits above the elevator. The chimes signaled the door's opening, revealing a middle-aged man with thinning hair, resembling a Mediterranean, marked by deep furrows on his forehead and robust brows. He was of average stature, slightly hunched. This is dire, Liu Ye suddenly realized. The robot stood bewildered at the entrance of the iron bridge, spinning in confusion, evidently unable to comprehend the recent actions of the three. Liu Ye glanced towards Ouyang, who astonishingly drew a handgun. His expression was ice-cold, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intent to kill, ready to strike should their presence be compromised. Indeed, the robot nodded slowly, and the middle-aged man smiled slightly as he walked towards Liu Ye and his companions, with his hands clasped behind his back. The three watched him with growing tension as he approached. Ouyang gradually squinted, leaning further into the corner between the petri dish and the wall. Suddenly, the middle-aged man paused, exclaiming softly as he glanced around. Thump, thump. Liu Ye felt as if his heart were about to leap from his throat. Were there so many more test subjects in this batch? Humph. Matsushita seems quite generous, but alas. He shook his head and resumed his stride. Liu Ye, half-seated against the petri dish, glanced back at Mona, who remained at the entrance of the iron bridge. That was close. Fortunately, the robot's intelligence was lacking. Otherwise, their cover would have been blown. What should we do now? There are still people working below. The three approached the elevator as Sherlan inquired. Ding! The elevator door slid open, and Ouyang stepped inside. Liu Ye and Sherlan exchanged a glance before following suit, while Mona tugged on Liu Ye's sleeve, joining them. There were several crucial pieces of information in that man's words. Pressing the button for the -47th floor, Liu Ye pointed at the robot behind them. First, this child's name is indeed Mona. Secondly, he mentioned a broken room, and it seems that this has caused considerable chaos below. Lastly, he referred to a person named Matsushita. Chaos presents an opportunity. Ouyang rested one hand on his chin while gripping his pistol with the other. At present, Chun Siyun's exact whereabouts remain unclear. We need more information. Unfortunately, the signal on the earpiece has been interrupted. Otherwise, we could have consulted Xing Chen. Li opened his mouth as if to say something, but then closed it again. I suspect that Matsushita is quite significant. Those petri dishes seem to be part of his plan. Sherlan pondered for a moment before speaking. Liu Ye, do you know what exactly Chun Siyun is researching? What are you thinking? Ouyang inquired. Artificial neural networks, commonly referred to in computer science, also have a counterpart in biological neural networks. Liu Ye took a deep breath. Those petri dishes contained cloned human brains, didn't they? What do you mean? Ouyang's brow furrowed as he struggled to comprehend Liu Ye's words, feeling an unsettling premonition. Although computer technology has reached astonishing levels, it still cannot match the processing efficiency of the human brain. The advantage of computers lies in their lack of physical constraints, while the human brain does have limitations. Liu Ye continued, If it were possible to connect human brains in parallel, then... Ugh, that sounds repulsive, Sherlon interjected, covering her mouth. Such experiments are formally prohibited in the international community. Liu Ye's expression darkened. Aside from ethical concerns, there are numerous other issues. Despite the maturity of brain-machine interfaces, the technological barriers to parallel thought processing remain formidable. Yet, they are making attempts. Although they have failed twice, it seems they are nearing success. In Ouyanggu's mind, images of those crimson petri dishes emerged. Liu Ye, feeling a tumult of emotions, recognized that a significant technological breakthrough must have occurred to warrant such reckless experimentation. And this breakthrough could only be attributed to one individual, Qin Siyun. Sherlon softly uttered the name, but he was coerced, was he not? Liu silently nodded, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. If Qin Siyun's research project had always revolved around this, as a once promising genius who had faced years of setbacks, now possessing such an extensive experimental facility and ample financial backing, could he truly be a victim of coercion? Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Before the trio lay an iron bridge, at the end of which was a long, brightly lit corridor. Flanking the corridor were several ajar doors, presumably leading to staff offices. Yet all were dark and devoid of life. Odd, where could everyone be? Ouyanggu raised his firearm and cautiously approached the corridor, sensing something amiss. There were signs of a struggle. The odor was unbearable. Sherlon covered her nose with one hand while fanning the air with the other. Liu pinched his nose as well. The smell was acrid, reminiscent of leaking oil, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. The three advanced down the corridor, observing the pockmarked walls, riddled with scratches and holes. Ouyanggu ran his fingers over the gashes and then brought his hand to his nose, exclaiming, "These are bullet marks." A gunfight occurred here. A gunfight? How could that be? It seemed today's guests were not limited to just us. A confident smile suddenly graced Ouyanggu's face. How fortunate that someone else had triggered the traps for us. Liu Ye furrowed his brow in confusion. The middle-aged man had mentioned that things were chaotic below, yet his expression suggested he held everything in check. Here, where a gunfight had transpired, there was not a soul to be found. Liu glanced back at Mona, timidly tugging at his sleeve, feeling overwhelmed by the multitude of troubling signs. To unravel the mystery of what had transpired here, Ouyanggu disengaged the safety on his firearm and strode purposefully forward, determined to inquire with anyone still alive inside. Chapter 21. Artificial Intelligence. The trio traversed the corridor for an interminable duration. The bullet holes in the walls still exuded a lingering warmth. Yet they were enveloped in an eerie silence, with no soul in sight. At long last, they reached the terminus of the hallway, where a laboratory marked with a biohazard symbol awaited them. This laboratory was circular, and in its center lay a shattered petri dish, the transparent nutrient solution pooling upon the ground, while its contents had vanished without a trace. A metal door, a staggering 30 centimeters thick, lay 2 meters away from the doorframe, while another door was bizarrely embedded into the adjacent wall. The lights within the laboratory still flickered. Yet all the computers surrounding the room had succumbed to darkness, with the shattered mainframe sporadically emitting sparks. The bodies of several researchers clad in lab coats lay grotesquely sprawled across the floor, each exhibiting ghastly wounds that appeared to have been inflicted by a sharp instrument. Sherlon felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This was her first encounter with corpses, and the sight was utterly horrifying. Liu Ye's complexion turned ashen. He had never witnessed such a scene, but he mustered the strength to gently pat Sherlon's back, encouraging her to compose herself. Mona stood dazed at the doorway, her expression one of bewilderment, still grappling with the events that had transpired. Ouyanggu furrowed his brow, gripping his handgun as he advanced cautiously. Scrutinizing the scene, each corpse bore a singular wound, albeit of an exaggerated size, indicating that the assailant had executed their task with precision, delivering a fatal blow. The contents of the petri dish had vanished, and the data within the computers was inaccessible. Had the adversaries achieved their objective? Cough, cough. Ouyanggu over here. There's another body, and its appearance is quite peculiar. Liu covered his mouth, struggling to maintain control over his body. Ouyanggu turned to see Liu Ye had reached the far end of the laboratory. He slowly rotated the chair beside him, revealing a frail elderly man with grayish hair. His head tilted to one side, bloodstains marring his ears, eyes, nose, and the corners of his mouth, indicating he had been deceased for quite some time. Strangely, he bore no gruesome wounds like the others. Ouyanggu approached Liu Ye, supporting him against his shoulder. Liu pointed at the nameplate affixed to the elderly man's chest. Matsushita Wataro. Ouyanggu's gaze flickered. The middle-aged man had mentioned this surname moments earlier. Ouyang, could it be that these are the handiwork of another group of guests? Mu Sherlon inquired, stepping closer to assist Liu Ye, who waved her off, regaining his footing. Indeed, that seems plausible. You must sense it too. There is no residual magic here. Ouyang-gu engaged the safety on his handgun and tucked it into the inner pocket of his black raincoat. Though they were not magicians, their destructive capabilities surpassed the realm of mere trifles. He turned his attention to the intact door on the opposite side of the laboratory and remarked, "Beyond this door lies the site of our impending confrontation with them." "Mona, you are Mona." A youthful voice echoed from behind them, startling the trio. They swiftly scanned their surroundings but found no one in sight. Robot Mona slowly approached the lifeless body of the old man, staring blankly at the pitch-black computer screen. Suddenly, the screen flickered to life, revealing a boy of about 10 standing in an empty space, his bright eyes fixated on Mona. Had he just spoken? Sherlon pointed to the screen. "Liu Ye, who is he? What are you all?" The boy appeared utterly terrified, yet summoned the courage to shout, "No, don't harm Mona." Mona's eyes began to flash in alternating hues of red and green. She was weeping. Ouyang-gu gently patted Liu Ye's shoulder, urging him to handle the situation while he moved towards the intact door, feeling for a way to open it. "We are protecting her. We will not harm her," Liu Ye said, placing his hands against the screen, striving to sound gentle. "Is Mona your friend? Can you tell us what happened here?" Grandpa is dead. He was killed by a strange man." The boy, frantic and frightened, was on the verge of tears. "Please, don't hurt Mona. She was just born yesterday and understands nothing. I will tell you whatever you want to know. Just please, don't harm her." "Grandpa?" Lee glanced at the old man beside him, realizing the boy was referring to him, Matsushita Wataru. The strange man he spoke of must be the one who had caused all this chaos. Yet, was there just one person involved? "What are you? And what is your relationship with Mona?" Sherlon struggled to articulate her thoughts. "I don't even know what I am." The boy lowered his head. "They call me artificial intelligence, but Grandpa never referred to me that way. He calls me Tarek, and Mona is my sister. She must also be some kind of artificial intelligence, but she just came into being yesterday and knows nothing." "Artificial intelligence?" Liu slammed his hand on the table. "Are you saying you're artificial intelligence?" The boy took 2 steps back in fear. "I don't know, but that is what others call me." "How long have you existed?" Liu's breath quickened. It was impossible for such artificial intelligence to exist. Such entities are created solely as tools, accompanied by a plethora of functions, essentially a learning program capable of flawlessly executing tasks. The notion of an artificial intelligence that appears human-like could not possibly be manufactured. Moreover, such engineering, to create consciousness, was inconceivable. Existing technology could never fully replicate a human brain with electronic components. Absolutely impossible. The theory long established that such technology could never exist. Naturally, artificial intelligence could not leave the confines of a computer. Liu struggled to calm his racing heart. "But Mona was born outside," the boy replied. "Grandpa said he would take Mona to travel the world, but, the boy burst into tears. And Liu Ye and Sherlon felt a pang of sorrow at his cries. Sherlon sighed and gently stroked Mona's head. Her eyes continued to flash as she wept. "Wait a moment, did you just say?" Liu suddenly paused. "Are you implying that Mona was born outside? What does that mean?" The boy sobbed softly, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes as he replied, "It simply means outside. I am inside, and she is outside. He is inside, and Mona is outside?" Liu Ye felt his mind spiraling into confusion. Have you finished your conversation?" Mona is here too." Such a look of terror. Does she believe her previous concealment was effective? Truly a clumsy hiding technique. His eyes squinted, wearing a forced smile that barely masked his disdain. "Very well, let the 2 of you take the blame for what transpires here tonight. Tarek, your life ends here." No sooner had he spoken than the 2 leading guards opened fire. Liu Ye yanked Sherlon, and they rolled away, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. However, the bullets struck his right shoulder and shattered the screen where Tarek was located, causing the already sparking mainframe to begin smoking. Youthful vigor indeed, as the body reacts swiftly. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, grinning as he surveyed the 2 sprawled on the ground. "But how long can you endure this?" Liu clenched his teeth, the excruciating pain in his shoulder blurring his consciousness. Tears moistened his eyes, and through the haze, he perceived that Sherlon's left arm appeared to have also been hit. Yet, she stood up, clutching her bleeding arm and shielding Liu Ye. The middle-aged man shook his head, signaling for the guards to fire, having lost all patience. "Oh, you just mentioned letting those 2 take the blame, correct?" Ouyang-gu's voice remained confident and composed as he leisurely approached them from across the laboratory. "Regrettably, my companions are not scapegoats. Thus, you shall bear this burden yourself." "You?" Who are you? The middle-aged man's expression shifted, his facial muscles twitching. Me? It matters not to divulge. Ouyang smiled, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Let me fulfill your final wish. Listen closely, for my name is the sorcerer, Ouyang. Sorcerer? Fire. Shoot. The middle-aged man felt deceived, his frustration boiling over as he issued the command. To toy with machinery before a sorcerer is sheer folly. Ouyang waved his hand, and the bullets fired from the rifles seemed to glide through water, rapidly losing their velocity until they fell harmlessly to the ground before him. The middle-aged man sensed impending doom and turned to flee, leaving the guards exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain whether to continue firing. Secret art, strangulation. Ouyang expression turned cold as a wand wrapped in a crimson glow appeared in his outstretched hand. Countless dark red threads erupted forth, piercing the bodies of the guards and the back of the head of the middle-aged man, who had just reached the elevator. A middle-aged man felt a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, his legs grew weak, and his fingers slipped from the elevator button. His vision began to blur, and with a thud, he collapsed face down, lying between the elevator and the iron bridge. The elevator doors incessantly opened and closed, emitting a buzzing alarm. Chapter 22. Fangs of Death. Ouyang let out a cold snort, sheathing his wand. As he turned, the dark crimson threads vanished without a trace. The guards collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless. Though they had not yet met their demise, their breaths were faint, their lives hanging by a thread. Seeing the crisis averted, Shirlan, who had been holding herself together by sheer will, suddenly lost her strength and fainted backward. Ouyang rushed forward and caught her, then kicked aside the corpse of Matsushita, gently placing Shirlan onto a swivel chair. He then pulled Liu Ye up, resting him against his shoulder, and retrieved a small vial filled with purple powder from the inner pocket of his raincoat. He opened the cap and poured a bit of the substance onto their wounds. A wave of coolness spread through them, the intense pain dissipating as Liu Ye's consciousness swiftly returned. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and gradually stood upright. Shirlan sighed softly and regained her senses. What a joke, Liu Ye remarked, patting Ouyang shoulder with his uninjured left hand. You are our savior. There's no need to apologize. Shirlan, lacking the strength to speak, managed a faint smile at Ouyang. How do you both feel now? Are you able to walk? Ouyang inquired. Liu Ye and Shirlan moved their bodies, assessing their condition and nodded, feeling no significant injury. Yet, Liu Ye added quietly, but we might lose the best opportunity to rescue Qinxian. Indeed, another group is likely coming for him as well. If we do not intercept them here, the trail will go cold, and finding him again will prove arduous. Ouyang hesitated, reluctant to let Liu Ye and Shirlan take the risk. I'm fine, Liu Ye asserted. So am I, Shirlan said, pushing herself against the chair's back to stand. Let us proceed. Wait, what about her? Liu asked, glancing at Mona, who stood nearby, her shoulder bearing a bullet wound from which frayed wires emitted sparks. Mona, do you wish to continue with us? Shirlan reached out to stroke her head and then pointed to herself. Or perhaps you should stay here for now. We will come back for you once we find Qinxian. Mona nodded, then shook her head, tugging at Liu Ye and Shirlan's clothing as she indicated her desire to move toward the iron bridge. What do you mean? Liu questioned. All right. The door's opening mechanism has been damaged. Just give me a moment. It will be ready shortly, Ouyang replied, moving to the other side of the laboratory. He pointed his wand at the large door, which was several meters away, and the surrounding scene transformed instantaneously. At that moment, they appeared to be within the heart of a volcano, surrounded by bubbling, molten lava. Ouyang stood suspended over the lava pool, his cloak billowing in the heat wave. His bangs were blown upward as several streams of lava spiraled around him, forming fine threads that converged at the tip of his wand. Liu Ye watched in awe, for this was the first time he had witnessed such a magnificent display of magic. Shirlan too was taken aback. She had never imagined that the usually humorous Ouyang could possess such formidable power. Shaking his head, Liu supported Shirlan as they approached Ouyang, who stood behind the iron gate. Beyond it lay a spacious circular plaza, 2 stories high, with stairs beside them leading to several open doors on the second floor. In the center of the ground floor, a jagged fissure marred the surface, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of fully armed guards and staff. Each bore the same gaping wounds as those in the laboratory, blood pooling around them. Please, don't kill me. No. A chilling scream echoed from above, followed by the thud of a guard plummeting to the ground, his chest a horrific sight, blood splattering everywhere. Ouyang turned towards the sound, spotting a figure on the second floor, their lower face obscured by a tusked mask. clad in a tattered black robe and bearing a bulging sack over one shoulder. The figure held nothing in hand. Upon catching sight of the trio and the iron gate, now reduced to a puddle, a fleeting look of surprise crossed his eyes. He gestured to his chest, where a grim reaper symbol wielding a long scythe was emblazoned. Then, he reached to his waist and tossed two small spheres. One red and one blue. Though they were light, they landed squarely in the center of the plaza, furrowing his brow at the sight of the bulging sack. Ouyang made to pursue, but the moment the spheres touched the ground, the earth trembled violently. Liu stumbled, colliding with Sherlan against the nearby stairs. An earthquake? No. Ouyang gritted his teeth, his expression grave as he gazed at the center of the plaza. The two spheres had fused, spinning rapidly, causing cracks to erupt around them as a vortex of immense force began to form. Liu Ye and Sherlan clutched the railing tightly, the rushing air slicing at their faces and hands, drawing blood that was instantly whisked away by the gale. Ouyang felt himself being pulled forward by the vortex's powerful suction. He crouched down, pointing his wand at the ground, where white light wove into a magical circle. A soft yellow glow erupted from the formation, enveloping the three of them in a protective barrier, shielding them from the razor-like winds. The tusked figure raised an eyebrow, his cerulean eyes gleaming with interest as he observed the shimmering shield. Ah, I still have a mission to fulfill. Such intriguing prey left here is a pity. Let that big fellow play with you for a while, he murmured, tossing a small black sphere downward. The black sphere plunged into the swirling vortex of red and blue, exploding with a resounding bang, like ink dispersing in water, turning the entire whirlpool black. Almost immediately, flames erupted, and the vortex detonated. Ouyang expression shifted dramatically, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The brilliance of the protective formation beneath him intensified, yet its effect waned as a fierce shockwave slammed against the shield, thinning it considerably while the searing tongues of fire licked dangerously close. Block it, Ouyang hissed, veins bulging on his hands and face as he exerted every ounce of his strength. Moments later, the flames receded and the swirling gusts of air dissipated. Ouyang ceased his incantation, supporting himself on his wand as he knelt on one knee, breathless and drenched in sweat. The ground at the center of the square had been torn open, creating a vast chasm measuring 10 meters square. Curse be it! Ouyang struck the ground in frustration. The fiend clad in a tusked mask had vanished, and it required no conjecture to deduce that he had spirited away Chen Xiyun. A series of unsettling sounds emanated from the abyss ahead, akin to sharp nails scraping against a chalkboard, piercing and incessant. The mingled scent of machine oil and blood began to pervade the air. Ouyang pupils constricted. He was utterly drained of strength, and should any further threat emerge, he would be powerless to confront it. The disquieting noises drew ever closer, and from the depths of the darkness, it felt as though some monstrous entity was poised to emerge. Suddenly, a silver glimmering mechanical stinger shot forth from the chasm, generating a sonic boom as it hurtled toward Ouyang. Sweat beaded in his palms as he raised his wand in a futile attempt to gather his magical energy. Could it be that he was destined to perish in this wretched place? No, absolutely not. He had yet to uncover the truth behind the incident from 15 years ago. A radiant silvery light spiraled forth, coalescing into a shield the size of an umbrella before Ouyang. The mechanical stinger collided with the light shield, only to be repelled violently. Simultaneously, a 1-foot-long blue phoenix swooped past him, emitting a piercing cry as it flapped its wings, crashing into the stinger and encasing it in thick ice crystals. The light shield quivered and began to dissipate, while Sherlan was thrust backward by the tremendous force, crashing into the railing and spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Liu stood nearby, trembling, his gnarled staff soaked in the blood flowing from his wound. You too. Ouyang sighed softly, mustering the strength to rise. He retrieved a vial filled with purple powder, prepared to tend to their wounds. However, at that very moment, calamity struck. The unsettling sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard resounded once more, and in the darkness, 8 large crimson eyes suddenly appeared. A thunderous roar followed as 2 massive pincers slammed onto the ground. Mere seconds later, a mechanical scorpion, exceeding 5 meters in length, emerged from the chasm. Its tail having unleashed the earlier stinger, it let out a fierce roar, hurling the stinger forcefully against the wall of the hall, shattering the ice crystals into fragments. This is rather perilous. There is no other choice. With that, Ouyang waved his wand, enveloping the 3 of them in a cerulean light, intending to utilize spatial magic to escape before the monster's attention turned toward them. Chapter 23. A desperate escape within the sterile confines of the underground laboratory. Ouyang gently lowered the unconscious Sherlan and Liu Ye against the wall, collapsing to his knees, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead and cascaded down his cheeks, forming a shallow puddle on the ground. Given his current physical state, the burden of transporting two individuals was indeed a formidable challenge. In the distance, the ominous rumble of explosions echoed as the monstrous creature wreaked havoc unabated. Suddenly, a thought struck Ouyang-gu. Gritting his teeth, he brandished his wand once more. With each relentless assault from the giant scorpion, the metallic doorframe began to splinter. On the verge of collapse, a flash of blue light flickered beside Mona, and Ouyang-gu materialized. Grasping Mona's hand tightly, he pulled her into his embrace. The crimson-tinged wand once again radiating an array of dark red threads that swiftly threaded through the gaps in the creature's body, only to be yanked back forcefully, eliciting a roar from the giant scorpion as it became ensnared. Seeing that the creature had temporarily lost its mobility, Ouyang-gu breathed a silent sigh of relief. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his spine, he activated spatial displacement once more. In the blink of an eye, he and Mona appeared beside Liu Ye and Sherlon. The moment his toes touched the ground, a wave of tearing agony coursed through his spine, followed by a dizzying sensation that surged to his head. His legs buckled, and he collapsed, a lock of hair at his forehead turning an ashen gray. Liu stirred, groggily opening his eyes to the sight of his blood-soaked right hand. The pale visage of Sherlon, the unconscious form of Ouyang-gu, and the robotic figure of Mona standing beside him. He reached out to steady himself against the wall, attempting to rise, but his left foot throbbed with a numbing pain. Glancing down, he saw his ankle bent at an unnatural angle. The excruciating agony in his left ankle, combined with the swaying ground beneath him, presented an insurmountable challenge. Waves of dizziness made him feel nauseous, yet there was no respite to be had. A series of harsh, clattering sounds approached rapidly. The mechanical monstrosity was drawing near, and they had to flee immediately. This singular thought dominated Liu Ye's mind, yet he was unable to stand upright. Cursing under his breath, Liu Ye clenched his right fist and slammed it against the wall. The pain of the impact resonated deep within him, and a low growl of anguish escaped his lips. Seizing upon a fleeting moment of clarity, he realigned his ankle and forced himself to stand tall. Gripping his gnarled staff with great difficulty, he sought to channel his magic for spatial displacement. Just as the warm energy reached his fingertips, a bitter taste flooded his mouth, and he coughed up blood. He endeavored to press on, but the wound on his right hand bled profusely. At this moment, merely holding the wand was a monumental effort. All his willpower was devoted to combating the pain that coursed through his body. It was a miracle he had not succumbed to unconsciousness. And the thought of conjuring magic seemed utterly unattainable. No, this was absolutely unacceptable. Liu felt as though he might shatter his teeth with the force of his resolve. Thoughts surged in his mind. This could not happen. If Sherlon and Ouyang-gu were to perish because Chun Si-yun was not found. No, it was his weakness and cowardice a decade ago that had led to her demise. He could not allow such a tragedy to unfold again. In the distance, 8 crimson lanterns ascended the iron bridge, resembling the eyes of a colossal scorpion. Liu gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he endeavored once more to channel his magical energy. Yet, this attempt was even more feeble than the last. His trembling hands could scarcely grip his wand. With a clatter, the gnarled staff slipped from his grasp, rolling beside the unconscious Ouyang-gu. He spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with phlegm. A profound sense of helplessness and despair engulfing him. No more, he thought, truly no more. There were no opportunities left. Liu could no longer withstand the dizziness brought on by excessive blood loss. He closed his eyes and collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. A pair of frigid eyes stared back, their grayish-white pupils devoid of emotion. With a mere gesture, a soft white luminescence enveloped Ouyang-gu, Sherlon, and Mona, gently lifting them to float quietly by his side. Liu Ye, with his hands clasped behind him, awaited calmly. At that moment, the door to the underground testing facility swung open abruptly, and a line of heavily armed guards marched in with precision, brandishing an array of weaponry, including rifles, rocket launchers, and compact particle cannons. The beams from their flashlights illuminated the previously dim square, casting it in stark brightness. Liu cast a fleeting glance over them. In the instant his gaze met theirs, each guard felt as if plunged into an icy abyss, akin to the indifference of a deity surveying the masses. One guard trembled under Liu Ye's gaze, inadvertently firing his rocket launcher. A missile shrieked towards Liu Ye, trailing a plume of white smoke. The projectile's speed was astonishing. It covered the nearly 1,000-meter distance in less than a second. Liu Ye stood motionless, as if oblivious to the impending threat. with a thunderous roar. A small mushroom cloud ascended, the fiery explosion illuminating the area as if it were noon. As the smoke dissipated, Liu Ye and those beside him emerged unscathed. He turned to regard the one who had fired. None could discern what he perceived. With a thud, the rocket launcher clattered to the ground, and the guard, blood streaming from his orifices, collapsed, his body tumbling over the railing and crashing onto the square, shattering a nearby petri dish. A viscous, colorless liquid spilled forth, transforming the petri dish's green luminescence to a vivid red. Liu Ye elegantly twirled his gnarled staff, advancing step by step towards the exit. With Ouyang Gu and the others suspended beside him, the guards, wielding the most advanced weaponry and having undergone rigorous training, now trembled in fear. Death in battle was commonplace. Even witnessing a comrade's demise demanded the courage to continue fighting. Such was the creed of the Ceylon Military Academy in the southern city. Yet inexplicably, confronted by the young man approaching them, they lacked even the inclination to raise their weapons. The oppressive atmosphere rendered their breaths labored. "Ah!" bellowed the captain of the guards, one of the academy's finest students from the past decade. Just an hour prior, he had received a call about terrorists infiltrating the company. Before departing, he cast a glance at his sleeping wife and quietly opened the door to peek at his daughter, who remained in bed, engrossed in her computer. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his gear and hastened here. How could one merely watch him depart? Open fire. He pressed the trigger of his rifle, and the flames that erupted from the muzzle jolted the others into awareness. A myriad of weapons swiftly came to life. Rockets, particle cannons, grenades, all aimed at Liu Ye and his companions. Unperturbed, Liu Ye continued his deliberate stride towards the exit, seemingly oblivious to the chaos around him. As the projectiles approached within 2 meters of him, they inexplicably vanished. No explosions, no smoke, no flames, nothing at all. Casting a smile at the captain of the guards, Liu Ye tilted his head, contemplatively pondering how to address the situation at hand. Moments later, he raised his gnarled staff and traced a pattern in the air. A hum resonated, akin to a stone cast into a placid pond, as concentric circles of light erupted from Liu Ye's center. Guards struck by these circles fell one after another, tears of blood streaming from the corners of their eyes, yet their breathing remained steady. Liu Ye had refrained from delivering fatal blows. He approached the entrance of the underground testing facility, where an interminable tunnel loomed ahead, swarming with countless guards rushing towards him. A flicker of disdain crossed Liu Ye's face. His patience was waning. A purple jade flute whizzed through the throng, plunging straight into the ground before him, subsequently transforming into a cloud of smoke that enveloped Liu Ye and his companions. Liu surveyed the swirling mist around him. His gray-white pupils gleamed with golden light as his gaze pierced through the throng of guards in the tunnel, landing upon a woman in a flowing purple gown. Anxiously advancing towards him, he slowly closed his eyes, and the faint green glow of his gnarled staff faded, the protective enchantment dissipating. Once again, the wounds on Liu Ye's body ruptured, blood soaking the lower end of the staff. Staggering, he collapsed face down, causing Ouyang Gu, Mu Shirlan, and Mona, who had lost their support, to fall to the ground as well. The purple mist cocooned them, shielding them from any potential harm. Deep within the square, a mechanical scorpion emerged into the light, its gleaming, sharp pincers sweeping across the petri dishes, the green indicators transforming to red as it reveled in the thrill of harvesting life. Meanwhile, the vanguard of guards in the tunnel was now less than 100 meters away from them. At that moment, the ceiling of the underground testing facility was abruptly breached. Large chunks of alloy crashing down onto the square, shattering several petri dishes in the process. A figure clad in a black robe, tall and imposing, with sunglasses even in the depths of night, Smith descended beside the unconscious individuals, arms crossed, gazing at the mechanical scorpion charging towards them with a disdainful shake of his head. Truly, a repugnant display of technology. Chapter 24. The Power of Smith at last. It was free, liberated from the accursed abyss. Lacking the intellect to discern between various humans, it perceived all bipedal creatures as adversaries that had imprisoned it. Kill. Eliminate them. Only in their demise could it escape this place and attain true freedom. Smith held his nose. The scent of machine oil emanating from the mechanical giant scorpion was quite unpleasant to him. The creatures scurrying about and shrieking were equally distasteful. Whether they were these monstrosities or unruly children, to him, they were indistinguishable. As long as they did not provoke him, he could not be bothered to take action. Thus, he stood beside Liu Ye and the others, his expression one of disdain as he watched the mechanical scorpion dart from left to right, then back again. Is this truly what the chairman spends his days studying? Smith mused. Black Giant, hurry and bring them out, came Tang Yin's voice through Smith's earpiece. More and more people were gathering. I must establish a barrier to prevent the peacekeeping forces from discovering the situation here. Has Chairman Yin informed you of the protocols to follow should your identities be exposed? Smith rotated his neck and adjusted his sunglasses. Don't worry, leave it to me. Just ensure that no unrelated personnel make their way here. He removed the cotton ball-like earpiece and crushed it between his fingers to avert unforeseen dangers. Everyone present tonight must be rendered amnesiac. What a monumental task. Why must I clean up after these little brats? Smith thought, waving his hand to gather the individuals sprawled on the ground and relocating them to a corner of the testing grounds. He then summoned his unremarkable black wand, gently caressing it before pointing it towards the approaching guards from the tunnel. Beneath his feet, a golden magic circle materialized, the sun and moon totems within it spinning at a dizzying pace. Darkness spread rapidly like ink, swiftly enveloping the tunnel and the entire subterranean space. Simultaneously, glimmers of brilliant silver light erupted, and in that moment, they seemed to be amidst the vast cosmos. Smith stood above the void, with a blazing sun behind him. The guards had never witnessed such a spectacle. They had been summoned to confront terrorists, not to contend with such unimaginable power. Panic ensued as the once orderly lines devolved into chaos. Guards discarded their cumbersome weaponry and fled in all directions. However, as they took their first steps, they found themselves tumbling, unable to find solid ground. A few unfortunate souls drifted perilously close to the whirling mechanical scorpion and confronted with its razor-sharp stingers. They cried out in terror like frightened children. Smith paid them no mind. With a swift motion of his wand, he inscribed a miniature magic circle the size of a disc before him, pushing it forward. The magic circle surged through the panicked crowd, instantly expanding to several hundred meters in width. As he closed his eyes and reopened them, his irises had transformed into a blood-red hue. Simultaneously, a colossal eye slowly opened within the massive magic circle behind the crowd, its gaze also a striking crimson. As the colossal eye opened, the previously wailing and thrashing guards fell into an eerie silence, their gazes tinged with a faint hue of crimson. Only the mechanical scorpion continued its furious screech, wildly thrashing its tail in a desperate attempt to regain balance. Smith bit his lip, beads of perspiration dotting the tip of his nose. Maintaining the alternate space while erasing the memories of so many was indeed a considerable burden. He gently wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the tunnel, realizing that the subsequent guards had likely been dealt with by Tang Yin, as no new individuals were rushing towards him. With that in mind, it was time to eliminate this noisy beast. Smith flexed his wrist, murmuring to himself. The mechanical scorpion had just risen, its alloy body gleaming with a dark sheen. The several-meter-long stinger behind it swayed slightly, while its enormous pincers opened and closed incessantly, producing a disquieting clicking sound. The sharp tips of its legs scraped across the ground with a deafening screech, reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard. In mere seconds, the mechanical scorpion covered hundreds of meters in a furious charge. Smith furrowed his brow, raising his wand with a deliberate motion. A massive black icicle erupted from the ground, piercing through the scorpion's right pincer with a resounding crack. Sparks flew from the wound, illuminating the ghastly mechanical innards within. The scorpion felt no pain. It was consumed by rage, infuriated that this insignificant creature dared to impede its escape and damage its form. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. It severed its own right pincer, roaring as it lunged forward, swinging the stinger at Smith with ferocity. The stinger's tip glimmered with a lethal light, its speed shattering the sound barrier, creating a resounding shockwave. Smith remained unperturbed, crouching down and directing his wand towards a point within the golden magic circle beneath him. Waves of golden light surged around the circle, and in an instant, a towering phantom of Ares, the god of war, manifested before him. Spear in hand and shield at the ready, standing majestically. With a clang, Ares deflected the incoming stinger with his spear, bending his knees slightly. In the next moment, he leapt high into the air, bringing his shield crashing down upon the scorpion's head. The scorpion attempted to block this thunderous strike with its remaining left pincer, but the shield shattered the pincer-s tip, rendering it useless. In less than a minute of combat, the scorpion had lost both pincers, left only with its stinger. The scorpion screeched in fury, leaping up with renewed velocity. Its stinger darted forward with astounding rapidity, piercing Ares' chest, causing the phantom to flicker and dissipate like a severed signal. Smith raised an eyebrow, surprised by the scorpion's capabilities. The chairman's research into such creatures was indeed warranted, Perhaps I should deepen my understanding of scientific knowledge as well. Smith sighed. It was time to end this. He truly detested noisy things. The scorpion retreated a few steps, then accelerated towards Smith in a fierce charge. Smith did not shy away. This time, the ethereal silhouette of Zeus appeared behind him, and 7 black bolts of lightning surged from the magical circle beneath his feet. The giant scorpion's 8 glaring eyes trembled as it flicked its tail spike, sensing an indescribable fear emanating from Smith, despite its low intelligence. With a pointed gesture of his wand, lightning surged toward the creature. There was no thunderous explosion, no violent shockwave. The 7 bolts of lightning vanished into the grotesque creature as if they had plunged into water. However, the mechanical scorpion suddenly froze. As if its internal components were inexplicably jammed, its mechanical stinger hovering approximately 2 meters in front of Smith. Wiping his wand clean, Smith exhaled gently. And the mechanical scorpion silently disintegrated into a pile of dust. He approached the few individuals previously positioned in the corner, when suddenly his foot struck something. Looking down, he discovered a photograph. The image depicted a family of 3, with a burly man, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, embracing his wife with one arm, while their daughter, resembling a middle school student, stood before them. Smith picked up the photograph and glanced around. The burly man lay nearby, battered and bloodied. He was the security captain who had fired first at Liu Ye. 2 long streaks of blood trailed down his face, yet he still breathed. He was alive. Smith tossed the photograph onto him, took a couple of steps, then turned back to raise his wand. A gentle, pale green light enveloped the man's body, gradually healing his wounds, stopping the flow of blood. Having completed this, Smith pursed his lips and walked over to Liu Ye and the others, enveloping them in a cerulean light of spatial magic. In the next moment, they found themselves on the rooftop of a residential building opposite the Tears Tower. Tang Yin had been waiting there for quite some time. Upon seeing them, she hurried over to support Sherlan, frantically rummaging through her bag for first aid supplies. Smith laid Liu Ye and Ouyang-gu against the railing, then pointed at the robot Mona, who sat curled up with its head buried in its knees, and asked Tang Yin, "What do you intend to do with this thing?" "What to do?" Tang Yin replied, not looking up. "Efficiently tending to the wounds of the 3 with ointments and bandages. I saw this robot as soon as I entered. It has been guarding them, so I brought it along." Tang Yin glanced over and said, "Confirm whether it will expose our location." Smith approached and tapped Mona's head, producing a dull thud, then stated, "Confirmed. It won't. Clean it up, and also, do not speak to me in that commanding tone. I am not your subordinate," Smith replied expressionlessly. "We cannot go out for the next few days. If anything changes, we must evacuate immediately." With that, Tang Yin embraced Sherlan and departed using spatial magic. Chapter 25, The Unforeseen Cataclysm, 10 o'clock. Liu Ye gazed somewhat dazedly at the clock hanging on the wall. "You're awake." Tang Yin entered, holding a small bottle filled with pink powder and a roll of pressure bandage. She took a seat on a stool beside the bed, offering him a gentle smile. "Come, it's time for your dressing change." The sunlight cascaded over Tang Yin's lustrous black hair, glimmering like golden grains of sand. Her purple gown swayed gently in the breeze, and her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. Her smile radiating warmth that swiftly dispelled the winter chill within the room. The beauty mark beneath her left eye seemed to be the finishing touch of an artist, transforming her smile into a perfect tableau. For a moment, Liu Ye was entranced. He had never witnessed Tang Yin smile before. What is the matter?" Tang Yin looked at him with wide eyes, pools of clear, untainted water reflecting her concern. "And no, I can do it myself," Li exclaimed, snatching the bandage and medicine bottle from her hands, his heart racing wildly, warmth flooding his face. In his fluster, he gripped too tightly, causing the bottle to strike the recently healed wound on his palm, blood seeping forth anew. "Sit still." Tang Yin shot him a sharp glare, jabbing her finger firmly against his forehead. "Don't move." Li froze, obediently still. This was the familiar demeanor of the older sister figure. The fleeting moment of heart flutter had vanished into the ether. What happened last night? He pondered, a few minutes later lifting his bandaged right hand, resembling a pig's trotter, and shaking it slightly. "I only remember arriving at the vast square of the underground testing ground, seeing Ouyang-gu sprawled on the ground, drenched in blood. I desperately tried to use magic to save everyone, then I blacked out. After that, it's all a blur." "How can you still speak so nonchalantly?" Ouyang-gu chastised, delivering a light chop to Liu Ye's forehead with his hand. "Ow, when did you come in?" Liu Ye gasped, the pain causing his eyes to twitch involuntarily. "That hurts so much. If I hadn't exhausted my magic saving you all, How could you have fainted? Ouyang retorted. Had I gone alone, that hideous reptile would have been dispatched the moment it appeared, and we wouldn't have faced all this trouble. Thankfully, the older sister and Mr. Smith arrived just in time. Otherwise, the three of us would be sipping tea with King Yen in the underworld right now. The brush with death from last night, when recounted by Ouyang, sounded as casual as a leisurely chat over tea. Even in the biting cold of December, he wore a brightly colored short-sleeved shirt, revealing arms toned to perfection, devoid of any scars. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he stood there grinning. That was just an accident, he stammered, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I was just distracted, ha 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 ha. Me? I possess a unique constitution. Let me tell you a secret. Ouyang leaned in closer to Liu Ye, whispering, this body of mine has been blessed by a sage. Liu Ye raised his left index finger to the corner of his eye, smirking dismissively, adopting a sardonic expression. He found such tales utterly incredulous. Fine, believe it or not. Ouyang, with a casual flick of his hair, mused that exceptional individuals often walk a path of solitude, and he too frequently finds himself doubted and misunderstood. Alas, perhaps it is my brilliance that has led to this predicament. It is all my fault. Liu Ye felt a chill run down his spine, his features contorting in discomfort. Unsure of how to respond, Tang Yin observed the two engaging in their endless banter, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she turned to gaze out the window. The sky was a brilliant blue, reminiscent of a precious gemstone, with wisps of white clouds drifting freely across the expanse. The streets below were bustling with traffic, and the dramatic separations of some from last night had already been forgotten by this vibrant city upon waking. In the heart of the city, a towering white pagoda stood majestically, surveying every corner of the metropolis. The city center was adorned with skyscrapers, housing the headquarters of global enterprises. The black glass facades reflected the sunlight, making the buildings shimmer like jewels. In comparison, tears appeared as a trivial companion, hardly deserving of lamentation upon dismissal. Suddenly, Li jolted in pain, on the verge of speaking when Ouyang exited the room. Sister Tang Yin, how's Sherlan? Liu asked with concern. Recalling the previous night when Sherlan had been gravely injured, both pierced and spitting blood. The memory of Sherlan casting a spell to shield Ouyang from a deadly spike, only to be violently thrown against the railing by the recoil, haunted him. Tang Yin squeezed a vial of medicine tightly, the sound of cracking filling the air as she lowered her gaze. If only we had arrived a bit earlier, she wouldn't have. Liu swallowed hard, his eyes drawn to the fissures appearing on the small vial in Tang Yin's grip, and he subtly shifted away. What are you doing? Tang Yin's tone was akin to that of a mother catching her child in mischief. Well, Liu Ye stammered, quickly diverting the conversation. Sister Tang Yin, you are particularly kind to Sherlan. Is there a reason for that? Something has happened. Zheng Chen burst into the room, clutching a laptop, dressed in a white down jacket. His red earmuffs collided with the door frame, causing his glasses to clatter to the floor. Slow down. What's wrong? Tang Yin chided. Liu blinked, increasingly convinced that the leader resembled a maternal figure to the group. Look at this. Without a moment to spare, Zheng Chen slid to the bedside, presenting the laptop screen to Tang Yin. The screen displayed surveillance footage from the Tears Company, where employees mingled, some chatting, others enjoying coffee in the lounge. While a few were engrossed in their tasks, people were entering and exiting the underground testing facility, and everything appeared to function normally, as it had in the past. Tang Yin's expression grew increasingly grave, her face darkening as if it might weep. Liu leaned against the bed, unable to see the screen, focusing instead on Tang Yin's increasingly serious demeanor. In his confusion, he raised his bandaged hand, resembling a cloven hoof, and timidly inquired, "May I ask, what exactly is happening?" Tang Yin turned the screen towards Liu Ye. He widened his eyes and leaned closer, scrutinizing it intently, yet he could discern nothing, blinking in bewilderment at Tang Yin. Sigh. I forgot that you are unaware of this matter, Tang Yin remarked with a sigh. When Smith and I rescued you in the early hours, we erased all memories of our presence from those on site, but it was merely a deletion of memories. Liu still struggled to comprehend where the problem lay. Look at them. Do they not appear as if nothing has transpired? Tang Yin gestured towards the screen. Liu Ye nodded in agreement. This is impossible. Tang Yin turned, leaning against the bed's edge, gazing out of the window. A sudden tempest had arisen. The once clear azure sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, with thunder rumbling and lightning flashing, a torrential downpour imminent. We have only erased their memories of us. Tang Yin's voice flowed like a crystal-clear mountain spring over smooth pebbles, yet her tone bore gravity. The subterranean testing facility lay nearly in ruins. With countless guards and researchers lost, undeniable truths that could not be concealed. Yet, the surveillance clearly depicted individuals still entering and exiting the facility, indicating its continued operation. The other employees exhibited no signs of anxiety, implying their ignorance of the previous night's events. Tang Yin lifted her gaze to the sky, her deep blue eyes reflecting profound concern. The loss of hundreds of lives effortlessly obscured, a monumental underground project restored overnight. The events of yesterday should have been a catastrophic blow to tiers, a calamity potent enough to lead to annihilation. Yet, mere hours later, the memories of that night existed solely within the hearts of a few of us. Only you, Xiaogu, and Shirlan know the truth hidden within the dark underground facility. To others, it seemed as though nothing had occurred. The traces of the event erased by an unseen hand. A flash of lightning cleaved the sky, striking the lightning rod atop the adjacent apartment building. In the next moment, a deluge. Torrential rain. Large droplets pelted the window, creating a fervent rhythm, the air pressure plummeting, and Liu Ye suddenly felt breathless, as if an unexperienced obliteration loomed. Tang Yin slowly rose and approached the window, her dark hair tousled by the lamenting wind, cascading onto her face. Liu Ye. Behind this city lies a darkness potent enough to obscure the heavens. Chapter 26, Approaching the shadow of Fourier on the bustling Shirtang Street in District 4. Fourier was meticulously tracking his target. Cloaked in a brown trench coat and donning a fisherman's hat, he maintained a distance of 50 meters. Neither too close nor too far, as he followed a man in a baseball cap. The individual occasionally pressed his hand against the brim of his hat. Weaving through the crowd with an average build, effortlessly blending into the throng and vanishing from sight. Fourier moved with an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely indulging in a leisurely stroll, his demeanor betraying no hint of pursuit. His pace fluctuated, skillfully regulating the space between them. This man was the quarry identified by Fourier and Tang Yin Smith after days of investigation. He was on the guest list from the truck incident 3 months prior. Having entered the headquarters of Tiers 2 days before the event, where he was captured by surveillance cameras and subsequently deemed the most suspicious by Xingqian. As the weather abruptly changed, torrential rain began to pour. Fourier unfurled a black umbrella, yet the relentless downpour obscured his vision. To avoid losing his target, he closed the distance slightly. The man in the baseball cap, caught unprepared by the rain, quickened his pace, yet his constant zigzagging suggested he was not actively seeking shelter. It seemed he had sensed someone trailing him. The street was crowded, with many wielding umbrellas. Even if the man realized he was being followed, Fourier remained confident that he would not be detected. A cursory glance revealed no suspicious figures, prompting the man in the baseball cap to turn into a nearby alley. Fourier adjusted his hat and touched his cheek, hesitating briefly before resolutely following. As he passed the alley's entrance, he feigned casualness, glancing inside. His heart raced. The man in the baseball cap had vanished, and he found himself at a dead end. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation prickled at the back of his neck, as if a blade were poised to strike. His body tensed, yet he paused only for a moment before calmly resuming his advance. He was being watched. Fourier leisurely surveyed his surroundings, occasionally stopping to examine the attire displayed in shop windows, all while his mind raced to devise an escape plan. He attempted to glean the identity of his pursuer from the reflections in the glass, but the throng behind him was unyielding, and no one lingered long enough to identify an experienced hand. Fourier twirled his umbrella lightly, his thoughts swirling yet maintaining an impassive faade. This was a skilled assassin. Only those accustomed to bloodshed possessed such a keen, predatory gaze. What to do now? Several hundred meters away, atop the roof of a commercial building, stood a man and a woman. The man, clad in a black leather jacket and a knitted cap, wore a mask over his face and held a dark green sniper rifle, its scope trained on the nape of Fourier's neck. The woman, similarly attired but adorned with a light gray scarf around her neck, bore no weapon. The woman yawned and remarked, "Zhang, with this downpour, are you confident?" "Rest assured," he replied. Zhang smiled confidently, his index finger poised on the trigger. This was the latest product from the Black Gold Alliance, its stability unparalleled. Within a kilometer, the trajectory of the bullet barely dipped. Coupled with my sniping skills, there was no way he could escape. I wonder how this fellow came to target Shinbusi? With so many enemies we've made, is it truly surprising for one or two to seek vengeance? Liu Ye, having joined Dragon for quite some time, should understand this principle by now. Zhang remarked, adjusting the shooting angle. Enough chatter, let us act swiftly. I'm eager to catch the 6 o'clock concert of Charlie. Liu Ye glanced at her watch, noting the time was nearly 5. What is so appealing about that flashy man? Sniping is an art. Each shot must be meticulously honed. Zhang Qi replied, before pulling the trigger. The gun's muzzle erupted with searing flames, the alloy bullet piercing through countless raindrops, tracing an almost straight line through the air toward its target. A sniper. At the moment the bullet was fired, Fourier subtly shifted his weight, intentionally stumbling as he narrowly evaded the shot. The bullet whizzed past and embedded itself in the cracks of the cobblestone path. Hearing the strange noise, the passers-by halted to observe, but the cacophony from nearby vendors masked the sound of the gunfire, leaving the anomaly unnoticed. What? Zhang Qi furrowed his brow as he witnessed the scene through the scope, immediately preparing to fire again. Missed? Liu Ye stifled a laugh, covering her mouth, teasing. And you claim to be the world's strongest sniper. Shouldn't there be limits to your boasting? Humph. Zhang Qi let out a cold snort, his hands never ceasing their movements as he fired 3 consecutive shots. 3 bullets shot toward the back of Fourier's head at supersonic speed. There was no escaping this, Fourier thought, biting his lip gently as magical energy surged within him, silently redirecting the 3 bullets into the palm of his hand. The bullets still radiated warmth. The sniper was not far away. In a swift motion, Fourier turned and dashed into an alleyway. The target lost, Zhang Qi furiously stowed away his dark green sniper rifle. 4 shots without a hit? Liu Ye exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth, her large eyes glimmering with a hint of delight. Thank goodness I'm the only one here. Or your title as the Grim Reaper of another dimension would be tarnished. Zhang Qi packed the rifle into a black guitar case and slung it over his shoulder, saying to Liu Ye, quickly inform Sister Uxin that the mission has failed. Hee, I can already envision Sister Uxin's furious expression. Liu Ye chuckled lightly, pulling out her phone from her leather jacket pocket to send a message. All right, let us retreat. It's all your fault. For the next few days, everyone in the team will be stuck at the base, and I won't be able to attend my concert. She shot a half-teasing, half-reproachful glance at Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi removed his mask, revealing a youthful yet weathered face. Though he appeared to be just over 20, he sported stubble and bore a 1-inch scar across his nose. After hearing Liu Ye's words, he scratched his head, offering a silly grin that starkly contrasted with his cold demeanor. There will always be another concert. This time it was indeed my oversight. The tickets for the next 2, no, 3 events are all on me. Zhang Qi patted his chest and declared, You said it. You cannot go back on your word. I shall not waver. I shall not waver. Meanwhile, Fourier, with his left hand holding an umbrella and his right concealing 3 bullets within his pocket, hurriedly navigated through the crowd. Just moments ago, as he wielded his magic, he sensed yet another pair of eyes fixated on his back. If the sniper's gaze resembled a glinting dagger, then this individual's stare was akin to that of a lurking venomous serpent, which, in comparison, felt even more perilous. Today was not without its gains. At the very least, it was confirmed that the individual wearing a cap was undoubtedly linked to Tears, and that behind him lurked an adept sniper. Whether the mysterious figure who had begun to track him was affiliated with them remained uncertain. Intuitively, Fourier believed he belonged to a different organization. Alas! Lost in contemplation as he walked forward, Fourier collided with a woman engrossed in a phone call, causing his umbrella to tumble to the ground. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He repeatedly apologized, bending down to retrieve the umbrella that had rolled aside, having been too absorbed in his thoughts to notice her presence. Watch where you're going. Honestly, this outfit, this bag, these shoes, all newly purchased and quite expensive. The woman complained irritably, but upon looking up, her demeanor transformed instantly. She covered her mouth and whispered to herself, Wow, so handsome. I apologize, I was lost in thought. Truly, I am sorry. Fourier removed his fisherman's hat and bowed politely, then straightened up, brushing his damp golden bangs aside, revealing a bashful smile. No harm done, no worries. The woman waved her hands dismissively and spoke into the phone. Oh, it's nothing really. Someone accidentally bumped into me. Hold on, I'll be there shortly. After a brief moment of contemplation, for safety's sake, Fourier decided to meticulously inspect the areas that had made contact with her, checking for any listening devices or trackers. Nothing was discovered. On the right side of the street, a thin man wearing glasses and a blue windbreaker sat by the window in a CF, conversing on the phone. His gaze was fixed intently on Fourier's departing figure, a smug smile creeping across his face. He remained unaware that the plan had succeeded. Rest assured. I will handle it from here, he said. On the other end of the line was the very woman who had just collided with Fourier. She placed her right index finger against her cherry-colored lips, closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, and softly murmured, I await good news. Chapter 27. The Black Gold Alliance. Is it enough to cast a shadow over the world? Liu Ye gazed out at the torrential rain, lost in thought. 10 years ago on this very day, the rain had poured fiercely, accompanied by thunder and lightning, and the wind had howled just as violently. What is the matter? Tang Yin inquired, noticing his dazed expression. Nothing. Liu Ye lowered his head, his eyelids drooping as he stared at his bandaged hands. What do you know? Tang Yin asked tentatively, observing his hesitance. No. I believe that matters should have no connection to this. All right, I will go check on Sherlan. You should rest well. Tang Yin smiled gently, refraining from pressing further, and turned to leave the room. Zengchen blinked and whispered something before clumsily scurrying out with his computer in hand. Liu Ye pursed his lips, his gaze drifting back to the window. What did you discover? Ouyanggu asked, casually tossing a towel into the sink. I was spotted while following them, not just once, Fu Liye admitted. His voice barely above a whisper, a hint of embarrassment evident as he coughed lightly. Spotted? Ouyanggu leaned against the doorframe, his expression a mixture of concern and a hint of schadenfreude. Did you get rid of them? Mr. Smith is in his room, Zhang Qian is in the living room. The boss lady is in Sherlan's room, and Liu Ye just woke up and has tea gotten out of bed yet. Ouyanggu's voice echoed from the bathroom, accompanied by the sound of running water. Fu Liye shook his hair dry and entered the living room. Zhang Qian sat on the sofa, engrossed in his computer, wearing red ear-covering Bluetooth headphones, staring vacantly out the window. Check this out, Fu Liye said, tossing 3 bullets he had kept hidden in his pocket. He then turned and walked into Sherlan's room. How is she? Fu Liye leaned against the doorframe, worry etched across his face as he looked at Sherlan. Droplets of water clinging to his long eyelashes. She's stable, but she hasn't regained consciousness, Tang Yin replied, kneeling beside the bed, gently wiping Sherlan's cheeks with a warm, damp cloth. The vibrant blush that once symbolized her vivacity had faded due to excessive blood loss, leaving her pale complexion devoid of color, her exquisite face resembling a jade sculpture. The only hint of color was the faintly upturned, soft pink lips, still bearing a smile from when she had saved Ouyanggu before slipping into unconsciousness. Fu Liye sighed, gazing at the ceiling. Let us wait a little longer. She will surely wake up. Tang Yin nodded and then looked up at Fu Liye. What about your situation? Fu Liye rubbed his brow and recounted the entire process of his tracking and counter-tracking, laying it all bare for Tang Yin. After listening, Tang Yin furrowed her brow. Are you certain there are no tracking devices on you? Tang Yin squeezed the damp towel in her hands, still feeling uneasy, and said, Let me check you again. She approached and meticulously examined him, confirming that indeed, there were no devices present. There are 2 teams. Fourier clasped his hands across his chest, gazing into Tang Yin's deep blue eyes, and remarked, This is not good news. I'm not overly concerned about the team that has had dealings with tears and possesses an exceptional marksman. The real trouble lies with the other group, the one lurking in the shadows, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. The secrets of this city are far more numerous and perilous than we had previously imagined. Tang Yin grasped Sherlan's hand, the sensation akin to holding a piece of snow. What do you mean? Fourier raised an eyebrow, having been absent during the subsequent events surrounding tears. The remnants of last night's fierce battle had been completely erased, leaving no trace, and all related personnel had vanished without a word. Tang Yin's deep blue gaze was heavy with gravity. Such a vast undertaking had silently evaporated. I am uncertain if there is any connection between those who have targeted you and the forces operating in the shadows. In any case, it is best to exercise caution. Refrain from going out. Fourier's expression darkened, the gravity of the situation exceeding his previous estimations. All right, I understand. He nodded. Results are in. Zengchen burst into the room, computer in hand, nearly jogging with excitement. The bullets I just provided you? Fourier inquired. Indeed. They all originate from an underground consortium known as the Black Gold Alliance. Here is their emblem. Zengchen pointed to the screen. It depicted a black circular shield crossed with a golden handgun and a longsword, adorned at the bottom with a blooming red spider lily. An underground consortium. The Black Gold Alliance? Tang Yin echoed. Yes, if one wishes to put it delicately, it is an underground consortium. In reality, it is the largest black market in Boyun City, notorious for selling advanced weaponry with untraceable origins. This Black Gold Alliance has existed since the establishment of Boyun City and boasts a history spanning several decades. It is said they possess a fearsome special forces unit composed entirely of mercenaries driven solely by monetary gain. How did you uncover all this? Is it possible to identify the actual overseers behind this Black Gold Alliance? Fourier inquired, tugging at a lock of hair that fell across his forehead. At that moment, The door to the interrogation room swung open, and several doctors rushed in with a first aid kit. Alexei lay there, mouth agape, his body convulsing violently, eyes wide. In the next instant, blood began to seep from his nostrils, ears, and the corners of his eyes and mouth. The doctors examined his pupils and shook their heads. The video concluded, and an eerie silence enveloped the room. Zheng Chen hesitated before opening another document. This is the subsequent autopsy report. No abnormalities were detected. Furthermore, the perpetrator was not afflicted with any illness and was in excellent health. The cause of death was sudden cardiac arrest, the reason remaining unclear. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin and Fourier exchanged a glance, each reflecting the unease and concern present in the other's eyes. The methods employed by this organization sound somewhat familiar. Ouyang Gu entered, clad in dark sunglasses, his hands tucked into his pockets as he leaned against the doorframe opposite Fourier. Anyone who dares to reveal unspeakable secrets shall face the wrath of the sacred deity of truth. This was the doctrine of the once mighty medieval sorcerer organization known as the Black Rose. Although this magical society ultimately faded into obscurity under the relentless pursuit of the Magic Association, during the subsequent reckoning, the fate of those who betrayed the Black Rose, those who attempted to disclose the whereabouts of its leaders, bore a striking resemblance to the fate of the individual in the video, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Eyes forever unclosed in death. Chapter 28. The sudden change. The Black Rose was originally merely a faction of the Rosicrucian order. In the 14th century, its founder, Carmuno, altered the steadfast principle of everything is kept confidential except for free treatment of ailments. He transformed the flower nestled between the arms of the cross symbol into black and, along with a group of sorcerers, severed ties with the Rosicrucian order, thereby giving rise to the Black Rose. At this point, Ouyang Gu, in the midst of his discourse, suddenly chuckled, remarking that the Black Gold Alliance was not the Black Rose. A magical society would never change its totem, absolutely never. Even if it were not the case, it would still be interconnected. Tang Yin rose and approached the 3, suggesting that once the commotion subsided, they should delve into the affairs of this underground syndicate, while she would handle matters concerning tears. The 3 nodded in agreement. With a gentle smile, Tang Yin led them out of Sherlan's room, softly closing the door behind them. At that moment, Fourier noticed that the umbrella hanging crookedly on the rack by the door needed straightening. As he reached for the handle, an unsettling sensation washed over him. It felt slightly heavier than usual. The memory of colliding with a woman surfaced in his mind, recalling how the umbrella had briefly slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the ground. Could it be? A foreboding realization struck Fourier as he hastily unfurled the umbrella for a closer inspection. At the intersection of the ribs, just above the handle, a tracking device the size of a grain of rice lay quietly nestled. It was over. Fourier felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of icy water. A chilling wave surged from his feet to his head, leaving his limbs numb. He opened his mouth to scream, but it was already too late. With a deafening crash, the glass shattered, followed by a colossal explosion that swallowed his cry. Fiery flames erupted from every direction, and a powerful shockwave tore the safe house asunder. In an instant, the once tranquil and warm abode was reduced to a desolate ruin. Outside, 4 towering men, each exceeding 3 meters in height, floated in the air, their feet emitting pale blue flames. Adorned with red monocles over their left eyes, they gazed impassively at the billowing smoke and the partially collapsed residential building before them. Rain continued to pour from the sky, and as the downpour washed over the scene, the thick smoke began to dissipate, revealing the figures amidst the debris. The upper floors of the safe house had vanished, while Tang Yin crouched in the eastern corner, cradling the still unconscious Sherlan. Purple smoke swirled around her, deflecting the falling debris. Fourier was enveloped in a swirling current of air, while Ouyang Gu stood 2 meters away, shielding Zheng Chen with a luminous barrier. All remained unscathed. Smith stood to the west, a golden magic circle shimmering beneath his feet, while the spectral figure of Ares raised a shield to protect him. Meanwhile, the unattended Liu Ye was shielded by the diminutive robot Mona, who stood with arms outstretched before him, a faint aura shimmering around her. "Mona, is that you?" Liu Ye was rendered speechless with astonishment. At the moment the ceiling was torn open, Mona suddenly burst in, crashing onto him. The massive metallic object nearly caused him to meet his demise on the spot. Only now did he realize that the little robot had intended to protect him. "Fourier, Ouyang Gu, take the others and flee," Tang Yin commanded, her violet jade flute materializing in her hand. With a determined stamp of her foot, she swiftly transported Sherlan to Liu Ye's side, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared before one of the burly men. She brandished the jade flute, and a lunar totem materialized before her, enveloping the man in a radiant purple glow. A series of numbers flickered rapidly across a monitor, causing the man to retreat several dozen meters. Concurrently, the tip of his right index finger abruptly severed, launching a small rocket directly at Liu Ye. In a moment of dire urgency, Ouyang-gu and Fourier rushed over. Fourier lifted Liu Ye in one hand and the robot Mona in the other, while Ouyang-gu embraced Sherlan, narrowly evading the attack. Behind them, the bed ultimately succumbed to the catastrophe, reduced to ashes amidst the inferno ignited by the explosion. Xingqian swiftly appeared among them, and without a moment's hesitation, the trio immediately invoked a spatial transfer spell. A cerulean light enveloped them, and in an instant, they vanished from their location. Indeed, Tang Yin squinted, confirming her suspicions. These 4 individuals were all machines. Smith ascended atop a magical circle, positioning himself back-to-back with Tang Yin. Both clad in dark robes, their garments billowed in the tempest as they vigilantly observed the 4 robots encircling them. You too? I have too? Tang Yin turned her head slightly, a crescent smile gracing her lips. Not a problem, Smith replied coolly, stretching his neck before leisurely retrieving his simple black wand. Ouyang-gu, Fourier, and Xingqian exerted themselves to the utmost to perform the teleportation spell, executing it 15 or 16 times until they finally transported Liu Ye and the others to a basement located on the outskirts of the western city. Fourier hung his head in guilt, refraining from speaking. It was his negligence that had put everyone in peril, and his mind was consumed with self-reproach. Mona squatted beside Liu Ye, her electronic voice babbling incomprehensible words. Liu Ye lowered his gaze, attempting to sit up, but as his hand grazed the ground, sharp pain shot through his palm and waist. The recent turmoil had reopened many of his wounds, and the bandages around his waist and hands revealed small patches of dark red. With a determined grit, Liu Ye managed to sit up and affectionately ruffled Mona's head. Xingqian sat nearby with a computer, casting furtive glances at Sherlan. She still had not awakened. Moonlight, with a delicate cry. Tang Yin's long hair billowed as she brandished her jade flute, a streak of violet light slicing through the torrential rain towards the robot that had lost both arms. Just as the arc was about to make contact, the robot's waist suddenly split apart, its form dividing into 2 segments, allowing the light to pass through and cleave the heavy clouds in 2, sunlight streaming through the gap. After narrowly evading the attack, the robust robot rejoined its body, a cacophony erupting from its chest as a gaping cannon was revealed. Following a brief charge, it unleashed an electromagnetic projectile toward Tang Yin. Determined, she braced herself for the impact. In an instant, a golden spear, moving at an imperceptible speed, pierced the projectile that had reached Tang Yin, carrying it skyward just before it detonated, the spear dissipating in a blaze. Tang Yin turned her head, locking eyes with Smith. "Thank you," she mouthed silently, offering a faint smile. Smith furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze back to the 2 adversaries standing beside him, his cheeks trembling slightly, as if he were stifling a laugh for reasons unknown. "Enough already," he murmured. "Let's end this." Beneath him, a golden magic circle spun rapidly, and a spectral figure of a muscular, one-legged man with a bushy beard appeared behind him, his torso bare and muscles rippling, raising a massive iron hammer with his right hand. Simultaneously, a colossal, translucent furnace materialized, enclosing the 2 robust robots within. The temperature surged, and the robots' monocles flickered as commands surged, various weapons firing wildly against the furnace's walls. With a decisive wave of his hand, Smith's fiery hammer crashed down, creating ripples in the air and igniting the furnace within. In mere moments, the 2 robots were reduced to pools of black liquid. Smith smirked as the furnace and the image of Hephaestus faded, the dark liquid swept away by the rain, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Tang Yin continued her fierce struggle. Her strength paled in comparison to Smith's, and the 2 robots had begun to adapt to her fighting style, evading her attacks since the initial minutes of their clash. "Do you need assistance?" Smith asked as he materialized beside her, a fireball forcing the robots back, his tone icy. "Thank you, but allow me to see them off. After all, I am the senior sister of the dawn of the century. If I cannot handle this, how can I protect everyone?" Tang Yin replied, brushing her disheveled hair aside as she raised her jade flute to her lips, gently coaxing it to life, her azure eyes shimmering with intensity. "What a mournful tune," Smith remarked, crossing his arms and gradually closing his eyes. The melody rose in pitch, and behind Tang Yin, a full moon began to emerge. Chapter 29. The elegance of that sword yet. Tang Yin played her flute unhurriedly, paying no heed to the incoming projectiles. The silvery glow of the full moon cascaded down, illuminating the ammunition that trembled violently in place as if bound by an unseen force. How infuriating. In a private room of a CAF in the city center, a slender man in glasses and a blue windbreaker slammed his fist on the table in exasperation. Before him flickered the live combat footage with Tang Smith, and he furiously struck the keyboard, desperate to trigger an explosion of the missiles. However, that frigid light seemed to sever all electronic signals, rendering his commands futile. The missiles were beyond his control. Tang swiftly maneuvered before two robots, speaking softly yet gently to the one hiding behind the screen. Heed my words. I shall find you and drag you from your filthy shadows into the warmth of the sun. In the CAF's private room, the slender man was now drenched in sweat, ripping off his windbreaker and anxiously pounding the keyboard. Yet, regardless of the keys he pressed, the robots remained unresponsive. But before that, I have a gift for you. With her hair billowing, Tang wielded her sword, her azure pupils reflecting a crescent moon. The blade erupted with floral shadows. From this moment forth, may you carry the guilt of harming others as you plunge into the abyss of darkness. With a swift motion, the sword descended. A flurry of plum blossoms filled the sky, the purple crescent moon hung high, and a spectral silhouette danced beneath its glow, a flash of cold light. This was the last scene witnessed by Li Wenqing. The eyes of the two robots mirrored the crescent moon, a reflection shared by Li Wenqing, who stood 100 miles away. Bang! The computer screen suddenly shattered, a burnt odor wafting from the debris, reminiscent of charred feathers. Li Wenqing emitted a muffled groan, collapsing onto the table. In his disarray, he knocked over his half-drunk Blue Mountain coffee, the brown liquid cascading from the mug, flowing along the table's intricate patterns before dripping onto the floor. Tears of blood streamed down Li Wenqing's face. Thud! A male server rushed in, startled by the sound, causing the tray of drinks in his hands to crash to the floor. Stammering, he shouted, "Sir, sir, what's wrong? Call an ambulance. Manager, quick, call for help." No need. A black Jeep halted at the CAF entrance. The rear door swung open, and a young man dressed in a short-sleeved sports shirt, a red and blue striped towel draped around his neck, leapt out. He approached the counter, grasped the manager's hand, who was frantically reaching for the alarm bell, and produced an identification card from his pocket. "Leave him to us." The middle-aged manager, balding and slightly overweight, had never witnessed such a scene. Trembling, he accepted the identification, encased in a brown leather holder, its dark green cover embossed with 5 gilded words, directly under the console. The black Jeep sped away, and the manager exchanged a glance with the male server, whose mouth hung agape in shock, rendered speechless. The shop was enveloped in silence, with all the patrons nervously observing the two individuals, paralyzed with trepidation. A flash of crimson light momentarily clouded the eyes of both guests and staff alike. As the Jeep drove away, the customers resumed their conversations, sipping coffee with an air of nonchalance, while several waitstaff busily scurried about. The manager, still in a daze, stood behind the counter, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. After a few moments, he grabbed a passing male server and inquired, "Hey, Ching But-ong, what temperature is the air conditioning set to? Why is it so sweltering in here?" Miles away, Tang stood amidst the ruins of a safe house, surrounded by the smoking remnants of shattered walls. The two robots lay in disarray, reduced to countless metallic fragments, with only their heads remaining relatively intact. The rain had ceased, yet the sky remained a dismal shade of gray, the humid breeze tousling Tang Yin's flowing hair, dissipating some of the fatigue left from the recent battle. "Such astonishing sorcery," Smith remarked, gently landing beside Tang Yin and gazing at the heap of metal before her. "The exquisite fusion of spatial and golden magic is truly remarkable. A testament to the prowess of Yin Hailing, the most esteemed disciple of the renowned spatial sorcerer." "Ah, merely a trivial skill. Nothing compared to the 12 divine arts of the British Magical Association," Tang Yin replied with a faint smile. "Are they not concerned about inciting public panic with such displays?" Smith queried, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the devastation. "The entire apartment complex is utterly destroyed. Such extensive damage cannot be easily concealed under the guise of an accident." Tang Yin tilted her head, stretching lazily. "Look around. Can you find even a single survivor? The forces behind this can fill in the massive pit from the Tears incident within hours. Managing a small community should pose no significant challenge." "Humph, concealment upon concealment. Those from the scientific faction simply adore glossing over the truth," Smith scoffed. He glanced at the woman, who stood a head shorter than himself, now languidly covering her mouth as she yawned, one hand on her hip. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce combatant from moments prior. Tang Yin yawned again. "The truth is indeed exposed, yet our identities remain uncertain." Hmm? Smith responded, puzzled. When dealing with sorcerers, mere brute strength is insufficient, Tang Yin said, taking a few steps and crushing a fragmented robot's head beneath her foot. Even individuals like Ouyang Gu, Fourier, or even Liu Ye and Sherlan, if they manage to recover from a surprise attack and are intent on fleeing, these clumsy robots would be unable to detain them. This indicates that our adversaries are aware of our danger, yet remain ignorant of the fact that such peril stems from an arcane force they do not comprehend. Oh, what do you imply? According to our intelligence, there exists a group of cyborgs operating within this city, grotesque beings who have melded themselves with machinery. They are the bane of the city's authorities. I suspect that our opponents perceive us as cyborgs, which is why they have deployed such entities against us. Tang Yin delivered a swift kick, severing the robot's head, and turned to face Smith. The masterminds behind the robot's control had met their demise, regardless of their numbers. Anyone who gazed through the eyes of these hulking machines would now languish in a state of perpetual unconsciousness for the remainder of their lives. Hence, it seemed unlikely that our battle would be broadcast beyond this place. We should seek out others, find refuge for a few days, and await developments. Where to? West City. Ice Cellar Alley. From here, it is 67 kilometers westward, descending 19 meters in elevation, Tang Yin mused, touching her cheek. By the way, what shall we do about the whereabouts of the Flower of Paradise? How shall we proceed with the investigation? Smith inquired, waving his wand. That can be addressed at a later time, Tang Yin replied, tossing her hair. A cerulean light enveloped them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the spot. At the very moment Tang Yin and Smith disappeared, a figure clad in white robes materialized in midair, his face obscured by the shadow of his hood. He scanned the battlefield, his gaze lingering on the heap of metallic debris below. At last, I have awaited your arrival. Tang Yin suddenly emerged behind the robed figure, brandishing a longsword forged from a jade flute, and struck down with great force. Smith appeared several meters ahead, where dark golden chains erupted from the magic circle beneath him, hurtling toward the figure in white. The jade sword descended, seemingly slicing through the air, passing through the robed figure without resistance, as did Smith's golden chains, which ensnared nothing but emptiness. Having missed their target, both retreated swiftly, maintaining a cautious distance while observing this enigmatic individual. The figure in white swirled dramatically, casting back his hood, causing both of their pupils to constrict abruptly. Beneath the white robe, there was nothing. He had vanished. The robe drifted languidly in the breeze. Let us depart. We have failed, Tang Yin declared. Smith waved his wand, and the cerulean light once again enveloped them. Chapter 30. Special Investigation Bureau BSI. In the black Jeep, the athletic youth laid Li Wenqing flat on the back seat, delicately wiping the 2 streaks of blood from the corners of his eyes with his fingertips. What kind of trouble has Li Wenqing gotten into? He inquired. Amelia, you were with him today, weren't you? What transpired? The woman seated in the passenger seat spoke up. She appeared strikingly beautiful, with indigo shoulder-length hair, clad in a lightweight red-down jacket and light-colored jeans, adorned with 2 metallic rings at the hems. She tapped on the tablet resting on her lap and stated, according to the records, he retrieved 4 Terminator X-70-160 war robots from the warehouse at 1:17 p.m. The operation took place at an apartment building in East District 2, targeting suspected terrorists from a modified human group. The subsequent recovery has already been reported to the council. Modified humans? Are you certain? They already possess the capability to strike remotely through network connections? The athletic youth turned his gaze to the retreating cityscape outside the window, expressing skepticism. What else could it be? I'm not so sure. 2 years ago, didn't all the blame fall on the mercenaries and terrorists of the Black Gold Alliance? It was only after the emergence of the Fong Gang that modified humans became the scapegoats. Perhaps there's a new player stirring now, Amelia remarked, shaking her head after glancing at the screen. No good. It seems the local surveillance cameras have been compromised by a strong electromagnetic pulse, damaging a portion of the recorded data on the cloud servers. However, there is one satellite image, she continued, turning the tablet towards the sturdy middle-aged man, revealing a scene of Tang Yin conversing with Smith while stepping on a robot's head. Is this the only one? The robust middle-aged man asked, casting a quick glance. The black Jeep made a left turn onto the elevated road, continuing along the ring road until it finally halted before a towering white structure, the power center of Boyun City. The sturdy middle-aged man waved to one of the brown-haired men, saying, Carl, take Li Wenqing to the infirmary. Carl took Li Wenqing from Lu Chen's hands. The sturdy middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement, then moved to the right, entering a sequence of numbers on a keypad to unlock his office door. "Luchin, Amelia, what happened?" inquired a tall, muscular black man, his physique well-proportioned, with his hair shaved so closely it was nearly invisible. "Who knows?" Amelia sighed softly. "Elba, the director wants you to accompany Liu Qin and me to his office." Upon hearing his name, the black man's eyes widened in surprise. "Me?" "Yes, you," Liu Qin affirmed, patting his shoulder. "The director doesn't seem very pleased, so let us be prepared." A robust middle-aged man settled himself behind a rather unadorned desk. Sensing his arrival, the holographic projection device on the ceiling promptly activated, revealing a woman seated in a wheelchair. She rested her right fist against her cheek, her silver hair meticulously arranged into a small bun atop her head. Despite the complete whiteness of her hair, her face appeared remarkably youthful, with smooth, delicate skin devoid of any wrinkles. Her eyebrows and eyelids were artfully adorned, and she wore a subtle shade of pink lipstick, giving her the semblance of someone merely in their 20s or 30s. Director Ouyang, the middle-aged man, inclined his head slightly, exuding an air of respect. "How have you been contemplating that proposal?" The woman in the wheelchair inquired with an air of detachment. "The recent performance of BSI has been dismal. The board is already considering the dissolution of this department." "And your personal inclination?" she continued. "I believe the three of them would not turn down the opportunity to obtain greater power, would they? Ouyang-chun, if you do not adapt to the times, the Special Investigations Bureau will soon become a mere relic of the past. You have 24 hours to deliberate. I expect you to present your final decision to me in person. I hope you will ponder this carefully." With a swift motion, the woman pressed a silver button on the armrest of her wheelchair, and the projection ceased. Ouyang-chun closed his eyes, placing his hands together at his nose, lost in contemplation. "Knock, knock, knock." A voice interrupted his reverie. It was Liu Chun. "Director, it's us." "Come in," Ouyang-chun replied, opening the door. Liu Chun, Amelia, and Elba stood before his desk, their hands resting respectfully at their sides, heads slightly bowed, as the door slid shut behind them. "Liu Chun, Amelia, Elba, I have something of great importance to share with you," Ouyang-chun said slowly, beckoning them closer. The trio hesitated for a moment before approaching him. He gestured to the display screen on the desk, and the holographic projection sprang to life once more. "This individual, I presume, is quite familiar to you all." Ouyang-chun indicated the projection of a figure adorned with a fearsome tusked mask, his attire emblazoned with an image of the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe. "We have pursued him for 2 years. 2 agents have perished along the way, yet we have failed to apprehend him. In fact, the activities of the Tusks have become increasingly rampant. The board is dissatisfied with our efforts, and 2 board members believe that only augmented individuals can contend with other augmented beings." Ouyang-chun sighed heavily. "Thus, they wish for 3 elite agents from BSI to undergo surgical procedures to acquire semi-mechanical bodies to combat him." "3? You mean us 3? Liu Qin's expression was initially one of doubt, but quickly transformed into resolve. He stood at attention, saluting. "If it is your command, Director Ouyang, I shall not shy away." "Indeed," Ouyang-chun said with a smile and a nod. "However, I shall not consent to such a change. To transform my subordinates into something neither human nor ghostly would be a personal affront to me." He deactivated the projection and rose from his seat. "Of course, should you insist on pursuing power in this manner, you are free to consult with Director Han Jing. I will not impede your choices. However, from that moment on, you shall no longer be a part of the Special Investigations Bureau." "However, Director, might there be any issues with the Council?" Amelia hesitated before inquiring. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall handle it," Ouyang-chun replied, waving his hand dismissively. The office door swung open. "You may go to Carl's and check on Li Wenqing's condition. Remember, this matter must remain confidential." The 3 of them bowed their heads silently, their right fists pressed against their chests as they slowly retreated. The iron door closed with a thud, and Ouyang-chun took a deep breath. Weary as he rubbed his forehead. In the infirmary on the left side of the first floor, Li Wenqing lay on the operating table, his body ensnared by various wires. Carl, a man with brown hair clad in a white coat, was conducting an examination. Elba and Amelia entered, with Elba gazing at Li Wenqing with concern. "How is he?" he asked. "Not well. His eyeball has ruptured, resulting in blindness," Carl replied, shaking his head. "What about the rest?" Amelia queried. "Nothing else of concern. A brain CT was performed, and there were no issues. However, he has yet to awaken," Carl said, frowning. "There are no discernible brainwaves, indicating he is presently in a state of complete unconsciousness." "How long until he regains consciousness?" Amelia asked, dipping a cloth in the basin to gently wipe the blood from the corner of Li Wenqing's eye, her gaze filled with worry and compassion. At the entrance of the infirmary, Lu Chun leaned against the doorframe, watching Amelia tend to Li Wenqing. His eyes, half closed, fixated on his own toes. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 31. Fire coral in the southern outskirts of Buyun City, at the Starlight Beach Resort, Lu Chun reclined on the sand. Clad in simple black swim trunks, allowing the waves to wash over his feet. His well-defined muscles glimmered silver under the moonlight, having just completed a 10-kilometer swim. Yet he remained effortlessly calm, gazing at the pale yellow moon, which was missing more than half of its form. Brother, you've come here alone again. A girl's voice interrupted his reverie. She had long indigo hair and was dressed in a thick down jacket and cotton pants, exuding a charmingly cute aura as if she were wearing oversized adult clothing. She settled beside Lu Chun, her gaze drifting over the endless sea. Caillou, I told you to stay home and be safe. It's late, and it's not wise to be out here alone. Lu Chun propped himself up on his elbows, reproaching her softly. It's Christmas Eve, a day meant to be spent with family. The girl flung a handful of sand at Lu Chun's abdomen, pouting. You left me all alone at home. Doesn't your conscience ache? Humph, you always lack any sense of romance. She playfully buried his legs in sand. Hey, don't you have class tomorrow? It's nearly midnight. Will you even wake up in time? Lu Chun shook his legs, brushing off the sand she had thrown. I told you, it's Christmas Eve, a day for family. You're the only relative I have. How could I not come find you? Caillou looked at him with innocent, wide eyes. Lu Chun sighed and sat up fully. Caillou, are you missing them? He asked, facing the sea. Who? She tossed another handful of sand towards the incoming waves. Your parents, of course. No, it's been 10 years. I was only 8 then. I can barely remember what they looked like. Caillou tilted her head back to gaze at the sky. I'm worried about you, silly brother. Me? Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Caillou. That won't happen. He smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. We've relied on each other for 10 years, and I've been working at BSI for nearly 5. I worry for my life every day. You've borne a lot too. Hiki. Caillou turned to look at him. Did something happen today? A fool at the office kicked a metal plate and is still in a coma. Lu Chun stretched lazily. I can't divulge details. As because you can't disclose secrets, because you must protect my safety. I've heard this line countless times already, she interrupted. All right. Lu Chun chuckled. Good. Caillou jumped up, brushing the sand off her clothes. She grasped Lu Chun's hand and pulled him to his feet. The two walked side by side towards the beach's exit, leaving a pair of long footprints in the sand, their voices faintly echoing in the night air. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll take you out. Don't you have work? I'm on leave. Great. I want to feast. The next morning, at the Special Investigation Bureau. Huh? What is this? As the elevator doors slid open, Ouyang Chun stepped inside, greeted by the sight of a delicately packaged small box on each desk. The peace apple. I had carved a smiling face on top, and director. You have one on your desk too. Elba chuckled, his dark skin contrasting sharply with the brightness of his teeth, as pure as the snow of early spring. You seem to have quite the leisurely spirit. Upon opening the office door, Ouyang Chun found a small box resting on his desk as well, which amused him, given the silly nature of this subordinate. Yesterday, Li Wenqing was injured, and last night was Christmas Eve, so I thought I'd bring something for everyone. What is it called again? Oh, I can't quite recall. Amelia, do you know? Elba scratched his bald head. You mean, a festive token? Amelia, seated across from him, continued to peruse her documents without looking up. Yes, that's it. Elba smiled sheepishly. Aren't you African? How do you know this? Carl, munching on an apple, inquired, having already opened his box. All right, enough chit-chat. Amelia and Elba, come over here. I have an outdoor assignment for you. Lu Chun is on leave today. But this is an investigative task, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Ouyang Chun waved them over. Amelia set aside her half-read documents and quickly joined Elba in Ouyang's office. Here's the investigation report regarding the Tears Company attack orchestrated by the Fong Gang. We have identified their target. Ouyang Chun flipped through the documents, retrieving a photograph to place on the desk for their viewing. The individual in question is Chen Siyun. He received a job offer from the Tears Company in September, but shortly thereafter, on the 18th of September, he vanished under mysterious circumstances while dining out. Vanished? Elba's eyes widened. In truth, he was secretly taken by the Tears personnel, as his research project holds immeasurable value. Thus, he has been safeguarded. Ouyang Chun tapped the document lightly, letting out a dismissive hum. This group has their hands dirty, but that's not our concern. Your task is to visit his former apartment and see if you can find any clues. The detailed address is all in the document. You can check it yourselves. Emilia took the file from Ouyang Chun, casually flipping through it, noting there were only 3 pages. This is rather scanty, she remarked, looking up at the director. Don't be surprised. All details regarding his research project have been intentionally omitted. Even I lack the clearance to know. Ouyang Chun waved his hand dismissively, reiterating that it was merely a straightforward investigative task, and they should depart immediately. Understood. The two stood at attention, saluted, and then respectfully retreated. An hour later, Emilia and Elba arrived at Chen Siyun's former apartment. After presenting their credentials, they acquired a spare key from the administrator and opened the door. The layout of Chen Siyun's apartment is quite similar to Liu Ye's, both being modest low-rent accommodations, totaling merely around 40 square meters. Upon entering, one is greeted by a narrow corridor, flanked by a shoe cabinet and an old, worn rug. To the left lies the bathroom, and just a few steps forward opens into a living room connected to the balcony. To the right is the bedroom, devoid of a kitchen. The interior is sparsely furnished. A few armchairs and a wooden coffee table occupy the living area, while the bedroom contains merely a bed, a bookshelf, and a desk. Emilia cautiously stepped inside, with Elba trailing closely behind her. Emilia, someone has recently visited here, Elba remarked, crouching down to examine the floor. He gently brushed his fingers across the surface, noting a distinct pattern in the dust dispersion. It was evident that the visitor had arrived not long ago, perhaps just a few days prior, and the length of the footprints suggested. He measured with his thumb and forefinger, concluding, approximately 22 centimeters. The visitor must have been a woman. Indeed. And she seems to have taken quite a few belongings with her. Emilia scanned the bedroom, contemplating that even a messy man would not leave the desk completely bare. By the window, a pot of vibrant red coral shimmered in the sunlight. Emilia leaned closer to inspect the coral, which resembled a leafless tree standing only 30 centimeters tall. Its branches reaching upright, adorned in a striking hue of red with deep crimson stripes. Ah, so hot, Elba exclaimed, reaching out to touch it. Unfortunately, his hand brushed against an outstretched branch, and he immediately recoiled, inhaling sharply. Hot? Emilia questioned, slightly perplexed. She had just been very close to the coral and hadn't felt any heat. How could it have burned Elba's hand? Yes, it is quite hot. Elba gritted his teeth, vigorously shaking his hand. In an instant, faint scorch marks began to appear on the white glove he wore. Emilia removed her leather gloves and held her hand about 5 centimeters above the red coral, still feeling no warmth. She gradually lowered her hand, hesitating just before making contact. Instead, she retrieved a packet of napkins from her pocket, pulling one out and tossing it towards the coral's branches. The napkin floated down gently, eventually resting on the delicate branches of the red coral without any reaction. Elba stared wide-eyed, craning his neck to scrutinize this peculiar plant. Emilia donned her leather gloves once more, lightly touching the main trunk of the red coral. Ah, she gasped, quickly withdrawing her finger. But a small hole had already burned through the tip of her glove. Chapter 32. The mirror reappears in the western outskirts of Boyun City at the Century Dawn safe house. A circular portal opened, and Smith and Tang Yin emerged. The leader, Ouyang Gu, approached them. The issue has been resolved, Tang Yin stated nonchalantly as she took a seat beside Sherlon, waving at Fourier, who sat silently with his head down. Hey, don't take it to heart. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Smith pursed his lips, not entirely in agreement with Tang Yin's approach, but recognizing that this was an internal matter of Century Dawn. He refrained from further comment. Find a room and tidy up. Let us stay here for a few days. No one should go out for now. Tang Yin lifted Sherlon in a princess embrace and headed toward the inner room. The others exchanged glances in silence and made their way to their respective rooms. Liu Ye chose the innermost small chamber, devoid of furnishings except for a moderately sized bed placed against 2 single-pane glass windows. Being in the basement, the view outside revealed only an empty space, with the ceiling and walls embedded with eerie green boundary stones, their purpose uncertain. In the corner near the window, a small door led outside. Mona stealthily followed behind him, clutching the hem of his shirt. She babbled like an infant, her hand gripping Liu Ye's pinky. Honestly, I can't do anything about you, Liu Ye said, patting her head with his uninjured left hand. Are you tired? Ye. Mona released his finger and nestled herself in the crevice between the small bed and the window, hugging her knees and smiling as she swayed her head. Mona's children's winter outfit had endured various tribulations over the past 2 days, now tattered and worn. She swayed her 2 braids, appearing quite cheerful. though it was uncertain if she understood anything. Liu Ye blinked, pondering at that time. What was that faint halo of light when Mona stood in front of him? Suddenly, a burst of blue light illuminated outside the window. Liu Ye's eyes darted, and he opened the small door to step outside. Within the blue glow floated a black and gold card, the size of a playing card, slowly rotating. Approaching the hovering card, Liu Ye hesitated to reach out, turning to survey his surroundings. The boundary stones remained intact, emitting a gentle luminescence, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. How did this card arrive here? The front of the card bore a line of peculiar text, while the back displayed an ornate classical European half-length mirror. He suddenly recalled an incident 3 months prior at the Century Dawn headquarters, where a similar card had appeared in his room. Then, a figure wearing a weeping mask had materialized, leaving behind a blank letter. Could it be? Liu swallowed hard, extending his hand to grasp the card. The moment his fingertips brushed against the surface of the card, a line of text erupted in a dazzling glow. The card sprang up several decimeters high, spinning rapidly like a top, conjuring a swirling vortex of darkness that swiftly expanded, engulfing the entire subterranean space. Countless golden gears of various sizes materialized suddenly, and Liu Ye found himself standing on the edge of a large, flat gear. The window of the small room behind him appeared to recede into the distance, the light within dim and indistinct. Before him stood an imposing metallic clock face, towering 3 to 4 meters high, upon which a figure adorned with a weeping mask loomed, clad in a tall black top hat and a formal tailcoat. This figure held a black cane in gloved hands, resembling a magician, though the mask bore an unsettling visage. Few strokes of black lines delineated the eyes and mouth, while the eyes beneath the mask glimmered with an eerie purplish-red hue, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Indeed, it is you, Liu Ye exclaimed, eyes widening as a green light flickered in his hand, revealing a gnarled staff. The figure with the weeping mask inclined slightly, placing its right hand on its chest and concealing the left behind its back, offering a respectful salute. Liu scrutinized the figure from head to toe, taking a half-step back with his left foot. This marked their second encounter, yet he remained perplexed as to why this individual treated him with such reverence. Your cane? Wasn't it? Liu Ye inquired, feeling the key nestled in his inner pocket. The masked figure shook its head in response. Who are you truly? What is your purpose? An inexplicable unease gripped Liu Ye as he demanded answers. In a graceful leap, the figure descended lightly before Liu Ye, calmly observing him while leaning on the cane. Liu Ye wished to retreat slowly, but the weeping masked figure offered him no such opportunity. It raised the cane and pointed forward, and Liu Ye felt an invisible hand seize him by the chest, lifting him off the ground until his feet dangled in midair. The pressure bandages on his hands and waist automatically loosened, revealing a body marred by wounds, some healed, some barely scabbed over, and others still bleeding. Upon witnessing this, the masked figure paused momentarily, leaning slightly forward, seemingly taken aback by the extent of Liu Ye's injuries. With a gentle motion of the cane, a soft green light flowed from the orb atop it, enveloping Liu Ye's hands and waist. In mere seconds, the wounds began to mend, healing significantly. Liu Ye stared in astonishment. These injuries had already been treated by Sister Tang Yin with magic and special potions, yet for unknown reasons, they had stubbornly resisted healing, until now, when this enigmatic figure effortlessly restored him. The weeping mask figure lowered its cane, and Liu Ye felt the grip on his chest release, allowing him to land steadily on the ground. He flexed his right wrist and examined his waist, finding no discomfort. His wounds were entirely healed. Why have you done this? Liu Ye asked. The masked figure remained silent, its purplish-red eyes sparkling like precious gems. Did you come here solely to heal my injuries? Liu Ye averted his gaze, avoiding the enchanting eyes of the weeping masked man, whose gaze seemed to possess an uncanny power, as if one could be drawn into it entirely upon making eye contact. Liu Ye remained vigilant, observing the man's erratic movements in silence, leaving him utterly perplexed regarding his intentions. The figure, clad in a black tailcoat, appeared to be impervious to the wind, his hands firmly gripping a cane, while the eyes beneath the mask gleamed with a dazzling light. Surrounding him were countless purple ice crystals, cascading like raindrops towards Liu Ye. You! Liu Ye exclaimed, swiftly retreating. He tightened his grip on the gnarled staff, making a vigorous sweep as magical energy surged around him, intertwining at his feet to form a crimson halo. As the halo spun, it unleashed 3 flames that converged above Liu Ye, shaping into a circular shield. In an instant, however, before his defensive spell could fully manifest, a tempest of ice crystals descended upon him, 2 icy shards piercing through before the shield could form, slicing past his ribs. Liu Ye stifled a groan. Kneeling on one knee, blood seeping from his fingers, in just one exchange, he had sustained injury. The weeping masked man evidently had no intention of granting Liu Ye a reprieve. Raising his right hand, he executed a teleportation maneuver, appearing behind Liu Ye, his cane thrusting towards his back with a sense of urgency. Liu Ye pivoted quickly, pushing off with his right foot, maneuvering the gnarled staff beneath him as a gust of wind lifted him away, distancing him from the peculiar adversary once more. The weeping masked man tilted his head in surprise, but swiftly regained his composure, raising his cane, causing 5 arrows to materialize around him, their tips ablaze with eerie black flames. The arrows shot towards Liu Ye, his pupils dilating as the ominous glow evoked a profound sense of peril. With a sweep of his wand, a cerulean barrier enveloped Liu Ye as he attempted to employ spatial magic to escape. The weeping masked man's crimson eyes glimmered with a faint smile as he tapped his cane against the ground, conjuring an intricately complex array composed of hundreds of overlapping spatial foundations beneath him. The array shattered, dispersing into a cascade of shimmering light. Meanwhile, the cerulean barrier suddenly dissipated, leaving Liu Ye stationary. The flaming arrows were now mere inches away. Damn it! Liu Ye gritted his teeth, desperately channeling his magical energy into the gnarled staff. A searing pain ripping through his spine, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The green light on the staff intensified. And just as the arrows were about to strike Liu Ye, the green glow coalesced into a sparse array before him. The array shattered, forming a translucent shield that radiated a vibrant life force. This was the most formidable defensive spell taught to him by Sherlan during the dawn of the century. The arrows struck the shield one by one, generating a whirlwind as shockwaves radiated outward. The shield trembled but did not shatter. Instead, the 5 arrows gradually became translucent, their flames extinguished. Sherlan, it appears I have learned quite well, Liu remarked with a smile. Suddenly, the situation took a drastic turn. The arrows solidified once more, the sinister black flames igniting anew, their ferocity surpassing before, as the green shield quaked violently. It is he. Liu Ye cast a glance into the distance, where the black staff of the weeping masked figure was glowing. The shield of light dissipated. An arrow surged towards Liu Ye's chest. The recent spell had drained a significant portion of his magical energy, leaving him too fatigued to evade. No matter how prodigious he was, he had only studied magic for 3 months. The disparity in power with this peculiar individual plunged him into profound despair. It is over, he murmured. Some heartfelt reflections. Everyone harbors their own narrative, their unique existence, with their joys, sorrows, loves, hates, and enmities. I shall recount these tales piece by piece. Listen closely as I unfold them gradually. Chapter 33. Forbidden array of time magic. In a moment of dire urgency, Tang Yin swiftly appeared beside Liu Ye. The sound of a jade flute resonated, and a full moon materialized behind her, casting a silvery luminescence. The arrows abruptly halted, suspended 20 centimeters from Liu Ye's nose, their fiery tips seemingly frozen in place. The weeping masked figure glanced towards the left, where Tang Yin had torn a several-meter-long gash in the barrier he had erected. He scrutinized Tang Yin, who held the purple jade flute, pausing to assess the combat prowess of this striking black-haired woman before unleashing his spell. After a brief moment, he raised his staff and slashed forward, sending 3 fireballs, each the size of a head, hurtling towards Tang Yin. Simultaneously, several ethereal blue chains ensnared him, shimmering with countless spatial arrays. Unfazed, Tang Yin played the flute, and 3 arcs of purple light burst forth from the full moon behind her, colliding with the fireballs and dissipating them into nothingness. With a resounding clang, the chain surrounding the weeping masked figure shattered, sending a reverberation that made Liu Ye's ears ring. Smith, having appeared behind the weeping masked figure at some point, stood within the ethereal form of Hephaestus, the god of forging. This robust, bearded man, bare-chested and wielding a flaming iron hammer, had produced the earlier sound. He brushed off non-existent dust from his black robe and remarked coolly, "I apologize for interrupting your rather unrefined spell. Since you are here, you might as well stay." Without hesitation, the weeping masked figure darted to the left, toward the opening Tang Yin had created in the barrier. In the midst of Smith and Tang Yin's interference, he sought to utilize the power of spatial arrays to escape, confident that once he broke through, the two would be unable to stop him. "Do you think you can leave after striking the dawn of the century?" Ouyang Gu blocked the exit of the barrier, flashing a confident grin that revealed his white teeth. "You are weak." As the weeping masked figure sensed the aura of the newcomer, he continued his charge toward the rift without a hint of retreat. brandishing his staff to unleash several pitch-black orbs of light in an attempt to repel Ouyang-gu. "Oh, do you perceive me as weak?" Ouyang-gu lifted his wand towards him, a dark red light swirling around the brown shaft. "I excel in concealment. Masking my presence is my forte, fool." A fire dragon, over a foot in length, erupted from the tip of his wand, roaring as it rapidly expanded, soon reaching 3 or 4 meters in size. Exuding a heat capable of incinerating any material as it surged toward the weeping masked figure with ferocity. The weeping masked figure executed a swift maneuver, his chest aglow with dark light, transforming his staff into a spear. His crimson eyes gleamed with intensity as he thrust the spear, accurately piercing the fire dragon's neck and pinning it firmly to the ground. To Ouyang-gu's surprise, delight washed over him as his smile broadened. The weeping masked figure, glancing down, was momentarily taken aback. The fire dragon he had impaled had swiftly morphed into a dark red hue. With a tremendous roar, the fire dragon erupted in a violent explosion. Meanwhile, the dark barrier swiftly dissipated like a curtain, revealing the figures of Zheng Chun and Fourier on either side of the clearing. Utilizing materials from the storeroom, they dismantled the barrier and set up a new sealing spell. The two crouched slightly, their wands pointed to the ground, channeling their magical energy into the array. For black chains surged forth from all directions, piercing through the smoke created by Ouyang-gu's fire dragon explosion, firmly binding the weeping masked figure. With the target secured, Tang Yin couldn't help but smile. Smith frowned. Although the enemy was now subdued and the barrier destroyed, the myriad gears surrounding them remained intact, instilling in him a nagging sense that the situation was far from straightforward. As the smoke gradually cleared, the weeping masked figure stood calmly, hands shackled at his sides, while the black staff rolled beside him, its top emitting a faint milky glow. "Speak, who are you?" Ouyang-gu approached the figure, pointing his wand at his nose. Smith silently moved closer to the nearest gear, gently brushing his finger over its surface. The weeping masked figure tilted his head, his purplish-red eyes piercing through the mask to gaze at Ouyang-gu. The intensity of that gaze made Ouyang-gu dizzy, compelling him to avert his eyes. Such rudeness. A clean female voice emerged from behind the weeping mask, her tone soft yet penetrating, clear enough for everyone present to hear. "But truly, it is impressive teamwork. Century Dawn." Liu Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand trembling around the gnarled staff. His mouth slightly agape as he stared at the distant weeping masked figure. That voice is... Smith's expression hardened, and he took a step back as the gear before him suddenly began to spin. No, it was not just the gear in front of him. All the gears within this space began to move. Before the members of Century Dawn could react, a golden light erupted from her, enveloping the entire space in the blink of an eye, freezing everything in place except for her and the weeping masked figure. Tang Yin held her jade flute at an angle, positioned protectively in front of the kneeling Liu Ye. Liu Ye leaned forward slightly, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the weeping masked figure. Ouyang-gu raised his wand towards her, the incomplete array suspended in midair. Fourier stood with arms crossed at the sides of the room, his expression one of astonishment. Zheng Chun stood beside him, gazing towards the interior. Smith leaned back, seemingly attempting to distance himself from the gears. Cough, cough. The weeping masked figure broke free from the chains binding her, coughing several times. She employed time magic. Each use exacts an unimaginable toll on one's vitality, diminishing the caster's lifespan, which is why time-based arrays are considered taboo in the magical community. They are only invoked in dire circumstances. Yet, to escape this time, it became a necessity. Foolish one, to temporarily seal off these powerful mages cost me over a year of my life. The weeping masked figure turned her gaze towards Liu Ye, her purplish-red eyes softening like water, her voice slightly weakened. "We shall meet again. I hope that by the next time, you have become sufficiently powerful. The current you is far from adequate to confront that individual." As her voice gradually faded, her figure also began to dissipate, and in that moment of disappearance, the golden hue that adorned the ground receded, allowing time to flow once more. Smith took 2 steps back before firmly regaining his footing and turned to gaze at Tang Yin. Tang Yin silently laid down her jade flute, pursing her lips as she fixated on the vanishing figure of the weeping mask. Fourier looked towards Ouyang-gu, while Zhang Qin beside him remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the disappearance, Ouyang-gu's magical energy faltered, causing the half-etched array before him to explode. A blue light striking the ground and shattering a boundary stone along with the adjacent rock. Liu Ye, panting heavily, stared into the void ahead, her mind in turmoil. How did she accomplish that? Tang Yin inquired as she noticed Smith suddenly appear at her left side. If she is so powerful, why did she not eliminate us? Tang sighed. The use of time magic, considered a forbidden art, comes at a great cost. Smith raised his right hand, revealing a strand of white hair resting in his palm. The might of time magic is astonishing, yet the toll it exacts on life force is unparalleled by ordinary spells. The larger the area to be halted, the stronger the individual to be frozen, the greater the consumption. Neither of us is weak. She expended all her effort to seal us for a moment, and she must have conserved energy to break the seal of the boundary stone to escape, leaving her no opportunity to act against us. That last attempt must have cost her at least a year of her lifespan. Magic that exacts a toll on one's lifespan, Tang Yin murmured. The use of other spells, even to the point of exhausting magical energy, merely results in a temporary depletion of life force. At times, it may lead to white hair, but such effects are fleeting. The cost of activating a time array is distinct, as the damage inflicted upon the body is irreversible. Moreover, those who can master time magic are exceptionally rare talents. Smith turned his gaze towards Liu Ye, his eyes shimmering. It was difficult to fathom why such an accomplished sorcerer would pay such a price simply to eliminate this person. What secrets could he possibly harbor that would warrant such exertion? To kill me. Liu Ye's expression was complex, his hands spread before him. The previously battered right hand had returned to its pristine state, smooth and unblemished, showing no trace of scars. She had healed his injuries. Yet it was also she who had ruthlessly attacked him just moments ago. That voice, how could it be? It was a voice he could never forget, a voice that represented his eternal regret. Bai Liming had clearly perished a decade ago, right before his eyes. On that fateful day, amidst torrential rain, Liu clutched her hand in the ambulance, helplessly watching the blood flow from her chest, resigned to the gradual loss of warmth from her palm. Although Bai Liming had closed her eyes with a smile, thanking him for accompanying her to the end, Liu Ye could not absolve himself. It was his cowardice, his retreat in the face of crisis, that had allowed that young girl's life to extinguish at that moment. Now, that voice echoed in his ears once more, in a manner he had never envisioned. The Master of Sound, brandishing a card emblazoned with the emblem of the long-extinct magical organization, Mirror, appeared before him as a sorcerer. Even more absurdly, Liu Ye now found himself a magician as well. The Master of Sound, donning a peculiar mask with a weeping visage, exhibited an ambiguous demeanor towards him, at times reverent, at other moments seemingly intent on his demise. How could this be? How was this possible? Do not be afraid, Liu Ye. Ouyang Gu approached his side and gently patted his shoulder. We will protect you. Liu lifted his gaze, scanning each person present. The metallic taste of blood lingered on his lips, and the searing sensation in his throat confirmed that this was undeniably not a dream. With a bitter smile, Liu shook his head, attempting to rise, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 34. The true message of the blank envelope. When Liu Ye awoke once more, he found himself lying on the bed in his room. Outside the window, an eerie silence enveloped the space, while the boundary stone emitted a faint, ethereal green glow. The only evidence that the recent battle had indeed transpired was the crater left by Ouyang Gu's magic on the ground. The withered staff lay beside him, emanating a gentle light. Liu reached out to grasp it. The staff's handle felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of water. Yamona lifted her head to gaze at him, bewildered by the events that had unfolded. Since Liu Ye had been placed on the bed after losing consciousness, she had remained curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, nestled in the gap between the window and the bed. Ah, you're here, Liu Ye said, sitting up and gently patting Yamona, his voice weak and feeble. The past few days had been exhausting. First, he had endured the infiltration of tears, followed by a fierce battle against a grotesque figure donning a tusked mask. Just as his injuries were beginning to heal, he was ambushed by 4 hideous, burly robot men. Shortly after being relocated, he found himself cornered by the sudden appearance of a weeping face mask figure, barely escaping with his life, without even a moment to catch his breath. His 2 fleeting moments of sleep had both been mere unconsciousness. Yamona, why are you so close to me? He inquired. Yamona beamed, her braids swaying joyfully. Liu Ye sighed, lying back down and closing his eyes. Today is the 27th, right? I hope no more incidents occur before New Year's. Your expectations are rather modest. A lively voice chimed in. Sherlon, Liu Ye exclaimed, bolting upright. When did you wake up? The young girl stood in the doorway, clad in a delicate white nightgown adorned with intricately embroidered peach blossom patterns at the neckline, sleeves, and hem. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded softly, and although her complexion appeared somewhat pale, her spirit was undeniably vibrant. Hee hee, Sherlon smiled sweetly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Just a moment ago. Are your injuries all healed? Liu Ye asked, concern etched on his face. All good. But hey, enough about me. What about you? You were injured far worse than I, Sherlon replied, affectionately ruffling Liu Ye's hair as one would a kitten. As for me, I regained consciousness long before you did. Liu Ye admitted, allowing Sherlon to continue her gentle ministrations. All right, I'm off. Sherlon exclaimed, lightly springing to her feet and heading toward the door. You should rest. I need to go train. Train? Wait. Liu wished to caution her against overexerting herself while still recovering, but Sherlon had already closed the door behind her. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, retrieving a plastic bag containing the letter and a small key from his jacket pocket. Opening the envelope, he extracted the letter within and held it up to the light. It remained blank, devoid of any writing. Still nothing? Liu murmured, lying back down with the letter pressed against his chest. He was certain that the voice, so eerily reminiscent of Bai Liming, must have conveyed some message to him. Does she truly wish to kill me? He pondered, staring blankly at the ceiling. The whitewashed ceiling was adorned with 6 small lights arranged in a circular pattern, each radiating brightness. There were far too many enigmas to unravel, and Liu found himself at a loss for what to do next. At that moment, he recalled the book given to him by Yin Huling, penned by the illustrious magician James J. Clowen, titled A Ray of Soul. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to peruse its contents. A flicker of annoyance crossed Liu Ye's face, although the book was not an original manuscript. It was nonetheless a prized possession within Yin Huling's library, likely of considerable value. The mere thought of the benevolent elderly gentleman, always clad in an array of colorful Tang suits, instilled an inexplicable sense of trepidation within Liu Ye. Suddenly, as he was vigorously rubbing his cheeks, he noticed the letter he had carelessly tossed aside on his pillow emanating a crimson glow, swiftly revealing lines of text. He hastily picked it up. But in the blink of an eye, the words vanished, and the letter ceased to shine. His gaze shifted back to the spot where the letter had rested. The withered wooden staff lay quietly, radiating a gentle light. As soon as the two made contact, the letter shimmered once more with a red hue, and the text reappeared. The letter had been given to him 3 months prior, at a time when the wooden staff was not yet in his possession. A slight headache began to throb at his temples. Could it be that she had foreseen his acquisition of this wand? Memories of selecting wands alongside Sherlon flooded his mind, recalling that twice, only this particular wand had emerged from the 7 magical artifacts. He grasped both the wooden staff and the letter, scrutinizing the ornate English script, which proved somewhat challenging to decipher. When you read this letter, I will have long departed from this world. Dear friend, you must be an exceptional magician. Perhaps you have heard my name and know my tale. Oh, I nearly forgot to introduce myself. How remiss of me. My name is James J. Clowen, a magician often referred to as the god of magic, a pitiable yet obstinate soul. When did you receive this letter? I cannot say, but it must be in a distant future. By then, I will have ceased to exist in the conventional sense. My corporeal form will have vanished, and my spirit will have forsaken this realm. The bearer of this letter may come as a surprise to you. Oh, I apologize. You must be quite curious as to why I say this. It is because I have subtly glimpsed into the future and learned your name, Liu Ye. Oh, the wooden staff. I implore you to treat it with kindness. It is a delightful little companion. Trust me, if you invest your heart in it, it shall provide you with unforeseen assistance. In moments of confusion and uncertainty, it will guide you toward the right path. Child, how do you perceive this world? A realm where magic and science coexist? Can anything be more absurd? Indeed, there is. The very existence of humanity is a far greater absurdity. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the peculiarity of the coexistence of magic and science. It is indeed an enigma. The operation of a world should not be governed by 2 distinct sets of rules, for the laws of the universe possess a singularity. A single equation is sufficient to describe all that exists. Consequently, magicians harbor a profound disdain for science, perceiving the endeavor to comprehend the world through such a lens as both pitiable and laughable. Magic is the direct application of the fundamental forces of this world. Irrespective of the various schools of thought, the terminology and methods may differ slightly, yet their essence remains the same. Magic serves as a bridge for sincere communication with the reality of the world, and magicians are the architects of such bridges. However, I do not wholly subscribe to this viewpoint, for there exist numerous questions that it fails to elucidate. I have digressed into a myriad of unrelated topics. I have expounded upon the aforementioned content in detail in the solar ray, which I encourage you to read at your leisure, allowing you to form your own opinions. I hope you can delve deeper, drawing closer to the true nature of this world than I have. By the way, Permit me to reiterate, please refrain from reading that book at this moment, as it may lead you into considerable trouble. Yet, my concerns may be unwarranted, for it is likely that it has been hidden away by certain individuals, gathering dust in their libraries. Fear not, for in due time, the gnarled staff will guide you to retrieve it. That book is destined solely for you. Do you believe in deities? This question may seem rather absurd to you, given that the countless satellites orbiting in space have rendered every nook and cranny of this beautiful planet visible, and within the vast expanse of the cosmos, spanning hundreds of light years, no civilization with intelligence comparable to that of humanity has been discovered. After your encounter with magic, you must have experienced a shift in perspective. Yet, you might think, even if magic exists, it does not necessarily imply the existence of deities. Magic can be interpreted in myriad ways, and within the realm of science, there is no need for the hypothesis of a god. Regrettably, I must inform you that deities do indeed exist. You are one chosen by the divine. This is the fundamental reason you find yourself embroiled in a series of events, and in the years to come, you will encounter a multitude of occurrences that will ultimately corroborate my words. Dear child, you are indeed chosen by the divine. As a token of reward for the fortunate, I present you with a small gift. It shall bestow upon you good fortune. A gift? Liu furrowed his brow, extending his right hand to reveal a key lying quietly within his palm. A transformation of the black staff held by the weeping masked figure during its initial appearance 3 months prior. Now, having uncovered the true content of this letter, Liu felt a sense of shock, yet simultaneously sensed an underlying discord. Can the truth proclaimed in this letter be trusted? Is this individual, who identifies himself as James J. Clowen, truly the revered god of magic? Chapter 35, New Year's Date, Part 1. Liu pondered deeply, ultimately deciding to temporarily set aside the letter and succumb to a deep slumber on his bed. Regardless of the veracity of the letter's contents, it bore little weight on his current predicament. There would be ample time for scrutiny in the future. The paramount concern at present was to swiftly recuperate his health and ascertain the identity of the mysterious figure who had whisked away Qin Si Yun that fateful night. Everything else was secondary, and the notion of being chosen by the divine was something Liu Ye found hard to accept as truth. For days later, just past 8 in the morning, Liu remained ensconced in the realm of dreams. Hey, tomorrow is New Year's Day. Why don't you two venture out for a stroll? You've been cooped up in this dark, damp basement for far too long. Surely you're feeling stifled. A mischievous voice, belonging to Ouyang Gu, echoed in his ear. Given how well you two get along, a date wouldn't be out of the question, would it? A date? Liu bolted upright, instantly alert. He could scarcely believe his ears, gaping in astonishment at Tang Yin and Ouyang Gu before him. Also sharing a similar expression was Mu Shirlan, who had inexplicably entered wearing a white nightgown, her eyes wide as she perched on the edge of the bed, staring at the two. No, absolutely not. Shirlan waved her hands frantically, her face flushed with urgency, her words tumbling out in disarray. Oh, you don't fancy him? Then why did you come running over this early to gaze upon this fellow's sleeping visage? Tang Yin drawled lazily, her tone dripping with nonchalance. Is a drooling man truly a sight to behold? Upon hearing this, Li instinctively touched the corner of his mouth, indeed feeling a dampness there. That's a master-student bond. Yes, a master-student bond. Shirlan finally conjured an adequate justification, feigning composure as she earnestly explained. As his mentor, it is my duty and obligation to care for his well-being. Exactly. Liu Ye nodded vigorously in support of Shirlan's claim. Besides, venturing out at this juncture is far too perilous. If our whereabouts were to be exposed, would that not unjustly ensnare you both? Is that so? Ouyang Gu took a couple of steps closer, bending down to meet Liu Ye's gaze. Liu Ye, look into my eyes and tell me again, do you truly not wish to accompany such a delightful Shirlan outside? Oh, by the way, you needn't concern yourselves with safety issues. Leaning against the doorframe, Tang Yin fiddled with her nails. According to Zheng Chun's investigation, only Smith and I were photographed in Buyin City. No other records were left of anyone else. This implies that aside from me and that imposing Englishman, you are all free to go out. I would also relish the opportunity to explore, but neither Fourier nor I possess legal status in this city. Ouyang Gu straightened his posture. Meanwhile, that fellow Xingchen rarely steps outside. Otherwise, it would hardly be your turn. So, are you suggesting I am the least favorable option? Liu squinted, feeling somewhat irked despite his lack of strong desire to venture out. Very well. Liu tossed aside the covers, leaping out of bed. He scooped up the little robot, Mona, who was squatting by the window, and resolved to procure a couple of garments for the unfortunate creature. Sherlon, let us depart. Poetic Lawn lowered her head, her fingers poking nervously. Are you really planning to go out in that? Even if you are indifferent to fashion, it is hardly appropriate for Poetic Lawn to don a nightgown in public. Ouyang disdainfully pointed at Liu Ye's tattered shirt and trousers. Liu Ye glanced down at his ragged attire, embarrassment creeping over him as he scratched his head. His meager possessions had been reduced to ashes by those foolish robots. Although he could still access several thousand yuan in his bank account, he had no spare clothing to speak of. Ah, never mind, I shall gift you an outfit. Ouyang produced a light blue suit from behind him, the latest design from Tianfu World. Take care of it, and try to keep it intact for a week. Liu Ye, taken aback, accepted the suit and touched the fabric, his expression a mixture of gratitude and confusion. Thank you so much, but, Ouyang, wearing something so formal, wouldn't it make the atmosphere feel more like a date? Ha ha ha, does that really matter? Ouyang laughed heartily, patting Liu Ye on the shoulder. Sherlon, come, I'll take you to get changed, Tang Yin said, taking Poetic Land's hand and leading her away. Ouyang smiled as he watched them exit, then turned to Liu Ye with a suddenly serious demeanor, commanding, hurry, put it on. All right, all right. Liu Ye nodded eagerly. An hour later, the two walked side by side down the street. 27,435 from Huagu Bank. 15,600 from Agricultural Commercial Bank. As Liu Ye walked, he counted his dwindling assets on his fingers, growing increasingly pale as he realized that the fire had consumed more than half of his belongings. The money in the bank was barely enough to replace a phone and a computer, and with the need to buy clothes for both himself and Mona, he felt as if he could scarcely stretch a coin into two. Adding to his despair, coins had become a rarity in this era, rendering his thoughts futile. Oh, I hope the severance package from my company is generous. Liu Ye sighed, lamenting the hardships of life as an unemployed youth. Hey, Poetic Lawn stepped hard on Liu Ye's shoe. We've been walking together for over 10 minutes, and you haven't even looked at me, she exclaimed, fuming. Liu Ye turned to find Poetic Lawn clad in a new winter outfit, her head adorned with a pink knit cap topped with a small pom-pom. She wore a linen-colored down jacket, accented with black stripes at the waist and collar, the cuffs trimmed with white fur, reaching down to her knees. On her feet were brown snow boots, perfectly complementing her long black thermal pants. Her long eyelashes framed dark eyes that sparkled like crushed gold. Although her complexion lacked the rosy hue of yesteryears, appearing somewhat pallid, her lips, slightly purplish and lacking in color, added a touch of delicate beauty to her typically vivacious demeanor. I must calculate the maximum expenditure for today, otherwise I may encounter complications. Liu Ye brushed his forehead, concealing the unwavering gaze he had fixed on Sherlon since turning around. Honestly, is it necessary for you to wear so many layers? As a mage, you are impervious to the cold. This temperature should be trivial for you. Humph. Sherlon stamped her foot, placing her hands on her hips as she turned her back to him. Ha. Liu chuckled lightly, curling his index finger and gently wiping his nose. Such sentiments were nostalgic. It had been a decade since he had last enjoyed an outing with a girl. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where a blanket of gray clouds loomed, hinting at impending snowfall. Come, I shall take you to a place. Liu Ye exclaimed, seizing Sherlon's left hand and sprinting off. Hey, where are you going? Sherlon, pulled along, began to jog alongside him. Sherlon's excitement surged as she raised her right fist in the air, dashing ahead of Liu Ye. Charge! Hand in hand, the two dashed down a nearly deserted street, leaving behind a trail of lantern-style streetlights. We're here. Liu Ye halted in front of a quaint establishment with only 5 tables, pointing to the sign that read, Confused Barbecue. Huff. Sherlon bent slightly, hands on her knees, catching her breath. Liu Ye pushed open the door with his left hand and surveyed the interior. To the left of the glass door was a small table for 2, while to the right were 2 booths for 4. A corner held another table for 2, alongside a long table for 10, all crafted from wood. Given the winter season, plush blankets adorned the seats. Just 5 steps inside was the counter, where a waitress with a small black mole at the corner of her mouth stood. Behind her, several parchment sheets displayed various dishes and their prices. The dim yellow lighting, coupled with the wooden tables and the cozy blankets, created an atmosphere of tranquility and warmth. Welcome to Confused Barbecue. How many in your party? The waitress inquired from behind the counter. 2, Liu Ye replied, guiding Sherlon inside. The decor remained unchanged from years past. He scrutinized the parchment behind the waitress, noting that even the names and prices of the dishes seemed to be identical, perhaps remnants from a decade ago. Aside from the person behind the counter, Nothing had altered in the slightest. Feel free to sit anywhere. All right. Liu Ye nodded, opting for the corner table for two, a spot he often frequented, offering a view of the street through the floor-to-ceiling windows as well as a glimpse of the waitress's profile. I say, you suddenly drag me off to run such a distance, Sherlon exclaimed as she settled opposite him, delivering a playful kick to his shin. I'm exhausted from all that running. Yet you were the one who became so exhilarated at the mention of barbecue, Liu Ye thought, squinting at her. Sherlon was busy punching her thigh, embodying the very essence of fatigue. May I take your order? The waitress approached, placing a tablet on the wooden table. One premium barbecue set, please. Liu scarcely glanced at it before returning the tablet to the waiter. He then cast a sidelong glance at Sherlon, who was still enjoying a calf massage, and amended his order to 2 servings. Chapter 36, New Year's Day, Part 2. Why do you say this barbecue restaurant is magical? Asked Sherlon, resting her chin on her right hand and gazing out at the sparse pedestrians on the street. You'll understand once the dishes arrive. Liu replied with a subtle smile, his gaze drifting towards the kitchen, which was concealed by a cloth curtain at the back of the counter. Humph. What a mystery you're trying to create, Sherlon retorted with a roll of her eyes. Here you are. Enjoy your meal. A plump man in a white chef's uniform approached, balancing several plates. His beer belly protruded slightly, and a thick beard adorned his face, resembling a bushy brush. As he spoke, his beard bobbed up and down, and his hair was slicked back meticulously with shiny gel. His brow was slightly prominent, and his large, round eyes were particularly striking, especially his eyebrows, one black and one white, completely devoid of any shades. Wow, Sherlon exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise at the man's appearance. Do you remember me? Liu asked, lightly nudging the man's round belly with his elbow. Oh ho ho, Liu Ye. It's been nearly a year since your last visit, the man replied, blinking as he looked at Liu Ye, then turning to Sherlon with a grin, patting his belly. At last, after 10 years, I've awaited the day when this foolish boy finally sees the light. As he spoke, tears unexpectedly welled up in his eyes. Although Liu Ye remained unmoved, as there was not a hint of moisture at the corners of the man's eyes, Sherlon was utterly alarmed. She quickly grabbed 2 napkins. Standing up and stammering, don't cry, uncle, please don't cry. All right, uncle, stop scaring her, Liu said, giving the man's beer belly a firm pat and guiding the flustered Sherlon back into her seat. Sherlon, allow me to introduce you. This is the owner and head chef of this establishment, Mr. Millhouse, a Nordic gentleman. Uncle, this is Mu Sherlon. She is my, Liu hesitated, pondering how to introduce her. Surely you couldn't call her a sorceress? Master. Sherlon interjected eagerly. Yes, master, Liu cleared his throat, conceding to her. Oh ho ho, master, husband, once a teacher, forever a husband. The man chuckled heartily, clutching his belly as he spoke in a peculiar accent. Liu squinted at him. This jovial chef was in his 50s yet remained so irreverent. Why are you here at this hour? The day hasn't arrived yet. He suddenly whispered conspiratorially into Liu Ye's ear. No, I just came to dine today. Liu shot him a glare. What are you two discussing? Sherlon leaned in, her eyes blinking eagerly at Liu Ye. I'll tell you later. Hurry and eat before it gets cold, or you want to experience the magic of this barbecue. He urged. Eh? Sherlon exclaimed, promptly skewering a piece of beef and popping it into her mouth. Liu Ye and the chef watched her with amused smiles. Wow, it's delicious. Sherlon's eyes sparkled with delight. Uncle, why does beef possess a texture reminiscent of shrimp while retaining its inherent chewiness? The piquant flavor of black pepper perfectly complements the savory essence of the beef. How exquisite. Oh ho ho, this is an exclusive secret recipe. The old man chuckled with glee, his chef's hat askew from his mirth. Well, can you teach me? Sherlon, resembling a child, leaned closer to the old man. Her eyes filled with pleading anticipation. What exclusive secret recipe is there? Liu secretly scoffed. Isn't it just a haphazard grilling? Oh ho ho. Your inability to learn doesn't imply she cannot. The old man chuckled as he patted Liu's head. Little girl, your name is Sherlon, right? Come. Let us head to the kitchen. I shall grill for you. Sherlon eagerly nodded, the little pom-pom atop her knitted cap bobbing up and down. She skipped merrily behind Uncle House into the kitchen. Liu Ye touched his nose, finding the scene oddly familiar, 11 years ago. When Bai Li Ming first brought him to this establishment, he had resembled Sherlon in every way. Yet upon entering the kitchen to observe, he discovered the old man grilling with his eyes closed, utterly oblivious, flipping the meat on the grill haphazardly, seizing whichever piece came to hand, and sprinkling seasonings with a carefree attitude. the amount depending purely on chance. Initially, Liu Ye thought the old man was reluctant to reveal his true exclusive recipe. But after tasting the food, he realized that the old man's unique delicacy was indeed crafted in such a whimsical manner. After a while, Sherlon emerged from behind the curtain, a small notebook in hand, enthusiastically stating, "All right, I've got it. Thank you, uncle." Liu Ye gaped at her. "You learned it? Is there really a secret recipe? Did he teach you?" Sherlon affirmed with a nod, excitedly tucking the notebook into her pocket. Liu Ye glanced at her, then at the curtain, momentarily at a loss for words. A cartoon monkey on the curtain grinned at him, giving a thumbs up. He sighed in resignation. After leaving the whimsical grilling behind, Liu Ye took Sherlon on the subway, departing from West District 10 and arriving at the far edge of West District 11, located directly west of Buyuan City. This area is one of the city's two largest commercial zones, the other being East District 11 at the far east of the city. Together, they traversed numerous streets. And Liu Ye gradually accumulated several bags of various sizes, while Sherlon frolicked ahead like a joyful fawn. As dusk gently descended into night, they boarded an autonomous circular bus. Observing the vibrant allure of the city's nightlife, the unique spectacle of the commercial district, they disembarked in front of the Free Island Seaside Amusement Park, where Sherlon gazed sparklingly at the towering Ferris wheel, while Liu Ye, carrying a handful of bags, smiled as he followed her. Upon seeing the long queue at the entrance, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. After enduring a lengthy wait, Liu finally settled into the Ferris wheel just as the clock approached midnight. He exhaled in relief, placing the 7 or 8 bags he had been carrying down beside him and sitting opposite Sherlon. She leaned excitedly against the glass, gazing at the endless expanse of the ocean. The warm breath escaping her mouth condensed into tiny droplets, forming a delicate mist on the glass. Indeed, indeed. Sherlon turned to him with a serious expression, saying, "I spent my entire childhood at the dawn of the century. It's rare for me to venture into the city. However, I have mastered the use of various electronic devices." Liu chuckled, amused that she considered this a point of pride. "I've always wanted to ask, is the headquarters of the dawn of the century in the same realm as our current world? We've never discovered those potions in the wild, have we?" "Well, yes. And no," Sherlon pondered, tilting her head thoughtfully. "There is a barrier surrounding the villa that conceals its true nature from ordinary people, preventing them from entering. This is a common practice among gathering places for magicians around the world. As for the potions, they possess inherent arrays, so most of their growth occurs within natural barriers, making them elusive to the average person." "Oh, I see." Liu Ye nodded, reflecting on her words. "Wow, what is that?" Sherlon suddenly exclaimed. Liu Ye followed her gaze outside, where a magnificent fireworks display commenced, vibrant flowers bursting forth in the inky night sky, akin to a skilled artist painting with watercolors upon a canvas. "Fireworks, they happen every year. New Year's fireworks last for 10 minutes. Liu Ye glanced at his watch, noting it was 11:50. Since the energy crisis was resolved 60 years ago, what was once deemed atmospheric pollution had gradually regained popularity. How beautiful. Sherlan's mouth slightly agape, her eyes shimmering with the reflection of the colorful fireworks, her long eyelashes fluttering gently. "Do you like it?" Liu Ye turned to her, her shoulder-length hair shimmering like the view outside. "I love it." Sherlon nodded vigorously. Then, Liu Ye gazed out the window and whispered softly, "Let's come back again next year." "Absolutely." As they descended from the Ferris wheel, the fireworks concluded, and they both unconsciously stretched lazily. "Ah." Sherlon casually glanced at Liu Ye's empty hands. "Hey, where are those bags?" Liu Ye, bleary-eyed, looked at his empty hands in confusion. "Ah," he exclaimed, scrambling towards the control room of the Ferris wheel, moving with a frantic urgency. "Ha." Sherlon covered her mouth, laughing so hard she bent over. Liu surveyed the cabin, noticing it was sparsely populated, mostly couples either engaged in soft conversations or nestled together in slumber, creating an unwelcoming atmosphere for single individuals. "Hey, Sherlon, what exactly is the uncle's secret recipe?" Liu leaned close to her ear and whispered. I'm not telling you," Sherlon replied, rolling her eyes playfully and twisting her neck. "Come on, tell me. I've known that uncle for 11 years. He won't be angry if you share." "No." The elder said he can only share with those fated. A fated person. That fellow, a Scandinavian, is indulging in such theatrics. Liu Ye felt somewhat exasperated. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he said, "If you don't tell me, I won't take you to see the fireworks next year." This statement landed like a bolt from the blue, and Sherlon immediately looked at Liu Ye with a pitiful gaze, softly murmuring, "Well, it's not that I can't tell you. Liu feigned seriousness and nodded. It's about grilling meat layer by layer. Controlling the temperature of each layer with magic, ensuring the meat is tender to perfection, and then there's the seasoning. What did you say? Liu exclaimed, causing all the passengers in the vehicle to turn their attention towards them. Sherlon was taken aback by his reaction, blinking in confusion. Liu smiled apologetically to the other passengers, then lowered his voice to Sherlon, saying, You just mentioned magic? Yes, the elder is a magician. Sherlon replied, gasping in surprise. She recalled that Liu Ye had only encountered magic 3 months ago. Liu Ye felt as if the world was spinning, as scenes from a decade ago resurfaced vividly in his mind. Chapter 37. The Tragedy of a Decade Ago. Liu Ye. Liu Ye, what has transpired? Sherlon was being pulled by Liu Ye as they hurried through the streets, going against the tide of the crowd. If Milhouse were a sorcerer, why did he not intervene to save Bai Liming when she met her tragic end 10 years ago? Was it due to a reluctance to reveal his true identity? Furthermore, what of that figure donning a mask with a crying face, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Bai Liming? Could it be that she truly did not perish? What then? Was the meaning of that fateful scene a decade prior? Open the door. Open the door. Lee pounded heavily on the entrance of the muddled barbecue restaurant. It seemed as though no one was inside. Sherlon cast a worried glance at Liu Ye. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. Yet Liu Ye appeared oblivious, continuing to strike the glass door relentlessly. Damn it! Liu kicked fiercely at the small blackboard positioned at the entrance, then slumped helplessly against the door, collapsing onto the ground. His kick sent a wooden leg flying, causing the blackboard to topple awkwardly. Liu Ye. Sherlon crouched beside him, gently tugging at his sleeve. Could you share with me what transpired in this barbecue restaurant? With his eyes closed, Liu inhaled deeply and then calmly gazed at the sky. Coincidentally, snow began to fall at that moment, delicate flakes drifting onto his palm, only to swiftly melt into cool droplets. In the spring of 10 years ago, it was a drizzling day. In the evening, I arrived at this restaurant, not solely to dine, but also to meet my first love, Bai Liming, who was working here as a temporary employee. We had met 11 years prior in the study room of the university library, both first-year students at Bagugu University, thus classmates of sorts. Chen Xiyun and I were regarded as the institution's promising talents, while she was merely an ordinary student. Yet, I was instantly captivated by her. She possessed a vibrant spirit, enchanting eyes, long lashes, and a melodious voice that evoked a sense of comfort. Our familiarity blossomed through the exchange of books, leading to our first new year together at Starlight Beach, where I confessed my feelings. From that moment on, we were inseparable. Living nearby, she worked weekends at the muddled barbecue, drawing me there frequently. Despite the distance, love makes one indifferent to such trivialities. It was during this time that I became acquainted with the owner of the restaurant, an affable man with a warm demeanor. As Liu recounted, he closed his eyes, allowing 2 crystalline tears to cascade down his cheeks. Sherlon said nothing, simply embracing his arm and shifting closer to lean against him. That day was April 11th, a Sunday. As I pushed open the door to the restaurant, I beheld Bai Liming embroiled in an argument with a man. He wore a brown striped knit cap and donned black athletic attire, appearing to be in his early 40s, with a hint of stubble, a prominent nose, medium-sized eyes with pronounced sclera, and a flower tattoo on his neck resembling a flower from the other shore. The man's emotions escalated increasingly, culminating in him striking the table in agitation. I approached and positioned myself between Bai Liming and the man, inquiring about the cause of their dispute. The man claimed that the barbecue was not fresh, particularly the beef, which he insisted bore a strange odor. Bai Liming was infuriated, asserting that the ingredients had been procured by her earlier that day before opening the shop. Thus it was impossible for them to be stale. Their argument intensified, and even when Bai Liming presented him with the purchase receipt, he stubbornly maintained that the meat was spoiled. Noticing the man's unstable demeanor, I pulled Bai Liming aside and discreetly suggested she check with the chef in the kitchen to see if the cooking method had altered the flavor of the ingredients. Though somewhat reluctant, she heeded my advice and proceeded towards the kitchen. Turning back to calm the man's agitation, I was caught off guard when he suddenly brandished a knife, lunging at me with a ferocious intent. Instinctively, I dodged, and the blade grazed my ribcage, inflicting only a superficial wound. However, I was utterly unprepared for the realization that the knife was not aimed at me, but rather at Bai Liming. By the time I comprehended the danger, he had plunged the knife into her unprotected back. I rushed forward, attempting to subdue him, but he clutched the knife tightly, using my momentum to withdraw it from her body. In that harrowing moment, my face was splattered with her blood, gushing forth from the wound on her back. Consumed by a frenzy, I slammed the man's head against the table until he relinquished the knife, which fell to the ground. At that time, Bai Liming lay in a pool of her own blood. I was lost in a haze, unable to process my surroundings or my identity. As I helplessly kicked the knife away and desperately tried to staunch her bleeding with my clothing, it proved futile. The fabric quickly became soaked, and I watched in agony as she struggled to articulate a word, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. The peacekeeping officers arrived promptly, apprehending the assailant. An ambulance, summoned by the chef, arrived within 3 minutes, yet it was already too late. If only she had reached the hospital in time, artificial organs could have saved her. But it was a moment too late. As they loaded her onto the stretcher, her time had already expired. I can never erase that scene from my memory. Her hand clasping mine, her lips turning blue, devoid of any color, as she summoned her final strength to utter, "Thank you for being by my side in my last moments. That alone brings me joy." Her hand gradually lost warmth within my grasp, and I was powerless to prevent her life from slipping away before my eyes, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Liu Ye, in torment, clutched his head and wept, lamenting that if only he had reacted more swiftly, if he could have subdued the man directly, Ming'er would not have perished, even if I had not evaded. Allowing the knife to pierce my ribcage, the outcome would have been entirely different. It was my cowardice, my fear that led me to retreat. And thus she met her tragic fate. This calamity was entirely of my making. Sherlon pried open his tightly clenched fist, which was pressed into the snow, and gently nestled her hand into his palm, warming his frost-bitten fingers with her body heat. "This is not your fault. Your instinct to evade was merely a reflex," she reassured him. "The doctor said so, and perhaps I understand it too, yet I remain unable to forgive myself." From that day forth, I became ensnared in an infinite loop of self-reproach and guilt, losing the once unyielding vigor that characterized my spirit. Having ceased my efforts, I swiftly fell from the ranks of the gifted class, gradually transforming into an unremarkable cog in the machine, toiling away for others, idling in the laboratory, and spending weekends in a state of lethargy in my apartment. Each year on April 11th, I would come here to commemorate her memory. As a means of honoring my past, my circle of friends had dwindled. After losing the aura of being a key talent, many distanced themselves from me. Save for Qin Siyun, who still maintained close contact. Time flew, and before I knew it, a decade had passed, until the day I encountered you, when everything changed. I initially believed it to be merely an accident. However, today you revealed that the uncle is a magician, and suddenly, the cold memories in my mind were warmed anew. "Sherlon, I must share something with you, but I hope you will keep it to yourself for now." "All right," Sherlon nodded resolutely. "The day before you awoke, a suspected member of Mirror appeared at the safe house in the western suburbs." "Yes, I am aware," Sister Tang Yin told me. "She came for me, and this was her second appearance. The first time was on the night you taught me spatial magic. She handed me a letter and a key. Most importantly, it was her voice. The figure wore a mask of sorrow, obscuring her features, yet 4 days ago, when we confronted her, she spoke. And that voice, it was unmistakably Bai Liming's." Sherlon gasped softly. "Indeed, it was her voice, one I shall never forget." Liu Ye gazed ahead, his expression cold yet composed. "If Bai Liming is indeed a magician and a member of Mirror, and if the owner of Confused Barbecue, where she worked, is also a magician, then the incident from a decade ago becomes quite perplexing. Magicians possess magical protections in their bodies. Even a surprise attack with a mundane blade would only result in superficial injuries." Sherlon nodded, tightening her grip on Liu Ye's hand. "Yes, thus, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that it was a performance, a charade titled The Death of Bai Liming, which deceived me and the archives of Buyun City. From that day onward, Bai Liming was declared dead in this world, while she continued to operate in the shadows of the magical realm as a member of Mirror, only resurfacing recently. The second possibility is that she truly perished, and the assailant was also a magician. The individual who recently appeared, possessing her voice, could be a trap set specifically for you, aimed at throwing you into disarray and leading you astray." Sherlon continued his thoughts. "Indeed. I can think of no other possibilities for the time being." Liu gradually rose to his feet, with Sherlon supporting him beside. He gazed upwards into the dimly lit shop and murmured, "To uncover the truth, one must seek out that seemingly simple and honest gentleman for clarification." Chapter 38. The Blank Spaces in Time. "Oh ho ho, what are you doing here?" Uncle House's voice echoed from a distance, his deep and somewhat resonant tone piercing through the stillness of the night. "You." A surge of blood rushed to Liu Ye's head as he lunged forward, seizing the collar of the uncle's garment. Are you a magician? Liu Ye spat fiercely. Sherlon, anxious, watched the two, her hand stealthily gripping her wand hidden within her sleeve, fearful that a brawl might erupt. The street lay deserted, the black streetlights on either side standing like soldiers in formation, their cold white glow resembling indifferent gazes cast upon the two, casting stark shadows that contrasted sharply. Liu Ye's right hand clutched the chef's coat of house, lifting him slightly off the ground, while his left hand firmly grasped the faintly glowing withered staff. Snow fell abundantly, a delicate layer accumulating on the clothing of the three. I thought you had known all along, the uncle stammered, his face a mixture of fear and confusion, his hands grasping Liu Ye's right hand, hesitating to exert force. After all, the girl who had accompanied you 10 years ago was a magician, and the girl you brought 10 years later is also a magician. Liu Ye's heart jolted at his words. He released his grip on the uncle's clothing and asked, "When did you realize that Bai Liming was a magician?" "I knew the moment she came for an interview." The child's magical power was formidable, yet she struggled to conceal her aura. An experienced magician can easily discern it. And the same goes for the young lady beside you. Milhouse adjusted his attire, pointing his nose toward Sherlon, then casting a glance at the withered staff in Liu Ye's left hand. "Initially, I presumed you were a magician as well. For although your magical power was not apparent then, you exuded a strong sense of pressure. To verify, I even allowed you to observe my barbecuing process. Yet you failed to grasp the intricacies. Since that incident, that sensation vanished, leading me to believe I might have misjudged. However, as it turns out, I was not mistaken. No, my exposure to magic began only 3 months ago. It has not been long," Liu Ye replied, his brow furrowed as he pointed the withered staff at him. "But let us set this aside for now. Tell me, if Bai Liming is indeed a magician, how could she have been slain by a mere dagger?" I do not know." The uncle stammered, flustered by the point of the staff. "That day, I was in the kitchen when I suddenly heard a commotion outside. I rushed out and saw that man in the knit had collapsed on one side, while Bai Liming lay on her back on the ground, a dagger embedded in her chest. I immediately ran out to call for an ambulance and the peacekeeping police." "Wait a moment," Sherlon interjected, stepping closer to Liu Ye, both regarding Uncle House's innocent expression. Liu coldly scrutinized the uncle's eyes beneath his prominent brow. "Bai Liming was stabbed in the back, and the knife was pulled out. Furthermore, you called for the ambulance and the peacekeeping police from the kitchen, correct?" "I did not witness anyone exiting the store. I have no need to lie." The elder shook his head repeatedly, his face reddening in fright, his beard trembling. "No, the scene that day was witnessed by my own eyes. It was absolutely different from what you have described. But, the elder gritted his teeth and declared, "I swear by the name of magic that I am not lying." "Are you deceiving a child?" Such nonsensical oaths could hardly bear any weight. Liu Ye's gaze grew increasingly frigid. For 10 years, he had been plagued by guilt over Bai Liming's death, and no one desired to uncover the truth more than he did. "I believe he is not lying, Liu Ye. Please remain calm." Sherlon gently tugged at Liu Ye's right hand that hung by his side. The warmth of Sherlan's hand melted the agitation within him, and Liu Ye blinked, finding a semblance of tranquility. Indeed, it seems illogical to deceive an eyewitness of the event, yet the contradictions undeniably exist. "Elder, could you please recount the details of that day once more?" Sherlon spoke to the elder while slowly pressing down Liu Ye's wand-wielding hand. "That evening, a rather peculiar customer entered the shop." The elder sighed, wearing a knitted hat. He confidently named several dishes upon entering, but I had never seen him before. This alone was inconsequential. Perhaps he had heard the names from a regular patron. At that time, Bai Liming had just stepped out, and the man's demeanor was entirely normal as he consumed the dishes served. Soon after, I heard the sounds of a scuffle. Uncle House glanced at Liu Ye, and then there was a scream. When I rushed out, the man in the knitted hat lay on the ground, while Bai Liming was sprawled beside him, a small knife lodged in his chest. "Wait, you mentioned Bai Liming was on the ground. Did you see a lot of blood?" Liu Ye inquired. "Blood? There was some, but not much. Please continue." Terrified, I dashed out of the shop and ran into the street to call the police and an ambulance. Approximately 10 minutes later, both the ambulance and the police arrived. By then, you were already in the shop, kneeling beside Bai Liming in a daze, which pained me to see. After that, once he was taken away in the ambulance, I knew nothing more. 10 minutes. Liu Ye sifted through his memories. "Wait, did you say the police and ambulance arrived 10 minutes later?" "Yes, 10 minutes. I am quite certain of this," the elder nodded. "On what basis do you say this?" "Because I checked the time on my phone when I called. It was 4:50, and when the police and ambulance arrived, the bells of the West District rang, marking the hour, so it must have been 10 minutes. Liu furrowed his brow. Not hearing the bells could be understood as a result of his disorientation at the time, but in his memory. The ambulance and police had arrived almost immediately at the scene, which contradicted what the elder had said. The differing positions of the stab wound, the varying impressions of time. The two individuals who had not seen each other, and the bloodstains. Memory does not deceive, nor does the elder lie. Both had witnessed the truth. There must be a reasonable explanation for these contradictions. A thought flashed through Liu Ye's mind like a bolt of lightning. So that was it. However, what could be the reason behind Bai Li Ming's actions? Uncle, I trust you, Liu Ye said with a gentle smile, embracing Uncle House. I apologize for startling you. Oh. It's nothing, Uncle replied, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, patting his belly. Being troubled by love is a dilemma exclusive to the young. I must admit, I'm quite envious of you. As Liu Ye walked along the sidewalk, his head bowed, his right hand resting on his nose, he bit his lip. Still perplexed by Bai Li Ming's motives for staging such a faux death. What was her purpose? Shirlan silently followed him, kicking at the snow with each step, creating small circles on the ground. You don't even ask me what I figured out, Liu suddenly halted, turning around with a smile, leaning against the lamppost. Shirlan, distracted by the sight of her boots sinking unevenly into the snow, inadvertently bumped into Liu Ye's embrace. I believe, she said, regaining her balance and looking earnestly into Liu Ye's eyes, that if you have something to say, you will certainly tell me. Ha ha ha, you possess an inexplicable confidence. Liu Ye chuckled, though his words held a semblance of truth. Bai Li Ming must have orchestrated the same event twice, allowing both uncle and me to witness two slightly different scenes. Twice? Indeed, the evidence lies in the timing. Liu Ye gazed distantly toward the clock tower in West District 10. Uncle and I reported a 7-minute discrepancy regarding the arrival of the police and ambulance. Even accounting for cognitive error, there remains a gap of approximately 5 minutes that cannot be reconciled. This 5-minute void corresponds to the time she fabricated the scene of her own death before me, likely employing a substitution technique to stage a performance. Uncle and I did not meet because he had already rushed out to call for help, and the scene he witnessed bore little blood, indicating that Bai Li Ming was not severely injured at the time. To orchestrate a murder to unfold twice is unfathomable in the realm of science. Yet with Bai Li Ming being a magician, it is no longer impossible. Furthermore, if the crying masked figure that appeared in the safe house a few days ago was indeed her, then Bai Li Ming is proficient in time magic as well. The pivotal question remains, why did she do this? If she wished to leave me and act as a magician, she could have chosen far simpler methods, such as breaking up with me, ceasing all contact, or simply disappearing, none of which I could have prevented. What compels Bai Li Ming to stage her own demise? What reason could exist for her to die? I trust she would not harm me. Her actions must be driven by her own reasoning. Liu Ye shook his head in resignation. Perhaps one day when we meet again, she will explain it to me. Nevertheless, I have freed myself from that sense of guilt. She must still be alive. Shirlan kicked at the snow piled around the base of the lamppost. Liu Ye, do you still have feelings for her? Not anymore. Liu crouched down, stealthily forming a snowball in his hand, yet I still yearned for an answer, one that had plagued me for a decade. Hey, Shirlan, caught off guard, was struck squarely by the snowball, with snowflakes adorning her collar and hat. Ha, don't run away. There is no need for this young girl to be burdened by sorrow due to my past. This was his sole thought. Chapter 39. Divergence. Mona happily snuggled closer. Oh, you. I've only been away for less than a day. Liu shook his thigh, nearly losing his balance due to Mona's weight. He gently patted her head. All right, this is for you. Go ahead and try it on. Liu glanced at the bag and draped one over Mona's neck. She peered into the bag, her index finger resting on her lips, her eyes wide with a look of utter bewilderment. Liu felt a bit troubled, realizing that Mona likely did not comprehend the concept of changing clothes. He turned to Shirlan for assistance, casting her a pleading glance. Shirlan, sighing. Liu Ye carried the bag inside. As he passed the living room, he glanced in and saw Tang Yin, Ouyang-gu, Smith, and Fourier gathered around the television, while Zhengchen sat cross-legged before the screen, operating the computer. They appeared to be deep in discussion. What is going on? Liu Ye inquired, peering in. Colleague, a gift? Are you referring to Song Lian? Liu Ye approached, and Tang Yin stepped aside to make room for him. Indeed. Do you remember the images of the heavenly flower she left us last time? Ouyang-gu smiled, revealing a bright smile. This time, she provided us with the address directly. She had uploaded 4 seemingly unrelated files online, employing the same encryption method as the previous document. Any failure to decrypt even one would yield no meaningful information. Zheng Chun rapidly tapped the keyboard, and the 4 blurred images on the screen gradually overlapped, combining the contents of the files. By applying the Cardano principle, they could reveal the location. Night Maple Park, situated in the northern part of District 4, approximately 35.7 kilometers from our present location, at a bearing of 34 degrees northeast. Quite close, indeed, Fourier remarked, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Rather than a gift, it's more of a trap, Smith interjected, dousing the others with a dose of realism. I do not deny that Song Luoyun may have encountered the heavenly flower, but to think that such bait would entice us is to underestimate our capabilities. What do you think, Sister Tang? Liu Ye turned to Tang Yin, who had remained silent. Her eyes closed in contemplation. There is no doubt, this is a trap. Tang Yin opened her eyes, her deep azure gaze fixed intently on the park's image on the screen. Yet, the heavenly flower is indeed there, suggesting the information is accurate. I share the same thought as our leader. Song Luoyun has discovered the hiding place of that mysterious force concealing the heavenly flower, but lacks the means, or perhaps the courage, to retrieve it, hoping to lead us into a perilous situation. Ouyang adjusted his sunglasses, if managed well. It could be a significant boon for us. Isn't this a tad too reckless? Sherlan's voice chimed in as she approached Liu Ye. To knowingly walk into a trap seems rather presumptuous, doesn't it? I concur, Liu Ye replied. Liu Ye furrowed his brow. Ouyang's approach was perilously reckless. A moment's carelessness could render one mere cannon fodder, and the existence of the heaven's flower remained shrouded in uncertainty. To traverse a treacherous path for unverified intelligence seemed to him an unworthy endeavor. The correlation between risk and reward is invariably direct. Without risk, how can one expect to reap rewards? Ouyang, however, was resolutely insistent. Xiaogu, you need not undertake this peril, even for that item. Tang Yin gazed intently into Ouyang's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses. I possess compelling reasons to go, Ouyang replied with a confident smile. Stepping out of the living room. Even if I must go alone, I shall accompany him, Fourier stated solemnly. The dawn of the century will not permit anyone to venture forth alone. With that, Fourier departed, leaving Liu Ye and Sherlan bewildered by Ouyang's unusual demeanor. Tang Yin, he. Sherlan glanced towards the direction in which the two had vanished. Alas, he is likely motivated by the bounty offered by Watson. Tang Yin sighed. Does that mean an ancient tome is more valuable than one's life? Liu Ye still could not comprehend the madness of risking oneself for a reward. What he deems worthy, he pursues. Tang Yin reclined on the sofa, her purple gown cascading elegantly to the floor, her voice weary. Xiaogu is not a genius. His talent is akin to Xing Qin's, yet their abilities are worlds apart. I gave up long ago. I barely studied advanced magic. Xing Qin shrugged, seemingly content with his current state. To become a more formidable magician, the effort he expended was unfathomable to ordinary individuals. The ancient tome was the most precious resource for a magician's training, and Xiaogu was willing to sacrifice everything for it. Tang Yin slowly closed her eyes. At any cost. Liu Ye and Sherlan turned their gaze towards Ouyang's room at the far corner of the living room, where the door was firmly shut. Ouyang sat on his bed, leaning against the headboard, lost in thought as he gazed at the door. With a swift motion, he summoned his wand, a strand of red light flickering and swirling around it. Gently caressing the wand, he pointed forward contemplatively. A fireball erupted, and as it neared the door, the entire room suddenly transformed into gold, the fireball included. It froze midair, hovering just shy of the door. With a flick of his wand, the golden hue dissipated, and the fireball vanished along with it. A single black hair at his temple turned white in an instant. Swaying as it fell, Ouyang reached out, catching the white strand in his palm before reducing it to ashes. The ancient tome, he thought, his gaze behind his sunglasses resolute. I must obtain it. Knock, knock, knock. It's me, a gentle male voice called from outside. Liu Ye, come in, Ouyang replied, stowing away his wand. Liu Ye opened the door, finding Ouyang reclining on the bed, wearing his signature smile that revealed a row of pristine white teeth. What's this? Have you come to dissuade me? Not at all. Liu Ye turned and closed the door behind him, then approached the bed, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Gazing up at him, I merely wish to inquire why you are so determined to grow stronger, even at any cost. There must be some reason behind it all. People strive for greatness. The laws of survival in the magical realm are far more ruthless than in your society. Those lacking strength are condemned to remain beneath others' feet indefinitely. That may be true, but it does not justify your actions. Liu Ye gently nudged his foot. Isn't it what you said? We are partners. Tell me. I have a faint sense that this reason is a burden to you. Haha. Oyangu chuckled, patting his shoulder. Partners trust and support each other. Yet they may also harbor their own secrets. If you genuinely wish to assist me, be prepared to join me on an adventure tomorrow. Or stay here and await my good news. But Liu tried to express his thoughts, only to be interrupted by Oyangu. Liu Ye, you two possess secrets you have not shared with us, do you not? A sly smile crept across his face. Your concealment is for our sake, I believe. I too have matters that, if revealed, would bring no benefit, only peril, ensnaring more individuals in danger. It is late. Go to sleep. Before Liu could react, he received a playful kick to his backside, propelling him from the room. The door closed, leaving Liu Ye standing in the corridor, facing a helplessly exasperated Sherlon. He refuses to say anything? Indeed. Will you accompany me? Of course. Me too. Sherlon nodded, turning to her own room. Hey, Liu Ye turned around, and Sherlon cast a sidelong glance at him. Make sure you don't die. I want tea. After all, aren't we supposed to watch the fireworks next year? Ha ha ha, very well. Hey, this agreement is a matter for two, so I am your master, after all. And I shall not only protect myself but also safeguard you, my disciple. Mona joyfully embraced him, while Sherlon helped her into a new outfit. Draped with a fitting pink sweater, 2 straps hung from her waist, and the sleeves bore delicate black stripes. Underneath, she wore a pure white long-sleeve shirt, paired with black cropped pants. Her double ponytails were adorned with new hair ties, featuring a cartoon bear that matched the pattern on Sherlan's apron, indicating her fondness for the bear. Is it my imagination, or do you seem much smarter in just a few short days? Liu remarked, patting her on the head. Mona released him and nestled into the space between the bed and window, hugging her knees. Alas, if only you could speak. Liu turned off the light, and darkness enveloped everything instantly. Only the boundary stones outside, reflecting a faint green glow, illuminated the 6 walls. Chapter 40. The shattered jade flute in the early hours of the morning, while others slept soundly. Oyangu stealthily slipped out of the safe house and made his way to Night Maple Park, situated over 30 kilometers away. He could not wager the lives of others. The park was enveloped in silence at this late hour. At the entrance, a tall maple tree stood proudly, its branches adorned with vibrant red leaves. An unusual sight for December. Nearby, the streets were alive with revelers celebrating the new year. Their joyful clamor drifted through the air, only to be swiftly subdued by the rustling of leaves in the wind. Dressed in a black tracksuit and donning a hood, Oyangu approached the park's grand entrance with caution. Just as he neared the gate, he halted abruptly, raising his palm to gauge the direction of the wind. After scattering a few grains of something into the breeze, he proceeded further. Upon reaching the great maple tree, a voice suddenly broke the stillness to his right. You would indeed arrive at this hour. Oyangu turned to see a figure adorned with a white fox mask. The voice was tinged with a sultry tone, and the person had flaxen hair tied back into a long ponytail, holding a silver box in her hands. Isn't it rather chilly for a young lady to be wandering the park at such an hour? Oyangu smirked mischievously. When one is under a roof, choices are often limited, she replied, raising the box. I have what you seek. I'm rather intrigued as to what you desire in return. I seek the whereabouts of Chen Siyun. Chen Siyun? Oyangu's pupils dilated slightly. What do you need his information for? It is merely a transaction. Is there a need for such inquiries? Oyangu scrutinized her fox mask, his eyes darting as he responded. Chen Siyun holds no value to a sorcerer, in my opinion. Your willingness to barter for him signifies his worth. Exchanging the whereabouts of a person for the celestial flower does not appear to be an equitable trade. Transactions are founded upon trust. If you do not trust me, then this meeting is futile. With that, she turned to leave. Wait. Oyangu called after her. The fang mask, the death's head emblem, Chen Siyun was taken by someone clad in such attire. Gently weighing the box in his hands, he opened it to reveal a dark blue flower resting upon a velvet cushion. Its pure white stamen intertwined to form the shape of a bird, and a faint golden angelic pattern adorned its silver gray stem. Ah, quite authentic. Wouldn't you agree? The woman behind the fox mask smiled softly. What do you mean? Oyangu's expression hardened as he snapped the box shut. That is a counterfeit. The genuine article is not in my possession. Oyangu's gaze sharpened, a flicker of dark light igniting in his palm as he gripped his wand tightly. Do not worry. This replica is sufficient to deceive everyone except Watson. Indeed. But only this counterfeit can earn you your reward. The man turned slowly and stepped into the shadows cast by the nearby trees. If you were to present him with the genuine flower of paradise, you would find yourself unable to leave the doors of St. Paul's Cathedral. I have no reason to believe you. Oyangu raised his wand towards her. nor do I have any reason to deceive you. Suddenly, ethereal blue flames erupted from beneath the man's feet. Examine the box thoroughly. Someone has entrusted me with a gift for you. As the sun ascended, Liu yawned and emerged from his room. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Tang Yin and Ouyang Gu conversing on the sofa in the living room. An open silver box resting before them. Tang Yin's tone was stern, seemingly reproaching something. "Good morning, Liu Ye." Ouyang Gu greeted him with a cheerful smile. "Oh, good morning," Liu Ye replied, stretching lazily. "Sister Tang, why are you upset so early in the morning?" "Xiaogu went alone tonight Maple Park in the early hours," Tang Yin said coldly. "At this age, one should not act so impulsively like a child." "Well, you should go wash up," she added, casting a sidelong glance at him. Liu Ye shrank back, sensing that his elder sister was not keen on his presence. "All right, I'll take my leave," he said, retreating through the door. Once Liu had vanished, Tang Yin turned to face Ouyang Gu, adopting a serious demeanor. Ouyang Gu retrieved the velvet lining from the box, revealing a hidden compartment. As Tang Yin watched him gradually unveil the jade fragments within, her ethereal blue eyes flickered before slowly closing. "Yes, this belonged to my father. I never anticipated remnants would remain." That incident. A wistful expression crossed Tang Yin's face. "It took away our parents and unexpectedly thrust us into their roles within the dawn of the century. If they had not perished, would things have unfolded differently? Would we have had to take so many lives? 15 years ago, that incident was indeed, as I suspected, a premeditated massacre, was it not?" Ouyang Gu lowered his head slightly. "Not long now, and it will be 16 years. However, we cannot draw definitive conclusions, at the very least. It was not merely a simple accident." Tang Yin picked up a fragment of jade, a shard of the jade flute. "Do you think Song Luyun was tasked with delivering these to us?" "Ah, that is indeed the case." Ouyang Gu adjusted his sunglasses. "Yet, I only trust half of what others say." "The flower of paradise," Smith exclaimed, hastily striding from the doorway to seize the ethereal blue flower from the table. A rare flicker of emotion crossed his face. "It truly is the flower of paradise. Excellent. I shall inform the chairman immediately." Ouyang Gu's gaze shifted. It appeared that the woman from last night had spoken the truth. This counterfeit was crafted with remarkable finesse, so much so that even Smith, a high-ranking official of the British Magical Association, failed to discern any flaws. "You ventured out alone," Fourier remarked, leaning against the wall, calmly observing Ouyang Gu. Ouyang Gu said nothing, quietly averting his gaze. "Next time, remember to call me. It would at least increase your odds of survival." He tossed his golden locks and departed from the living room. Ouyang Gu instinctively closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "What are you doing standing there?" Sherlon inquired. Noticing Liu Ye, who was eavesdropping behind the door, his bright eyes blinking. With a puzzled pout, Sherlon tilted her head in contemplation, concluded that she had not overheard anything of significance, and prepared to leave. "Oh, that's not the main point," Liu Ye interjected, pulling her back. Sister Tang Yin and Ouyang Gu were discussing events from 15 years ago. 15 years ago? Sherlon furrowed her brows in thought, suddenly enlightened, only to reveal a crestfallen expression. "Oh, is it about that incident?" "Indeed," Liu Ye nodded. "What did they say?" He hesitated to divulge what he had just overheard, pondering whether it was truly necessary for her to know. Sometimes, the truth can be far more brutal than a lie. Perhaps it would be better to selectively share only a portion. It seemed nearly 16 years had passed, and both felt a tinge of melancholy. 16 years. Sherlon's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. "How long do you two plan to hide this?" Tang Yin called out lazily. Liu Ye sheepishly scratched his head as he stepped into the living room, with Sherlon trailing behind him. "What is the plan now?" Tang Yin directed her question at Ouyang Gu. "Prepared in advance," he replied with a slight smile. "When I arrived at the park, I scattered pollen from the Wan Li Hua into the wind. And now her location can be clearly seen on the compass." Ouyang Gu opened his right hand, revealing a compass about a foot in size, indicating she was indeed quite far away, in the East District 5, over 70 kilometers away. "Shall we go find her now?" Tang Yin yawned, clearly fatigued from continuous work. "Let us wait until nightfall, big sister," Ouyang Gu suggested. "This time, we shall all go together, everyone from the Century Dawn team." "Yes, after all, it concerns each and every one of us." "Wait, where are we going?" Liu Ye blinked, bewildered at how these two had swiftly determined their next course of action. "To find your charming female colleague," Ouyang Gu remarked, closing the box and playfully tapping Liu Ye on the head. "You stirred up the trouble last night with that adorably cute fox mask, so it's only right that you handle the aftermath. The one who ties the bell must also untie it. Your romantic debt is yours to repay." Me? Romantic debt? Liu Ye pointed at his own nose, bewildered as to how he was implicated in this mess. What are you talking about? Humph. Sherlon kicked his ankle with some force. Haha, Liu Ye. Do you know what a battlefield of love is? Ouyang asked with a hint of schadenfreude. What battlefield of love? Song Luyan is merely my colleague, and she seems to quite like Qin Siyun. Liu Ye protested, nursing his heel. Qin Siyun? Ouyang's mind raced. Could it be that she sought him out for Qin Siyun's whereabouts, and this was part of the reason? All right, enough for now. Rest well, and we shall set off at dusk. Tang Yin waved her hand, signaling for everyone to disperse. Wait a moment. Smith entered the room. Hey there, what's the matter with you? Tang Yin cast a languid glance at him. The chairman has instructed you to make a trip to London, he said in a low voice. He has confirmed the authenticity of the Flower of Heaven and has granted you permission to select an original tome from the archives of the British Magical Association. This matter is of utmost significance and requires your personal presence. Chapter 41. 15 years ago, why do these enigmatic individuals prefer to linger underground? Liu tapped the tiles beneath his feet, producing a resonant thud. They found themselves on a secluded street in the southern part of District 5, devoid of pedestrians. With the towering buildings flanking the street lacking even a single decent sign, the alley they occupied was even more desolate. With only 2 empty metal trash bins obstructing the path, and the windows of the adjacent buildings tightly shut. Of course, the underground offers a sense of safety and concealment. Ouyang remarked, as he and Fourier each took a side, deftly prying up 2 tiles that leaned against the sewer. Once the cover was removed, a dark, square passageway was revealed, its sides lined with rudimentary iron rings for climbing. After shifting the tiles aside, he released a mechanical dragonfly into the depths. All surveillance footage within a kilometer radius has been replaced, came the voice of Xing Qin through their earpieces, which was busy collecting topographical data. Please hold. Ah, got it. Descending 10 meters leads to a corridor. Proceeding north along this corridor for 300 meters will bring you to a circular clearing with a radius of approximately 400 meters. The gas composition has been confirmed, and there are no harmful gases in the underground space. You may proceed. Very well. As he descended the ladder and steadied himself, Liu Ye surveyed the structure around him. The corridor was quite narrow, allowing only 2 individuals to pass side by side. 3 would be a tight squeeze. Aside from the well with the ladder, the height was barely over 2 meters throughout. Ouyang and Fourier led the way, with Tang Yin trailing a step and a half behind them. Liu Ye and Sherlon walked in the middle, while Smith silently brought up the rear. Along the sides of the corridor hung a row of candlesticks. The candles within having burned significantly, their flames flickering precariously. However, the lack of wind in the space ensured that none were extinguished. Liu Ye observed that these candles appeared to burn indefinitely. Not a single drop of wax had dripped from the candlesticks. Watch your step. This is, after all, the hideout of a magician, and one can never be too cautious of unforeseen traps, Fourier cautioned. In an instant, as his palm brushed against the surface, a triangular magic circle illuminated, and a scorching beam of light erupted, piercing through the opposite stone wall to create a profound opening, from which wisps of steam emanated. Liu Ye's eye twitched involuntarily, while Sherlon instinctively jumped, edging closer to the gap between Liu Ye and Tang Yin. This fellow is indeed prudent, setting such mechanisms without fear of harming himself, Ouyang noted. We have been here for quite some time, yet the owner has yet to emerge to greet us. Fourier commented, gently blowing a stray lock of hair from his face. Perhaps he is not at home. Another trap? Liu turned repeatedly to glance behind him. Aside from the flickering candlelight, only the expressionless Smith walked behind them. No. Ouyang, calm and composed, stepped lightly on the ground to his left, tilting his head. A beam of light grazed the corner of his eye, revealing that while this place was rife with traps, they were not arranged with the intent to kill intruders. It seemed likely that the master of this domain had ventured out, and perhaps they would have to wait here for her return. Wait for her? Liu Ye's mind conjured the face of Song Luyan, a visage that was not particularly striking and even somewhat dazed. After 2 years of acquaintance, he only recalled the tear mole at the corner of her left eye, her flaxen hair, and the glasses she wore. Hey, Xiaogu, do you really have to activate all those traps? Tang Yin remarked lazily, cautious of causing a collapse here. I have no choice, Ouyang replied, kicking the wall ahead, causing an ice pillar to materialize instantly in their path. If I don't trigger them, what if those 2 children step on them? Liu scoffed, dismissing the concern for Sherlon, yet bemused that Ouyang, who was only slightly younger than him, considered him a child. Nevertheless, he had no grounds to refute. Though he perceived the traps in the corridor as faintly glowing, he could never match Ouyang-Gu's nonchalant ability to trigger them and evade harm. You, a man, so untrustworthy, do you not fear retribution? Well, I'm not exactly a paragon of virtue, Ouyang-Gu grinned. Just tell us the origin of those fragments, and we'll leave immediately. Song Luyun? Liu scrutinized her. She bore a striking resemblance, with the same flaxen hair, yet her face was obscured, making confirmation difficult. Humph. Liu Ye, you truly are a magician. I never imagined you could deceive Chen Siyun for so many years while he placed such trust in you. Wait. I'm not. Breaking and entering is a grave offense in the magical realm. The figure summoned a staff over a meter long, etched with runes, topped with a golden bird, and gently tapped it on the ground. The walls glowed with various magical formations, triggering all traps within the corridor. Fire, thunder, ice crystals. A kaleidoscope of colors engulfed the group, as terrifying energies clashed and unleashed a violent shockwave. With her right hand gripping the wand, Song Luyun lightly tapped her left palm, leisurely enjoying the grand display of fireworks. The walls here had been reinforced with magic, even riddled with holes. They would not collapse. Bird-headed staff. You are a descendant of Strigg? Ouyang-Gu realized suddenly. How could that master be involved in such an affair? Did he not retreat from the world over 20 years ago? Song Luyun's expression froze. She turned stiffly to see Ouyang-Gu and Liu Ye unharmed at the mouth of the well. I said it was a request. Beyond that, I know nothing. I detest insincerity. Countless dark red threads surged forth, racing towards Song Luyun with blinding speed. The bird atop her wand erupted in a brilliant white radiance, deflecting all the incoming threads. Then, with a light tap of her toes on the ground, a gust of wind lifted her and propelled her swiftly into the corridor. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ouyang-Gu exchanged a knowing glance with Fourier, and the two immediately activated their wind shadow technique, transforming their bodies into two swirling black tornadoes that pursued their target. Zhongchen, is there an exit ahead? Liu Ye inquired. No. The entire underground area is a closed terrain. There is only one path to follow, and the sole exit is the well you descended from. Sister Tangyin, Sherlan, Smith, and I will remain here. The rest is entrusted to you. Liu quietly positioned his hand in front of Sherlan. It was evident that they had come to investigate the truth behind the incident from 15 years ago, and the attitudes of Tang Yin and Ouyang-Gu suggested they did not wish for him and Sherlan to be involved. Thus, there was no need to intrude. Very well, guard the exit. Tang Yin expressed her approval with a satisfied glance at Liu Ye. Smith nodded noncommittally. He was indifferent to the success of this operation, as his task was to locate the paradise flower, and accompanying them was already a matter of loyalty. Where is she? Tang Yin arrived, her brow furrowing at the sight of the chaos before her. She waved her jade flute, and immediately, the air became enveloped in mist, heralding a gentle rain. Be cautious of your left. Zheng Chen's voice crackled with urgency through the earpiece. Another life form. No, not a life form, but a puppet. As the smoke dissipated beneath the rain's cleansing, a figure resembling an iron tower emerged before Song Luyun. With long, disheveled black hair and beard, he appeared wild, his bare torso revealing bronze skin and robust muscles. Beneath his thick brows, his large eyes seemed devoid of life. Uncle d'Augustin, the trio of Tang Yin, Ouyang-Gu, and Fourier were taken aback upon recognizing the figure. Tang Yin gently bit her lip. The crimson glow surrounding Ouyang-Gu's wand intensified, and Fourier's gaze remained icy as he clenched his fist in silence. Oh, you know him? Song Luyun remarked with a hint of surprise. Then do enjoy your reunion. With that, she lightly tapped her staff on the ground, and a complex magical array began to illuminate. Long-distance teleportation. Block her, Tang Yin shouted fiercely, her hair flowing dramatically, her pupils shimmering with an ethereal blue light, as a full moon materialized behind her. The jade flute transformed into a violet crystal sword, hovering above Song Luyun, descending rapidly. Ouyang-Gu's expression hardened, and two blood-red long knives appeared at his side, their blades flashing as they sliced through the air, descending upon Song Luyun with ferocity. Fourier felt the wind beneath his feet and propelled himself forward at bullet-like speed, reaching d'Augustin in an instant. He pressed his hand against the ground to decelerate, then leaped high into the air, gathering light in his hand as a long spear, crackling with electricity, materialized before him. D'Augustin raised his arms in defense, but Fourier unexpectedly performed a somersault over him, landing behind Song Luyun. Just as he intended to turn, golden lightning surged from the ground, paralyzing his body in an instant. This was the array Fourier had inscribed on the ground while feigning deceleration. in the span of merely a second or two, with a long sword hovering above, blood knives at his sides, and a spear poised behind him, Song Luoyuan found herself ensnared in what seemed an inescapable predicament. Chapter 42. The delayed confrontation. Tang Yin's amethyst sword descended first, piercing through Song Luoyuan's body, yet not a single drop of blood flowed. Instead, it instantly transformed into a wisp of azure smoke. Ouyang Gu and Fourier's attack struck nothing but air. This technique of using a decoy is not solely your domain. Tang Yin turned her gaze to the right, where Song Luoyuan stood in the corner, waves of aquamarine swirling at her feet. At that moment, she had already devised her plan. Ouyang Gu recalled how, upon their arrival, Song Luoyuan had deliberately clouded the area with dust when the smoke was dispersed by Tang Yin. She had positioned Augustin in front of her decoy, instantly capturing the attention of the three, misleading them, while her true self remained hidden in their blind spot. Poised to execute a long-range teleportation spell for her escape. In an instant, Fourier teleported behind Song Luoyuan, brandishing a long spear, its tip crackling with electricity and sparking wildly. There was no time left. Both Tang Yin and Ouyang Gu subtly shook their heads. The spear swept across, shattering the aquamarine barrier enveloping Song Luoyuan, creating ripples in its wake, yet her figure had already vanished. As the spear dissipated into a flurry of light particles, Fourier stood silently where she had disappeared, his expression tinged with melancholy. "Hey, it's not over yet." Tang Yin beckoned to Fourier, then pointed toward the imposing figure of Augustin in the distance, indicating that they still had a formidable opponent to contend with. "Why is Uncle Augustin here?" Fourier moved beside them, puzzled, as he should have been with their parents 15 years ago. "What is Zheng Chen's current state?" Ouyang Gu pressed the earpiece at his right ear, inquiring. Zheng Chen seems to be struggling to recover from the recent events." He hesitated momentarily. "His condition is difficult to ascertain. He exhibits no basic vital signs, appearing almost lifeless, yet there is something with a high temperature in his chest. It seems to be the source of his energy." "Is he Augustin?" Fourier asked. "I had previously struck him with a spell, but it appeared to have had no significant effect." Fourier gazed at Augustin in the distance, who had just withstood a bolt of lightning without sustaining any injuries on his bronze skin. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Gu's thought stirred, and he launched several fireballs toward Augustin. He stood unmoving, allowing the fireballs to collide with his chest. As the flames subsided, Augustin remained unscathed. "A singular spell seems ineffective, yet he did exhibit a defensive response to my physical attack." As light particles gathered in Fourier's hand, they coalesced once more into the crackling spear. "A portion will suffice. I shall test the waters first. You all ensure he does not escape. No, we must confront him together. Please, allow me to handle this alone." For they remembered, Augustin was Fourier's mentor in magic. Fourier advanced step by step, gripping a long spear, his form enveloped in a shimmering silver flame. With each stride he took, the flames surged higher, a testament to his mastery of martial arts, a rarity among mages. Unlike Ouyang Gu and Tang Yin, he excelled in close combat. He halted 30 meters from Augustin, drawing his left foot back in a semicircle, his left elbow slightly bent, knees bent, as the spearhead pointed unwaveringly towards Augustin, golden hair flowing like a banner. Augustin stood silently, fists clenched at his sides, his bronze skin gleaming, muscles like iron exuding an explosive strength. In this moment, the two adversaries appeared less like enemies and more like teacher and student. Everything felt as it had 15 years ago, the same posture. The same individuals, only now the once innocent golden-haired child had transformed into a graceful youth, while the formerly gentle, dark-haired man had become a hollow puppet devoid of spirit. The towering figure gazed at him, his gray eyes lacking any spark. "Teacher," Fourier whispered, tightening his grip on the spear, "it has been a long time." Suddenly, he thought he saw Augustin's lips move, as if uttering, "Poika, ly minute kai convoyman. Boy, strike me with all your might. I shall avenge you." Fourier's eyelids fluttered, his left foot lightly stamping the ground, golden light flickering in his eyes as he activated the blink technique, appearing behind Augustin in the blink of an eye. The spear danced like a dragon, swift as lightning, its tip gleaming with a cold radiance as it lunged for Augustin's back. Yet, Augustin spun and leaned back, evading the thrust, then swung his right leg in a powerful kick aimed at Fourier's temple. Without pausing, Fourier, bearing the pain, thrust and slashed, utilizing Augustin's block to propel himself into the air, unleashing 9 strikes around Augustin's form, raising a cloud of dust in the process. Augustin swiftly repositioned himself behind Fourier, delivering a heavy blow. Fourier barely managed to turn and brace with the spear-S shaft, but still was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Spitting out blood, Tagustin's left knee bent slightly, preparing to launch a fatal strike, but at that moment, a circle of runes ignited beneath his feet. 9 beams of light struck his body instantaneously. Is it over? Fourier furrowed his brow. As the dust settled, Tagustin stood unyielding, his waist nearly obliterated by the previous attack. Yet within his hollow chest pulsed a fiery red orb, emitting light that rapidly mended his wounds. In mere seconds, the advantage Fourier had gained through injury was rendered null. He resumed his battle stance. In the distance, Ouyang-gu and Tang Yin watched the battlefield with concern. Ouyang-gu, unable to bear it any longer, leaned forward, poised to intervene. Just wait a moment. Sister. The full moon behind Tang Yin shone ever more brightly, her deep azure eyes glistening with unshed tears. Dark hair billowing around her. She extended her right hand to shield Ouyang-gu, gently imploring, "Let us wait a moment longer. This is his wish. He has awaited this battle for 15 long years." Fourier found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Tagustin felt no pain, regardless of the horrific wounds Fourier's assaults might inflict. He harbored not a shred of retreat in his mind. Unlike Tagustin, Fourier was susceptible to fear and would evade. He lacked Tagustin's grotesque regenerative abilities. And a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise beneath the adversary's iron fist. In close combat, any hint of trepidation would render one vulnerable. Gradually, Fourier's shots diminished, replaced by an increasing reliance on defensive blocks. With each heavy punch or kick he endured, the electric glow upon his firearm dimmed, and its form grew ever more insubstantial. Time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, Fourier propelled himself backward, creating a distance of over 10 meters between himself and Tagustin. In that instant, golden light flared in his eyes, and the silvery flames surrounding him surged toward his spear, causing a series of arrays along the shaft to illuminate as formidable energy coalesced. Fissures erupting along the weapon, revealing the crackling lightning within. A searing pain coursed through his spine as he poured every ounce of his magical energy into the spear gripped tightly in his hand. This was his sole opportunity. Fourier fixated on the charging Tagustin, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The distance of several meters vanished in the blink of an eye, and Tagustin's massive, fiery fist descended upon him with ferocity. The force of the punch pressed against Fourier's forehead, the blazing flames igniting his golden locks. Just a moment longer. His eyelashes began to smolder. Now was the time. In a flash, Fourier vanished, thrusting the spear into Tagustin's chest, delivering a piercing blow. Fourier stood several dozen meters away. His eyebrows, eyelashes, and long bangs singed to a charred black. "Teacher," he smiled radiantly, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, sorrow etched across his features. "I have lost 99 times. This 100th time, I have triumphed." The immense magical energy contained within the spear erupted violently, engulfing both the weapon and Tagustin's body in an energy storm. The explosion's gust billowed Fourier's tattered garments and tousled his disheveled golden hair, yet could not disperse the tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Ouyang-gu appeared beside him in an instant, gently lifting Fourier into his arms. The dark sunglasses concealed his expression, yet the tight line of his lips betrayed his true feelings. Ouyang-gu hoisted him onto his shoulder and swiftly retreated to stand behind Tang Yin. Tang Yin gazed at the kaleidoscopic energy storm, a sense of unease lingering in her heart. After a full half-minute, the tempestuous magical energy gradually abated, the vibrant lights fading one by one, revealing Tagustin's battered form, half-kneeling and motionless upon the ground. A gaping wound, large enough to fit a basin, marred his chest, where a fiery red orb pulsated, radiating brilliance with each rotation. While his injury began to heal rapidly. "Little Fourier, you have won." Tang Yin slowly took 2 steps forward, shielding the 2 behind him. Yet, he was no longer the jovial uncle who relished roasted lamb. Let me accompany his mortal remains to reunite with his long-lost soul. Chapter 43. The heart of the fiery core. The full moon behind Tang Yin grew increasingly solid, the circular mountains atop it becoming distinctly visible. The sound of the jade flute resonated, its mournful melody akin to a farewell for Togus Tong. She gazed somberly at Togus, who was attempting to rise, her eyes cold yet brimming with tears. Among the group under the dawn of the century, she was the eldest, having spent the most time with the elders. Witnessing Togus, whom she had not seen for 15 years, reduced to this soulless puppet, weighed heavily on her heart. What malevolent force has transformed you into this ignorant marionette? The moonlight cascaded upon Togus, his movements suddenly frozen. The flute's notes lingered, as the moon behind Tang Yin began to fracture. She gradually closed her eyes, As the flute ceased, Toga's body, along with the full moon, disintegrated into nearly imperceptible dust. There remained no trace of bones. Only a fiery red sphere suspended at the location where he had once knelt. "Big sister, your methods are too ruthless," Oyengu remarked calmly, directing his gaze towards the sphere. "At the very least, a fragment should have been preserved. Otherwise, we cannot ascertain his identity." Oyengu gently shook his head, stepping forward to the sphere, preparing to retrieve it with a bag from his waist. Unexpectedly, the sphere spun rapidly, ascending into the air, hurtling towards the corridor with astonishing speed. "Tang Yin," he shouted urgently. Tang Yin furrowed her brow, retreating a step to press her body against the wall. The sphere grazed her hair as it sped past, vanishing into the passageway in the blink of an eye. Her expression shifted, and she immediately quickened her pace to pursue it. Liu Ye, Sherlan, and Smith sat cross-legged beside the ladder, sunlight streaming down from the gap in the missing tiles above. Suddenly, a beam of red light burst forth from the corridor. Smith reacted swiftly, stepping in front of the others, his right hand enveloped in swirling black mist, conjuring a dark shield that obstructed the path of the red light. Liu Ye and Sherlan swiftly joined in, casting a layer of azure barrier to seal off the exit above. However, the red light showed no sign of slowing. Crashing into Smith's shield, which shattered instantly as if made of paper, Smith let out a muffled grunt, a crack forming in his palm. The red light, undeterred, surged towards the barrier. Seeing this, Li pointed his wand, emitting a vibrant green light as a shield woven from branches materialized before the exit. "It's futile," Smith whispered. "The spell's strength is insufficient." To their astonishment, the red light halted, revealing a fiery red sphere the size of an apple. It spun once more, abruptly changing direction, transforming back into a beam of red light that charged directly at Liu Ye. Just as Tang Yin burst out of the corridor, Smith and Sherlan aimed to cast spells to obstruct the incoming light. Yet, the speed of the red light surpassed that of before, traversing the several dozen meters in an instant. Liu Ye's expression of astonishment had yet to materialize, and the wands of the others had not even been raised when the fiery red sphere was already at his chest, the intense heat igniting his clothing, causing a searing pain to shoot through his torso. The gnarled staff suddenly burst forth with a brilliant radiance, compelling everyone present to shield their eyes. Moments later, as the crowd opened their eyes, the orb had vanished, leaving only the staff suspended before Liu Ye, emanating a gentle glow. Smith displayed an expression of disbelief, his eyebrows nearly soaring beyond his hairline. Sherlan exhaled in relief and gradually approached Liu Ye. Liu Ye's eyelid twitched slightly. He hesitated to reach for his wand. He was the sole witness to the extraordinary event that had just unfolded. The staff had instantaneously transformed into 3 branches, enveloping the fiery orb as if it were a hand. The orb struggled violently against its confines, yet it was futile. Within mere seconds, the staff reverted to its original form, and the orb vanished as if it had been consumed. Taking a deep breath, he ultimately extended his hand to grasp it. The staff exuded a refreshing coolness, and Liu Ye frowned, sensing an emotion akin to joy being conveyed to him by the wand. "Sister Tang Yin." Liu glanced towards Tang Yin, who stood with her mouth agape, a lock of black hair cascading onto her nose, her cerulean eyes wide with astonishment. "It's nothing." Liu Ye gently shook his head. "What was that just now?" Tang Yin turned her gaze, awaiting the revelation of the individual's name, who was likely connected to the death of Tagustin. Strig, a master craftsman from South America, was the owner of the golden-winged bird wand, the very individual you have been pursuing, the one clad in a mask, wielding the golden-winged bird wand. A chill ran through Tang Yin. This was not the name she wished to hear. That eccentric old man had been reclusive for over a decade, making him exceedingly difficult to locate. Moreover, if Strig was indeed linked to the incident 15 years ago, another individual immediately became a suspect. Strig's friend from his youth, the president of the Morning of the Century, and Sherlan's grandfather, Yin Helling. Tang Yin bit down hard, causing her lower lip to bleed, the metallic taste of iron flooding her mouth. In her childhood, her parents, along with various uncles and aunts, held Yin Helling in the highest regard, and it was he who had raised them after that tragic event. Tang Yin was reluctant to entertain thoughts about him, and she found it hard to fathom what would happen to Sherlan if Yin Helling were truly the mastermind behind that incident. The notion that her grandfather had murdered her biological parents would undoubtedly shatter Sherlan upon learning the truth. No, Yin Helling should have had no motive for such an act. There must be some hidden circumstances. What transpired in there? Liu Ye interrupted Tang Yin's reverie. "Have we captured Song Lian? We encountered some unexpected complications. She managed to escape." Do not worry, we will provide an explanation to our counterparts in England, and the morning of the century will lend its full support in the forthcoming search efforts. Ouyang-gu emerged from the corridor, carrying Fourier step by step. Fourier's complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his golden hair softly clinging to his cheeks. His eyes were tightly shut, and both his brows and lashes were stained a charred black. The skin between his thumbs was split, a wound over an inch long. Blood trickling through his palms, saturating the delicate lines of his skin, and dripping from his slender fingers onto the floor. Sherlon hurriedly approached with a medicine bottle, carefully tending to his injury. "Mr. Smith, we can arrange our journey to England now," Ouyang-gu remarked, seated on the sofa. "Do we need the entire team to go?" Liu sat silently in the corner. To his left was Sherlon, lost in thought with her chin resting on her hand, and to his right was Xingqian, engrossed in her laptop. Due to their lack of strength, the three felt like outsiders, relegated to mere listeners without a voice. Liu summoned his wand, gently stroking it. A sense of near joy coursed through him from the wand, suggesting that after absorbing the heart of magma, the withered staff had undergone subtle transformations. What exactly had changed was beyond Liu Ye's comprehension, as his time with magic had been too brief, leaving him with much knowledge yet to acquire. "Me?" Liu blinked, realizing he had likely never met the Chairman Watson that Smith mentioned. Why would the so-called strongest sorcerer specifically request his presence? "You sound rather lacking in confidence," Liu quipped. "Humph," Smith huffed, exiting the living room. Chapter 44, Preordained Dreams, a glimpse of the future. When Liu opened his eyes, he found himself not in a safe house, but amidst a desolate ruin. All around him were crumbling walls and the mournful wails of alarms. A heavy armored vehicle raced past, stirring up a cloud of dust, while the towering buildings on either side exhibited shattered glass strewn across the ground, with smoke billowing from the cracks and some entirely severed, engulfed in fierce flames. The sky was filled with aircraft and numerous weapons, many of which he had never seen before, traced brilliant arcs against the azure expanse. Liu reached out, attempting to support a man nearby, but his hand passed through the figure as if it were mere air. Was this Wuyun City? Was it a dream? Confused, Liu surveyed his surroundings. He had been awake until the early hours the previous night, and this must surely be a dream. Had he just witnessed magic? Who was battling whom? As he navigated the battlefield, he encountered countless destroyed modern weapons, railgun-style electromagnetic cannons, amphibious armored vehicles, and energy-based laser weapons. He saw many civilians assisting each other in their flight and soldiers tending to the wounded, representing a myriad of ethnicities, indicating a conflict that spanned the globe. Yet, after wandering for a considerable time, he did not catch sight of any adversaries engaged in this struggle. Invisible to all, untouched by any, Liu Ye existed as an observer, wandering through the remnants of war. "Liu Ye," a familiar voice called out, sounding both surprised and delighted. "What are you doing here?" Turning towards the voice, Liu Ye beheld Ouyang-gu, whose brow bore a gash from which blood trickled down his left cheek into his collar. He wore a once vibrant beach shirt now tattered and torn, with both sleeves entirely absent, revealing numerous bleeding wounds on his arms. He carried a bloodied Fourier on his back, gripping a wand that glowed with a dark crimson light in his right hand, while his left clutched a long spear that had been reduced to its head. "Can you see me?" Liu had not yet voiced his thoughts when a brilliant pink beam of light descended from the heavens, instantaneously engulfing Ouyang-gu and Fourier. What Liu stared blankly at the sudden appearance of an unfathomable black void before him. Had Ouyang-gu and Fourier perished? How could this be? What on earth was happening here? He lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a distant star twinkled beyond the atmosphere. It was a satellite, a space-based weapon. A powerful golden whirlwind surged forward, sweeping away the debris of the tall buildings, revealing an expansive battlefield. This was a clearing with a diameter of several kilometers, its ground deeply sunken by dozens of meters, littered with charred earth. Liu recognized this scene from history books. It was the aftermath of a megaton-class nuclear explosion. In the center of this basin stood a slender stone pillar, upon which a figure rested with his back to Liu Ye. Clad in an opulent white robe adorned with golden embroidery, his long hair a pale gold. In his right hand, he wielded a rusted wand taller than his own body, its top featuring a basketball-sized carving of the sun and moon, utterly disproportionate to its slender shaft. As if sensing Liu Ye's gaze, he slowly turned around. It was a youth, possessing a face so exquisitely refined that it would leave both men and women feeling inadequate. It was the kind of flawless visage that only the most skilled artists could hope to capture in a lifetime of devotion. His pale gray eyes regarded Liu Ye with a tranquil yet penetrating stare. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Liu felt his entire being stiffen, as though an invisible hand had ensnared him, lifting him off the ground by his very essence. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself utterly incapable of even a slight struggle, the air around him thickening, rendering each breath increasingly laborious. The youth's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he gently waved the wand in his hand. Liu Ye's eyes widened in horror as a sharp stone pillar suddenly pierced his right palm, blood gushing forth in a torrent, causing his staff to clatter to the gravel below. The numbing sensation and chilling breeze emanating from the wound, coupled with the searing pain that shot through his head, made him acutely aware that this was no mere dream. The youth took a small step forward, yet effortlessly traversed a distance exceeding 1,000 meters. Arriving at Liu Ye's side. "You have finally arrived," he whispered into Liu Ye's ear, his voice rich and magnetic, yet androgynous, reminiscent of a synthesized electronic tone. "I have awaited your arrival for a long time, Kay." An incredible force surged through Liu Ye's body, coursing towards his eyes. Moments later, the world within his gaze transformed. Losing all color, replaced by countless flowing points of light. The aircraft above, the tanks below, every soul running in terror, the very sky and earth themselves, all pulsating with varying intensities of luminosity. He slowly raised his hand, a flicker of thought causing the flowing lights to freeze, dispelling the magical energy from his eyes. He beheld a world cloaked in radiant gold, where everything stood still, the trails of smoke trailing from the aircraft, the shells fired by tanks lurking behind walls. The expressions of fear and astonishment etched on the faces of bystanders, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time itself. The only beings untouched by this temporal freeze were Liu Ye, the peculiar wand-wielding figure, and the one plummeting from the clouds, Mu Shirlan. She was adorned in the same golden dress she wore when Liu first encountered her, complemented by pristine white stockings and gloves. Though she bore no visible injuries, she had succumbed to unconsciousness, cascading down from the dense gray clouds. A pitch-black short sword pursued her descent, flickering with ethereal blue lines. The pendant on Shirlan's chest detonated with a burst of red light, but under the pressure of the sword, that brilliance began to wane. As the blue light faded, the sword drew closer to her heart. With a swift motion, Liu propelled himself beside Shirlan, his eyes shimmering with a spectrum of colors. The world within his vision shifted once more into a myriad of flowing lights. He gently tapped the light of the short sword with a finger before wrapping his arms around Shirlan's shoulders and the back of her knees, guiding her safely to the ground. In that instant, the golden hue dissipated, and time resumed its flow. The short sword was reduced to mere particles in the air. The boy, clutching a peculiar wand, stood silently in place, his grayish-white eyes gazing languidly in the direction of Shirlan, as if he were savoring a performance. "You still have not realized who you truly are." His lips moved slightly, yet his voice resonated clearly in Liu Ye's ears, indicating that more stimulation was required. Like an instinct for battle, Liu Ye did not hesitate to clasp Shirlan and dart swiftly to the right, narrowly evading the sharp stone pillars that emerged with each step he took. Liu Ye kept his gaze fixed on the boy's position, dodging the continuously sprouting stone columns while wielding his wand to fend off the myriad elemental spells flying from all directions. At that moment, his pupils contracted. Behind the boy, a black mist suddenly materialized, revealing Smith's figure as he brandished his wand and roared incantations, the golden phantoms of the 12 Olympians simultaneously appearing to encircle the boy. Zeus, Apollo, Athena, Ares, Hephaestus. They brandished their respective weapons, aimed squarely at the boy. The boy tilted his head, squinting with a smile. With a tap of the day and night wand upon the ground, circles of light radiated from beneath his feet, shattering the shadows of the 12 gods in an instant. Smith coughed up blood, hastily retreating as the black mist emanating from his robes transformed into a longbow. The moment an arrow engulfed in dark flames was loosed, a full moon suddenly materialized before the boy. The moon shattered, and with her flowing black hair, Tang Yin raised her amethyst sword, striking down fiercely towards the boy's neck. Illuminated by resplendent purple moonlight, though she was battered and her purple gown lay in tatters, revealing her perfectly proportioned legs. Her azure eyes sparkled with a light that mirrored Liu Ye's own formidable power. Suddenly, the stone pillars beneath the boy cracked open, and a resplendent phoenix ascended, with Song Luyan wielding a wand atop it. The boy blinked, and the positions of Tang Yin and Song Luyan shifted abruptly. Tang Yin descended a meter, while Song Luyan ascended a meter. There was no time to halt their momentum. Their full force strikes collided, and at that moment, Smith's arrow also reached its target. The three, representing the pinnacle of human mages, unleashed their most potent magic, creating a brilliance rivaling the sun. A powerful shockwave swept across the entire city, obliterating all remaining structures. while a towering tsunami surged from the artificial island, marking the end of this technological city, a culmination of 30 years of human ingenuity. In the face of such a spectacle, Liu Ye hid behind a wall, exerting every effort to shield the unconscious Sherlon, while the boy stood beside the explosion's radiance, clapping his hands. With his wand slightly inclined, a colossal magic circle spanning the horizon materialized above the city, causing the earth to tremble and the sky to transform in an instant. The gray clouds born from the nuclear explosion vanished, replaced by a dazzling array of stars. Li gazed around in disbelief. Beneath their feet lies the azure sphere of Earth, and directly ahead, a colossal fireball blazes, a radiant sun. That audacious being has seemingly transported the entire city into the cosmos. Chapter 45. A brief separation. Liu Ye held Sherlon tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the boy before him. Yet he could not help but frequently glance down to assess Sherlon's condition. Her breaths were faint, her lips tinged with a shade of purple, as if she had been poisoned. Damn it, is this truly a dream? If it is, I should have awakened by now. If not, then who can enlighten me on what has transpired? Ye and Ouyang are dead. Sherlon, Sister Tangyin, Smith, and Song Luyuan are all on the brink of death. And who is this madman before me? Why does he refer to himself as K? Oh, you remain oblivious to your own identity. The boy observed Liu Ye's attempts to save Sherlon, his tone shifting slightly, hinting at anger as he lifted the rusted wand, aiming it at Liu Ye. Ding, ding, ding. Liu Ye jolted upright, gasping for breath. He surveyed his surroundings. This was his room, the safe house in the western suburbs. The alarm clock on the nightstand was ringing, the hour hand just past 7. Being in the basement. Even in daylight, it remained shrouded in darkness without the lights on. He took several deep breaths to steady his racing heart. That nightmare had felt too vivid, both in its scenes and sensations, as though it had truly occurred. He pressed his forehead in relief, silently thankful that it was merely a dream. Otherwise, he had no idea how he would have coped with such a situation. Mona, who had been squatting by the bedside, lifted her head in confusion, pondering as she regarded the panting Liu Ye before leaping onto the bed. Hey, don't. Mona landed squarely on Liu Ye's abdomen. Get up. We're just waiting for you. Mu Sherlon burst through the door, a look of disdain on her face. What are you two doing? Ugh, you disgusting men. You've been crying? Mu Sherlon turned on the light, approached Liu Ye, and gently patted his head as one would a puppy. Were you having a nightmare? Don't be afraid. Master is here. Liu Ye managed a smile, brushing her hand aside. Sherlon, do you have that pendant on you? The one you gave me when you taught me spatial magic. Yes, I've been wearing it all along. Mu Sherlon touched her chest and produced a pendant. A red gem set in brass, inscribed with arrays on both sides. According to Sherlon, the front was for protective magic, while Liu Ye had engraved the spatial summoning array on the back. Hand it over. What's wrong? Nothing. Liu Ye shook his head, insisting. You must always keep it close to you. Of course. Mu Sherlon bent closer, peering into Liu Ye's eyes. But are you hiding something from me? No. Liar. Sherlon pouted, straightening up. Forget it. You always carry such heavy burdens. Despite being as simple-minded as a block of wood, you harbor secrets one after another. I can't be bothered to ask. Hurry up and wash up. We depart at 9. 9. Liu Ye turned to glance at the alarm clock, which had just passed 7. You woke up rather early. You didn't have a nightmare too, did you? No. Poetry leaned against the edge of the bed, stating that she had merely gone a night without sleep. What occupied her thoughts? Memories from 15 years ago. Surely, she would not deceive me now by claiming that Sister Tang and the others exhibited such expressions merely because another year had passed. Was my lie so clumsy? Alas, it was even more pathetic than you could imagine. Sai, what do you intend to do? Will you inform them that you wish to investigate alongside them? Ye is manageable, but Sister Tang has no desire for your involvement. I don't know. Poetry buried her head in her knees, her voice muffled. In truth, I am somewhat reluctant to delve too deeply. I find my current life quite satisfactory, filled with playful interactions among friends. Sister Tang always protects me, Ouyang. Despite his penchant for jesting, is truly caring, and Ye, though taciturn, possesses a gentle spirit. Even Shinshin, who may appear foolish and lacks magical abilities, is remarkably intelligent, well-versed in computers and the like. If it weren't for the sudden upheavals we've encountered recently, we would still be joyfully residing in the century dawn. Poetry. Would such sentiments render me heartless? Although my parents' deaths raise suspicions, I harbor no desire to investigate, perhaps in your society. A person like me would have long been scorned to death. Poetry spoke to herself, tears glistening in her eyes. I merely wish for us to return to the simplicity of the past, to live without the complexities that burden us. Isn't it preferable to lead a happier, simpler life? Poetry. Liu Ye descended from the bed to sit beside her, gazing out at the faint glow of the boundary stones in the underground space. How could you be considered heartless? You are, in fact, a very kind person. Kindness. Poetry turned to observe Liu Ye's profile. Indeed, Liu Ye summoned the withered staff, which emitted a gentle radiance reminiscent of a warm nightlight. Over 3 months ago, when we were strangers, you saved my life from a truck and introduced me to the world of magic. Moreover, during my pursuit of the events surrounding Bai Li Ming a decade ago, you stood by my side as I teetered on the brink of despair. Orphaned and raised alone, your ability to live with optimism is a testament to your courage. Yet, over the past fortnight, I have been of little assistance. I feel like a burden to the entire team. By that logic, I too am a burden. Liu scratched his head. Currently, our strength is insufficient. Perhaps remaining in their shadows is the wisest choice. But that does not imply it will always be so. Oh, did you not tell me you aspired to become an exceptionally powerful sorcerer like Sister Tang? Oh, I recall now. It was on the day Bai Li Ming appeared. Right? It remains uncertain whether she is indeed Bai Li Ming. Well, let us refer to her as such for now. And what of you? I am to go to England, as the director specifically requested my presence, though I am uncertain of the reasons. Then you will fall behind, won't you? Ah. When I become an adept sorcerer like Sister Tang, you shall remain a mere pawn, powerless and insignificant. It appears that, despite her reluctance, this young lady is compelled to offer her protection. Without the strength to swat a fly, she chided, misusing an idiom. They exchanged a chuckle, each turning away to wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. In 2 hours, they would part ways, soaring toward entirely different destinies. This marked the first separation in over 3 months. After enduring several life-and-death moments over the past fortnight, the impending farewell felt profoundly sorrowful. Hey, Sherlon. What are your parents like? My parents? Sherlon pondered, poking her cheek with her finger and gazing at the ceiling. To be honest, I don't remember much. Liu Ye, realizing he had spoken out of turn, instinctively slapped himself. Ha ha, what are you doing? Sherlon laughed at his sudden self-inflicted punishment. I misspoke. Liu Ye admitted with an awkward smile. It's not much, Sherlon replied, gazing at her toes. 15 years ago, when I was only 4. My memories of them are indeed quite hazy. Not just of them, but of the parents of others as well, including Uncle Togus. I can barely recall their names. The only remnant they left behind was this pendant. Sherlon removed the pendant from her chest and placed it in Liu Ye's hand. According to my grandfather, this was a gift from them at my birth. It possesses the highest protective magic, capable of withstanding any attack, but alas, it is a one-time use item. Only activated in moments of life-threatening danger. Liu Ye held the pendant up to his eyes, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship, adorned with intricate filigree techniques. The pea-sized ruby gleamed with an enchanting light, encircled by a brass border, intricately engraved with complex patterns on the front, while the back bore his somewhat clumsily etched spatial summoning array. Liu Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he recognized the pendant's significance, he had nonetheless overlooked its artistry. My engraving is quite unsightly. It doesn't matter. After all, no one will see the back, Sherlon reassured him with a smile, her large, dark eyes sparkling like the stars. I hope this pendant never has to serve its purpose. Silence enveloped them once more. Sherlon, Liu began. What kind of person is Watson? I don't know. I've heard he is incredibly handsome and remarkably powerful, one of the most formidable wizards in history. What if hypothetically he were to attempt to kill me? Then there would be nothing to be done. You wouldn't even have the chance to escape, Sherlon replied, casting him a scornful glance. My grandfather is a master of spatial arrays, yet even he would not claim superiority over Watson in that regard. Watson's mastery of every fundamental array is nearly unparalleled. Should such a wizard wish to take your life, fleeing to the ends of the earth would be futile. Don't speak such disheartening words. I was merely jesting, Liu chuckled. After all, he has no reason to target me. Yet, a weight of unease lingered in his heart. The vision of Watson crushing everyone in his dreams haunting him relentlessly. Do not wear such a troubled expression. Prepare for departure. With my company, what is there to fear? Ouyang-gu leaned against the doorframe, the warm yellow light casting his silhouette. Tang Yin stood outside the door, smiling, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. In her half-closed azure eyes, there resided a tenderness. In the beauty of her tear mole at the corner of her left eye served as a perfect embellishment. Thus concludes the prologue of the entire narrative, with all principal characters either introduced or or mentioned. The next volume, Mirror Flowers, Water Moon, will be updated tomorrow, heralding the advent of a brand new story. After a brief farewell, Liu Ye and Ouyang set off for Europe, where Watson awaits their arrival. One of the puppeteers orchestrating global turmoil is about to make an entrance. What life and death crises will Liu Ye encounter next? Chapter 46 Mark M. Watson sat on the airplane as Liu Ye, filled with ennui, gazed out the window. The journey from Boyun City to London took over 4 hours. Even on the fastest flight, he watched the clouds morph into shapes of cotton candy, then into bears, and then into a vast waterfall stretching for miles. Before he let out a long sigh. It always seemed that these past 2 weeks were either spent racing against time or living life on the edge. You must get accustomed to this. Such will be the norm of your life henceforth. Only by facing it with a smile can you find joy, Ouyang said, lifting the mug before him, blowing on it before taking a hearty sip, reveling in the comfort of his drink. Mocha. Liu Ye pursed his lips, casting a sidelong glance at the man beside him, whose exaggerated expressions resembled that of a comedian. Ouyang was indeed a rare specimen. He could laugh at any moment, as though nothing could ever take him by surprise. To savor life amidst the cracks is the hallmark of a true warrior, he declared. He set down his mug, turned to Liu Ye, licked the milk froth from his lips, and flashed a grin of perfectly aligned white teeth, although this time, remnants of coffee lingered on them. You must understand, encountering Watson can be perilous. One must not tarry and squander the precious moments left. Really? Must it be so dramatic? Liu Ye lamented, his head drooping to the table like a deflated balloon. Are all you wizards so peculiar? Indeed, many possess minds that are quite eccentric. Magic grants immense power. Yet few are endowed with the soul to match, Ouyang mused, discreetly gesturing toward the silent figure of Smith seated diagonally behind them. To speak ill of someone behind their back, are you not afraid of retribution? Liu Ye replied weakly. I am exhausted. If the world is to end, then let it be. Just spare me further turmoil. Cheer up. Shall I order you a cup of coffee as well? Ouyang lifted his mug for another sip. Mocha. Thanks, but no. I am allergic to caffeine. Also, must you exclaim with every sip? Liu Ye turned his head toward Ouyang, half of his face pressed against the table. Since we boarded this flight, you have consumed 2 cups of cappuccino, a black coffee, 2 lattes, and a mocha, all within just over an hour, and you have uttered blah countless times. Enjoyment is essential. One must relish life. You, a mundane soul, fail to grasp my sophistication. Ouyang took another generous sip. Mocha. Liu Ye turned his head 180 degrees to gaze out the window once more. The clouds were infinitely more intriguing. Are you not yearning for Sherlawn? You two shall not meet for quite some time. Not really, Liu replied with a pout. It's only been a little over an hour. To say I miss her would be rather absurd. You heartless man. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. I see for you, it is merely a stroll in the park. What of that little robot that has been so persistently attached to you? The scene from earlier at the airport flashed through Liu Ye's mind, where, prior to passing through security, Mona had tugged at the hem of his clothing, refusing to let go despite Sherlawn's entreaties. Ultimately, it was Sister Tang Yin who forcibly separated them. Had it not been for Fourier's intervention, Tang Yin might have even considered implanting a virus in Mona's mind. No, he did not want that at all. You heartless scoundrel. Goodness, was he truly to be berated all the way to London, England? Excuse me, sir. Please refrain from leaning on the table. Any damage will incur a charge. A flight attendant in a red and white uniform gently tapped Liu Ye on the shoulder. My apologies. Liu quickly sat up, repeatedly expressing his regret. Ouyang, with a smile, drained his coffee from the mug and exclaimed, mocha. Liu sighed and smiled as well, addressing the flight attendant, hello. May I also have a cup of mocha coffee, please? Several hours later, Liu Ye stood outside St. Paul's Cathedral, gazing up at the magnificent structure. This cathedral was designed by the renowned English architect Sir Christopher Wren at the end of the 17th century, a task that consumed 35 years of his life. Above the intersecting cross stands a high drum composed of 2 tiers of circular colonnades, supporting a grand dome. The gable wall above the main entrance is adorned with a depiction of St. Paul preaching in Damascus, while a stone statue of St. Paul graces the apex of the wall, rendering the entire edifice impressively symmetrical and majestic. Symmetrical bell towers frame both ends of the facade. The tower at the northwest corner houses the church's bell, while the southwest tower holds a massive bronze bell weighing 17 tons, which remains silent most of the time. This must be a renowned tourist attraction. Liu Ye surveyed the bustling crowd around him, wondering how they might gain entry and whether tickets were required. Ha ha. You truly have a knack for humor. Ouyang laughed heartily, throwing an arm around Liu Ye's shoulder. We are part of the privileged class, after all. No need for tickets, let's just go right in. You two? Smith cast a cold glance at them, remarking it would be wise not to be so boisterous. Why must you be so dull? Ouyang patted Smith's shoulder, adding, life like this is exhausting. Smith shrugged him off, retorting, let us proceed through the main entrance. We can access the association that way. As the three of them joined the throng of tourists and crossed the threshold, they stepped into an entirely different realm. Ouyang, how is this possible? Liu Ye whispered curiously. Is this considered corruption? Liu Ye scratched his ear, suddenly struck by this bizarre thought. Uffed, Ouyang sputtered, while Smith stumbled slightly, tripping over his own feet. Upon entering, one is greeted by a lengthy corridor, its floor adorned with a striking mosaic of black and white tiles. Towering stone pillars flank either side, each crowned with 4 half-length plaster statues at their bases. Before each statue lies a nameplate resembling a card. At the innermost 2 pillars, triangular platforms rise, each encircled by a flickering ring of candles, their flames dancing gently. On either side, 2 ornate doors stand firmly shut, their handles gilded. Carved into the white stone framing the doors are religious motifs that elude Liu Ye's understanding, seemingly depicting biblical mythos. This scene evokes an inexplicable sense of epic grandeur in Liu Ye, mingled with a tinge of reverence. Here, speaking aloud feels like a transgression. And even the softest whisper seems to risk disturbing some unseen presence. Behind these doors lie the offices of various departments within the British Magical Association. But we need not tarry there. Our destination is the rear hall. What are these statues? They represent illustrious wizards from history, each having once stood at the pinnacle of their eras. Their likenesses are not confined to this place. One can find them in magical associations elsewhere. Ouyang chuckled softly, remarking on Liu Ye's navet, for his brief acquaintance with magic leaves much yet to be learned. At the end of the corridor lies a spacious circular hall, adorned with several tiers of seating designated for the choir, dozens of seats, though presently unoccupied. At the hall's center stands a small dais with 2 ascending steps, from which one can glimpse a corner of the sky, for the hall's ceiling boasts a grand dome. In the dome's center is a circular aperture through which sunlight streams, casting angled rays upon the dais's side, while the rest of the dome is embellished with golden stained glass, a sight Liu Ye struggles to comprehend. At the far end of the circular hall stands an imposing door, above which is inscribed in bold letters, discretion shall preserve Ti-Chi, understanding shall keep Ti-Chi. As Smith pushed open the magnificent door, the creaking of the hinges echoed sharply in the hushed expanse of the chapel, causing Liu Ye to nervously fidget with the sweat on his palms. Beyond the door lies a dimly lit hall, its elongated walls adorned with an array of intricate bas-reliefs. Beneath soaring stained glass that towers several meters high, sunlight filters through, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colored light that gently caresses the edge of the central purple carpet. At the carpet's end rests a small platform, upon which sits an opulent chair draped in a woolen blanket. A youth with long, golden white hair, clad in a white robe trimmed with gold thread, stands with his back turned, holding a wand nearly 2 meters in length, its tip intricately carved with sun and moon motifs as he gazes intently at a colossal magical array etched upon the wall before him. Liu Ye's pupils dilated. The youth's attire and the rusted wand mirrored perfectly the vision he had witnessed in his dreams the previous night. President, Smith said, placing his right hand upon his chest and bowing in respectful salutation. The young man slowly turned around, his voice resonating with a captivating yet remarkably neutral tone as he said, "Welcome back, Smith." His eyes, a shade of grayish-white, bore no trace of emotion. He blinked, his gaze drifting past Smith to linger momentarily on Ouyang before finally resting on Liu Ye. Taking a step forward, he seamlessly transported himself to Liu Ye's side. "You have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time," he whispered softly, addressing Liu Ye. Chapter 47, the original text of the Song of Snow. As his heart ceased to beat, Liu Ye dared not move, the scenes from his dreams flashing rapidly through his mind. The figure took a small step forward, yet traversed a distance of over 1,000 meters. Arriving at Liu Ye's side, "You have finally come," he whispered softly in Liu Ye's ear. His voice was profoundly magnetic, indistinguishable in gender, akin to a synthesized electronic tone. "I have awaited your arrival for a long time, Kay. We have many topics to discuss, but there is no rush. We have ample time." Watson smiled as he turned, lightly tapping his wand against the ground, stepping closer to Smith. "Mr. Ouyang, please return the flower of paradise to us." Ouyang produced a slender, deep blue box and placed it into Smith's hands. Smith bowed respectfully, slowly opening the box. Watson glanced at the contents, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Indeed, it is the flower of paradise, truly worthy of the dawn of the century. Smith, please escort them to the library. I am curious to see which one you will choose." Smith clasped his hands in salute, exchanging glances with Liu Ye and Ouyang Gu, who reciprocated the gesture. The three of them gradually retreated from the grand hall. As the massive doors closed before Liu Ye, the suffocating tension that felt akin to plunging into an icy abyss began to dissipate. He gasped for breath and looked beside him, suddenly noticing that Ouyang Gu was also drenched in cold sweat. "Why are you so tense as well?" Liu Ye inquired. "That is Watson, who could remain unperturbed." Ouyang Gu forced a smile. "Once you learn of his past, you may hesitate to even step through this door." Taking a deep breath, Liu Ye cast a nervous glance at the door before him, wishing fervently to never encounter that enigmatic youth again. Ouyang Gu released a quiet sigh of relief, fully aware that the flower of paradise was a counterfeit. Should Watson become enraged, he would undoubtedly perish on the spot, with no chance to escape. According to Song Luyun, the imitation could not deceive Watson's keen eyes, yet it seemed he had not noticed. No, he furrowed his brow, recalling Song Luyun's warning that presenting the genuine flower of paradise to Watson would guarantee one would not leave this place alive. What did that imply? The two hastened to follow Smith as they passed through the door at the right side of the corridor, traversing a conference room illuminated by candlelight, leading to a hallway filled with various magical arrays on the walls and floor. The left side of the corridor was lined with windows, all barred with iron, allowing only a meager amount of light to filter through. Smith halted at the entrance of the hallway, retrieving a pitch-black token and affixing it to the center of a circular magical array on the right-hand wall. A flash of red light enveloped the token, which transformed into liquid, swiftly filling every line of the magical array. Suddenly, the scene before the three shifted dramatically. The once array-laden corridor vanished, replaced by a downward-sloping staircase, flanked by gemstones radiating a ghostly blue light for illumination. Liu Ye and Ouyang Gu exchanged startled glances, realizing that the path adorned with magical arrays had merely been a trap, and the library was not situated behind that road at all. If someone were to endeavor to steal the original text, laboriously navigating through numerous barriers only to find themselves at a dead end, one might wonder what thoughts would occupy their mind. "Let us proceed," Smith intoned solemnly. The staircase unexpectedly stretched on interminably. Liu Ye and Ouyang Gu closely followed in Smith's wake. They had been walking for 5 minutes, yet the steps continued to extend endlessly, as though they led to nowhere. "Halt here. Utilize spatial magic to leap 26 meters upward." Smith abruptly came to a stop, his right hand bracing against the wall where a crescent-shaped mark was inscribed. The trio simultaneously summoned their wands, and a cerulean light enveloped them one by one. As the luminescence dissipated, Liu Ye and his companions found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, where the temperature plummeted. Even with his current physique as a wizard, he felt an overwhelming chill to the bone. Tall, blue-gray stone lamp posts lined both sides, each ablaze with azure flames. At the corridor's end loomed a bronze door, towering at 20 meters high, flanked on either side by a cloaked figure resembling Smith. "William, Carl," Smith called out to them. The two subtly nodded, placing their palms against the wall behind them. A red and blue light ignited, converging along the intricate patterns on the bronze door, forming a slender golden line at its center. Moments later, with a creaking sound, the bronze door slowly swung open, revealing a grand library before them. The hall was expansive, nearly 100 meters square, with bookshelves reaching from floor to ceiling along all 4 walls, each level brimming with tomes. Wooden galleries adorned the exterior of the shelves, while a colossal crystal chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling, surrounded by several white orbs of light that orbited the central blue lamp, reminiscent of Rutherford's atomic model or the solar system itself. Encircling the hall were 9 pillars, each over a meter tall, crafted from translucent blue-green crystal, their tops ablaze with clusters of blue flames, within which floated a book. "This is the original text," he heard Liu Ye say, though the words did not resonate deeply within him. He turned to observe Ouyang Gu, whose eyes shimmered with fervent desire, a gaze filled with intense longing. "Very well, Ouyang Gu. You may now channel your magic outward." Channel magic outward. Liu Ye paused, recalling that this was part of the magical guiding ritual he had undergone when selecting his wand. The selection of the original text was similarly a bidirectional process, even more rigorous than that of magical artifacts, for the original text represented the most potent of magical implements. Ouyang Gu smiled, providing clarity, The original texts possess formidable self-awareness and will only choose those they deem capable of disseminating knowledge. If you fail to gain their recognition, their power will remain inaccessible to you. Unless your strength surpasses the cumulative power contained within the text, only then may you forcefully peruse its contents. However, the power of the original text is not solely derived from the great wizards who penned it. It has been nurtured and infused with magic by countless individuals over the ages, far exceeding its initial creation. If such a person capable of forceful reading existed, who would still need the original text? Bidirectional selection. Liu furrowed his brow. He had initially hoped to have Ouyang Gu select the classic text Solar Ray. Yet it now seemed that even if it truly existed here, acquiring it was far from guaranteed. To take a step back, even if he obtained it, the classic might not acknowledge him. Ouyang Gu nodded, settling himself cross-legged amidst the 9 towering pillars, commencing the channeling of his magical energy. After several attempts, there was still no sign of the classics breaking free from the flames. Ouyang Gu lowered his eyelids, a hint of melancholy flickering across his face. Yet he did not display overt disappointment. It seemed this outcome was well within his expectations. He lifted his head, a smile spreading across his lips. So it is, indeed. You should give it a try. He gestured for Liu Ye to step forward. It's perfectly fine. This is a contribution from the team of the Century Dawn. Theoretically, everyone has an opportunity to try. Very well, Liu Ye acquiesced, moving to the center of the 9 pillars. Ouyang Gu stood aside to grant him space. But before he could make his move, an unexpected event transpired. 9 classic texts simultaneously surged from the flames, clamoring to leap into Liu Ye's embrace. Liu Ye's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. He felt akin to a beleaguered high school student, besieged by an avalanche of books. One lay atop his head. Another dangled from his shoulder, while he cradled the rest in his arms. Ouyang Gu and Smith stood agape, utterly astonished. They had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a phenomenon. This was unprecedented and hard to fathom. Smith inhaled sharply a few times, exclaiming, "Could you be the scion of a deity? Never has anyone been so favored by the classics. Not even the divine offspring chronicled in the scriptures could achieve such a feat truly. It is you," Ouyang Gu affirmed, patting Liu Ye's shoulder while nodding emphatically. "So, which one shall we take?" Liu Ye offered the book in his hands towards Ouyang Gu and glanced at Smith, inquiring if it meant they could choose freely. Ouyang Gu and Liu Ye exchanged knowing smiles. Take a look. Is there anything you desire?" Liu Ye squinted at the spines of the 9 classic texts. Failing to spot Solar Ray, he shook his head and replied, "No, you choose." Ouyang Gu brushed his cheek thoughtfully, casting an apologetic glance at him, and then extracted one from the center, lifting it triumphantly. "This one, Song of Snow by Carmody." "All right, I trust your judgment," Liu Ye nodded, then turned to Smith, asking, "So, what about the others?" Chapter 48. Young man, are you warming yourself? Is that settled? Ouyang Gu squinted, lowering his gaze to the book in his hands. Song of Snow, and replied softly, "No, it seems unlikely." Liu Ye shook his head. The original text is exceedingly precious. Such a thing is truly a rare find. Totem? Yes, the totem. The heavenly flower, a magical artifact used for summoning, predates the era of the Bible. The art of summoning has long been lost, rendering it merely a symbol, a testament to the existence of summoning magic, which, to other magicians, holds little value. However, for the chairman and those who specialize in the study of summoning, it is the most treasured possession. Thus a trade for an original text seems reasonable. As Smith spoke, his eyes involuntarily darted to the left. Though he did not voice it, he felt this exchange was rather extravagant. The summoning spell. Liu Ye touched the tip of his nose. What is it used to summon? What to summon? Smith furrowed his brow, uncertain. Perhaps the chairman possesses information on this matter. But no one else in the association would know. Only vague rumors circulate. Rumors? Ouyang Gu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You mean to say, in such a grim place, there are those who gossip? What you see is merely the upper echelons. There are many lower-tier magicians within the association. This place is not grim. Organizations like yours are the anomaly in the magical realm, Smith retorted with a hint of discontent. It is said that the heavenly flower was the principal artifact of a grand sacrificial ceremony, wherein the summoned entity was an angel. Angels? This was not the first time Liu Ye had encountered discussions of the divine. Yes, angels. However, even among magicians, few believe in such entities nowadays. Smith sighed, lamenting that within such a vast association, hardly anyone possesses genuine faith. Were this to occur a millennium ago, The predecessors would likely be enraged enough to tear their tomes asunder. Such matters are universal. Ouyang chuckled lightly. Be it North America, South America, East Asia, or West Asia, they are all quite similar. Magicians worship themselves, not the divine. Like ordinary people, they do not revere exalted deities or omnipotent heroes, they merely venerate power. Thank you. He offered a slight bow to Smith. Ouyang shrugged and ascended the stairs, with Liu Ye following suit. The room upstairs was modest, featuring 2 beds separated by a screen. From the window by the beds, one could gaze upon a pool at the center of the garden, now frozen over. The screen was adorned with a landscape painting, depicting an autumnal farm, the fields awash in golden waves of wheat. Liu sat on the bed, tilting his head to observe Ouyang, who was engrossed in his reading. The original text in his hands shimmered with a faint blue light, his right index finger swiftly flipping through the pages, as if he were searching for something within. After a moment, Ouyang casually tossed the original text directly to Liu Ye. I've finished reading it. You may use it now. So soon? Liu Ye weighed the book in his hand. It was no less than 200 pages, yet Ouyang had completed it in less than half an hour. Ouyang sighed lightly and lay back down, appearing somewhat dejected. After a brief hesitation, Liu opened the book titled Song of the Snow. As soon as he glimpsed the first line on the title page, his gaze was ensnared. He found himself in a desolate expanse blanketed in ice and snow, with distant mountains adorned with snow-laden forests. The sunlight reflected blindingly off the ice, and merely 10 meters in front of Liu Ye, a figure clad in animal skin sat with his back to him, tending to a pile of burning wood, warming himself by the fire. This time, Liu Ye felt no panic. It was unclear how many times he had encountered such occurrences. He approached the man and tapped his shoulder, inquiring, "Where am I? Who are you? Me? Is this not your territory?" The man replied. Liu rubbed his left cheek, urging, "Stop pretending. Speak plainly. My territory? I've wandered here for 8 days and have seen no one until you. You are the first living person I've encountered." The man turned his head, tore off a chicken leg, and tossed it to Liu Ye. "You're dressed so lightly. Here, have a piece, or you'll freeze to death soon." Liu Ye squinted at the charred chicken in his hand, inhaling the mouth-watering aroma. Though he recognized it was an illusion, he could not help but swallow hard. Confusion crept in. This place was undeniably a mirage, yet the brutish figure before him appeared neither wise nor capable of imparting any valuable information. Moreover, he could see no signs of life for miles around. What troubled him more was the biting cold that intensified. Liu Ye rubbed his arms, his legs beginning to tremble. The temperature here was even lower than that of the underground library he had just left. He glanced at the man, who was relishing the roasted chicken, licking his lips. Liu Ye squatted beside him, extending his hands toward the fire. You didn't want to eat before. Now there's none left," the man remarked, smacking his lips. "No, I'm not eating. I just want to warm myself," Liu Ye replied with a forced smile. "Where's this place? You don't even know where this is. Yet you've ended up here? This is the Greater Caucasus Mountains." The man cast a surprised glance at him. "Don't tell me you stumbled in here blindly. The nearest village is several days' journey away, and the path is fraught with dense forests. Ordinary people cannot survive the trek here. Greater Caucasus Mountains? The boundary between Europe and Asia?" Liu Ye thought to himself, astonished. I've been hungry for 2 days and am a bit muddled," Liu Ye chuckled. "So, you are also here searching for Konmodi?" The man raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Which sect do you belong to, and how many years have you practiced?" "Konmodi? Isn't he the author of this very text I'm reading?" Liu Ye frowned. "No, I am not here to seek Konmodi." Liu Ye shook his head, declaring that he was a disciple of the Dawn of the Century, having practiced for 3 years. "Dawn of the Century? I have not heard of it. Is it a sect from East Asia?" The man tilted his head, pondering for a moment, then tore off 2 pieces of chicken and offered them to Liu Ye. "All right. Stop pretending. A wizard who has ventured here must be either a madman or a disciple of Konmodi. That individual does not accept just one apprentice. Anyone who can find him can become a disciple, so there is no need for suspicion among us." "Disciple?" Liu Ye blinked in surprise. Could it be that this fellow came seeking a master? "Why aren't you eating? Without food, how can you muster the strength to travel?" "Wizards are human too. They require sustenance. I've heard tales of those in East Asia fasting during their training. Don't believe them. It's all nonsense." Liu licked his lips and devoured the 2 pieces of chicken, feeling warmth envelop him immediately. As he accepted the meat from the man's hand, a sense of unease stirred within him. This icy expanse felt increasingly tangible, and he was uncertain when he might escape or what condition his body was in. Who, exactly, was this seemingly straightforward and warm-hearted individual? Chapter 49. The Frost Giant Dragon. Does one require a reason to assist another? The individual shrugged. What is your name? Shin. Liu Ye hesitated, refraining from revealing his true name. Your Norwegian is quite commendable. The person cast a slightly surprised glance his way. Norwegian? Liu Ye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly deduced that it must be the original text at play. You hail from the east, I come from the west. It seems our only path is northward. The individual gazed distantly at the northern sky, which appeared ominously overcast, the clouds thick and gray, hanging low as if on the verge of snow. Extinguishing the campfire. The two began their journey northward, one following the other. Khan Modi is a most formidable sorcerer, Liu Ye remarked. Indeed? Formidable? The individual displayed a look of disdain. He is merely a madman, his hands and feet perpetually cold, obsessed with the impossibility of conjuring life from ice and snow, all the while claiming to be a poet and deeming other sorcerers as mundane. Wherein lies greatness? The person uncapped a water pouch at his waist and drank heartily, the scent of strong liquor wafting towards Liu Ye. You seem to harbor a strong dislike for him. Why then seek him as a mentor? As the individual turned away, Liu Ye shook his head silently, pondering the eccentricity of the man. Could he truly be Khan Modi himself? Having traversed this illusion for so long without encountering another soul. This was the only plausible explanation. Yet, what was his intent? With this thought, Liu Ye sighed softly, reflecting on why such peculiarities had not arisen when Ouyang consulted the original text, but had now become his constant companion. Suddenly, a chill coursed through the back of his hand. Raising it, he beheld a flurry of snowflakes. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had erupted in a deluge of thick snow. The snowfall intensified, accompanied by a fierce wind that sliced against his skin like a blade, compelling Liu Ye to shield his face with his hands. The distance between him and the stranger gradually widened as the latter quickened his pace. As the figure began to fade into the tempest, Liu Ye instinctively broke into a light jog. However, after a few paces, the silhouette vanished entirely. Biting his lip, Liu Ye surveyed his surroundings, only to find a vast expanse of gray in every direction, rendering it impossible to discern any bearings amidst the raging blizzard. Khan Modi, what are you truly after? Liu furrowed his brow, standing alert. At that moment, a colossal blue sphere of light pierced through the storm, hurtling towards his back. With a swift roll, Liu evaded to the right, the sphere whizzing past his ear, an agonizing chill enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, he felt the absence of his right ear, replaced by a solid mass of ice. Clutching his ear, he felt a surge of warmth emanating from his palm as he silently invoked fire magic to attempt to melt the ice. It worked. A flicker of hope ignited within him, yet time was of the essence. A massive shadow loomed ahead through the swirling storm. It possessed an elongated neck and a corpulent body, unfurling a pair of colossal wings that could eclipse the sun, letting out a thunderous roar that stirred a fierce tempest, instantly sweeping away the snowstorm before Liu Ye. His pupils constricted. That was the sound of a dragon's roar. How could it be? How could dragons truly exist? Yet the evidence lay before his eyes as a frost giant dragon, cloaked in crystalline white skin, emerged with a deafening roar. This was the dragon of Western mythology, devoid of scales and horns, with a slender neck and a rotund abdomen, complemented by wings far larger than its body, and those immense blue eyes, as large as brass bells, glared at him with ferocity. Liu waved his right hand, attempting to summon his wand, but to no avail. Cursed be this place. A sinking feeling enveloped him. Was this an illusion? Did that mean that perishing here would grant him an escape from this nightmare? The dragon let out another roar, black energy coalescing in its maw, and unleashed a massive luminous sphere, towering over Liu Ye, which struck a distant mountaintop. In an instant, the rock face shattered, the vast peak erupting into a cascade of debris. As he felt the terrifying energy contained within the sphere, Liu Ye's lips twitched in dismay. What a jest! Would he truly awaken unscathed from such a nightmare if struck by that monstrosity? Gritting his teeth, he began to retreat in a zigzag pattern. Running in a straight line would merely make him a target. Without his staff, confronting such a beast was folly, and he recognized that fleeing was his only viable option. Explosions of luminous spheres erupted around him, sending countless snowflakes flying, each narrowly missing him, causing his heart to race. Hey, kid, catch this. Suddenly, a figure appeared to his left, tossing him a glimmering longsword. Liu Ye reached out to grasp the hilt, but a black whirlwind erupted beneath him. He executed a backflip just in time, evading its grasp, yet the sword was blown several meters away, embedding itself deep in the snow. Impressive agility, the figure remarked with a grin, taking a puff from a cigar and exhaling a ring of smoke. before discarding the half-finished cigar on the ground and extinguishing it with a gentle stomp. Let us go. In an instant, his form lunged forward. The beast's pelt that had served as a cloak remaining suspended in midair, while he charged toward the frost giant dragon, revealing a physique of formidable muscle. What incredible speed! Liu Ye marveled inwardly. In that fleeting moment, he had thought it to be spatial magic, yet no traces of magical waves lingered in the air, indicating that the man had purely amplified his physical prowess through magic. Hey, are you just watching? Come lend a hand, the man shouted as he engaged the dragon in battle. Despite the significant disparity in size, the contest seemed evenly matched for a time. His strength was astonishing. Each of the dragon's fierce onslaughts was met with his longsword, which he parried with force. A thin layer of silvery flames enveloped both the sword and his form, radiating remarkable magical energy. Liu Ye gazed at the sword in his hand, uncertain of how to wield it. He was not adept in close combat and had never learned swordsmanship, although his physical conditioning was decent. What should I do? I don't know swordplay, he exclaimed. Liu Ye felt a flicker of resolve as a cerulean light emanated from beneath his feet, propelling him instantaneously onto the back of the frost dragon. With sword in hand, he struck fiercely at the fin-like protrusion on its neck. This reckless youth truly seemed oblivious to danger. The man on the ground, wielding his own sword, deflected the dragon's breath and called out to Liu Ye, "Can you still move? Aim for the center of its eye, piercing that bulging orb will end it." Gritting his teeth, Liu pressed his tongue against the gaps between his teeth, clinging to the sharp pangs of pain as a means to maintain his consciousness. Upon hearing the man's shout, he turned his gaze toward the dragon's head. Indeed, there was a faintly glowing yellow orb situated just beneath the creature's eye on its grotesque, elongated visage. How to reach it? Liu Ye fixated on the orb, his heart racing, mana coursing wildly through him. In a moment of inspiration, he took advantage of the dragon's downward dive, extending his right hand to inscribe an array upon its scaled belly. Immediately, he exerted force with his left hand and propelled his body upward. At that instant, the array erupted in a blinding white light, exploding with a resounding crash. The dragon howled in pain, veering sharply to the right as Liu Ye deftly drew his sword, using the force of the explosion to leap onto the dragon's neck and sprint forward with fervor. Mana surged unreservedly into his sword, and Liu Ye's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to slay this dragon. At the moment the long sword pierced the orb, his eyes briefly transformed into a shade of grayish-white. The dragon wailed as it plummeted toward the ground, its once lustrous skin losing its sheen and dimming, the brilliance in its eyes fading rapidly. Liu Ye grasped the dragon's head before him, seeking to cushion the impact of the impending fall. With a thunderous crash, the dragon's massive body collided with the ice, sending towering plumes of snow into the air. The man approached the dragon's head at a leisurely pace, extracting the sword lodged within and watching as both blades dissolved into motes of light in his grasp. He coughed twice before hoisting the unconscious Liu Ye, now drenched in dragon blood, and began his journey northward. As the wind and snow ceased, and with their silhouettes fading into the distance, the dragon's corpse fractured into countless crevices before erupting into a cloud of icy mist. The bloodstains on the ground vanished, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 50. The dual illusion. Liu stood upon a desolate expanse of ice, gazing at the figure of a man clad in animal pelts, tending to a fire in the distance, lost in contemplation. He bore no wounds, nor the foul stench of dragon's blood, and his garments remained unscathed. The air was imbued with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. The man was preparing a wild chicken. Everything appeared as it had an hour prior, the only distinction being that the man was now considerably farther away, previously a mere 10 meters, now perhaps 50. After a moment's reflection, Liu Ye approached the man, crouched down, and tentatively inquired, "Where is this? Who are you?" The man turned, astonishment etched upon his face, revealing a countenance adorned with stubble. His tousled brown hair spilled from beneath a cloth cap, framing his ears. A half-eaten chicken bone was clenched between his teeth, and his fingers glistened with grease as he mumbled, "And who might you be?" "I am Chun Siyun, hailing from the Century Dawn." "Are you also in search of Karnmodi?" "Century Dawn? Never heard of it. A sect from East Asia, perhaps?" The man furrowed his brow in thought, then waved his hand dismissively. Anyone who wanders here in January must either be a madman or seeking Karnmodi. Come, partake of my provisions. I haven't seen another soul in days. Your presence is a welcome reprieve." "Your Norwegian is quite commendable," Liu remarked. The man nodded appreciatively, retrieving a flask from his waist and taking a swig before burping heartily. "I am here to settle a score with him." "You have a grievance with him?" "No. That scoundrel borrowed something from me years ago and has yet to return it. The man tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Liu Ye. He has been hiding in these snow-capped mountains for ages. I had no choice but to seek him out myself. What did he borrow? So, you're his friend? Then you must be a remarkably powerful sorcerer as well? Humph, you have a way with words, lad. The man chuckled, taking another swig of his drink. I am neither as formidable nor as deranged as he. I would say I am merely decent. He raised the flask toward Liu Ye. Care for a sip? Liu Ye hesitated before declining. I do not drink. Without drink or meat, how can one muster the strength to walk? The man thrust the flask into Liu Ye's hands. Come, give it a try. Liu Ye licked his lips and took a small sip. The liquor coursed through his throat like a searing flame, igniting his stomach. What a potent spirit. Huh, now you're getting it. The man laughed heartily, patting Liu Ye's back. Eat some meat. We shall set forth shortly. The roasted chicken was devoured in mere moments, and the two soon embarked on their journey. Snow began to fall once more. Recalling his previous experience, Li kept closely behind the man, maintaining only a two-step distance, fearful of losing him. The wind picked up, and the man's pace quickened. Li had no choice but to accelerate, soon breaking into a light run. The man appeared to walk effortlessly, yet his speed was astonishing. Before long, Li found himself exerting every ounce of strength to keep up. Gradually, Li fell behind, the figure vanishing into the swirling snowstorm. A roar echoed from behind, prompting Liu Ye to turn and gaze at the immense shadow ahead, with its elongated neck, bulky abdomen, and wings that obscured the sky. It was that dragon once more. Amidst the storm, Liu Ye squinted, his muscles taut, poised to evade the imminent assault. As expected, a brilliant blue orb pierced through the flying snow, propelled by a fierce wind towards Liu Ye. He leaped backward, his hands swiftly weaving two intricate arrays, light flaring up as two flames erupted from his palms. The recoil propelled him into the air, allowing him to alter his trajectory and soar directly towards the shadow. The dragon let out a resounding roar, unleashing a powerful wave of force that instantly dispelled the surrounding snow and the clouds above. Sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating the frost-covered dragon, its silvery skin radiating an unyielding brilliance. The fierce blue eyes of the dragon fixated on Liu Ye, while beneath those bell-like eyes, a round orb emitted a faint yellow glow. That was its weakness. A strike there would spell its doom. Golden motes gradually coalesced in his palms, forming a long sword. Golden technique, shattering the clouds, he silently chanted, suddenly accelerating, reaching the dragon's head in the blink of an eye. He pressed both hands against the hilt, exerting all his strength to thrust the sword towards the glowing orb. Crack! The sword shattered with a resounding snap, bursting into a myriad of light particles. Li was taken aback, swiftly pushing off the dragon's snout with his toes, desperately attempting to distance himself. The dragon let out a fearsome shriek, its gaping maw unleashing a foul whirlwind that hurled Liu Ye dozens of meters into the air. The dragon took flight, soaring alongside the off-balanced Liu Ye, and with a powerful flick of its tail, sent him crashing like a bullet through the sound barrier, landing heavily on the icy surface and creating a pit over a meter deep. Coughing violently, Liu struggled to sit up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He pressed against his chest, gasping for breath, unsure how many ribs were broken. Yet, there was no time to rest. A deep blue dragon breath was already surging toward him. Gritting his teeth, he crawled out of the pit, wincing in agony as he stumbled sideways. The dragon breath detonated behind him, sending snow cascading in waves and propelling him into the air once more, only to crash down onto the ice and slide far away until he collided with a protruding rock, finally coming to a halt. Another spurt of blood erupted from Liu Ye as he clung to the rock, laboriously rising to his feet, regardless of whether this was an illusion. The pain was excruciatingly real. He felt the fractured ribs piercing into his left lung, each breath a stabbing agony, and his left ankle was either dislocated or broken. Devoid of sensation, the dragon was relentless, its magnificent maw gathering a radiant blue orb once more, larger and brighter than before. Li sensed the violent surge of magical energy limping towards the cover of the stone, but his foot slipped suddenly, and he crashed headfirst onto the icy surface. The orb hurtled towards Liu Ye, who lay immobilized on the ground, helplessly watching as it approached ever closer. In his grasp, the twin swords were enveloped in a translucent silver flame, while the long swords themselves bore no distinctive features, save for the red and white gemstones embedded in their hilts. Rising to his feet, he embraced the battle. He plunged the long sword in his left hand into the icy surface, resolutely refusing to surrender. Even in the direst of situations, Liu trembled as he extended his right hand to grasp the sword, blood trickled down the hilt, coursing over the white gemstone. Indeed, it was only through relentless perseverance that one could glimpse a flicker of hope. To succumb to despair meant annihilation. The man gazed intently at the colossal dragon sprawled upon the ice, its right wing marred by a gaping hole from the recent orb of light. In time, he would come to understand that such clumsy creatures were the easiest adversaries to confront. There existed threats far more terrifying than they. Liu steadied himself with the sword, swaying unsteadily as he rose to his feet, joining the man at his side, both poised with swords directed toward the dragon. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, the tips of his hair, and his palms, pooling at his feet into a shallow puddle. The wine he had consumed earlier now felt like a raging inferno within him, dispelling the icy chill and pain that had enveloped his body. The dragon let out a deafening roar, stirring a tempest of snowflakes. It sought to flee, but the man's voice rang out. Are you ready? Here we go. Soon, we shall use dragon's blood and flesh to mend your wounds. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The dragon unleashed a torrent of azure breath toward him. Yet he did not flinch. The red gemstone on the hilt of his long sword erupted with brilliant light, transforming into searing flames that enveloped him. With a swift motion, he cleaved the dragon's breath in two. Li emulated his actions, silently channeling magic through the fiery array in his mind, allowing it to envelop his skin and sword. Hey, kid, get out of the way. Liu Ye's eyes flew open as he beheld the dragon plummeting toward him, howling in agony, its abdomen split open, flames licking at the edges of the wound. He propelled himself off a nearby rock, leaping several meters into the air. Astonished as he watched the dragon crash where he had just stood, its immense form swallowed by the swirling snowstorm. Ha ha ha, you have quite the talent, young one. The man appeared behind Liu Ye, laughing heartily. Go, deliver the final blow. With that, he gave Liu Ye a gentle push, and in an instant, Liu Ye accelerated to the speed of sound, diving downward. He gripped the long sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the pale yellow orb beneath the dragon's eye. The magic enveloping him came to fruition, allowing him to maintain impeccable balance, and he could feel his internal injuries healing rapidly. The dragon opened its maw, unleashing bizarre-shaped orbs of light along with a faint blue breath, struggling desperately. Li swung his sword repeatedly, deflecting the incoming orbs. In its final throes, perish, he bellowed, his eyes turning ashen, a surge of power coursing through his mind as he cleaved through the dragon's breath, charging toward its head. The long sword found its mark within the orb, and as Liu Ye pressed his foot against the dragon's jaw, he performed a backflip, landing deftly on the ground. A crimson fountain erupted from the head of the dragon, and the brilliance in its cerulean eyes gradually faded away. That colossal body, akin to a mountain, finally succumbed and collapsed onto the ground. Li found himself bereft of strength to remain standing, collapsing softly onto the icy surface. His long sword clattered as it slipped from his grasp, and he lost consciousness, his eyes no longer reflecting their usual hue. You possess remarkable skill, murmured the figure, who approached him with a sword in hand, a glint of admiration evident in his gaze. To learn with just a single glance. You truly are one chosen by the divine. With that, the two long swords transformed into specks of light and dissipated. As he hoisted Liu Ye onto his shoulder and strode away, their silhouettes gradually vanishing amidst the swirling snow and wind. Chapter 51. Infinite Loop. Liu Ye awakened once more, standing on the desolate ice expanse. The man, clad in animal skins and tending to a fire, sat at a considerable distance from him, seemingly 200 meters away. His figure appeared as diminutive as a coin, and the flickering flames emitted a comforting warmth. Clenching his fists and stretching his shoulders, Liu Ye found his body fully restored. The scenery around him remained unchanged from the last time, save for the sky, which had darkened slightly, perhaps due to thick clouds obstructing the sunlight. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to turn and walk in another direction. Half an hour later, as the man's silhouette gradually emerged at the horizon's edge, Liu realized that leaving this place alone was an impossibility. He must engage the man in conversation. Li approached, crouched beside him, and adeptly patted his shoulder. The man turned in surprise, a chicken bone clutched between his lips, mumbling, "Who are you?" "Oh, the dawn of the century." The man pondered for a moment, nodding and then shaking his head, professing he had not heard of it. Liu Ye, smiling, settled beside him and tore a chicken wing from the roasting bird, devouring it with enthusiasm. The man stroked his beard, watching Liu Ye with keen interest. "Do you have any wine?" Liu Ye beckoned, feeling parched. The man unfastened a wine pouch from his waist and tossed it lightly to Liu Ye. He tilted his head back, gulping down several hearty swigs, feeling as if the fiery liquid ignited his entire chest. Previous experience had taught him that this drink was indeed potent. Do you enjoy drinking? No. It's merely that it is too cold here. Liu returned the pouch to him, standing up. Let us go. Where to? Take me to where I need to be. You are quite peculiar, speaking in such cryptic terms. The man took a swig of wine, yet I like it. Come, let us seek out Karn Modi. True to form, Liu Ye soon lost sight of him again amidst the swirling snow and encountered the familiar frost giant. This time, he chose to evade confrontation rather than engage directly. However, even as the giant ravaged the ice field, the man did not reappear. Gazing at the distant ice dragon, Liu Ye's resolve solidified. Will you not arm him? The man in animal skin stood at the cliff's edge, watching Liu hasten towards the ice dragon. Beside him, a frail young girl sat with her knees drawn to her chest. Her long azure hair contrasted with her snow-white skin, and she wore a silver gown that seemed to blend with the surrounding white landscape. Her grayish-white eyes, devoid of much brilliance, were fixed on Liu Ye. Wait a moment longer. Those who always hope for rescue seldom achieve greatness, the man remarked, uncorking the wine pouch for another generous sip. Such a coarse method of teaching. The girl gently retorted. If it weren't for our limited time of existence, who would desire to mold their disciples in such a manner? The bearded man gazed at Liu Ye from a distance, attempting to strike the spherical gem atop the dragon's head. However, a miscalculation sent him hurtling hundreds of meters, crashing against the cliffside. One might ponder, in the era he inhabited, how many souls would remember our tale? None remain, no one recalls you, only my writings endure. The girl's voice resonated with an ethereal quality, while I, merely a few strokes on a monument, signify our fleeting existence. The legends of you, and I shall no longer echo in the ages to come. We are mere transient travelers, destined to be forgotten by the sands of time. You, after all these years, still speak with such coldness, he remarked with a smile, draping a fur cloak over the girl. Sometimes, I find myself genuinely curious about the world as you perceive it. To envision the future must surely be an intriguing experience. Not at all. It is rather tormenting. She replied, her eyelids fluttering downwards as she adjusted the fur around her shoulders, then pointed towards the distant ice plains. You must go save him. Liu Ye lay motionless upon the ice, bloodied and battered, while the colossal dragon before him also lay prostrate on the icy surface, one eye blinded and both claws severed, lamenting as it exhaled its final icy breath towards Liu Ye. The bearded man took a step forward, his form vanishing from the mountaintop. As he unsheathed his sword to shield Liu Ye from the dragon's breath, the girl watched calmly as his silhouette became increasingly transparent, a solitary tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Hey, can you still move? The bearded man crouched beside Liu Ye, discarding his sword. The blade descended like a bolt of thunder, piercing the dragon's spine and pinning it firmly to the ground. The girl nodded gently, raising her hands, causing the very fabric of the world to shift, the winds and clouds swirling in reverse. Liu found himself once more on the ice plains, exhaling a long sigh. Despite having suffered such a fate, that person had not appeared. It seemed his earlier assumptions were misguided. In the distance, a fire still flickered, with roasted chickens sizzling over the flames. Yet the man who had tended the fire was absent. In his place stood two swords, their hilts adorned with gemstones, one red, the other white, those being the very ones he had wielded earlier. Beside the fire lay a bulging wineskin, seemingly filled with ample liquor. Am I to confront the ice dragon alone? Liu approached and drew the sword embedded with the white gemstone, then secured the wineskin at his waist, resolutely heading northward. Even with the knowledge of what awaited him, he did not hesitate. He remained oblivious to the rules governing this realm and whether defeating the ice dragon alone would grant him passage. All he knew was that he must fight. For he had no choice. He needed to leave this place, for much awaited him, and many were reliant upon his return. Soon, in a familiar locale, Liu Ye encountered the ice dragon once more. This marked their fourth battle. After 10 grueling minutes, he severed the dragon's head, yet his abdomen was pierced by a claw. In the fifth encounter, as the battle stretched to the 12th minute, he was struck down, his legs shattered by the icy breath, meeting his demise within the dragon's maw. On the 6th occasion, Liu successfully vanquished the ice dragon. On the 7th, during the skirmish with the dragon, 2 exceedingly swift snowfield werewolves emerged, and Liu Ye, unable to evade, was torn asunder. On the 8th attempt, he again triumphed over the ice dragon, yet succumbed to the werewolves due to exhaustion. His limbs severed and lifeblood drained. The 9th encounter saw him slay both the ice dragon and a werewolf, albeit at the cost of his own life. In the 10th, he succeeded in dispatching the ice dragon and another werewolf, only to perish alongside a third. On the 11th occasion, a serpent-headed bird appeared in battle, blinding Liu Ye and leading to his demise. By the 753rd attempt, a humanoid creature wielding a long blade confronted him, and he fell once more. On the 754th, the number of humanoids doubled, and he again met his end. Liu Ye stood upon the icy expanse, sword in hand, his gaze coldly surveying his surroundings. This marked his 1,000th time in this place, a count he had long since lost track of. Within this endless cycle, he had experienced a myriad of deaths. He could not fathom the extent of tortures humanity had devised over millennia, but he surmised it could not exceed the tally of his own demises. For human imagination is finite, while nature's creativity knows no bounds. Encircling him were countless werewolves, among which roared 4 ice dragons, each towering several dozen meters, their massive wings flapping violently. Above, dozens of serpent-headed birds circled ominously, and amidst the werewolves lurked humanoid figures shrouded in white wolf pelts, their crimson eyes the only visible feature. Liu tightened his grip on the sword, took a swig of liquor, and silver flames began to envelop his form. On a distant mountaintop, a blue-haired maiden sat with her knees drawn to her chest, accompanied by a bearded man whose face radiated excitement. He had not anticipated Liu Ye could reach such heights. The bearded man gazed upon Liu Ye, who moved across the icy plains with the grace of a leisurely stroll, exclaiming, "He is the most gifted mage I have ever witnessed. For one to die 1,000 times to attain battle experience akin to yours is indeed a diabolical act." The maiden remarked softly. Liu Ye executed each movement with precision, deftly avoiding incoming attacks. Each swing of his sword claimed a life, the fetid blood of beasts staining his garments as countless corpses lay strewn around him. He resembled a frigid automaton, traversing the frozen terrain and reaping souls. Blood flowed like a river. "I have nothing more to teach him," the bearded man mused, settling into a cross-legged position, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. In the art of combat, he had absorbed nearly all there was to know. "Are you leaving?" The maiden's grayish-white eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "No, there is still time. I wish to see you once more," the bearded man replied with a grin. "Now, it is your turn to instruct him." Chapter 52. Khan Modi. The azure-haired maiden raised her delicate hands, her slender fingers dancing before her, emitting a radiant white light that transformed the landscape of the snowy expanse. In an instant, the mountaintop where they stood morphed into a pristine and expansive ice field, surrounded by towering cliffs. Liu Ye, gripping his longsword, gazed calmly at the man and woman who had suddenly appeared before him. His eyes swept over them, finally resting on the fur-clad attire of the blue-haired girl, her eyes glimmering with an otherworldly crimson hue. "Huh, my boy, congratulations." The bearded man chuckled as he approached Liu Ye, seemingly intending to pat him on the shoulder. In a flash, a glimmer of cold light erupted. Just as the man's hand was raised, silver flames surged around Liu Ye, and in a swift motion, his longsword pierced through the man's chest. "I must say, you, my friend," the bearded man smiled, the sword passing effortlessly through his form. "Harboring resentment towards me is entirely justified, but both she and I have been dead for hundreds of years. It won't be so easy to kill me again." "Do not be angry, chosen one," the blue-haired girl spoke softly, her voice resembling a refreshing breeze that dispersed the murderous intent and fury in Liu Ye's eyes, restoring clarity to his gaze. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Khan Modi, a sorceress," the girl replied in a gentle tone. "Khan Modi?" Liu narrowed his eyes slightly, initially believing the scruffy man to be Khan Modi, only to discover that it was this seemingly fragile blue-haired maiden instead. "If you were Khan Modi, then were you deceiving me when you mentioned reclaiming the spear?" Liu turned towards the bearded man. The latter scratched his head and chuckled. "Not exactly. That item is in her bedroom, but she has refused to return it to me, claiming it is unsafe." "Chosen one, I brought you here through the Song of Snow," the girl stated, her voice ethereal like a crystal-clear spring in a secluded valley. "This is an ice and snow illusion I have constructed, existing independently from our original world. I apologize for this arrangement, but it is to ensure safety." Liu Ye gazed into the girl's eyes, recognizing the grayish-white pupils, identical to Watson's. "What do those eyes signify?" "This." The girl hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by his question. "I have seen them in others." "Stay away from that person," Liu warned. "Why?" "Those possessing such eyes are unstable temporal factors. They can, to some extent, determine the course of the future." "Why are you doing this? Why have you brought me here?" "Do not inquire why Khan does what she does." The girl shook her head. Liu was taken aback by her response. Not only was her speech cold, but her demeanor was as frigid as the snow itself. "You claim you have been dead for hundreds of years. How is it that you are able to converse with me in real time?" "We are still alive." "Alive?" In our time, we are alive. In your time, we are dead. Your time? Today marks the conclusion of the Song of Snow, dated December 10th, 1517. Liu Ye found himself in a state of perplexity. According to the young maiden, they were simultaneously existing in the year 1517 and 2165, a concept that eluded his understanding. "Are you feeling a bit dazed, my boy?" chuckled the bearded man. "I'm not entirely clear myself, but it's best to heed her words. The chosen one. You possess but a single opportunity." "What?" Liu Ye was taken aback. The bearded man, seated cross-legged on the ground, gazed at her with gentle eyes. "Please, observe closely." The maiden rose, and countless shimmering ice crystals gathered beside her, her azure hair dancing with the breeze. "This is the most precious gift I leave for you." She gracefully waved her hands, and an innumerable flurry of snowflakes flickered at her fingertips. Around her, flora flourished, rapidly transforming into towering trees, their branches swaying as birds took flight, blossoms bursting forth. A small rabbit scampered to Liu Ye's feet, and he tenderly cradled it in his palms. A fruit fell from a branch, striking his shoulder, all adorned in the visage of ice and snow. As the maiden advanced, the myriad creations born of frost and snow evolved swiftly behind her. Liu Ye beheld the ephemeral collapse of celestial bodies as supernova erupted, engulfing all nearby planets, along with brilliantly luminous quasars that flickered into existence for but a fleeting moment before shattering into countless snowflakes. He witnessed ancient Egyptians erecting pyramids, the millennia-long endeavor of constructing the Great Wall, the fierce battles of Spartan warriors, and the teachings of the 100 schools of thought. As thousands of years of history flowed before him, soon, silence enveloped the scene. The snowflakes ceased their dance, and the blue-haired maiden stood patiently before Liu Ye. The reflections of myriad entities in his eyes quickly faded, his face etched with astonishment, each deep breath failing to calm the rapid beating of his heart. "Do you remember?" the maiden inquired softly. "I." Liu Ye gasped, his mind throbbing. He raised his hand, and the snow converged in his palm to form a hexagonal snowflake. "Is that all there is? Yet, it matters not if you cannot recall it all, for one day you shall need to forget everything." Her voice resonated with a tone of regret, as this was a misguided path. Ice and snow could never foster true life. A misguided path? Liu Ye lifted his gaze to her, seeing the maiden, lost in thought, fixating on the crystalline snowflake resting in his hand. "Even if I decipher every nuance, I cannot create a spirit that endures eternally." She turned to face Liu Ye, her form gradually becoming translucent. "Chosen one, I am sorry. I long to offer you more assistance, but time eludes us." "What are you saying?" Liu turned to look at the bearded man, noticing his body had also become semi-transparent. "Do not dwell excessively on the Song of Snow. It is merely a love poem penned for a fool." The maiden tilted her head slightly and offered a faint smile. "Wait, what is your true intention behind this?" Liu extended his hand, only to have it pass through the form of the young girl. "For the one and only possibility." "What possibility?" Liu inquired anxiously. "Seek out the other original texts." With those final words, the girl's figure dissipated, and the bearded man approached him, patting his shoulder. Before they both transformed into a myriad of shimmering lights alongside Liu Ye's sword. The ice field swiftly collapsed. Liu gradually opened his eyes, discovering Ouyang seated cross-legged at the head of the bed, a bemused smile gracing his features as he gazed at him. "You truly are something else. A sorcerer sleeping soundly with the original text. I wonder if anyone else has done so throughout history besides you." "How long did I sleep?" Liu reclined back, utterly exhausted. "About half an hour?" "Half an hour," Liu murmured. "Ah, the weary journey." He sighed deeply. "You may take this book. I have little interest in it. If someone overheard you, you might find yourself in quite a predicament." Ouyang chuckled, shaking his head as he took the original text from Liu Ye. "However, this convoluted and obscure spell book is hardly worth perusing." Convoluted and obscure. The final sweet smile of the blue-haired girl appeared before Liu Ye's mind, reminiscent of a love poem written for a fool. "By the way, while you were dozing off, Smith came by," Ouyang mentioned as he stowed away the original text. "He said he would depart for Italy tomorrow morning to investigate the matter of the altar, accompanied by another member of the black-clad sorcerers." "Italy? Why are we still involved in the altar's destruction after the Heaven's Flower theft case has been resolved?" "I'm not certain. I heard they've already reached an agreement with the Asian side," Ouyang replied, giving Liu Ye's leg a light pat. "We can only follow orders." Liu Ye rolled his eyes and said, "Ouyang, how much do you know about Khan Modi?" Ouyang stood by the window, the dimming sun casting a lazy glow upon him, the orange light reflecting off his sunglasses. Upon hearing Liu Ye's question, He turned to lean against the windowsill, backlit, his face momentarily shrouded in shadow. Konmodi? I only know she was a brilliant sorceress who ventured far along the path of ice and snow, tragically passing away at the tender age of 27. Beyond that, not much is known. After all, she lived over 600 years ago, and most records have been lost. There's a statue of her downstairs. I can take you to see it shortly. How did she die? She was pierced by a spear, allegedly wielded by a bearded man, who also met his demise. Oyangu stroked his cheek. However, that's merely historical gossip. Some even claim that man was her lover, which is utterly absurd. Indeed, it is quite preposterous. Liu closed his eyes, the last smile of the blue-haired girl in a silver gown resurfacing in his mind, as he pondered how the history we know may have long since been distorted beyond recognition. Why the sudden melancholy? It's nothing. Liu rose from his bed and approached Oyangu. Shall we go and view her statue? It would be better to see the master after retrieving her original text. All right, let us proceed. The two descended the spiral staircase, traversed the reception room, and soon arrived at the main corridor of the church. Beneath the third column on their left, they discovered the bust of Karmody. Karmody, 1490. 10. 101517. 12. 10. One of the greatest sorcerers, an unparalleled genius, and one of the most luminous stars in the annals of magical history. The inscription on the brass plaque before the statue read thus. The plaster effigy perfectly replicated the delicate features of the young girl, though her flowing hair did not possess that pure icy blue hue. December 10th, 1517. Liu recalled the girl mentioning that this was the very day when the Song of Snow was completed. Later that night, lying in bed, Liu found it difficult to drift into slumber. The circumstances surrounding Karmody's death must have been enigmatic, yet that was an event over 6 centuries past, rendering any investigation futile. He suddenly felt a pang of regret for not having inquired about their tales during their final moments, realizing he would never have the chance to learn their stories. In any case, the rumors could not possibly be true. That drunken, scruffy man could never be the murderer of the blue-haired girl. He was certain of that. The exchange of glances between the two was telling, along with her final sweet smile. For reasons unknown, the visage of Shiran flickered before Liu Ye's mind, her eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of fireworks. Moreover, what could the singular possibility be? What did Karmody mean by instructing him to seek out other originals? Liu raised his hand, a crystalline hexagonal snowflake blossoming in his palm, and sighed softly. There are simply too many puzzles. Chapter 53. The Julius family. On the following morning, Liu and Oyangu accompanied Smith to a small chamber located on the northern side of the church. Within, a row of full-length mirrors stood, 8 in total, while at the entrance, an elderly man resembling a priest, adorned in a crimson robe and thick monocle, scrutinized a severed wand. Ah, heading to Italy, are we? The second mirror from the left. Proceed, he remarked, casting a brief glance at them before returning to his examination of the wand. Smith, keep an eye on them. Do not let them wander, he instructed. Yes, Smith replied, bowing respectfully before guiding the two into the small room. This is a long-distance mirror. Though that is merely our colloquial term, Oyangu elucidated as he noticed Liu Ye's hesitation. When two mirrors connect, one can traverse through to the other side. Before he could finish, Smith had already stepped inside, the mirror rippling with waves, and the hem of his black robe twisted slightly before he vanished completely. Let us go. Oyangu smiled, following suit into the mirror. Li squinted, preparing to join them, when he heard the old man's voice behind him. Young man, wait a moment. Come. Take a look at this wand. Do you fancy it? It is yours. The old man glanced knowingly at Liu Ye's waist. Go on. Do not keep your friends waiting too long. With a hint of trepidation, Li Ye accepted the half-wand from the old man, bowed, and hurriedly leapt into the long-distance mirror. Why the delay? Smith frowned, gazing at the mirror. Newcomer, please be understanding, Oyangu chuckled. The place where the two stood now resembled that of London. Another small chamber, filled with mirrors. As Liu Ye's figure emerged from the mirror's surface, he felt slightly disoriented, akin to suddenly plunging beneath the sea, experiencing a moment of breathlessness. 3 guests, announced a maid in a servant's attire, slightly bowing at the door. With a distinct London accent, she continued. The master has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me. The trio followed the maid through a long corridor, its floor adorned with a wine-red velvet carpet. While outside the windows, expansive green lawns could be seen, with an exquisitely carved fountain at the center. After descending 2 flights of stairs, they arrived at a grand room, flanked by built-in bookshelves brimming with tomes. At the center, a long table held 2 floral arrangements. while a sofa facing the entrance was occupied by a richly dressed middle-aged man, whose sunken eyes and thick brows conveyed a commanding presence. Upon their arrival, the man rose slightly, offering a courteous greeting. "The chairman's mood is beyond my comprehension," Smith remarked, surveying the surroundings. "Might I inquire where Mr. William is?" "Off on his own." "Quite befitting of his character." Smith narrowed his eyes. "Eldest of the Edmund family, I wish to seek him out. I would appreciate your hospitality towards these two Eastern wizards. Their customs differ greatly from ours, and I hope you will be accommodating." "Not a problem, please," the man replied graciously. With that, Smith dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Liu Ye was unable to comprehend Italian, completely lost in the conversation. Upon witnessing Smith's disappearance, he blinked and turned to Ouyang-gu, who still wore a confident grin. "What are they saying?" Liu Ye inquired softly. "I don't know. I couldn't grasp it either." Ouyang-gu replied with a smile, relaxing and maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "Honored guests," clan leader Edmund began in English, "Mr. Smith has decided to visit the altar first. I will arrange for refreshments in the courtyard, where you may await his return." "Very well, Annie, please escort them to the courtyard." Clan leader Edmund instructed a maid at the door before picking up a book from the table. "Please, follow me," Annie said with a gentle smile, gesturing toward the door. Seated in a sun chair in the garden, Liu Ye found himself facing a table laden with an array of English delicacies and a pot of Earl Grey tea. Yet he had little appetite, resting his chin in his hands and gazing vacantly at the sky. Ouyang-gu, however, seemed unburdened, patiently spreading apple jam on a scone. "Why do you think Watson invited us here?" Liu Ye sighed, expressing his unease. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. What could possibly be wrong? It's merely that those in Asia are wary of any negative repercussions, which is why they have summoned us as witnesses." Ouyang-gu reassured him while pouring tea for Liu Ye. "We only need to experience the life of nobility here in Julius's company. There is no need for us to concern ourselves with anything else." "I hope that is the case." Despite the assurance, a heavy stone of apprehension lingered in Liu Ye's heart. "I wonder if she will tire herself out," Liu murmured, fixated on the fountain spray. While he was unsure of Fourier's capabilities, he could envision Chiran's efforts. "She won't overexert herself. The elder sister knows her limits." Ouyang-gu tossed Liu Ye a sandwich. "Come, eat something. We haven't had breakfast yet." "Are you Liu Ye?" Suddenly, a youthful voice chimed in their ears, speaking in a somewhat awkward Chinese. "And you are?" Liu raised an eyebrow, placing the sandwich back down before he had a chance to take a bite. A small boy clad in a silvery gray robe gazed at him with determined eyes. "Young lad, do you require something from me?" "I wish to challenge you." The boy raised his hand, a silver wand appearing in the air. "Challenge me? You mean to say you want a duel?" Liu scratched his head, feeling ill-equipped to deal with children, particularly one around 10 years old. "We are strangers. Why would you wish to challenge me? Magician's wings?" Liu felt a headache brewing and glanced at Ouyang-gu for help, only to find Ouyang-gu discreetly sliding his chair back, teacup in hand, wearing an expression of delight at the unfolding spectacle. "All right then, how do you propose to challenge me?" Liu sighed heavily, extending his right hand to summon his staff, only to find it unresponsive. He quickly lowered his gaze to his waist, discovering that the staff in his pouch radiated a red glow, while the half-burned wand was nowhere to be found. "You dare to disregard me by not even using a wand?" The young boy's face flushed with anger as he began to speak in Italian, raising his silver wand high and uttering the words, "Sandstorm." "No, no, no." Liu waved his hands repeatedly, knowing full well that despite his inability to comprehend the boy's words, it was evident that a misunderstanding had occurred. Ouyang-gu, with a curious demeanor, took a sip of red tea and quietly observed as the swirling sands engulfed Liu Ye's figure. Soon, a verdant light burst forth, dispersing the debris to reveal a disheveled Liu Ye. He never anticipated that the boy would resort to magic right in the courtyard, catching him off guard from the very start. "Humph, is this all your skill amounts to?" The boy sneered disdainfully. Thunderous explosion. 10 bolts of golden lightning converged from all directions towards Liu Ye. He lowered his eyelids. Not only was the boy impolite, but he also employed such a lethal spell, clearly lacking proper upbringing. Liu Ye's gaze suddenly turned frigid. Silver flames enveloped his form, and golden specks coalesced in his hand, forming a longsword. The murderous aura unleashed from countless battles on the icy plains sent a shiver down the boy's spine. Ouyang-gu, who had been leisurely observing, suddenly narrowed his pupils, spitting out a mouthful of tea in astonishment at the shimmering silver spectacles surrounding Liu Ye. In a flash of cold light, the boy could barely register what was happening before Liu Ye's sword was poised against his neck, a chilling sting coursing through him. I concede," the boy said, his tone deflated. Humph, Liu Ye scoffed, dispersing the sword, leaving a faint scar on the boy's neck. What is your name? Caesar, the boy replied, curling his finger. I shall return. Caesar? Liu Ye mused, touching his cheek, preparing to intimidate this audacious child. You dare challenge me again? Are you not afraid of death? Not afraid. The boy's eyes sparkled with determination, shaking off the earlier despondency. I am the heir to the name of Caesar. I shall never fear death. Oh, so you are the Caesar of this generation? Ouyang approached, resting a hand on Liu Ye's shoulder. How long have you been practicing magic? 1 year and 7 months. Indeed, you possess exceptional talent. Ouyang chuckled, leaning closer to the boy and gesturing toward Liu Ye. However, to challenge this uncle, you are still a bit lacking. Come back in a few years. Uncle? Liu Ye coughed in discontent. He was barely in his 20s. The boy nodded obediently and ran off. Chapter 54. The altar. Liu Ye recounted his experiences while reading the Song of Snow to Ouyang, deliberately omitting the details regarding the scruffy man and Khan Modi, merely stating that he had acquired his combat techniques through endless battles. Over 1,000 times. Ouyang gasped, patting Liu Ye on the shoulder. You've endured quite a lot. Liu Ye found his expression exaggerated and rolled his eyes. However, you should refrain from using it indiscriminately, particularly in front of Fourier. Ouyang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your fighting style bears a striking resemblance to the martial arts passed down in his family. It could lead to misunderstandings. Liu Ye shrugged, indicating his understanding. That's good to hear. Ouyang smiled broadly. You must have questions as well. Feel free to ask. I shall speak openly. Who was that boy who called himself Caesar? Caesar. Liu Ye took a sip of red tea. Is the Julius family powerful in the magical realm? Ouyang chuckled and shook his head. The Dark-Cloaked Sorcerers? I've heard you mention them frequently. What precisely is this organization? The Dark-Cloaked Sorcerer Corps is directly under Watson, comprising 10 individuals, each a top-tier sorcerer. Smith, along with the 2 individuals we encountered in the library, are members of this group. Within this family, aside from the Patriarch Edmund, there is likely no one who can rival them. Even Smith finds himself at a considerable disadvantage compared to the council. The disparity between the association and the family is quite apparent. A heaviness settled in Liu Ye's heart. Since that night's dream, he had harbored a sense of vigilance toward the association, even preparing himself for potential conflict. Yet it was only now that he comprehended the magnitude of the entity before him. What is the relationship between the magical realm and the ordinary world? Doesn't the association aspire to dominate the world? Liu found it difficult to fathom that they lacked such ambitions, for with the association's power, conventional weaponry could hardly stand a chance. Great power breeds insatiable desires, yet the association maintains a stringent mechanism to regulate sorcerers, prohibiting their interference in the lives of ordinary people. Ouyang squinted, at least officially. Officially? If the administrators of this mechanism wish to exploit loopholes, there are ways to do so. Are you implying the council members? Indeed, though the probability is low. Sorcerers typically show little interest in ordinary lives, which is why so few wizards have ever participated in your wars. Wait, someone is approaching. Ouyang gestured behind Liu Ye. Excuse me, gentlemen. Liu Ye turned to see a strikingly handsome young man clad in a deep blue formal attire, a sword affixed to his waist, speaking in remarkably fluent Mandarin. Mr. Smith has sent word, requesting your immediate presence at the altar. The young man bowed politely, his right hand placed over his chest as he spoke. Patriarch Edmund has instructed me to escort you both. Please follow me. Smith? Liu furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Ouyang. Given that fellow's taciturn nature, something must have transpired to summon us. Understood. The two nodded in agreement. The altar is a significant site for the family, shrouded in secrecy. We must traverse with a long-range telescope. Please follow me. Walk south from here, and in 10 minutes, we shall reach the altar. The youth leads the way. Both Squint and Smith did not arrive at the altar via the telescope. What could have been resolved with a mere spatial magic now seems convoluted. As if the Julius family were deliberately stalling for time. Liu Ye glanced around the altar, noting the absence of any station guards. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was the dilapidated surrounding walls and scattered stones, thick with yellow sand. Next, a series of concentric steps spiraled upward, culminating at the center where a black obelisk lay, shattered into 2 pieces. Its towering surface was inscribed with intricate hieroglyphs, while the base was adorned with white stone reliefs of Greek deities, exuding a haunting aura characteristic of ancient ruins. This was indeed the altar of the Julius family. The youth stood against the light, elegantly bowing to them, inviting them to commence their investigation. Where is Smith? Liu Ye inquired, noticing the vast emptiness of the altar. devoid of the imposing figure in a black robe. I am unaware, the youth replied with a gentle smile. Perhaps he has ventured far away. As they conversed, Ouyang had already descended the steps. He crouched down, brushing away a thick layer of accumulated yellow sand, revealing a stone slab concealed beneath. The slab bore delicate engravings. Yet some areas were obstructed by a dark, viscous substance. What do you see? Liu Ye approached Ouyang, crouching beside him. He extracted a small piece of the substance. Bringing it to his nose, his expression shifting abruptly. Is this blood? Ouyang furrowed his brow, meticulously clearing the sand that cloaked the bloodstains. A vast expanse of black material came into view, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Soon, they discovered a severed hand, clutching a wand that was now cracked. Additionally, in the shadows beneath the obelisk's remnants lay the skeletal remains of a black-robed figure, an arrow piercing through its skull. It was the corpse of another dark mage. William Miller. Ouyang pupils dilated, and without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of dark red light from his wand, weaving it into a sanguine cage that enveloped the youth in an instant. Liu quickly reacted, sealing the youth's legs in a thick layer of ice crystals. Esteemed guest, has something occurred? Or have I breached some form of decorum? The youth smiled amiably, his eyes narrowing into slits. Enough with the pleasantries. Where is Smith? I truly do not know. I am merely an ordinary guard. The youth bowed deeply. If there are doubts, you may address them with Chief Edmund. Who exactly are you? Ouyang demanded in a low voice. You are not of the Julius family. Targeting a senior member of the association carries dire consequences. I do not comprehend your words. The youth replied, glancing anxiously at his legs. I kindly ask that you release the spell. My magical power is limited and cannot sustain for long. Liu Ye's eyelids drooped slightly as the ice crystals continued to grow upwards, swiftly encasing everything below the boy's neck. What you are doing is tantamount to declaring war on the Julius family. The boy's expression changed, and he shouted sharply, let me go. How long do you intend to perform this charade? A dark red thread from Ouyang wand shot out, landing beside him and transforming into a brilliantly plumed red eagle, striking down a member of the black-robed mage group, thus directly challenging Watson's authority. You lack the courage to confront him directly, do you not? Since you have lured us here, it is evident that you do not intend to allow us to leave. Ouyang, is it? Indeed, you are quite clever. Clever enough that I must eliminate you. The boy smiled faintly, the ice crystals around him exploding. He slowly drew his sword from his waist, declaring that war would soon commence, with the Julius family merely the first offering. You intend to incite a war? Such a grand scheme, merely killing us would not suffice. What more do you plan to do? Ouyang sought to extract further information. His expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the sword in the boy's hand. He was also a top-tier mage, having never failed in his missions before, yet since encountering Liu Ye, nearly every adversary faced had been exceedingly formidable, each more perilous than the last. When he makes his move, you must run, as far as you can. Ouyang breathed deeply, determination evident in his eyes. I will do my utmost to hold him back. You find a way to inform the leader. I must stay behind. Liu Ye approached Ouyang and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, silver flames roaring around them, his right hand cradling a hexagonal snowflake the size of a coin. You should understand that ensuring the message is conveyed is far more crucial than us perishing here. I understand. Liu Ye paused, but we will all leave alive. Ouyang smiled, licking his lips. All right, I comprehend. With death imminent, you certainly have much to say. The boy chuckled lightly. Staying behind is indeed the right choice. I possess all information regarding both of you and am thoroughly familiar with your combat styles. There is no escape. Chapter 55. A desperate struggle. The youth's expression shifted dramatically as he furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the gnarled staff in Liu Ye's hand. From that peculiar wand, he sensed an unusual energy fluctuation, and the hexagonal snowflake seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not recall where he had encountered it before. Observing the boy's momentary distraction, Ouyang seized the opportunity to act. With a piercing cry, the blood eagle soared into the sky, splitting into 3, then multiplying into 100, transforming in an instant into a vast flock of eagles that surged toward the youth. Simultaneously, a bluish light began to emanate from beneath Ouyang feet, and a water dragon erupted forth, surging toward the boy's chest under the cover of the eagle swarm. I have told you, I am intimately familiar with your combat style. The youth remarked with a faint smile, as golden waves surged from the sword in his hand. Do you understand what it means to be intimately familiar? It means I can predict your every move. You certainly run swiftly, he continued, lightly flicking his sword. No doubt a testament to your prowess as one of Asia's premier magical operatives. Stealth and evasion must be your specialties. Humph, too kind of you, Oyengu replied, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Oh, do you believe I am complimenting you? The youth lightly tapped the ground with his toes and charged at him with his sword, exuding immense confidence. Only a coward would consider evasion a virtue. With the sword's descent, dust erupted into the air. The youth stood resolutely, surrounded by swirling sands, gazing at Oyengu as if he were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. There was both delight and a hint of disappointment in his expression, compared to that worthless fool with scant combat data. You were the adversary I was most keenly interested in. Yet, it seems you are merely a coward who excels in fleeing. How disheartening. Oyengu stood atop a pillar 100 meters away, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. The youth's speed was such that he scarcely had room to employ his teleportation technique. This individual was akin to Fourier, a mage specialized in martial arts, displaying strength comparable to theirs, yet the opponent was far too familiar with him. His recent feint and attempts to evade had been effortlessly discerned, and continuing in this manner would only lead to increasing disadvantage. Was he left with no choice but to resort to time magic? Oyengu's eyes narrowed. Although the taboo magic came at a steep price, such considerations were trivial in this moment. The sole concern was his lack of proficiency. Should he err in the heat of battle, it would spell utter ruin. At that instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. You talk too much. The youth's smile vanished as he turned to see a fist encased in thick ice armor, ignited with silver flames, collide with his cheek. He was sent sprawling, sword and all, rolling through the air before finally steadied against a dirt wall. The left side of the youth's face flushed crimson as if scalded. Yet remnants of ice lingered, creating a bizarre sight. You truly are verbose, Liu Ye remarked, dispersing the ice that clung to his fists. He then extended a thumb toward the youth, slowly turning in a half-circle before forcefully pointing downward, reminiscent of a croaking frog in summer. Are you provoking me? The youth licked his lips, a cruel smile gracing his features. I shall reduce you to mere fragments. Provoking? Are you a child? Liu shook his head, exasperated, and spread his hands. Engaging in conversation with an adversary during battle is feasible, but it comes with conditions. The youth furrowed his brows, sensing the underlying meaning in Liu Ye's words. The implication was clear. You have but one enemy, not two. Liu smiled and raised two fingers. What? The youth's eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting as a roaring fire dragon collided with his back, propelling him into the air. The fire dragon soared at supersonic speed before erupting, blossoming into an orange-yellow flower in the sky. Well done. Oyengu instantly appeared beside Liu Ye, and the two stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing at the flames above. Yet, it was not over. Liu sighed, acknowledging his overwhelming strength. No worries. At least he has been injured. Oyengu grinned. You never cease to surprise me, my friend. Once we escape this place alive, I shall treat you to coffee. One of every kind. Ha ha ha, it's a promise. They clasped hands in agreement. Here it comes, Liu Ye murmured, his gaze fixed on the sky as a golden light raced toward them. Prepare for action. The youth landed a few meters ahead of them, the golden flame surrounding him slightly dimmer than before, yet no visible wounds marked his exterior. You too. From behind the youth, a knight clad in armor emanating purple smoke gradually materialized, casting a cold glare at Liu Ye and Oyengu. I have lost my patience. Liu Ye would not allow him to complete his incantation. Snowflakes danced in his hands, swiftly coalescing into a cerulean ice crystal longbow, drawing the bow like a full moon. A magical arrow was released. Oyengu narrowed his eyes, tracing lines on the ground with his left hand while his right wielded a wand, chanting an arcane incantation. Countless dark red threads erupted from his sleeves, hurtling toward the still-forming armored knight behind the youth. However, both Liu Ye's crystalline arrow and Oyengu's strangling threads vanished silently upon contact with the purple smoke, as if a cow had sunk into the sea without creating a ripple. I was dispatched to carry out this task because my power exceeds yours by several levels. Blood oozed from the corners of the youth's eyes, enhancing his frenzied demeanor. You two clowns have caused me considerable trouble. When hunting a rabbit, one must exert full strength. I underestimated you, but this time, I shall not err again. He raised his hand, and the sword within vanished abruptly. Liu Ye's expression shifted as a golden thread shot toward his neck. With no time to evade, he could only brace himself, the swirling snowflakes rapidly forming a smooth ice shield before him. Ice and snow magic. Could it be the song of snow? The youth's gaze sharpened, shifting the light in his hand as he prepared to strike Liu Ye down once more. Your opponent is not just him. Oyengu flashed to the youth's side, leaping into the air and delivering a knee strike to his right cheek, sending the youth skidding on one knee for several meters to where Oyengu had originally stood. I suspected correctly. Your technique is ineffective against martial arts. Ouyang flashed a smile, revealing your intention to shift your target, aiming to swiftly eliminate Liu Ye rather than myself. Your urgency suggests that your body is nearing its limits, does it not? The youth's expression darkened as he rose to his feet. Angered, are we? Fear not, for I have another gift for you. Ouyang gestured toward the ground beneath him, sketching a few lines, a mere token of respect. With a crack, the earth below the youth fractured, and a surge of magma erupted forth, instantaneously engulfing his figure. Now is the moment. Ye, strike. Ouyang bellowed. 3 icy arrows shot forth, the ice spout dissipating in his grasp. As Liu Ye teleported above the column of magma, his body enveloped in silver flames, his eyes gleaming with an icy blue radiance. The youth wielded his long sword, the golden flames warding off the encroaching magma, as an apparition of his form materialized before him. With a mighty roar, he summoned his internal magic, propelling himself with a kick. Ouyang instantly halted his incantation, the magma receding, and the youth's pupils constricted. With a resounding thud, he was propelled skyward by Liu Ye's kick, colliding with the 3 icy arrows hurtling towards him. 1 arrow, 2 arrows. The longsword could no longer withstand the onslaught. Shattering in 2, the final arrow struck true, piercing his chest, and once again, the youth vanished into the horizon. Is it over? Liu Ye landed beside Ouyang, murmuring. Alas, it appears not. Ouyang sighed lightly, raising a hand to point at the sudden emergence of a shadow in the sky. I suppose that means coffee will have to wait. Liu scratched his head. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal shadow plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater in the saline expanse of the Gobi. Both men leapt aside, scrutinizing the object within the pit. It was a towering 2-meter-high cross. At its center a silver-black rose, continuously exuding dark energy. The earlier youth, grasping a broken sword in his right hand and resting his left upon the cross, wore a tattered indigo garment, his body marred with wounds, while the dark aura emanating from the rose swirled around him, steadily healing his injuries. The cross, the rose. Ouyang expression shifted slightly. You are affiliated with the Black Rose? The Black Rose? Liu recalled that not long ago, during their time in Buyun City, Ouyang had mentioned this organization. Chapter 56. Mutual destruction. The broken sword in the boy's hand was enveloped in a swirling violet mist. He laughed maniacally, his mouth agape. As he slowly advanced towards Liu Ye and Ouyang, the crucifix behind him faintly glowing, emanating a powerful surge of magical energy. Liu furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Ouyang. Should they strike first, or wait and observe? Ouyang gently shook his head, signaling him to refrain from acting rashly. The boy lowered his head slightly, licking his lips to reveal a set of white teeth, his knees bending as he suddenly lunged forward. Liu Ye and Ouyang hurriedly retreated, but his speed had increased dramatically compared to before, closing the distance between them in an instant. The violet mist at the broken end of his sword rapidly coalesced, forming a grotesque, massive blade, infused with a chilling malevolence, aimed directly at their throats. In a moment of desperation, Ouyang pointed his wand at the ground, conjuring sharp stone spikes to buy them some time to evade. However, the boy disregarded the onslaught, allowing the spikes to pierce his body as he charged relentlessly towards them. With the sword's glow poised to strike, Ouyang's eyes shimmered with golden light, reflecting the shadow of a clock. He chuckled darkly, still resisting? Your tenacity rivals that of a cockroach. The boy's crimson pupils gleamed with a fierce, murderous intent as he looked at them. I shall create an opportunity for you. Seize the moment to strike at his left flank. Ouyang whispered, his left arm having hung motionless by his side since the beginning, even during Liu Ye's flying kick. I understand. Liu nodded in response. Exercise caution. In his current state, he may very well exchange injuries with you. Do not engage recklessly. Concern flickered in Ouyang's eyes. There was no need for a single strike to determine life or death. Watch out, Liu Ye shouted, as crystalline snowflakes coalesced before them into a round shield. Suddenly, the boy's figure vanished, only to reappear before them in an instant, his sword descending, shards of ice scattering. Liu Ye's ice shield disintegrated into fine powder, the tremendous recoil sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the gravel plain, carving a long trench behind him. As he flew back, Ouyang gritted his teeth, his left eye reflecting the clock's face, the gold rapidly spreading from his pupil, momentarily freezing time. In but an instant, his eye was bloodshot, dark crimson encroaching upon his vision. Ignoring the strange sensations coursing through his body, Ouyang clenched his teeth and wielded his wand, inscribing the most intricate fiery array he had learned into the air, a flurry of strokes. Yet, his left eye had completely lost sight, the surrounding gold swiftly fading as time resumed its flow. Liu Ye, rise now. This is the moment, Ouyang bellowed, collapsing to his knees from exhaustion. Just as his voice echoed, a scarlet magic circle materialized before the boy, from which a roaring flame lion burst forth, lunging directly at him. With the array so close, the boy had no time to evade, and was engulfed whole by the lion's fiery maw. A shimmering aquamarine aura enveloped Liu Ye, who instantly appeared beside the youth, his right hand beckoning as snowflakes danced in the air, conjuring a hauntingly blue ice crystal longsword that he brought down forcefully upon the fiery lion's abdomen. A sense of foreboding washed over Ouyang as his expression shifted. Liu Ye, retreat swiftly. The youth, surrounded by a faint lavender mist, stood resolute upon the boundless expanse of the Gobi Desert, the fiery sun setting behind him. Coldly gazing at Liu Ye sprawled on the ground, as if observing a lifeless corpse. Liu Ye struggled to rise, yet the searing pain in his chest rendered him powerless. This sensation was all too familiar, the unmistakable ache of fractured ribs. Within the illusion, the presence of a scruffy man's liquor could have saved him, but now, it seemed the end was nigh. The youth, wielding a broken sword, advanced steadily, declaring, "You have prolonged this long enough. Long enough to inscribe this event upon your gravestones with pride. I permit you to remember my name, Mo Ran, one of the 12 Knights of the Black Rose. Sent here to annihilate the Julius family and claim your lives." Despair flickered in Liu Ye's eyes. Was there truly no escape? Then it struck him, the withered staff. With a faint glow emanating from his right hand, Liu Ye summoned the staff, feeling its warmth surge through his palm, reigniting flickers of hope within him. "You have not yet surrendered," Mo Ran murmured, piercing Liu Ye's right palm with the broken sword. "No matter how extraordinary your wand, without its master's magical essence, it is merely a piece of rotting wood. Now, what trickery do you possess?" Liu Ye let out a harrowing scream, his body trembling in agony as the deep, marrow-penetrating pain momentarily dulled his senses, and darkness began to creep into his vision. "Is there more? Is there more?" Mo Ran continued to stab Liu Ye, creating a series of gaping wounds. "Is that all you have?" As green light coalesced in the youth's hand, forming a dagger, he declared, "Let me sever your head from your body. I fail to comprehend why it was so crucial to emphasize your head." His gaze fell upon the peculiar withered staff beside Liu Ye, which emanated a sinister black glow. "Have you forgotten me?" Ouyang materialized beside the youth, brandishing a blood-red dagger, and without hesitation, plunged it into his chest. "Those who squander opportunities shall face divine retribution. A mediocre individual like myself has persevered until now by seizing every chance to eliminate my foes." The youth's body froze. Immobilized as Ouyang's magic wreaked havoc within him. "What was your name again?" Ouyang grinned, pouring every ounce of his remaining magical energy into the blood-red dagger. "Was it Mo Ran? Apologies, but I never remember the names of the deceased." The boy who claimed to be Mo Ran lay motionless upon the Gobi, seemingly lifeless. Liu Ye's teeth chattered. He felt several ribs had undoubtedly shattered, and his right palm was pierced through, the intense pain rendering him speechless. To depart? In the distance, the youth unexpectedly rose once more. "Do you truly believe this is the end?" Ouyang turned around while carrying Liu Ye. His gaze fixed upon the swaying figure of Mo Ran, a heaviness settling in his heart. No one could survive such grievous injuries. It seemed impossible. "Are you afraid?" The youth slowly drew the bloody dagger from his chest, licking the blade clean. "Indeed. Under such conditions, survival was unfathomable, except for me." The boy gasped for air as he raised his right hand, summoning a colossal cross from the distance, which landed beside him. As thick clouds of black mist seeped into his wounds, a grim smile twisted his lips. His body shook violently, his hair rapidly turning half white, yet strangely lengthening into shoulder-length locks, a striking contrast of black on one side and white on the other, amplifying the aura of terror. "I do not comprehend the principles of this array, but according to the captain, it would grant me a fleeting power capable of annihilating all." The energy emanating from the youth grew increasingly formidable. Rather than perish in a dungeon, it was far preferable to die valiantly here. Ouyang's countenance darkened as he struggled to escape with Liu Ye, but his body had reached its limit, his speed utterly failing him. The being named Mo Ran now wielded a power far surpassing what he had previously displayed. Ouyang had never witnessed such a ferocious tempest of magic. The true extent of the boy's lethal strike was an enigma, one he was unwilling to wager upon. His singular thought remained, to flee with Liu Ye as far as possible. "This is." A look of obsession crossed the youth's face as he pointed towards Liu Ye and Ouyang. In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth quaked. A massive meteor plummeting to their location, followed by a bolt of lightning several meters wide, then torrents of spewing lava, and finally, a cataclysmic tremor that rent the ground asunder, revealing an unfathomable chasm, swallowing the two figures from sight. Haraha. So it is. The boy's eyes dimmed as he knelt weakly, collapsing to the ground, his eyes closing forever. Panting heavily, Liu Ye sat on the ground, a gnarled staff hovering before him, a faint green light forming a protective barrier around them. Ouyang-gu lay unconscious nearby. Just as they were on the brink of being consumed by various spells, a sudden wave of coolness surged through his heart, prompting him to instinctively raise the staff above his head. Unbeknownst to him, this unintentional act had saved their lives. Yet, where were they? He turned to survey his surroundings, discovering that the fissure they had fallen through led to a surprisingly expansive space, though it was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. Chapter 57. Ancient ruins. After resting for a while, Li felt a resurgence of strength and, supporting himself against the rocky wall, helped Ouyang-gu to his feet. He was uncertain of the fate of the assailant outside, but the fact that William had perished beneath the arrows indicated that there were multiple foes. Remaining in this location could pose a threat. They must depart swiftly. Yet, his legs felt as though they were laden with lead, and he could only inch forward. Relying on the support of the rock face, Liu Ye assessed his injuries. His body was marred with penetrating wounds, though the bleeding from his right palm had ceased. He still lacked strength, and he was unsure how many ribs were fractured. Fortunately, none had pierced his lungs, allowing him to breathe normally. In contrast, Ouyang-gu's condition was considerably better. He bore only a bleeding left eye, with no evident external wounds, though he remained unconscious. Stay calm, remain composed, Liu Ye repeatedly reminded himself. With Smith's fate uncertain and Ouyang-gu in a state of unconsciousness, he needed to persevere until they successfully escaped. He raised his left hand, weaving his magic into a hexagonal array, coalescing into a warm yellow orb that illuminated the path ahead. This place appeared to be an underground cavern, adorned with numerous stalactite columns. Although faint, there were signs of human craftsmanship on the ground, leading deeper into the abyss of the cave. Forward was their only option. After a considerable time, Liu Ye heard a distant sound of water emanating from ahead, and the walls on either side began to feel increasingly damp. A surge of hope coursed through him. If there was an underground river, following its current could lead them to an exit. With this thought, he quickened his pace. Ahead lay a bend, and the sound of water grew louder, as if it were within arm's reach. He excitedly pivoted, but his smile faltered. The sound was not that of an underground river, but rather that of a fountain enveloped in ethereal blue mist. Before him stood a statue of the Virgin Mary, approximately 3 meters high, cradling not a child but an ornately designed ceramic vessel, from which the soothing sound of water flowed. The water cascaded into a pool at the statue's feet, perpetually generating the mystical blue mist. Liu leaned Ouyang-gu against the fountain's base and settled down beside him. The mist seemed to possess analgesic properties. In mere moments, their wounds felt somewhat alleviated. If the mist was effective, might the spring water prove even more potent? With this notion in mind, Liu reached out with his left hand to scoop water from the pool, but found only emptiness. He leaned closer to the edge of the pool, the stone brushing against his fractured ribs, causing him to gasp in pain. Peering into the water, Liu beheld his own reflection, smeared with blood and etched with fatigue. Why was I unable to grasp the water earlier? He pondered, perplexed. He reached out again, probing the surface. As his hand penetrated the water, distinct ripples formed, yet there was no sensation of water, as if he had touched nothing at all. He attempted to scoop up some water, but as soon as it left the pool, it dissipated into mist. After a moment of hesitation, Liu Ye submerged his right hand into the pool. Although it was somewhat perilous, his gamble paid off. The ghastly wound in his palm began to mend at a visible pace, devoid of any pain. Soon, his hand was fully restored. Gazing into the crystal-clear waters, Liu Ye felt an immediate resolve. He turned over and immersed himself in the pool. Bubbles escaped his lips as he submerged. The water was shallow, approximately half a meter deep. Ancient inscriptions adorned the stone walls, unfamiliar to him, yet he could sense the vibrant magic emanating from the characters. He pondered the original purpose of this place. As he glanced around, he suddenly noticed a tattered piece of black cloth at the edge of the pool's bottom, inscribed with ancient texts. The fabric was peculiar, distinctly unlike any ordinary material. Stains of blood marred the cloth, still fresh and not yet dissolved by the water. Could it be Smith's? A frown creased Liu Ye's brow. The news was bittersweet. If it were indeed Smith's, the good news was that he was still alive. But the bad news was that his pursuers might have arrived here as well. the individual capable of slaying someone of William's caliber with a single arrow. And who could corner Smith to this extent, might pose a threat to both him and Ouyang-gu. They might not only be unable to assist Smith but could potentially become a liability or even a bargaining chip for his enemies. Conversely, if it wasn't Smith, then the true identity of the other party remained uncertain, and approaching recklessly could invite unnecessary trouble. Yet, to disregard the situation entirely, Liu Ye closed his eyes and floated in the water, his injuries healing at an astonishing rate. With a triumphant gasp, he broke the surface, fully restored. He climbed out of the pool and gently submerged Ouyang-gu's left cheek in the water. Before long, Ouyang-gu opened his eyes. "You finally woke up." Liu sighed in relief. "Where is this place?" Ouyang-gu rubbed his left eye, still adjusting to the light. "I don't know, but this water has healed our wounds." Liu tapped the pool wall. "Do you recognize what this is?" "No." Ouyang-gu surveyed the imposing statue of the Virgin Mary, squinting at the pottery she held. Then shook his head gently. "The world is full of wonders. I cannot know them all." "By the way," Liu exclaimed, "the inner wall of the pool is inscribed with numerous ancient characters that I cannot decipher. Perhaps you could take a look?" "Ancient characters? I do know a bit about those," Ouyang-gu replied with a faint smile. However, when they peered into the pool, all the inscriptions had vanished, leaving only a jumbled line of English. How could it disappear? Perhaps it was some sort of one-time spell. Given the miraculous nature of this water, it wouldn't be surprising if it were a consumable item. But what is it that you hold? "I found it at the bottom of the pool." "Is it Smith's?" "It's possible," indicating that he has encountered insurmountable troubles and requires assistance. Ouyang-gu contemplated for a moment before adding, "But there is an even graver possibility." "A graver possibility?" "Indeed, this was left intentionally by his adversary, aiming to lure us into a snare of our own making." Liu Ye's eyelids drooped as he pressed his lips together, stating, "We cannot simply disregard this." "Of course not," Ouyang-gu replied with a grin, pulling Liu Ye up. "We must not overlook the potential of the first scenario simply because of the inherent danger. Since he has called for help, we must certainly rescue him." Liu Ye gazed into his eyes, once again captivated by Ouyang-gu's confident and clear gaze, and could not help but chuckle softly. "What? Have you been infected by my laughter?" "Perhaps," Liu Ye replied with a smile, striding towards the other side of the fountain. "Then let us proceed, and make haste." Ouyang-gu gently caressed his cheek and followed suit. Behind the statue of the Virgin, a long staircase spiraled downwards into the darkness. Liu concentrated, guiding the orb of light forward as the two descended the staircase. Before long, a shadow appeared below, quietly standing in the path with its head bowed, hands crossed over its chest, as if in prayer. Liu Ye and Ouyang-gu cautiously approached, only to discover that it was merely a statue, a weeping woman, adorned with a headscarf, her expression sorrowful and intricately carved. "A statue?" Ouyang-gu frowned, crouching to investigate the base. What is it doing in such a place? It appeared devoid of any signs of movement. Liu glanced behind the statue, finding no traces of dragging. This was indeed the more unsettling aspect. Ouyang-gu rubbed his brow, remarking that no one would sculpt a statue here if it hadn't been transported. Then, Liu felt a shiver run down his spine. "Are you suggesting that it walked here on its own?" "Ha ha ha. Look at you, scared out of your wits." Ouyang-gu laughed heartily. "Relax. The presence of such an object here must serve a purpose, though we remain unaware of it. Besides, you are a mage. Why fear phantoms?" Liu Ye's lips twitched. At that moment, he thought that keeping Ouyang-gu unconscious might have been a commendable choice. All right. I shan't tease you any longer." Ouyang-gu waved dismissively. Liu let out a soft grunt and continued deeper into the shadows. The edges below were somewhat indistinct. After traversing for quite a while, they finally arrived at an open expanse, a vast natural cavern. Not far ahead, a luminous orb shifted colors continuously, though its precise nature remained obscured. Liu maneuvered the light orb around, attempting to discern the surrounding terrain. "Ye, your efficiency is rather lacking," Ouyang-gu teased, playfully biting his tongue before brandishing his wand and pointing it into the darkness ahead. Before them lay a narrow stone bridge, supported precariously by a slender stone pillar. Below the bridge, a pool of water, depth indiscernible, lay several dozen meters down. A waterfall cascaded from a bronze deer head embedded in the stone wall to their left, splashing into the pool below and sending up a spray of white droplets. On the other side of the stone bridge stands a tightly sealed stone door, adorned with an intricate blue design depicting a lunar totem encircled by a blooming flower. 50 meters above the stone door, a massive hanging rock resembles a wild stallion, rearing and whinnying with fervor. Beside the bridge, a monument bears inscriptions that shift in hues of red and white, constantly altering their brilliance. Mondo di specchio. Oyangu softly murmurs the words etched on the monument, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What does it mean? In Italian, it translates to mirror world. Chapter 58. The mirror world. What does mirror world mean? Liu Ye scratched his ear, perplexed. Who knows? Oyangu exhaled deeply. However, having arrived at this juncture, they must brave any trials ahead, be it mountains of blades or seas of fire. As they traversed the stone bridge, the blue lantern design on the stone door across flickered intermittently, casting a dim light. Liu Ye gazed at it for a while, feeling inexplicably dizzy. As they approached the opposite shore, the stone door creaked open of its own accord, revealing a blinding white light that obscured all vision. Liu Ye squinted and followed closely behind Oyangu. The brilliant radiance gradually blurred his sight, revealing a climbing ivy that stretched from the first floor to the top. Tea-brown curtains, rows of wooden tables, and an endless expanse of bookshelves, the library of Bagugu University. An electronic pen lay askew across the computer screen, while stacks of books, towering higher than a human head, silently blocked the warm, perfectly filtered sunlight streaming through the window. Peering outside, he observed a few couples chatting in the garden below. Although their words were inaudible, their smiles radiated happiness. Nearby, he spotted Chen Xiun being reprimanded by the librarian for sneaking food into the library. This fellow never learns, perpetually creating an inexplicable odor within the library. Liu shook his head with a smile and pinched his thigh. This must be a dream. The pain was piercing. He stared at his palm, furrowing his brow, attempting to summon the magic within him. No response. Ah, you finally awakened. You've slept for quite a while. Were you up late again last night? A clean, crisp female voice chimed. This familiar voice. Liu slowly raised his head, focusing ahead. Right before him, within arm's reach, sat someone both familiar and strange, a person he had not seen in a decade, clad in a white shirt and plaid skirt. With eyes sparkling like stars and lips slightly curled in a smile that seemed to dance between joy and mischief, her skin was as pristine as fresh snow, and her ponytail swayed gently. Just as before, just as upon their first meeting. Bailey Ming. Liu murmured, tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Oyangu wandered through the desert, gazing at the endless dunes ahead. The sun blazed fiercely, the air scorching as if it were the steam rising from a boiling pot, while the yellow sand shimmered with a dazzling golden hue, disorienting him. The moment he stepped through the stone door, he found himself in this arid expanse. This terrain? Had he been transported to Central Asia? Yet, he felt no spatial disturbance moments prior. And Liu Ye? Where was he now? After walking for approximately a quarter of an hour, Oyangu arrived at a small town. Observing the architectural style, he noted the predominant earthy yellow and reddish-brown domed houses. Alongside a mosque, it was undoubtedly Central Asia, yet Oyangu couldn't shake the sense of uncanny familiarity, as if he had once visited this place. Strangely, the townsfolk would avoid him at all costs. Even when he approached them to initiate conversation, they would quickly shake their heads and retreat. After a moment of contemplation, Oyangu sought refuge in a quaint tavern to glean more about the peculiarities of the town. As he stepped inside, the once boisterous establishment fell into an eerie silence. Frowning, Oyangu sensed the town's palpable resistance to outsiders. Standing at the entrance, he was met with the unblinking stares of patrons, their faces obscured by headscarves that revealed only their eyes and noses. Tension coursed through his muscles, and an unsettling feeling gripped him. After a brief hesitation, he retreated, realizing that useful information was not forthcoming. Oyangu felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Resolutely, he decided to exit the town and search for Liu Ye instead. Steadying his heartbeat, he strode confidently into the swirling sands. A surge of elation coursed through him, quickening his pace. However, after walking less than 100 meters, he halted once more. Scratching his ear, Oyangu inhaled sharply and squinted towards the direction of the town. This was the very place he had departed from. How could that be? Frowning, he bit his lip. With his mastery of magic, losing one's way was utterly implausible. Even in the desert, if there were a deliberately crafted barrier, why had he felt no hint of its presence? Could the architect of such a barrier possess strength far beyond his own? This possibility loomed large, particularly given the townspeople's bizarre behavior. After a moment's reflection, Oyangu turned on his heel, resolved to attempt once more. The newly risen moon hung over the mountain's peak, its pale glow gradually intensifying with each passing moment. The sand dunes shimmered silver under the moonlight, stretching endlessly into the horizon. The desert at night presented a stark contrast to the searing heat of the day, embodying a chill akin to that of a snowfield. Perched upon a dune, Oyangu gazed into the distance at the twinkling lights of the town. his head crowned by the pale clouds above. Squinting at the sky, he perceived the unmistakable presence of a barrier. Suddenly, a sneeze escaped him, prompting a startled cough as he fanned his face with his hand. Slowly, he closed his eyes, endeavoring to channel the magic within him. Lifting his right hand, a square crimson magic circle materialized before him, spinning gracefully. A fire dragon, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, roared forth from the array, swirling around him. Yet, its form appeared far more ethereal than those he had summoned on previous occasions. Ouyang-gu's expression tightened as he reached out, brushing his fingertips against the flames of the dragon. The sparks that his touch severed did not dissipate. Instead, they spiraled gracefully towards the moon above. Licking his teeth, he massaged his brow. A barrier capable of autonomously absorbing magic rendered the situation considerably more complex. "What can't you get out?" A rugged voice resonated from just behind him. Ouyang-gu clapped his hands against the ground, and 2 gusts of wind swept up countless grains of yellow sand behind him. At the same time, he leaped forward, twisting in midair and sliding down the slope, leaving long trails etched into the sand dunes. Gazing at the tumultuous sandstorm ahead, Ouyang-gu's heart raced uncontrollably. Another wizard, stealthily approaching, rivaling the previous Black Rose in prowess. Without Liu Ye's assistance this time, could he successfully escape from such a formidable opponent on his own? Haraha. You are quite alert, young man. Relax. I am not your enemy, at least not at this moment. A tall figure emerged slowly from the sandstorm, adorned with a headscarf that revealed only his large, bell-like eyes. Beneath the coarse fabric, explosive muscles were discernible. Ouyang-gu regarded the imposing man coldly. He was not one to easily trust another's words, yet if this individual was willing to converse, he would not rashly engage in a life-or-death struggle. Who are you? Haha. That I shall reveal shortly. Allow me to show you something first. The man clasped his hands together and thrust them forward, conjuring a 3-dimensional map of a small town from azure sparks before him. He beckoned Ouyang-gu. Take a look at this. This is a map of the town? Ouyang-gu concentrated as he observed. Are you suggesting that to leave here, we must delve into the town's interior? Clever. The man's eyes sparkled with intensity. To escape, we must head to this location. He pointed towards the town's center, the mayor's residence. The mayor? Why tell me this? Ouyang-gu rubbed his eyes, pondering. With your strength, you hardly seem in need of my assistance. Such a statement cannot be taken lightly. The more hands, the greater the strength. The man waved his hand, causing the map to vanish. You should be aware of the formidable nature of this barrier. The one who said it is no ordinary opponent, and we are reluctant to confront such an adversary alone. Your strength is notable. Hence we hope you will lend your aid. We? Ouyang-gu squinted, realizing that the man was not acting alone, but rather as part of an organization. Yes, there are 11 of us in total. 11? Forgive my candor, but I see no compelling reason for us to collaborate. I say this because you seem familiar. Do you believe me? The man chuckled, though the headscarf obscured his expression, leaving only his voice audible. Your flame magic appears strikingly familiar. Perhaps you share some connection with a member of our team. Connection? Ouyang-gu's brow furrowed. His flame magic was taught by his father. Though he had modified it over the years, its essence remained similar. Could it be that someone in this group was related to his father? I am willing to cooperate. But what exactly is your organization, and who are you? Can you disclose that now? Haha, straightforward indeed. The man clapped his hands, tearing away his headscarf to reveal a tousled mane and a face marked by a wealth of flesh. You may not recognize me, but you have undoubtedly heard of our organization. I am Dagustin, affiliated with a special division of the Asian Magical Association known as the Dawn of the Century. Chapter 59. A fresh start. Liu Ye grasped by Liming's hand and dashed out of the library, arriving at the quaint little garden outside. He leaned against a robust wisteria, panting as he propped himself on his knees. Bai Liming gazed at him, her expression a blend of amusement and restraint. Hey, what is wrong with you? Taking a deep breath, Liu Ye enveloped Bai Liming in his arms, drawing her close. The subtle fragrance of tea was refreshing. Observing her earnest, concerned expression made him want to laugh, yet an inexplicable heaviness in his heart rendered him unable to do so. It was undeniably a dream destined to awaken. And though he recognized that this place was merely an illusion, an unshakable sense of attachment lingered within him. I should wake up now. Liu looked at Bai Liming, whose face was filled with confusion. There were people waiting for him to rescue. He had to leave. What are you talking about? Haven't you finished your homework? The project report is due next week. Bai Liming pouted slightly. Liu Ye smiled faintly, turning to bump his head against a nearby stone pillar. Death might be one of the quickest means to escape this illusion. Yet, he did not awaken from the dream. To his astonishment, when he next opened his eyes. He found himself lying in the neurology ward of the school hospital. The white curtains, white sheets, white ceilings, and white lights filled the sterile room with the scent of disinfectant. Bai Liming sat at his bedside, drowsily resting her head on him. Confounded, Liu Ye stared at the ECG leads connected to his fingers, a chill running through him. Just as he could not escape the icy realm through death. Perhaps this place was no different. Realizing this, Li sensed the situation had grown increasingly precarious. "You're awake?" A balding middle-aged doctor entered, holding a clipboard. He stood beside Liu Ye's bed, adjusting his glasses while chattering incessantly. "Really now? You're only 16. Why on earth would you think this way? As a participant in the 100 Talents program, how can you neglect your health? What do you owe to your parents who raised you? What about the school that has invested so much in your education? And let us not forget the girl who has stayed up for 2 days by your side. Do you think you owe her anything?" Li squinted. He recognized this doctor as Dr. Li, an acquaintance of Chun Siyun, a fellow member of their project group. He had often heard Chun complain about him, yet he never expected to meet him in person. "Dr. Li, I have let too many people down. I want to have the chance to make amends in this life. But I promise to rectify it in the next." Liu clasped his hands together, bowing his head in contrition to the balding doctor. "From now on, I will cherish my health. Enough with the dramatics. You're young, yet you speak as if you're an old sage." Dr. Li handed Liu Ye the clipboard. "Just sign here, and you'll be free to go this afternoon." Liu Ye took the form, which detailed a diagnosis of moderate concussion accompanied by minor intracranial bleedings, with the date inscribed as March 23rd, 2155. He touched his nose and murmured, "Is today March 23rd? He would never forget that fateful day. The date of the infamous barbecue incident. Have you truly forgotten the date?" Dr. Bald frowned, his lips pursed, lamenting that the reality was even graver than they had anticipated. "Dr. Li, are you certain?" Liu Ye, somewhat agitated, grasped the sleeve of his coat. "Is today really March 23rd? "Indeed it is," Dr. Bald replied, freeing himself from Liu Ye's grip and running his hand over his bald head, his tone heavy. "You cannot leave this afternoon. The hospital must conduct another assessment of your injuries and a full body examination." "Must we really?" Liu Ye gently rubbed his cheek. "I merely inquired about the date." "No. We cannot take that risk," Dr. Bald asserted resolutely. "Your head is precious. Should anything go awry, I cannot bear the responsibility." Liu watched his doctor. Bald's figure faded from view at the ward's entrance, letting out a resigned sigh. "Ah, you're awake." His gaze turned complex as he regarded Bai Liming. Aware that in the real world, she should have already been confirmed dead at this hour. "I have been awake for quite some time, not at all weary." Just choosing to remain silent, Bai Liming replied with a faint smile, concealing a yawn that threatened to escape, tears glimmering in her eyes. "You." Liu reached out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. "You yawn so much that tears are streaming down. Yet you claim you are not tired. It's merely a bit of dryness in my eyes. By the way, may I ask why you chose to collide with a stone?" Bai Liming gently pried his hand open, tracing circles in his palm. "Is it due to overwhelming pressure that you felt despondent?" Liu opened his mouth to respond, then closed it again, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Should he explain that this was an illusion, and she was but a figment? Or confess that he acted impulsively in a moment of despair? Goodness, how on earth do I escape this predicament? Bai Liming, Liu Ye. A slender young man entered the ward, framed by sharp features and wearing rimless glasses. Though not particularly tall, his piercing gaze exuded a sharpness that was palpable. "Li Wenqing, what brings you here?" Bai Liming blinked in surprise. "I came to check on him," Li Wenqing replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed the bruise on Liu Ye's forehead. "If his mind is damaged, I wonder if a spot might open up. Rest assured, should a spot become available, it will surely be yours," Li retorted without flinching, locking eyes with him. "Whether it be a place in the prestigious program or in prison, that remains uncertain. Some things were never meant for you and will never belong to you." "Humph. I'm leaving," Li Wenqing said, turning to exit the ward. Liu rolled his eyes in disdain, acknowledging that while Li Wenqing was undoubtedly talented, his constant antagonism warranted no gentleness in return. There is another reason. Liu turned to find Bai Liming gazing at him with a tenderness that was as soothing as water. Li Wenqing has feelings for Bai Liming. "Now that no one else is here, tell me, why did you collide with the stone?" Bai Liming asked, biting her tongue and playfully tugging at Liu Ye's jaw. "Ouch. That hurts." Liu Ye rubbed his face. "I had a long, long dream, one that revealed events from the next 10 years. 10 years later?" Bai Liming furrowed his brow, pondering what had transpired. "Nothing happened," Liu Ye replied, reluctant to divulge his thoughts, unsure of how to articulate them. Bai Liming tilted her head slightly, her gaze intensifying as she leaned closer, their eyes locking. As Liu Ye felt the warmth of her breath brush against him, he instinctively shrank back, an odd notion creeping into his mind. Could this be reality rather than an illusion? Was it possible that he had merely dreamt this absurdity, concocting all those magical adventures in the realm of slumber? Did you perhaps cast me aside in your dream? She asked, her tone demanding honesty. Absolutely not. How could that be? Liu Ye responded, forcing a smile as he leaned back against the bed, feeling cornered. Then why did you seem so agitated upon waking? Li Ming feigned skepticism before suddenly bursting into laughter. Or was it I who cast you aside? Must you not consider the brighter side? Liu Ye retorted with a slight pout, feeling nostalgic for their whimsical banter. Ha ha ha. All right. I shall think positively, Li Ming declared, rising to her feet and heading towards the ward's exit. Now that you're awake, I must attend my classes. I've taken 2 days off, and I have much ground to cover. Liu scratched his head, acknowledging that despite Li Ming not being a part of the elite program, she had consistently strived to maintain an exceptional academic record. Confused about the barbecue, Liu hesitated before agreeing. All right. Then I shall visit you again tonight, she promised. At last, Liu Ye found himself alone in the ward, staring blankly ahead, lost in contemplation. The immediate concern was to ascertain whether this realm was indeed a mere figment of his imagination. It was difficult to accept that a decade of despair and the fantastical experiences of the past 3 months could be nothing more than a fleeting dream. Yet, the world before him felt undeniably tangible. Moreover, he sensed a growing desire within himself to embrace this current reality. What if, perchance, fate had granted him a chance to start anew? The nightmarish days of the past were behind him, and this time must surely be different. Liu Ye bit down on his tongue, attempting to rouse himself from this impractical reverie, relinquishing the fanciful notions. What had transpired was irrevocable. There would be no second chances. This place must be a mirage. Smith's fate was uncertain, and Ouyang Gu's whereabouts were unknown. He needed to find a way to escape swiftly. Yet, he pondered, how did the passage of time here compare to the outside world? Liu closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, then slowly exhaling. If only he could linger here a while longer, even if just for a moment. Due to recent events, updates will be sporadic over the next few days. But normal updates will resume next month. Notification: updates will continue tomorrow with 2 entries. Chapter 60. The town from 15 years ago. Ouyang Gu gazed upon the familiar visage, as long-buried memories gradually unraveled their seals. Turgustin, Fourier's dear uncle, one of the inheritors of the ancient Silver Flame martial arts. Thus, this place is not reality, but an illusion? But when did this occur? A whirlwind of thoughts surged within Ouyang Gu's mind, a torrent of unspoken words flooding his heart, yet silence enveloped him. Uncle, he murmured softly. Uncle? You make me feel quite aged, Turgustin chuckled, squinting with a smile. You bear a striking resemblance to a remarkable protege of mine. He should grow up to resemble you quite closely. Ha! I appreciate your kind words. Turgustin adjusted his headscarf. I must take my leave. There are matters to attend to. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek us out. We reside at the southernmost part of the town. Ouyang Gu nodded, watching as Turgustin departed. With Turgustin here, it stands to reason that others must be in the vicinity as well. The desert, the town. All gathered together, he narrowed his eyes, discreetly concealing the glimmer of tears welling in his gaze as he descended the sand dune, moving toward the direction etched in his memory. This was the town where, 15 years ago, the entire Century Dawn army met its demise. He had been here once, several years prior. At the southern edge of the town lay the humble abode where all members of Century Dawn resided. Turgustin glanced back, spotting a long-haired woman with hauntingly blue eyes, her demeanor elegant and her gaze icy. Another visitor has arrived today, a rather intriguing child who provided some information. Both true and false, Turgustin remarked with a faint smile. I believe he may offer us some assistance. Assistance? A golden-haired, blue-eyed man emerged from the inner room, his robust frame clad in tight attire, his muscular physique on full display. You are taking quite a risk. Not at all. The long-haired woman with blue eyes shook her head. There has been no word from Mingzi and Mo Cheng. What about Mu Yifeng and the others? Turgustin's brow furrowed. They infiltrated the mayor's residence. I hope they haven't encountered any trouble. Then we shall continue to wait, Turgustin said, settling onto the sofa. Where's sister-in-law? Still resting? Yes. She seems to be experiencing some health issues. The golden-haired man lowered his head slightly, his eyelids drooping. This is not an opportune moment. Relax, brother. With all of us working together, what can't we accomplish? Turgustin reassured him with a smile. I still harbor concerns. Shinqing Shuang. Could you search for Mingzi and the others? Of course. The long-haired woman nodded, transforming her sword into a jade flute, securing it at her waist before pushing the door open and stepping out. The golden-haired man gave a slight nod and retreated into the inner room, leaving Turgustin alone in the living area. Ouyang Gu wandered through the town's various streets, each pathway perfectly mirroring the recollections etched in his memory. When he had arrived here a few years ago, the town had been desolate, a ghost town. He never expected it to be so lively 15 years prior. Here, in this small town, what has truly transpired? Ouyang Gu wrapped a scarf around his face, shielding himself from the swirling sands. His gaze is dark as the depths of water. This time, I must uncover the truth. He clenched his fist in silence. After years of investigation, could there finally be a resolution? He had never trusted the association's findings. An accident? With their capabilities, exposing a single individual might be deemed an accident. But how could an entire group be laid bare, and not a soul survived? It must be a conspiracy, a scheme targeting the dawn of the century. Yet, can the truth within the illusion truly be relied upon? A few blocks away, a woman in a white and red dress rested one hand against the dome of a house, gazing intently at Ouyang Gu amidst the crowd. Who is he? She whispered to herself, for he was not mentioned in the intelligence reports. Could there be other forces seeking to intervene? Ouyang Gu stroked his chin, pondering his next move. Should he head directly to the mayor's residence? No, that would be too perilous. To barge in without any intelligence would be unwise. Then, should he seek out those connected to the dawn of the century? He rubbed his temples. This seemed the correct path, yet he was uncertain how to confront them, especially his own parents. In the town center, at the mayor's abode. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary structure, perhaps slightly more opulent than the surrounding homes. However, inside, the atmosphere was that of an entirely different realm. The couples, Mu Yufeng and Ouyang Lin, had their suspicions before infiltrating. Yet they were unprepared for the grandeur of spatial magic within the mayor's residence. This small dwelling was far more expansive than the entire town itself. Dressed in immaculate white, Mu Yufeng stood resolutely against the wind, while Ouyang Lin, clad in inky black, stood beside him. The four of them were amidst the desert, under a sky heavy with dark clouds, where silver lightning occasionally pierced the heavens, followed by the resounding roar of thunder. Countless black tornadoes writhed across the endless desert, howling as they hurled sands into the air. Such a degree of spatial magic I have only witnessed in Mr. Yan's hands, Ouyang Lin remarked, observing the tempestuous desert illuminated by flashes of lightning. It is not without reason that we are all summoned to action this time. Mu Yufeng stood firm against the wind, his white garments billowing, a soft golden light hovering around him. You head west. Qinglan and I will proceed east. Should anything arise, contact me immediately. No problem, Shuru. Let us depart. Ouyang Lin smiled calmly, taking his wife's hand without hesitation as they stepped into the encroaching sands. Qinglan, let us also make our way. Mu Yufeng cast a gentle glance at his wife. Wang Qinglan nodded, her bright eyes and radiant smile illuminating the atmosphere. Mu Yufeng turned back momentarily, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Above the clouds, a young man clad in black sat suspended in the air. Curiously, his visage fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, seeming rather unstable. Embroidered on his cuffs and collar was a silver cross, entwined with a black rose. His eyes shimmered with a deep violet light, penetrating the thick black clouds and the swirling tornadoes below, as he coldly surveyed the four individuals dispersing to carry out their tasks. 1, 2, 3, 4. The dawn of the century, he murmured softly, his voice, unexpectedly frail and hoarse, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. How lamentable it is that so many talented youths have perished here. Does it not evoke a sense of loss? The black-clad youth had concealed himself with such adeptness that Mu Yunfeng and his companions remained oblivious to the impending peril. Their entire focus was dedicated to locating the objective of their mission, an array beyond the existing magical framework. The one who first acquires and studies it will gain access to an unparalleled magic, one that no one can unravel. For any organization, this presents an irresistible temptation. The Magic Association had tasked Century Dawn with the mission of locating this array before any other organization, whether to seize it or to obliterate it. In any case, it must not fall into the hands of others, lest the balance of the world be disrupted. Upon their arrival, they discovered that nearly every inhabitant of this insular town possessed magical abilities. After investigation, they surmised that the power of the array was influencing the populace. It was highly probable that the mayor, as the town's overseer and strongest individual, held dominion over this array, and he forbade the townsfolk from leaving. Furthermore, Formidable barriers were erected in the surrounding desert, preventing those lacking sufficient power from escaping the town. Thus, whether voluntarily or not, all outsiders were compelled to remain. Numerous signs indicated that he harbored secrets he wished to keep from the outside world. However, despite their exhaustive search throughout the town, they found no trace of the mayor. Left with no alternative, they resolved to infiltrate the premises. Little did they know, this was a trap. As an organization whose reputation and power rivaled that of the once mighty Mirror, all discontented with the Magic Association viewed them as a thorn in their side. To overthrow the Magic Association, it was essential to eliminate Century Dawn. This was a consensus among the darker factions of the magical community. The youth in black, whose voice bore the weight of age, sat silently above the clouds, refraining from attacking Mu Yufeng and his companions, patiently awaiting directives from his superior. As the deputy leader of the Rose Knights, he had but one superior. Since no orders had yet been issued, his only course of action was to bide his time. Chapter 61. I'm sorry, you are not by liming Liu Ye in the hospital bed for a full 2 days, enduring several comprehensive examinations before Dr. Chen finally discharged him. As he left the hospital, Bai Liming came to collect him, still clad in her white shirt and checkered skirt, standing in the sunlight with her eyes narrowed, sparkling like a little golden statue. Finally freed from Dr. Li's incessant chatter, Liu Ye sighed with relief as he stepped out of the school hospital, grateful to return to a semblance of normal life. Let us go, Bai Liming said with a gentle smile, naturally taking Liu Ye's hand. He lowered his eyelids, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. This illusion had persisted for 3 days without a hint of instability, becoming increasingly vivid, so real that he began to question his own sanity, wondering if he had truly lost his mind to conjure such peculiar magic. Do you believe in magic? As they strolled hand in hand along the tree-lined avenue of the campus, enveloped by the shade of the maple trees, Liu was surprised by his own inquiry. Yet the words slipped out nonetheless. Magic? Bai Liming's lips pressed together slightly, her eyes wide with astonishment. Of course. There are so many things in this world that science cannot explain. It wouldn't be strange at all if magic existed. Believe indeed. Liu Ye nodded thoughtfully. If given the chance, would you want to learn it? Why are you suddenly saying such odd things? Bai Liming's eyes widened as she gazed at him. Of course I want to learn. It's nothing. I must have bumped my head. Liu Ye chuckled, shifting the topic. Let us leave the campus. Didn't we say we'd go to Mihu for barbecue? It's been ages since I last saw that uncle. Let us pay him a visit. But aren't you and that uncle always at odds? Bai Liming raised an eyebrow, her pupils reflecting doubt, her tone laced with concern. Is your head really okay? Can't you wish for something positive? Liu shot her a glance. Although I'm not particularly fond of that uncle, it's because you work there. Not because he is a bad person. Really? Really not a problem? Bai Liming pressed her right hand against Liu Ye's forehead. It's a problem, Liu pouted. We're doomed. Even if it's a problem, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. That way, you won't have to participate in so many experiments. And you can avoid exhausting yourself. Bai Liming turned her gaze to the nearby lawn, where an automatic sprinkler was rotating to water the grass. I believe that. With my abilities, as long as I work hard enough, taking care of you into old age won't be an issue at all. What nonsense are you speaking? Liu squeezed her delicate hand. Don't say such things. It's not nonsense. I was startled when you suddenly did that. Bai Liming shook her head vigorously, her ponytail flying back, strands of hair brushing against her ears. Who would have thought you'd suddenly collide with a stone? I never imagined you would leave. Neither did I, Liu replied softly. He had never contemplated Bai Liming's departure until that fateful day. He had never believed she would vanish so unexpectedly. Thus, one must not depart without uttering a word. Bai Liming fixed her earnest gaze upon his eyes. If one must leave, it is imperative to bid a proper farewell. With a gentle leap, Bai Liming ascended the cobblestone path at the roadside, swaying slightly as she grasped Liu Ye's hand and walked forward, asserting that those who depart without notice must face consequences. Consequences? Liu Ye recalled a scene from a decade ago, his heart sinking. Indeed, Bai Liming nodded. It would be preferable to avoid any penalties. What? Have you already formed an opinion? Bai Liming hopped down from the stone path, standing face to face with Liu Ye, leaning slightly forward as she scrutinized his eyes. No, I merely believe that if either of us were to leave without a word, it would surely be due to some unspoken burden. To impose a penalty under such circumstances seems rather harsh, does it not? Liu Ye rubbed his nose and said, An unspoken burden? Bai Liming furrowed her brow in contemplation. Are you concealing something from me? Not at all. Liu spread his hands, insisting there was nothing. Well then, Bai Li Ming turned away, leaving Liu Ye with a graceful silhouette. Because you spent 2 days in the hospital, I missed my birthday. As compensation, wherever I wish to go today, you must accompany me. A sudden pang pierced Liu Ye's heart. Bai Li Ming's birthday was March 24th. The handcrafted music box he had prepared a decade ago lay in his apartment, now reduced to ashes. Was that truly the case? Liu Ye halted, increasingly uncertain of the reality surrounding him. Hey, why aren't you keeping up? It's nothing. Liu Ye quickened his pace, catching up to her as they ran toward the school's east gate, silently plotting their route and eager to make the most of their time. Perhaps sensing Liu Ye's intentions, Bai Li Ming chose a route that first led them to a nearby shopping street, followed by a movie. With a visit to the beloved barbecue place saved for last, Bai Li Ming was just as he remembered, upon seeing a stone lion by the roadside. She would mimic its expression, calling out to Liu to take her picture. In the fruit shop, she would don a banana atop her head as a hat, making faces at Liu Ye until the shopkeeper discovered her antics and kindly ushered her out, compelling her to purchase the bunch of bananas. She would joyfully point out handsome men to Liu Ye and remain transfixed by beautiful garments. Liu Ye always smiled in agreement, for despite their outwardly similar ages, he was 26 while she was merely 16. As they wandered the streets, surrounded by the vibrant nightlife, the neon lights blended with the cacophony of the crowd, casting halos upon the faces of passersby. The fountain in the square remained unchanged, with couples waiting within its circular embrace for the water curtain to rise, while others sat alone, contemplating the small umbrella-like fountain. A dog lay atop the fountain's edge, the gentle stream of water cascading over its belly. The dog basked in the moment, panting contentedly. Some were capturing memories and photographs. Others called out the names of friends. Laughter mingled with tears in the atmosphere. Liu Ye sat in the lounge area of the mall, covering his mouth as he stifled a long yawn, idly surveying his surroundings. Bai Li Ming was trying on clothes in a store across the way. He caught a glimpse of himself in the fitting room mirror, staring vacantly at his reflection. Apart from himself, the mirror revealed an empty space. A few hours later, the two arrived at the entrance of the Muddle Grilled Meat restaurant. The familiar setup greeted them. The small establishment with only 5 tables looked just as Liu Ye remembered. The warm, yellow light illuminated the cozy interior, and the plump Uncle House stood behind the counter, grinning as he watched them through the glass door. Liu Ye pushed open the door and stepped inside, greeting the uncle warmly, playfully patting his swaying belly before taking a seat at the nearest table. Watching Bai Li Ming bustling about in the restaurant, Liu Ye took a sip of lemon water. The tartness was tinged with a delicate fragrance. The uncle cheerfully served their familiar grilled meat set, and Liu Ye inhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the incredible aroma. A faint chime drifted in from outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, exactly 5 times. Yet, all of that belonged to the past. The remnants of magic lingered faintly on the grilled meat. As Liu Ye savored what he believed to be the finest grilled meat in the world, tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the black stone grill, pooling into a small puddle. Bai Li Ming reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, smiling gently at him, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Liu Ye wept uncontrollably, his back heaving as he sobbed. He did not want to leave so soon. He was content with this life. Could they not let this day come to an end? Could tomorrow not be the same, with the sun rising as usual, warm rays filtering into the dormitory, awakening him gently? Qin Siyun would still sneak snacks into the library. Li Wenqing would continue to glare at him with disdain, and Bai Li Ming would remain by his side, attending classes and sharing life together. Yet, none of this would ever return. Li lifted his gaze to Bai Li Ming, tears blurring his vision, but could not conceal the determination in his eyes. Magic surged through him like a tidal wave, radiant light bursting forth from his being. You have something to say, Bai Li Ming remarked, smoothing his disheveled hair, her eyes slowly opening. Yes, Liu sniffled, wiping away his tears. Go on, she urged, her crystalline black eyes reflecting 2 faintly glowing totems of azure light, almost imperceptible. I'm sorry, Liu articulated slowly, each word a struggle against the immense pain within him. Yet, his enunciation remained clear as he summoned his gnarled wooden staff, pointing it towards her. You are not Bai Li Ming. Chapter 62. The bloom of roses. Shen Qingshuang sped along the outskirts of the small town, fervently searching for the whereabouts of Tang Mingzi, Xing Maching, and Li Siren. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she pushed open the door, a pair of eyes concealed in the shadows fixated upon her. Soon, as Shen Qingshuang arrived at an open area on the eastern side of the town, a sudden ripple emerged from the nearby sand dune. A young man clad in a silver robe stepped forth, his figure slender and frail, exuding an air of delicate vulnerability. In his left hand, he delicately held a black rose, while his right cradled a book adorned with a brown cover. His eyes were tightly shut, and a gold-rimmed monocle rested over his right eye, his brows sharply defined, and dark golden strands of hair slicked back, gleaming with an oily sheen. He was Owen Fisher, the fifth member of the Rose Knights. Shen Shuang abruptly halted, raising the jade flute to her lips. The young man before her appeared innocuous, yet an aura of profound danger radiated from him. He squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Miss Shun, I have come to guide you on your journey. To the west of the town, Tang Mingzi and his companions found themselves ensnared in a predicament. They stood amidst a silvery desert, flanked by 3 sand dunes, each occupied by a figure cloaked in brown robes, 2 men and a woman, perfectly mirroring Tang Mingzi's trio. Beside each of them stood a stone tablet, the densely inscribed boundary stones emanating a verdant glow that enveloped the space, forming a formidable barrier. The 6 individuals had been at an impasse for quite some time, silently observing one another atop the dunes. Any attempt by Tang Mingzi and his friends to break free would be met with a tempest of attacks, rendering their escape from the barrier impossible. Damn it! Tang Mingzi, Xing Maching, and Li Siren leaned against one another, gazing at the 3 figures silently standing on the dune. How did they ascertain our location? I am unsure. Only the higher echelons of the association were privy to this operation, and according to Mr. Yan's information, we should have been the first to arrive here. Yet, within a day, others have appeared. Li Siren spoke softly, her voice tender and slightly melodic. It is not merely someone who has arrived. Zheng Maching let out a bitter smile. They are well prepared, likely arriving even earlier than us, bringing the boundary stones with them. It seems they intend to ensnare us altogether. There must be a traitor within the association. Tang Mingzi's gaze hardened as he summoned his magic wand. No matter the circumstances, we must break through. The 3 figures atop the dune regarded them coldly, allowing their conversation to unfold without interference. As the 9th, 10th, and 11th members of the Knights, their mission was merely to confine these 3 individuals from the Century Dawn, awaiting others to address their respective targets. At the southernmost cottage of the town, a sudden series of knocks echoed at the door. Torgustin felt a rush of elation and promptly strode toward the entrance. However, the moment his large hand reached for the doorknob, his movements froze, a chilling dread enveloping his heart. The people from Century Dawn would never knock on a door. Narrowing his eyes, he stealthily retreated from the door, yet the doorknob began to turn on its own. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a mask. Enveloped entirely in a dark robe, he was tightly wrapped, which made his gloved hands stand out starkly. The left glove was pure white, while the right glove was a vivid crimson, each adorned with a black rose tattoo at the base of the thumb. He was Kevin Cohen, the 3rd member of the Rose Knights. Torgustin stumbled backward, instinctively turning to shout towards the inner room. The figure in black raised his left hand, and a dense black mist instantaneously ensnared Torgustin, surging violently into his throat. Torgustin struggled in agony, voiceless, his gaze filled with despair as he looked towards the inner room. Bastard! A golden-haired man, engulfed in silver flames, burst forth from the inner room with the swiftness of lightning. Arriving before the figure in black in the blink of an eye, he executed a powerful kick to the figure's abdomen, sending him soaring backward like a leaf caught in the wind. The figure raised his right hand, palm facing upwards. A blood-red flower blossomed in his grasp, erupting in a cascade of crimson threads that enveloped the entire room, creating a space separated from the outside world. The threads then exploded with a resounding pop, releasing a pale red mist that spread throughout the confined area. Torgustin, weakened, crouched behind his brother, Kavai, having sustained grave injuries upon encountering the figure in black. The Black Rose, wasn't it eradicated centuries ago? Kavai furrowed his brow, recognizing the emblem on the figure's glove. Nonetheless, he was alone, in a one-on-one confrontation. He had never feared anyone, even against the directors of the association. He still held a fair chance. To the north of the town, a woman clad in a blood-red robe examined a small stone floating in her palm. The intricate patterns on the stone emitted a faint glow. Behind her, on the sandy ground, lay a cold corpse, a man with a goat-like beard, donning an oversized leather hat and thick leather clothing. His eyes bulged, his tongue lolling out grotesquely. A sight most horrific. The woman's features were obscured, shrouded in a dense mist, rendering her visage indistinct. She shook her head, despite the similarities. This was not what the organization sought. Inside the mayor's residence, amidst the clouds, a blurred figure of a young man in black delicately pinched the rose pattern on his sleeve, speaking in a rasping, aged voice. Are you implying that another force has arrived in town, and that person is formidable? Indeed, replied a woman in a white and red dress, kneeling respectfully beside him. Vice Captain, what should we do? He pondered thoughtfully. The Black Rose was not yet ready to reveal itself. The memories of the coordinated assault from centuries past were vivid in his mind. This operation against the dawn of the century had mobilized a significant portion of the organization's upper echelons, and nothing must go awry. At that moment, a figure appeared beside him, a purple-haired woman clad in a blood-red robe. She stood gracefully, one hand on her hip, yet her face remained entirely obscured. Captain. The young man clad in black rose to his feet, bowing respectfully, while the woman in a red and white dress gracefully collapsed onto the clouds before her. Prepare to act. The events have already commenced elsewhere. She cast a gray rose into the depths of the clouds ahead. The initially palm-sized rose rapidly expanded, filling the entire sky in the blink of an eye. The blossoms flourished, obscuring the sun. It is entrusted to you. Do not let me down. With that, the woman in crimson turned and vanished from sight. The young man in black silently advanced a few steps, his eyes reflecting two pink triangular formations. He clasped his hands together, and beneath his feet, a five-layered nested magical array illuminated, intertwining and rotating with vigor. The petals of the expansive rose scattered in all directions, swaying delicately as they descended towards the ground. Each gray petal bore intricate patterns, enveloping every corner and exuding an unsettling power. On the ground, Mu Yunfeng and Wang Qinglan raced towards Ouyang Lin and Gongsun Shiru, sensing an overwhelming pressure from the suddenly appearing roses above. As the petals drew closer to the earth, they radiated a palpable aura of danger. We must converge swiftly and find a way to escape this place. Soon, they encountered Ouyang Lin and Gongsun Shiru, who were also sprinting towards them. The four exchanged glances and simultaneously invoked spatial magic. However, just as the magical array beneath them ignited, it extinguished rapidly, as if something was obstructing the array's formation. Ouyang Lin glanced at Mu Yufeng, biting his lip. Time was running short. The petals in the sky loomed closer, resembling a mountain pressing down upon them, leaving them increasingly breathless. Observing this, Mu Yufeng reached for his waist and produced a round stone adorned with dark golden patterns. Tossing it gently upwards, the stone emanated a golden, translucent aura that enveloped them, instantly alleviating their burdens and allowing them to attempt the teleportation spell once more. Yet this time, a young man in black, whose features fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, appeared beside them. He raised his hand against the golden translucent barrier, causing the stone to emit a series of ominous crackling sounds as it trembled violently, fissures appearing instantaneously, distorting the shield. The expressions of Mu Yufeng and the others shifted dramatically as their spell was severely disrupted. Their magical energy spiraled out of control, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the half-formed spatial array. A fierce tempest hurled their bodies outward, and they all coughed up blood. Mu Yufeng and Ouyang Lin deftly rolled backward, regaining their balance and catching their wives, who had been flung away. The young man in black regarded them with an inadvertent smile curling at the corners of his lips. To the east of the town, Shenqing Shuang was frantically fleeing away from the settlement, while Owen followed her at a leisurely pace, seemingly relishing the chase. She pressed her left hand against her abdomen, her long hair disheveled and clinging to her face, blood trickling from her lips, and the jade flute in her right hand was marred with cracks. This seemingly refined scholar possessed a terrifying strength. Upon their first encounter, Shenqing Shuang unleashed her most lethal move. However, within less than half a minute of engagement, she found herself losing the initiative, relegated to a state of passive defense. What filled her with despair was the sight of a tome in his right hand, which appeared to be an ancient classic, the very source of all her moonlight techniques. Furthermore, the rose he held delicately in his left hand exuded an aura of withered desolations, and he had yet to employ its power. What should she do? What course of action was left for her? Chapter 63. The mysterious figure and the abruptly interrupted dialogue by Li Ming gazed at Liu Ye with a smile, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters, the azure totems within them gleaming ever more vividly. The blossoms in the moonlight swayed gently, radiating an enchanting light. It's uncanny, truly uncanny, Li murmured. You are the spitting image of Bai Li Ming from my memories. Your actions, reactions, even your expressions are flawless replicas. Yet, as fate would have it, she was a person prone to unexpected surprises. Li inhaled deeply, his expression shifting from tenderness to coldness. She has never acted entirely according to my expectations. So who exactly are you? No sooner had he spoken than the scene around him collapsed with a thunderous roar, everything swirling like paper before gradually vanishing. leaving behind an abyss of darkness. Gripping his gnarled staff, Liu Ye remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. The illusion had shattered, and the puppet master should be making an appearance. Suddenly, a wave crashed against his ankles. This dark expanse had inexplicably filled with water. Liu shifted his feet, causing ripples to dance across the surface. This is... He turned his head, but saw no one. How peculiar. Could the illusion still be in play? Staring into the water, he faintly discerned his reflection, haggard and weary. His eyes glowing red with fatigue, and traces of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth. Cough, cough. A sharp pain stabbed through his chest, and Liu Ye collapsed to the ground, expelling 2 mouthfuls of bloody phlegm into the water. How could this be? My injury. He clutched his abdomen, gasping for breath as the wound, which should have been healed by the pool, re-emerged. Broken ribs grazed his lungs, causing excruciating discomfort. He retched again, spilling forth a significant amount of blood, his hands bracing against the water, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, splashing into the depths. His reflection grew increasingly murky, his consciousness wavering precariously. At that moment, Liu Ye noticed a shadow reflected in the water, an array shaped like a long crescent moon, cradling a gently swaying flower. Suddenly, the ground beneath him vanished, and the water, which had merely covered his feet, plunged into an unfathomable depth. As Liu Ye was submerged, he gritted his teeth and raised his head, finding above him a massive array, as large as a grinding stone, slowly rotating and emanating a far more intense azure glow than before. Bathed in the rich currents of magical energy, he felt a slight alleviation of his discomfort. Disregarding his injuries, he hastily swam upward. Breaking through the surface, Liu Ye gasped for air, scanning his surroundings while silently contemplating his next move. This dark realm appeared boundless. Surely, he could not simply swim his way out. Yet, reality offered him no respite for thought. The once calm waters churned violently, engulfing him in a surging current. In an instant, a colossal whirlpool with a radius of several dozen meters formed, and with all his might, Liu clung desperately to his staff. I cannot let go. I must not let go. But it felt as if unseen hands were gripping his throat and prying his fingers apart, rendering him breathless. Liu Ye's pupils gradually dilated in despair. In his blurred vision, he beheld an elderly man with white hair, clutching the gnarled wooden staff in his grasp, seemingly attempting to seize it. Behind the old man stood a figure clad in a white robe, his face entirely shrouded in darkness. With only the remarkable wand in his hand visible, crowned by a large massive black shadow. Suddenly, a dazzling white light erupted, causing the old man's form to dissipate, as if he had never existed. Immediately thereafter, a golden arc of light flashed, cleaving the entire expanse of water in twain. And the figure in the white robe re-emerged. Li hovered in midair, flanked by towering walls of dark water, an invisible current supporting his body. In an instant, the robed figure teleported behind Liu Ye, the long sleeves of his robe cascading down, revealing a delicate hand, as smooth as cream, with elongated fingers through which colorful threads danced. A faintly swaying blue flower blossomed in Liu Ye's eyes. Who are you? Liu murmured weakly, tilting his head back slightly. Why do you save me, the god of magic? Each word escaped Liu Ye's parched throat with great difficulty. K. Loren? Is it you? The figure remained silent, flipping his palm, causing a hexagonal magic circle to spin rapidly within his hand. Liu Ye's body was suddenly propelled forward, passing through a silver-gray portal. Coughing, Liu Ye gently landed on the ground, his vision hazy. He discerned that he seemed to be in a room, with a light brown carpet beneath him. Before him stood a wooden desk adorned with a blue swivel chair, upon which appeared to rest some objects. A subtle fragrance pervaded the room, and Liu Ye's eyelids grew heavier, surrendering to exhaustion as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Glancing around, he found no trace of Ouyang Gu. Had he not fallen into an illusion? Liu Ye felt his chest, tightly bound with bandages, the misaligned bones having been realigned, and the wounds felt cool and soothing. The medicinal properties unknown to him having completely alleviated the pain. He gently sniffed his fingertips, detecting a faint and elusive fragrance that seemed to vanish upon closer inspection. Furrowing his brow, Liu scrutinized the expansive array before him, troubled by uncertainty. Remaining here was not a viable option. He brushed his hand against the stone door and pushed it open once more. This time, no illusions awaited him. Before him lay a stone chamber measuring 10 meters square, at the center of which stood a 1-meter-high reddish-brown stone pedestal, upon which rested a slender booklet. Approaching the pedestal, Liu Ye observed the letters on the booklet as cover twisting and suddenly rearranging into 4 resplendent Chinese characters, Liu Li Qian Huan. He gazed at the booklet, softly uttering the words inscribed upon it. The tome exuded an astonishing magical power, though he did not touch it. The sensation it imparted rivaled that of Khan Modi's Song of Snow. Could this be a primal text? Liu hesitated momentarily, his hand poised in midair, ultimately refraining from descending upon it. This place is far from safe, and Ouyang-gu is yet to be found, while Smith is also missing. Should I fall into a slumber akin to the last time with Song of Snow, I would undoubtedly place myself in peril. With a flicker of his gaze, Liu Ye suppressed his covetous thoughts and turned to search the cavern. There is only one path leading here. Ouyang-gu must be somewhere within. However, after scouring every nook and cranny, Liu Ye found nothing, not a living soul, nor even an ant. Retreating to the entrance, he cast his eyes over the entire stone chamber once more, his gaze wandering until it settled on the stone platform. The area was small, almost entirely visible at a glance, and if there were any mystery to be found, it could only reside in that platform. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Ye flicked his fingers, sending forth a fist-sized ice orb towards the stone platform. This level of assault would not destroy the platform, but might trigger some magical array or mechanism. However, the outcome was disappointing. The ice orb struck the platform without hindrance, shattering into countless fragments. Liu pursed his lips. There was no magical array, nor any mechanism. Approaching the platform once more, he noticed the words Liuli Qianhuan glimmering enticingly on a small booklet. Rubbing his brow, he reached for the booklet, only to discover a small mirror embedded in the base of the platform. You finally picked it up, a voice suddenly echoed from behind Liu Ye. Startled, he reflexively snapped his thumb, causing the booklet to crinkle in his grip. Hey, treat my book with more respect, the figure scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Though I've been dead for quite some time, punishing you would be quite effortless. Liu Ye squinted at the apparition that had materialized before him. He was no stranger to such occurrences, but the resemblance of this girl to Mu Shirlan caught him off guard, though their attire vastly differed. The face before him was undeniably identical. Is this your book? Liu Ye raised the booklet in his hand. Are you the original author? Indeed. Is there a problem? The girl shook her head. I am a genius among geniuses. This is the culmination of several years of effort. I began writing when I was merely 13. And now I am 17. Liu Ye's eyes involuntarily twitched. There was a striking similarity in their personalities. Is this the first book you found? Oh no. It should be the second. The girl counted on her fingers, muttering 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, whatever. My task is complete. Just take it and leave quickly. Task? Liu furrowed his brow. What task? You asked too many questions. Listen carefully. I will not repeat myself, she replied, lightly leaping onto the stone platform. What you see before you is an illusion I crafted with magic. This particular spell is unique to me. Outside lies an array which I have designated as the illusion array. A configuration never recorded in any tome of magic, a completely novel foundational array. What does this signify, if not an extraordinary revelation? Almost all foundational arrays possess the capability to influence the realm of the mind to some extent and can be employed to cast illusions. However, this one is distinct, for it directly affects the very essence of a person's soul, a truly astonishing discovery. Upon the thorough analysis of this array, at the precise moment when the canonical text was inscribed, I briefly glimpsed the future, thus I am aware of what you wish to articulate, what queries you harbor. It appears as though an instant dialogue is unfolding. Concurrently with the complete dissection of the array, I received a message. This book is to be entrusted to you. A message? Liu opened his mouth, intending to inquire further, yet the maiden, as she approached the stone door, gestured to halt him. Wait, someone is approaching. However, her figure vanished at the threshold, and thus this exchange came to an abrupt end. Chapter 64. Turning point under the night sky, Shen Qingxuang raced through the desert, her breath growing increasingly feeble as time passed. Not far behind, Owen Fisher trailed her, resembling a scholar on the verge of solving a complex problem. Adorned with a confident and elegant smile, a cough escaped Shen Qingxuang's lips as she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and narrowed her eyes. The distance between them remained steadfast at approximately 150 meters, the precise limit of her waning strength. This was her most formidable technique, a move that exacted a tremendous toll on her body. Once unleashed, it would result in either her demise or that of her opponent. She clenched the jade flute tightly, aware that time was of the essence. She could not afford to delay any longer. If she hesitated, she feared she would lack the strength to execute her spell. Sensing the sudden surge of magical energy emanating from Shen Qingxuang, Owen Fisher raised an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, Have you finally reached your breaking point? A grave expression crossed his face for the first time as the rose in his left palm began to float gently upward, its petals releasing a gray mist that coalesced before him into a towering cross. Simultaneously, the tome in his right hand began to rustle, an immense and arcane power surging forth from its pages. Clad in her flowing robe, Shen Qingxuang's hair danced wildly in the wind as she played the jade flute, the melody imbued with sorrow. A brilliant full moon emerged behind her, yet it was riddled with cracks that spiderwebbed across its surface. Her eyes shimmered with a dark violet hue, and her long hair gradually transformed into a shade of gray. It was imperative that she strike decisively. Determination glinted in her gaze. The tremors resonating from the small town heralded the commencement of their epic battle. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she could not allow him the opportunity to harm others. The haunting notes of the flute ceased abruptly, and with a decisive motion, Shen Qingxuang shattered the jade instrument in her hands. In tandem, the full moon behind her erupted in a cacophony of fragments, unleashing a peculiar wave of energy that stirred a tempest of sand between the two combatants. Yet, Owen Fisher remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sand beneath him suddenly parted, causing him to lose his footing momentarily. His spell faltered, and the silhouette of the cross before him wavered. In that instant, two deep green vines rapidly ascended his legs and waist, exerting an incredible force that began to constrict him. In the realm of skilled combat, victory often hinges on a mere thought, and the sudden appearance of the vines had cost him the optimal moment for defense. Owen's gaze sharpened as he steadied his right hand, causing the tome to levitate. Countless arcane characters swirled from its pages, encircling him. Gazing through the swirling sandstorm, he spotted a swift arc of dark purple light approaching. Yet, his expression remained unperturbed. Although he had been somewhat rushed, he believed his defenses would suffice. However, fate had other designs. Within mere meters behind him, a roaring fire dragon erupted from the sand, hurtling toward the back of his head. As Owen's eyes narrowed, a colossal skeletal hand emerged from the sands, firmly grasping the lunging fire dragon. He regarded such a primitive technique with disdain, viewing it as merely a trivial distraction easily dispelled with a flick of his fingers. "You have lost focus," a mocking voice echoed in his ear. At that moment, the ethereal purple arc of light surged forward, colliding with the glowing characters encircling him. The impact unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending forth a towering wave of sand reaching several meters high. Owen Fisher's pupils constricted in alarm upon realizing that at the heart of the arc lay a fragment of a jade flute, shimmering ominously and radiating unsettling waves of energy. A sense of dread washed over him. The blinding white light erupted upwards, a force far surpassing the previous tremors, flattening the dunes within a kilometer radius and stirring up a circular sandstorm nearly 100 meters high. Ouyanggu burst forth from the tumultuous sands, cradling the unconscious Shen Qingxuang, racing towards the town at nearly the speed of sound. This was his utmost limit. Glancing down at Shen Qingxuang, he noted her tightly clenched hands still clutching two segments of the jade flute. Had he not intervened, she would surely have perished. Could it be that he could alter the course of fate? If so, might he also save others, including his own parents? Soon, the sandstorm subsided, and Owen Fisher stood amidst a vast pit several dozen meters deep, his expression twisted in fury as he watched the retreating figures of Ouyanggu and Shen Qingxuang. His silver robe remained unscathed, yet his once neat hair was now disheveled and laden with countless grains of sand. The original text floated beside him, its glow slightly dimmed, while a black rose hovered quietly nearby, exuding a potent air of decay. Though no visible wounds marred his form, a closer inspection of his hands, concealed within his robe, would reveal that they were curled tightly, twitching incessantly, blood trickling from his palms. His condition was far worse than it appeared. "Owen!" A chilling feminine voice emanated from the black rose. The flower swayed before him, a gray mist swirling upward, coalescing into a blood-red eye. "Captain!" Owen immediately knelt on one knee, speaking with utmost reverence. "Someone has interfered with my battle." He swallowed hard, attempting to steady his racing heart, as he sensed the presence of a man in his 20s. Meanwhile, Ouyanggu sprinted towards a small house to the south of the town, believing it to be the stronghold of the morning dawn, as described by Uncle Togus. Detecting the intense surge of magical energy ahead, he gritted his teeth, quickening his pace. He had to reach them. He simply had to. Covey coldly regarded the ominous figure cloaked in black before him, choosing to strike first. This was not only to protect Togus and his wife Bella within the small house behind him, but also due to the urgency of time, as he needed to rescue others as well. The movements of Covey were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, he found himself behind the cloaked figure. A surge of silvery flames enveloped him, and in his hand, lightning coalesced, swiftly forming a golden longsword, which he aimed at the man's vulnerable back. Golden light flickered in Covey's eyes as he rapidly calculated the potential escape routes of his opponent, ever ready to thwart the black-robed figure's next move. Would he ascend, or veer to the right or left? However, the cloaked man opted for an approach that Covey had never anticipated. Kevin Cohen raised his right hand, adorned with blood-red gloves, and gently grasped the blade's edge. The renowned silver flame combat technique, which had been passed down for nearly a millennium and was celebrated in the magical realm, was effortlessly countered in a manner laden with mockery. A dense black mist ensnared the sword like chains, swiftly creeping toward Covey's hand. With a vigorous tug, the sword remained immobile, prompting Covey to furrow his brow and relinquish the longsword, retreating swiftly. Beneath the hood, the cloaked figure revealed a sinister smile, showcasing a set of chilling white teeth. With a flick of his fingers, the longsword spun and hurtled toward Covey. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. But as soon as he grasped the hilt, he sensed something amiss. Would the enemy so generously return the weapon to his adversary? But it was too late. Kevin managed a grim smile as he lightly squeezed the hilt. With a resounding shatter, the longsword exploded, and a gray hand emerged from its remnants, striking his chest with an alarming urgency. Covey let out a muffled groan, spitting forth a mouthful of blood as a suffocating gray mist enveloped him, visibly sapping the vitality from his being. Tugusin, seated against the door, exhibited a look of anxiety in his eyes. Yet he was gravely injured and could only watch his brother fight. At that moment, a towering fireball severed the bloodlines that confined the space, tearing a massive opening and roaring toward the cloaked figure. Ouyang burst through the gap, cradling Shuang, illuminated by the brilliant moonlight. The fireball surged toward him, only to crash against an invisible barrier, flattening into an oval shape, unable to advance any further. A powerful suction emanated from his hand, distorting the fireball into a diminutive point, condensing it into a flickering flame within his palm. Ouyang's pupils contracted. The magical energy contained within that flame was far greater than that of the fireball he had unleashed. This individual had introduced a new transformation into the spell at the very moment of contact. The cloaked figure clenched his hand, unleashing several flames from his palm that swiftly ignited the crimson threads in the sky, weaving a vast net of fire. The recently torn aperture had vanished, and Ouyang pinched his nose. Who was this formidable being? Constructing a barrier alone was an exceedingly arduous task. Yet this individual had not only repaired the damage in mere seconds, but had also established an entirely new layer, a feat unheard of. Kevin turned slightly, spotting Shuang in his arms, his smile faltering. Wasn't she the target of Owen? Had something gone awry on his end? He licked his lips, abandoning the temporarily incapacitated Covey, and turned to approach Ouyang. Ouyang took a deep breath, his heart racing with fervor. The oppressive aura emanating from this figure surpassed that of the previous lecherous man. He raised his wand towards the cloaked individual, a crimson glow swirling around his hand. This time, I must save them. Chapter 65. The net of heaven and earth. Liu Ye gently caressed the cover of illusory glass, yet another original text. For a magician, such a treasure is invaluable, and within a mere week, he had acquired two. However, rather than feeling elation, an unsettling sense of being ensnared crept over him. The sudden disappearance of the girl made Liu Ye acutely aware that the events surrounding these two original texts were likely far more intricate than he had initially surmised. Both Kon Modi, the author of Song of Snow, and the writer of Illusory Glass had encountered misfortune shortly after conversing with him. Liu Ye did not believe this to be mere coincidence. What left him feeling helpless was his utter inability to act. Not only was he hindered by a lack of information, but Kon Modi hailed from 6 centuries past, and the girl, though her specific time was uncertain, appeared to belong to an even earlier era, rendering them both distant from his own time. The passage of years had long since eroded any traces, filling the void with an abundance of yellow sand. Even if he wished to investigate, he would find himself without a starting point. Thus, he resolved to first enhance his own abilities. As Liu Ye opened Illusory Glass, his peripheral vision inadvertently flickered toward the mirror on the stone platform. To his astonishment, the reflection of Ouyang materialized within the glass. He appeared to be confronting someone. The figure in the black robe approached Ouyang step by step, his pale face beneath the hood betraying no emotion. An aura of profound stillness emanated from him, causing the nearby poplar trees to lose all their leaves in an instant as he passed. Reason urged Ouyang-gu to abandon others and flee as far away as possible. Yet, despite his trembling legs, a confident smile graced his lips. If he were to run, he would cease to be Ouyang-gu. Gently lowering Shen Qingshuang against the wall, he raised his wand toward the encroaching figure in the black robe, his eyes reflecting the image of a clock, regardless of whether this was an illusion. As long as he remained, he would not allow anyone to harm the person of the Century Dawn. This was his belief, his vow to protect. Kevin Cohen paid no heed to the young man's thoughts. In his eyes, this individual was significantly weaker than Kai Wei, an adversary he could easily crush without a second thought, unworthy of even inquiring his name. Ouyang-gu hurled several resplendent orbs of light toward him. Yet Kevin raised his left hand, adorned with a white glove. As the towering orbs approached, they twisted and deformed, ultimately dissolving into a glowing speck within his palm. At that moment, a blood-red long knife abruptly materialized above him, descending mercilessly toward his neck. With a hum, Kevin's right hand, clad in a blood-red glove, intercepted the blade, which disintegrated into powder in an instant. Ouyang-gu's eyelids twitched slightly. The disparity in strength between him and his opponent was staggering, nearly insurmountable by strategy alone. This cloaked figure resembled a reaper, impervious to any magic that sought to impede his advance. Suddenly, Kevin Cohen halted, sensing a gaze upon him. He lifted his head and removed his hood, tilting his face toward the moonlit sky. Outside the mirror, Liu Ye's expression shifted dramatically. Could the person in the mirror see themselves? At the moment he raised his head, Covey and Togus rushed toward him simultaneously. This fleeting distraction created a momentary lapse in Kevin Cohen's otherwise impeccable defense. One from the left, the other from the right, a knife and a sword. The brothers launched a coordinated assault. Kevin seemed caught off guard, allowing their attacks to strike his neck. Sparks flew with a resounding clang, yet Kevin remained utterly unmoved. How pitiable. He shook his head, questioning their eagerness to meet their demise. Suddenly, two bony, elongated fingers emerged from the ground, seizing the two assailants. At that moment, however, a flicker of amusement appeared on Covey and Togus's faces. They had succeeded. In an instant, the two vanished and reappeared before Kevin, this time wielding slender needles. With a swift motion, they thrust the needles through the seemingly impenetrable black robe, swiftly embedding them into Kevin Cohen's body. Kevin's expression shifted as he realized he had fallen into a trap. He retaliated with a kick that sent both adversaries crashing into the fiery barrier, producing a sound of searing heat. Yet, it was too late. His hands became numb, hanging limply by his sides. Observing this, Ouyang-gu acted without hesitation. Engaging directly offered no chance of success. This was his singular opportunity. In a flash, he teleported behind the cloaked figure, and the clock within his eyes spun rapidly in reverse, enveloping the space in golden light. Blood filled Ouyang-gu's eyes as he gritted his teeth, channeling his magical power to inscribe one magic circle after another. 1, 2, 10. Ouyang-gu frantically drew upon his magic, his vision blurring, blood droplets staining the sand beneath him. Concentrating all his strength into a single point was imperative. He could not squander the opportunity that his uncle and others had purchased with their lives. It had to be a fatal strike. With 176 arrays, Ouyang-gu's eyes lost their brilliance entirely, and darkness enveloped his vision. The golden light that had covered the space rapidly faded, and he smiled as he collapsed onto the ground. At the moment the gold vanished completely, layers of vibrant hues erupted behind Kevin, momentarily expanding before curiously condensing into a small point. Suddenly, chains of gold, red, and blue materialized around Kevin, binding him firmly in place, while multiple spherical light barriers enclosed him. The small point detonated with a resounding boom, unleashing a tempest of magical energy that engulfed Kevin's figure, causing the barriers to swell dramatically, illuminating the area as if it were midday. Covey struggled to rise, clutching his chest as the silver flames gradually dispelled the gray mist that had surrounded him. He gazed at the orb of light resembling the sun, shock evident in his eyes. Who on earth was this young man? He cast a glance at Ouyang-gu, who lay in the sand, taking a deep breath. A prodigy indeed, truly a prodigy. His appearance bears a certain resemblance to that of Ouyang Lin, a fellow of rather mediocre talent. Should that unremarkable child ever reach the level of this young man in his lifetime, it is likely that Ouyang Lin would awaken from dreams with a smile. Yet, there is no time for such reflections. I must hasten to lead them away from this place. Wait, where is Bella? Though her health is frail, she should not be devoid of any fighting capability. As Kaiwei strides toward Ouyang-gu, a frown creases his brow. His wife has not emerged from their quarters since the beginning. Could it be that in such a brief span, she has grown so weak that even walking eludes her? Kaiwei opened the door to the small abode, only to discover a realm transformed. Inside lay an endless sea, the door suspended in midair. The sky was overcast. Wild winds howled, and thunder crackled as dark waves surged forth, frothing white as they crashed against jagged rocks. A slender man clad in a silver robe hovered in the air, his brown hair flowing, holding aloft a black-haired woman whose eyes were tightly shut, blood trickling from her lips. Christopher Nolan, the fourth of the Rose Knights, stood before him. The woman he held was none other than Kaiwei's wife, Bella. A slight smirk adorned his lips, and his elongated eyes, a shade of deep crimson, gleamed with interest as they regarded Kaiwei, who stood at the threshold. His expression one of suppressed rage. The collar and hem of his robe were embroidered with black roses, and a small cross dangled from his chest, swaying in the wind. Kevin did not dispose of you? He shall be duly punished, Nolan remarked with a laugh, stepping forward in an instant to confront Kaiwei directly, taunting, my mission is accomplished. Bella Tuckry's Lester is confirmed deceased. With a flick of his wrist, he released the lifeless body of the dark-haired woman, and she plummeted into the sea, quickly engulfed by the ravenous waves. The top 5 of the knights have arrived. You cannot escape. Outside the cabin, the explosions within the shimmering barrier finally ceased, revealing the form of Kevin Cohen. The tricolored chains that had bound him vanished, yet he bore no injuries, not even a tear in his dark cloak. He gazed at the unconscious Ouyang-gu in the distance, a frown creasing his brow. A time magic without incantation? Why did I not feel the burning of vitality? This young man is indeed peculiar. No wonder he has caused trouble for Owen. Had the disparity in strength not been so great, I might have sustained injury myself. Narrowing his eyes, he raised a hand, summoning a long spear wreathed in dark energy. He approached Togus and plunged the weapon into his head. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side exhibited an overwhelming dominance. Kaiwei, lacking knowledge of his adversary, found himself at the end of his strength, while Nolan, who was his equal in prowess, was well acquainted with his fighting style. Before long, as the bone sword pierced Kaiwei's chest, the clash between Nolan and Kaiwei reached its conclusion. With a kick, Nolan sent Kaiwei's lifeless body tumbling into the sea before stepping towards Kevin. Is it resolved? Well, I shall refrain from reporting this to the commander. You ought to express your gratitude. Nolan chuckled lightly. What child? Nolan furrowed his brow. None? Escaped? When did this occur? Nolan heavily stomped his foot upon the ground, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that instantaneously shattered all structures within the barrier, creating a gaping maw in its fabric. At this moment, Kevin pointed towards the newly formed breach, declaring, You allowed this. Nolan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. No need to rush. They cannot escape. Kevin's voice rasped coldly, resonating with the chilling aura of a malevolent spirit risen from the depths of hell. What concerns me more is the origin of that piercing gaze. From whence did it come, and from whom? Chapter 66. Lament under the moonlight. Nolan furrowed his brow, feeling no discernible gaze upon him. Yet, for a fleeting moment, there lingered an unsettling sensation of being watched. Kevin lifted his eyes to the luminous moon above and suggested, Let us proceed. The captain should come forth to handle the aftermath. Within the cavern, Liu Ye gazed intently at the reflection before him, lost in contemplation. It was evident that Ouyang-gu was ensnared in an illusion, confronting a perilous life-and-death crisis. Uncertain of the identities of those fighting alongside Ouyang-gu, he was acutely aware of their adversary, the Black Rose. Drawing from his own experiences, Liu Ye surmised that this moment was crucial for Ouyang-gu. Hastily awakening him might precipitate unforeseen complications. Shaking his head, Liu Ye dismissed his concerns as unwarranted. He was still unaware of how to rouse Ouyang-gu, making any speculation about consequences premature. His thoughts meandered, ultimately settling on the shimmering Liuli Qianhuan in his hand, a glimpse from the future. The woman in crimson, half-letting her eyes, scrutinized the night sky. Behind her lay the valley where Tang Mingzi and the others were ensnared. The barrier shimmered with brilliant light, yet emitted no sound. Not far ahead, 3 beams of light, alternating between brightness and shadow, rushed towards her position. Yanis. The space beside her contorted as a shrill, peculiar sound emanated from the rippling waves. As planned, eliminate them, she murmured. The woman, known as Yanis, cast a fleeting glance at the source of the sound. Your lack of candor will hinder our collaboration. My partner is not you, but your superior, came the reply, accompanied by a chuckle. This operation must proceed without a hitch. You are well aware of this, are you not? Naturally. Yanis stepped forward, pressing her right hand slightly. Instantly, Ouyang Gu and his companion seemed to sink into a quagmire, their forms emerging from the halo, rendered immobile. For individuals. Yanis surveyed them and softly muttered. The number differs from what you mentioned days ago. Whether 3 or 4, it matters little to you, the sharp voice retorted. It is merely a distinction of 1 or 2 techniques. Why concern yourself so? My concern lies with the accuracy of your prophecy. With a flick of her wrist, Ouyang Gu and his companions floated involuntarily towards her. If your information is flawed, it could significantly jeopardize the subsequent actions of the Black Rose. Who among those who defy time can guarantee absolute certainty? Rest assured, there shall be no mishaps. Let us hope so. Yanis positioned Kavi, Togus, and Ouyang Gu before her. Casting aside the unconscious Shinqing Shuang, she approached Ouyang Gu and spoke flatly. Who are you? You do not appear on the list of the century's dawn. A trivial outsider. Ouyang Gu managed a strained smile, his words dripping with flattery. If you would be so kind, might you release me? Nonsense. With a flick of her finger, a gaping wound appeared on Ouyang Gu's left forearm. Meaningless clamor would not hasten your liberation. It would only make your demise more agonizing. Ouyang Gu's murky eyes widened as he sought the direction of Yanis in the dim light, spitting at her in disdain. Yanis, her expression impassive, watched as the saliva landed on the hem of her skirt. She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and inquired, How did you get in? Casting a glance at his hands, she gently clenched her right fist, causing Ouyang Gu's right arm to contort grotesquely, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. Do not attempt to provoke me, Yanis warned, placing her hand against Ouyang Gu's chest. Now, will you disclose your identity? My identity? Ouyang Gu's pallid complexion betrayed his pain, his voice trembling slightly. Did I not inform you already? I am but an inconsequential outsider. A dim light emanated from the palm of Yanis's hand as she prepared to teach this insolent wretch a lesson, hoping to make him aware of his dire predicament. However, an intense disturbance suddenly erupted from the valley behind them, the barrier beyond quaking violently, as if it were a gelatinous mass struck by a powerful blow. Yanis furrowed her brow, tilting her head slightly. At that moment, Shinqing Shuang, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, abruptly materialized behind Yanis. Moonfall, Shinqing Shuang exclaimed softly, wielding 2 segments of a jade flute that emitted dazzling purple light. Despite her battered state, she unleashed a lethal strike, risking her life. The blood-clad woman named Yanis instilled a far greater terror in Shinqing Shuang than the man she had previously battled. The aura surrounding her was as profound as the ocean and saturated with a murderous intent, as though she had emerged from a sea of corpses. Behind Shinqing Shuang, an illusory full moon materialized, its silvery radiance illuminating Yanis's silhouette. In the next instant, cracks spiderwebbed across the moon's surface before it shattered with a resounding crash, sending a peculiar wave of energy towards Yanis. Simultaneously, the barrier above the valley erupted with a thunderous roar as Tang Mingzi and 2 others burst forth. Soaring into the sky, Tang Mingzi held a deep blue longbow, his form enveloped in a faint purple glow, flames flickering fiercely within his pupils. Suspended in midair, he was framed by the luminous moon. With the bowstring taut, a pitch-black arrow surged forth, imbued with a disquieting energy aimed at Yanis's back. Yanis remained poised, a bemused smile playing on her lips as she regarded Shinqing Shuang, as if all was within her control. Shinqing Shuang felt a chill creep down her spine, goosebumps prickling her skin under Yanis's gaze. Tang Mingzi, with bow in hand, released arrow after arrow, each shot a tremendous strain on his body, yet he could not cease. Chen Mo and Li Siren were rapidly approaching the captured Kawi trio, and he had to provide cover. Seeing his wife, battered and sprawled on the sand, pierced his heart with a sharp pang. Suddenly, just as the arrow was about to strike, Yanis pivoted, her gaze locking onto the airborne Tang Mingzi. Tang Mingzi had yet to react when the scene around him abruptly shifted, and he found himself inexplicably exchanged in position with Yanis. The arrowhead had pierced through his garment, making contact with his skin, leaving him with no means of evasion. A look of disbelief crossed Tang Mingzi's face. Was this a forced exchange without incantation? The prowess of this blood-clad woman in spatial magic was indeed on par with that of the esteemed Director Yin. A barrage of arrows pierced through his chest, leaving Tang Mingzi with no opportunity to seek answers to his queries. In the moment he collapsed to the ground, he exerted all his strength to grasp the hand extended by Shinqing Shuang. Memories flooded back to him from years past. when this tempestuous dark-haired girl had relentlessly pursued him from the west to the east, from the ground to the sky. Within the halls of the school established by the Magic Association, he recalled their wedding day, when Shenxing Shuang's stern father surrendered his daughter's hand to him, weeping inconsolably. He remembered their daughter, Tang Yin, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her mother, as if she were cast from the same mold in both appearance and temperament. He reminisced. As the scenes from the past flickered before his eyes, Tang Mingzi felt a wrenching pain in his heart, a crystalline tear rolling down his cheek. This mage, who had authored his own legendary tale, was now approaching the end of his journey. Shenxing Shuang, tears streaming down her face, clutched Tang Mingzi's hand, witnessing the light in his eyes rapidly extinguish, and she could not help but weep in despair. Nearby, Zeng Machin and Li Siren, who had just rescued Covey and his companions, fell into a heavy silence upon witnessing this scene. Alas, a figure of great renown, slain by his own spell. It was no wonder he could not rest in peace. Yanis teleported beside Shenxing Shuang, stepping on her wrist and gently twisting it. Do not grieve. You shall soon join him. Shenxing Shuang let out a pained groan. Yanis, leave the bodies of Covey and his brothers to me. The shrill voice echoed once more. I want them alive. The rest is yours to do as you please. A deep gray light emanated from Yanis's feet, and as it made contact with Shenxing Shuang's body, she rapidly aged. In mere moments, the once vibrant and enchanting beauty had decayed into mere bones. In the face of such a horrifying spectacle, Yanis appeared exhilaratingly thrilled. Biting her crimson lips, her eyes shimmering with an unusual glint, Zeng Machin and Li Siren positioned themselves protectively before Ouyang Gu and the others, their expressions grave. Siren, take them and leave quickly. Go find Mu Yunfeng and the others. Covey, Torgus, can you still move? Zeng Machin inquired. Yes, Covey and Torgus replied, moving their limbs. Good. Then carry this fellow and flee. I shall hold them off. Zeng Machin spoke in a deep voice. A profound silence enveloped them. They all understood the implications of remaining behind at this juncture. Yanis pointed her finger, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Go, Zeng Machin bellowed, raising his wand high. A circular purple magic circle materialized just as the lightning struck down, shattering the magic circle with a thunderous explosion, causing him to spit out blood. Zeng Machin stood no chance against Yanis. The battle was a one-sided massacre. Yanis stood suspended in the air, a vast sea of blood swirling behind her. Zeng Mo Chung was ensconced within this sanguine tide, appearing diminutive and helpless. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only an unwavering courage that propelled him forward. Are you still reluctant to part? Yanis inquired as she approached him. No need for that. Zeng Mo Chung replied with a gentle smile. A luminous white magic circle illuminated his chest. The cold there is too biting. One of me is sufficient. Besides, with your company, I shall not feel too isolated. Yanis's pupils constricted sharply. A searing beam of light shot skyward, and a powerful shockwave dispersed the blood sea, leveling the sand dunes for miles around. Suddenly, a fissure appeared in the sky, and the barrier enclosing this small town was finally shattered, at the cost of a life. Chapter 67. Annihilation. Yanis stood in the crater formed by the explosion, her countenance far from pleasant. She had not anticipated that Zeng Machin, in his fervent desire for death, would resort to such a self-destructive technique to buy time, attempting to drag her down with him. Fortunately, her formidable strength had spared her from harm. Otherwise, the ashes would not have belonged solely to Zeng Machin, but also to her, Yanis. A ripple of energy surged beside Yanis, and that piercing, eerie voice echoed once more. The illustrious leader of the Rose Knights, author of the renowned Requiem of the Bones, found herself in such a disheveled state, truly a rare sight. Humph. Yanis turned her head. Indeed, this incident was far too embarrassing. Pride precedes a fall, as the ancients wisely noted. The voice continued, I had warned you before. Every individual from the dawn of the century is formidable. Underestimating them will lead to dire consequences. However, this serves you well, providing an early lesson to prevent greater calamities in the future. The Black Rose operates without the need for external guidance. Yanis picked up some glimmering fragments from the ground. Remnants of Shenxing Shuang's jade flute. The young man is not on our list. Do you possess any clues? You sense it too? Yanis turned her gaze toward the undulating ripple. He does not belong here, does he? Indeed, he is an outsider, hailing from the future. Regardless of the individual's intentions in sending him, your task is simply to dispose of him. An aged hand emerged from the ripple. Give me those fragments. I can overlook your misstep in this matter. Yanis narrowed her eyes, placing the fragments into his hand. Leave none behind? Yanis frowned. Her intention had been to eliminate only the members of the Dawn of the Century, not to commit a massacre. Leave none behind, he echoed with a sinister chuckle. An outsider has already infiltrated. Can you guarantee there is but one? In times like these, complete annihilation is the only foolproof strategy. Your existence has not yet reached the point of exposure. We cannot afford any risk. Is this truly the approach of a council member from the esteemed Magic Association? Yanis scoffed, her disdain evident. It is no surprise you represent a cult that eradicates dissent under the guise of justice. You have not disappointed me in the slightest. Cough. If only that were the case. He coughed lightly. If the antiquated members of the Magic Association were as ruthless as I, you would not see the remnants of your kind still lingering. It has been nearly a millennium. Through countless generations of councils, few have learned from their mistakes. The days of the Magic Association are numbered. That you could ascend to a council position speaks volumes about the decay of the association. Yanis mocked, activating her teleportation spell and vanishing from sight. As she departed, the undulating ripple settled, leaving the area in silence. Liu Ye, Covey, and others had just reached the center of the small town when a thunderous explosion erupted from the mayor's residence, the walls shattering into fragments. Mu Yunfeng, cradling the unconscious Wang Qinglan, bolted from the debris. Brother Mu. Liu Ye rushed forward to steady the staggering Mu Yunfeng. Quickly, take Qinglan and run. Mu Yunfeng's face was flushed, and his words were slurred as he uttered, I cannot escape. You must leave quickly. Ouyanggu leaned against Tagusin's shoulder, his heart twisted in anguish. Although blind and unable to see anything, he understood that the situation had deteriorated beyond redemption. In his desire to save others, he had ultimately become a burden. Ouyanggu suddenly found himself in a state of self-mockery. Leave? None of you will escape. From the ruins, an elderly voice emerged, and a tall young man clad in black slowly stepped forth. Behind him lay the mangled bodies of Ouyang Lin and his wife. Quickly, Mu Yunfeng glanced up at the sky, his voice hoarse as he shouted, the barrier has been breached. Run, run, run. Where could they flee? A slender brown-haired man in a silver robe stood to their right, hefting a massive and fearsome bone sword upon his shoulder. He was Christopher Nolan, the fourth member of the Rose Knight Order. We shall send you off in the most civilized manner, came a refined voice from their left. A frail and humble man, sporting golden monocles, emerged from the rippling space on the street, holding a tome that emitted a faint glow. He was Owen Fisher, the fifth member of the Rose Knight Order. A black mist settled behind them, transforming into a figure cloaked in a black robe, adorned with mismatched red and white gloves. Exuding an icy aura, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of ghastly white teeth. He was Kevin Cohen, the third member of the Rose Knight Order. The remaining four members of the Century Dawn stood back to back, encircling Ouyanggu and Wang Qinglan. Brother, do you wish to stay? Covey suddenly blurted out an unrelated question. Stay? Tagusin chuckled. I never intended to leave. Haha, good. Though Covey laughed, his eyes brimmed with sorrow. Siren, you are the only one among us who is uninjured and has the best chance of escaping. Therefore, you must exert yourself to break free with the two wounded. We will buy you time. 2 minutes. Mu Yunfeng spat a mouthful of blood, the flush on his face gradually fading. We can only delay for 2 minutes at most. 3 minutes. Tagusin adjusted his shoulders. Brother Mu, let us set our sights higher. All right, 3 minutes it is. Mu Yunfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Smiling as he said, anyone who fails to achieve this will surely be the subject of ridicule. Nolan rotated his neck and then, with a swift movement, appeared before Mu Yunfeng, his bone sword slicing toward his neck with a fierce wind. Too many last words waste time. The countdown begins. A slight smile crossed Mu Yunfeng's face as he flipped his palm, sending a jade pendant soaring into the air. The pendant radiated brilliant golden light, momentarily propelling Nolan backward, launching him hundreds of meters away and crashing into a series of buildings. Compared to the enigmatic young man clad in black, the individual before them was decidedly more manageable. Tagusin and Covey each seized one person and, with all their might, flung Ouyanggu and Wang Qinglan out of the encirclement, casting them 1,000 meters away. In a flash of white light, Liu Ye's figure materialized in midair, catching the two. Owen and Cohen attempted to pursue, only to be intercepted by Covey and Tagusin. Meanwhile, Mu Yunfeng faced off against the elderly-voiced young man in black and Nolan, who had just crawled out from the rubble. This was a battle whose outcome was evident before it even commenced. Yet, none of them surrendered or fled. They were acutely aware of the cause for which they fought. Unfortunately, contrary to their hopes, Liu Ye, having successfully escaped the encirclement thanks to the sacrifice of the three, had not ventured far before encountering a figure that radiated despair, a woman in blood-red attire. The leader of the Rose Knights, Yanis Palesta, stood with her back to them. Bathed in the luminous moonlight, her flowing blood-red garments dancing in the breeze, poised gracefully atop the sand dunes. So beautiful, yet so despair-inducing. With determination, Liu Ye accelerated towards her, understanding that stopping was not an option. Should she be halted once more, escape would become impossible. You people from the dawn of the century always harbor strange delusions, failing to perceive reality, Yanis remarked softly, shaking her head slightly. Why insist on futile struggles that only burden us both? Such behavior is unbecoming of an astute individual. From the grayish-black rose she held, she slowly tore off a petal. Instantly, Liu Ye's left arm was severed, as though cleaved by a razor, blood gushing forth, staining her garments crimson. Ouyang Gu, having lost his support, plummeted heavily onto the sandy ground. How wonderful it would be if everyone in this world could recognize their true selves, Yanis mused with a faint smile. It is precisely those devoid of self-awareness who frantically pursue the unattainable, leading to endless strife. Liu Ye gritted her teeth, desperately accelerating, attempting to slip past her. Foolish ambition. Yanis responded, tearing off another petal, causing Liu Ye's right arm to break as well, resulting in Wang Qinglan collapsing onto the sand. The ideals you chase are mere ephemeral bubbles, unattainable fantasies. This world ought not to exist. The so-called beauty is merely a deception crafted by people to mislead others and themselves. I've heard that the dawn of the century is comprised of those who believe in miracles, Yanis said, stepping forward to grasp Liu Ye by the throat. Look for yourself. Will a miracle occur? At that moment, the moon in the sky suddenly rippled as if a stone had been cast into still waters. And a phantasmal hand emerged from within. This hand seized Ouyang Gu and swiftly drew him toward the moon. Yanis frowned, a golden six-pointed star appearing in her right eye. As a disc descended from the heavens, aiming for the wrist of that spectral hand, the disc effortlessly penetrated the enormous hand, embedding itself within the dunes below and stirring up a whirlwind of yellow sand. Yanis yearned to take further action. Yet that colossal hand had already whisked Ouyang Gu away into oblivion. Ha! Cough, cough. Li Sichuan chuckled until he was overcome with a fit of coughing. His throat filled with blood and foam, a true marvel. Yanis's expression hardened, her magical energy surging as Li Sichuan's body erupted into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 68. Escape from the abyss within the cavern. Liu Ye gently supported Ouyang Gu, softly patting his cheek. Wake up, come on, Ouyang Gu. Despite his calls yielding no response, Liu conjured a sphere of water and splashed it onto Ouyang Gu's face. At last, Ouyang Gu stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Liu Ye? Where am I? My eyes. He squinted, but the world remained shrouded in an impenetrable fog, revealing only indistinct glimmers of light. Do you remember nothing? Liu furrowed his brow. As for this place, I am equally in the dark. It appears to be a relic, a site we ventured to together. No recollection at all. I recall that much, Ouyang Gu replied, shaking his head lightly. However, my memory fades the moment I reached out to touch that stone door. All that he had experienced in the mirrored world had vanished from his mind, leaving no trace behind. How could this be? Liu began to recount what he had witnessed, but as he opened his mouth, he too was struck with astonishment, finding his own memories receding like the ebbing tide. The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not grasp them. What just happened to me? Ouyang Gu fumbled, leaning against Liu Ye's shoulder as he regained his footing. Are you all right? Not injured, I hope? I'm fine, Liu Ye replied, rubbing his temples before glancing down at the bandages that enveloped his upper body. A bitter smile crept across his face. No need to worry, I'm unscathed. I've checked, your blindness is merely a temporary consequence of overusing magical energies. As for any lasting effects, let us hope there are none. That's a relief. Wait. Since when did you become proficient in medicine? Wasn't my injury supposed to heal after soaking in that pool? Ouyang Gu felt a wave of relief at Liu Ye's well-being, yet his thoughts darkened at the possibility of permanent blindness. Ouyang Gu understood the gravity of his condition. His blindness was not simply a result of excessive magic, but rather a side effect of time magic. The true ramifications were shrouded in uncertainty. My medical skills. It's a long story. Liu supported Ouyang Gu, helping him stand. Let us discuss this outside. Ah, have you found an exit? Ouyang Gu smiled wide. You never cease to astonish me. An exit? Perhaps, Liu replied, non-committally. With his extraordinary talent, he had already mastered a quarter of the contents within glazed illusions. The spell he had employed to rescue Ouyang Gu, akin to fishing for the moon in a well, was distinctly marked in the original text, as if the author had foreseen its necessity. As for how to escape this enclosed relic, it too would require the magic contained within the original manuscripts. With a delicate wave of his gnarled staff, several strands of magical energy emerged from the original text, coalescing into a pale purple magic circle before him. Supported by the vast reservoir of magical power stored within the original, even in his current state, he possessed sufficient strength to wield a considerable array of advanced spells. With a gentle step, Liu Ye supported Ouyang-gu as they traversed the magical array, slowly ascending into the air. Their forms became semi-transparent, akin to wisps of smoke, effortlessly penetrating the rocky wall above the cavern. The art of phasing allowed them to bypass any barrier, a complex array that posed no challenge to Liu Ye. After crossing several meters of rock layers, Liu Ye and Ouyang-gu finally found themselves upon solid ground once more, gazing up at the luminous moon suspended in the sky. A sudden impulse to weep surged within him. "We made it out alive," he murmured softly. Fixating on the grass beneath his feet, Liu Ye's expression grew intricate. The events that transpired within the ruins felt like a fleeting dream, filled with countless enigmas that remained unexplained. He pondered whether he would ever have the chance to revisit this place, to attempt unraveling those mysteries. Liu squinted. He had not forgotten those words. However, considering their current state, he was reluctant to wade through such murky waters. Prudence was paramount. His impressions of the Julius family were less than favorable, and beyond this matter, Liu was far more concerned about the whereabouts of Smith. "Aren't we going to search for Smith?" Ouyang-gu did not elaborate further, but Liu Ye understood his implication. "Very well, I comprehend." Liu Ye hoisted Ouyang-gu onto his back, and a cerulean magical array materialized beneath his feet. He pressed a hand to his abdomen. A sharp, tearing pain coursed through him, as if his wound had reopened. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Ouyang-gu inquired with concern, though his vision was obscured. "I'm fine." Liu managed a smile as he initiated a spatial leap. "Ouyang-gu, what exactly is the Black Rose organization? I believe you mentioned it back in Boyun City?" The Black Rose. Ouyang-gu sighed. Founded in the mid-14th century, it emerged as a splinter group from the Rosicrucians. Its founder, Carmuno, was an exceptionally gifted magician. Carmuno? Liu Ye clenched his jaw, the pain in his abdomen intensifying. Indeed, Carmuno, a prodigy who penned the original texts at the age of 27. Hailed as the archmage of Goddess Chosen and a core member of the Rosicrucians. 27. Liu reflected on the remarkably young authors of the original texts he had encountered. "The path of magic is dictated by innate talent," Ouyang-gu spoke softly, his tone somber. When the originals were written, their authors were often in their 20s or even teens, achieving heights that ordinary individuals could scarcely aspire to in such a brief span. Mediocrity struggles throughout a lifetime to even glimpse their level. The path of a magician is significantly more arduous than that of an ordinary person. Liu Ye glanced at him, recalling that Sister Tang Yin had mentioned Ouyang-gu's talent was rather modest, perhaps even mediocre. Ouyang-gu seemed to sense his gaze, breaking into a smile as he remarked, "He is the creator of the Murmurs of the Magic Compendium, an ambitious magician with an almost perverse craving for power. He distorted the teachings of the Rosicrucians, founding the Black Rose and rallying a considerable number of dissatisfied magicians to his cause, aiming to subvert this world and establish their dictatorial reign." Dissatisfied with the scientific world? Did they even attack ordinary people? If you referred to a massacre as an assault, then indeed, that is the case. Ouyang-gu closed his eyes. When the 14th century is mentioned, what is the first thought that crosses your mind? The Renaissance? No, that is not correct. Liu shook his head. Could it be the Black Death? Precisely. Ouyang-gu managed a bitter smile. That calamity, which claimed the lives of over 100 million people, is, in fact, their most celebrated achievement. The plague. Liu squinted. They were subsequently eradicated by the Magical Association. Were they not? Well, that occurred half a century later. However, at that time, the Magical Association was merely a nominal organization. It was the magical families who truly took action. Their motives were far from noble. They did not seek to save humanity, but were rather concerned that the Black Rose was advancing too swiftly, encroaching upon their interests. That is hardly surprising. Liu let out a muffled groan, pausing on a stretch of wasteland, striving to control his breath, unwilling for Ouyang-gu to perceive his injuries. "You needn't hold it in." Ouyang-gu cast a worried glance at him. "Although I am blind, I can still sense that during the spatial leap. Your magical energy lines are chaotic. If it weren't for your innate talent, we would have been reduced to mere fragments long ago. It's not a significant issue. We are not far now." Liu Ye quietly calculated the distance. Less than 10 kilometers remained. 2 more leaps would suffice. Just then, a shadow suddenly swept across the sky. You? The dark figure halted. It was Smith, who appeared unscathed, though his left hand was peculiarly tucked inside his black robe. He surveyed Liu Ye and Ouyang-gu's condition, his expression darkening. What are you doing here, and in such dire straits? Has something happened to the Julius family? It's a long story. Liu forced a smile. Someone informed us that you were looking for us and led us to the altar, only to reveal himself as a member of the Black Rose. A self-proclaimed Knight of the Rose. We had a skirmish with him, and this is the outcome. You were also one of the targets? Smith gazed deeply at them. This matter is serious. William has already perished under their assault. We must report to the higher-ups of the association without delay. Not just us, but also the Julius family. Liu said, gesturing behind him. They have another task, extermination. Chapter 69. There are no coincidences in this world. Extermination of a clan. Upon hearing this, Smith's expression shifted dramatically. With a flourish of his black cloak, he initiated a spatial leap, urging the others to flee swiftly. However, they were ultimately a step too late. In the courtyard of the Julius family, every green plant and flower had withered and decayed, reduced to a powdery ash. Buildings were engulfed in fierce flames, billowing black smoke rising ominously. Several corner towers lay in ruins, either shattered or with gaping holes. At the heart of it all, the grand main building had been blasted open, leaving a vast circular void, with a fan-shaped debris field extending from the entrance to the front of the main structure. Patriarch Edmund lay at the apex of the debris, in the large pit beneath the main building, his skull pierced by an arrow tipped with a blue feather. His mouth agape in a horrific final expression. The three stood before the gates of the Julius estate, gazing at the devastation in silence. What shall we do? Liu Ye's eyes were fixed on Edmund's lifeless body. Should we go in? Yes, though hope is scarce, we must at least check the telescope, Smith replied. Striding into the courtyard, the garden was littered with corpses. Smith and Liu Ye examined the fallen, each victim having met a swift demise, marked by a finger-sized puncture on their foreheads. The assailant had acted with ruthless efficiency, showing no hesitation, regardless of age or gender. The trio arrived at the room where the telescope had been stored, and as anticipated, all the mirrors lay shattered, fragments strewn across the floor. Smith bit his lip. This outcome was expected. The Black Rose would never allow the Julius clan to escape and seek assistance. However, their glimmer of hope had now been extinguished. Annie? Liu discovered a trembling maid crouched behind the door. Indeed, it was the same one who had previously guided them. A survivor? Smith rushed over. What has happened to her? Liu shook his head. Though Annie was still alive, her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion a shade of blue, and her limbs icy cold. The flame of life flickered dangerously low. I cannot save her. Smith, do you have a solution? I shall attempt it, Smith responded. A gentle green light emanating from his hands. Is it working? No. Smith withdrew his magic, his countenance darkening. She is under a curse, likely a large-scale area curse, which is why she has not perished immediately. However, unless we can ascertain the complete incantation or locate the caster, the curse remains unbreakable. Locate the caster. Liu Ye's gaze dimmed at the thought. Is there no other way? Can you not contact the association? I cannot. During the battle with the Black Rose, my communication device was destroyed. Liu cast a glance at Ouyang-gu, offering a resigned smile. They are in the same predicament. The three fell into silence. Only Annie remained. Regardless, we must at least try, Ouyang-gu said with a smile, breaking the stillness. He patted Liu Ye, who had been supporting him. Ah Ye, please set me down. I can walk on my own. Without further ado, let us set forth, Smith declared. The two nodded in agreement. Along the way, Smith maintained a somber expression. I hope we can make it in time, he muttered, waving his wand. Black Rose, what are your true intentions? If we fail to rescue her, we may very well become the prime suspects. Ouyang-gu rubbed his eyes, his vision still not restored. Suspects? This is not our doing. Why should their family alliance place the blame upon us? Liu questioned, somewhat perplexed, even considering the long-standing grudges between the magical association and these families. They cannot frame us without evidence, can they? Evidence. Ouyang-gu chuckled lightly. Our mere presence here is the best evidence for them. What the family alliance seeks is not evidence, but merely a convenient excuse, Smith remarked. They do not genuinely wish for war. They merely wish to leverage this situation for greater gain. Leverage. Liu Ye furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying strangeness in the entire affair. Suddenly being summoned to Italy under the pretense of investigating the altar, only to encounter the Black Rose faction, was more than coincidental. After a fierce battle, the ground fractured, and he fell into an ancient ruin, only to inexplicably acquire an original text. The owner of this text bore an uncanny resemblance to Sherlon, seemingly leaving it for him intentionally. Liu Ye touched the small booklet in his arms, a peculiar feeling welling up within him. Could everything be too coincidental? Smith, this is merely the beginning. The individual we battled mentioned that the Black Rose aims to incite discord between the Family Alliance and the Magical Association. They desire war, a global conflict that engulfs the world. Ouyang spoke. The most direct method to incite war is through the death of significant figures. Ouyang blinked his clouded eyes. For instance, a council member of the European Magical Association. That should be impossible. Smith shook his head. There are a total of 15 council members from Asia, Europe, and America, each commanding a formidable organization to silently eliminate one member. If they possess such power, they could easily ally with the Family Alliance to declare war on the Magical Association. Well, how so? Ouyang frowned. To provoke a war on a global scale requires more than just a spark. It necessitates explosives. Liu Ye raised his gaze, deeply scrutinizing Ouyang and Smith. Killing a council member or annihilating a family serves merely as a spark, an excuse to ignite conflict between the Magical Association and the Family Alliance. Without explosives, Smith turned his attention to the corpse of Patriarch Edmund, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Precisely, Liu Ye nodded, stroking the original text in his embrace. Thus, to instigate war, the Black Rose must provide both sides with a suitable rationale. A suitable rationale? Ouyang inhaled thoughtfully. For instance, a magical artifact potent enough to disrupt the balance? Indeed. The original text. Li fixed his gaze upon Smith and Ouyang, articulating with deliberate precision, a tome that chronicles an entirely new form of magic. Based upon a novel foundational array. Chapter 70. The eerie smiling man. Upon hearing these words, both Smith and Ouyang turned to Liu Ye, their expressions grave. A brand new foundational array, the original text? Smith appeared to recall something, pausing his magic and glancing at Ouyang. The trio stood above the turbulent waters of the English Channel. Ye, how did you come to know this? Has someone informed you? Ouyang inquired. Eyes tightly shut and brow furrowed. This matter should have been classified as top secret. Top secret? What are you talking about? Liu Ye was both bewildered and slightly apprehensive. He wished to conceal the existence of the Liu Qinhuan from Smith. I was merely making a random guess. A random guess? Smith shook his head, opting not to delve deeper. Instead, he turned to Ouyang and said, however, it matters not to inform him. At this juncture, the reputation of the association is of little consequence. Our priority should be to avert war. Ouyang nodded and spoke. Ye, my parents, along with Sherlon's parents, were once members of the Century Dawn. However, they mysteriously vanished during an operation 15 years ago. You are aware of this, right? Yes, you have mentioned it before, Liu replied, giving a slight nod. The operation took place in a secluded town on the Arabian Peninsula, where investigators dispatched by the association uncovered signs of fierce combat, yet no bodies were found. A hint of sorrow crossed Ouyang face as he continued. A year later, the final report confirmed that all members of the Century Dawn were declared deceased, attributed to a critical error during the mission that ultimately led to its failure. The mission, could it be? Liu rubbed his nose, beginning to grasp what Ouyang was implying. Indeed, the objective of that operation was a foundational array, one that had never been documented in any magical tome. Ouyang coughed a couple of times, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. According to intelligence, this array was named Illusion. Deep within the ocean, a shadow gazed upward towards the surface. A 3-meter-long shark, with its gaping maw wide open, swam towards him, aiming to bite at his waist. Contrary to expectations, no blood splattered forth. It had bitten into nothingness. The figure remained suspended in place, motionless as it looked up. The shark, shaking its massive head, struggled to comprehend the current situation. With a powerful flick of its tail, it charged toward the figure again. The shadow slightly raised a hand, and a slender beam of black light shot forth from his fingertips. The shark's tooth-filled jaws closed in, mere centimeters from his nose. At that moment, torrents of blood erupted from the shark, splattering down the sides of its mouth as it was cleaved into uneven halves. Illusion? Liu Ye feigned a look of astonishment. Yes, while illusions have existed in abundance prior to this, they were predominantly achieved through the combination of other arrays to manipulate the senses and induce hallucinations. Ouyang elaborated. This particular illusion array, however, directly influences the soul. The soul? Liu inquired about the current location of the illusion array. No one knows, Ouyang replied with a shake of his head. That artifact must have been taken by the victor of that battle, yet they have yet to make an appearance. The association has been closely monitoring the emergence of any sorcerers employing new spellcraft, but to no avail. Perhaps they have already appeared, Smith interjected unexpectedly. Both Liu Ye and Ouyang fell silent, fully aware of which organization Smith was referring to, the Black Rose. However, the individual we fought did not employ illusionary magic. Smith, what about the one pursuing you? Ouyang posed a question. No, Smith faltered, lowering his gaze to the azure sea. It is indeed peculiar. If that array is truly in their possession, there would be no reason for them to refrain from utilizing it. Ouyang frowned, stating that a magic based on the new array would be beyond our capability to decipher, significantly enhancing their odds of success. Not necessarily, Liu Ye blinked, suggesting that perhaps at their level, they have yet to encounter the illusion array. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Ouyang stroked his chin, though it is quite slim. To eradicate the Julius family and assassinate members of the British Magical Association's Black Robe Mage Corps. If those tasked with such missions lack the qualifications to share even a modicum of their organization's achievements, then that organization is indeed fearsome. The Black Rose is formidable, but they should not possess such power just yet. Liu pondered, nodding thoughtfully before turning to seek Smith, eager for his insights. Smith had somehow found himself standing alone at the shoreline, entranced by the crashing waves. Deep beneath the surface, a shadow gazed up at the dimly outlined Smith. As the surrounding waters began to swirl around him, discovered, a sinister smile peeked from beneath a mask, his eyes narrowing slightly. To escape the grasp of the Rose Knights nearly unscathed, yet to detect my presence. Smith, are you truly just a member of the Black Robe Mage Corps? Smith? Li entrusted Annie to Ouyang and approached Smith's side, inquiring what was amiss. There is something in the sea, Smith replied, gazing at the surface. Beneath the sea? Liu followed his gaze, but saw nothing beyond the surging waves. Allow me to extract it. Smith raised his hand, summoning his wand. A towering, pale golden apparition emerged behind him, brandishing a trident, with white hair and beard, bare-chested and robust, exuding an astonishing aura of authority. The 12 principal deities spell, Poseidon. With a swift motion of his ebony wand, Poseidon's trident plunged into the depths. The tranquil ocean erupted in a roar. In an instant, dark clouds gathered. The sky dimmed, thunder rumbled, and fierce winds howled. Centered around the trident, the surface of the sea suddenly plunged downwards, surging forth a towering wave that expanded outward, creating a vast area devoid of water. Liu focused his gaze, and at the heart of that desolate, waterless expanse stood a solitary figure. Clad in an attire reminiscent of a magician, he wore a tall, elegant hat and white gloves, complemented by a peculiar, silver-white mask that bore an eerie, smiling visage, its eyes and mouth curved in a sinister grin, while high cheekbones and brow bones jutted out prominently. With a flick of his wand, Smith directed the trident of Poseidon, which surged forward, rippling with pale waves, striking the masked figure with precision. The figure twisted grotesquely, instantly transforming into a puddle of black water. Smith furrowed his brow, yet before he could contemplate his next move, the figure reappeared behind him. In the palm of the smiling man, a spinning golden orb of magic struck him with a speed that was almost imperceptible, landing squarely on his back. Smith emitted a muffled grunt as his spine cracked audibly, propelling him away. Liu Ye, astonished, turned his head, coming face to face with the masked figure, mere inches apart. "I've found you," a strange male voice echoed from beneath the mask, high-pitched, as if speaking through pinched nostrils, sending a chill down Liu Ye's spine and raising the hairs on his arms, enveloping him in a wave of goosebumps. Chapter 71. A strike across 1,000 miles as Liu Ye's eyelids drooped, a translucent silver flame erupted around him. Leaning back, his right foot surged toward the chin of the man in the smiling mask. Despite the mask's eerie and terrifying visage, after enduring numerous life and death crises, he was no longer the timid novice who would freeze at the first sign of danger 2 weeks prior. The man in the smiling mask, sensing the impending strike, suddenly extended his arms, transforming them into 2 binding ropes that ensnared Liu Ye's right ankle. He stumbled backward, drawing a long arc over the surface of the sea. While Liu Ye's restrained ankle crackled with a series of sharp sounds, his foot drooping helplessly. Liu Ye merely glanced at his ankle before raising his head to coldly glare at the man in the mask, who was now supporting himself with one hand on the water's surface. At this juncture, such pain was insufficient to sway him. "Ha ha ha, a tough one indeed." The masked man chuckled ominously. "But tell me, how long can you endure this exchange of injuries, given your current state?" Liu narrowed his eyes. With Ouyang blinded and unable to assist, such a combat style could not be recklessly employed. Suddenly, the masked man swayed, appearing before Liu Ye in the blink of an eye, raising his right fist. Let me impart a lesson. Never doubt your combat style, especially in the presence of the enemy. Liu Ye's pupils constricted as a punch struck his left cheek, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably, skipping across the water's surface before he finally regained his balance. Gently touching his swollen cheek, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Beneath the masked man, a colossal shadow emerged from the water, causing the surrounding sea to plunge downward. A gaping maw lined with jagged teeth breached the surface. It was a shark over 50 meters long, its massive head nearly occupying half its body. A dark green magic circle materialized beneath the masked man, lifting him gently into the air, just above the shark's gaping jaws. Liu Ye extended his right hand, gathering light points into a long sword, and a water-blue barrier surged around him as he swiftly maneuvered behind the masked man, unleashing a flurry of aggressive slashes. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. However, it seemed as if the masked man possessed an inexplicable magnetic force, causing Liu Ye's strikes to veer off at peculiar angles, consistently missing their mark. Just then, from the overcast sky, a golden trident glimmered, descending with the force of a tempest toward the masked man's head. A dark mist enveloped behind him, revealing Smith's silhouette. With a flourish of his wand, two silvery chains shot forth from the dark magic circle beneath him, hurtling toward the masked man. Liu Ye seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword directly at the masked man's throat. However, the masked man unexpectedly lunged forward, positioning himself directly in line with Liu Ye's blade. Liu had not anticipated such a move. The eerie smiling mask suddenly loomed before him, startling him into a slight retreat with his weapon. The tip of the sword pierced the throat of the figure clad in a smiling mask, yet it bore no traces of blood. The trident and chains conjured by Smith passed seamlessly through his body. Liu Ye widened his eyes, for within the pupils of the masked figure, he discerned a familiar magical array, the array of the phasing spell. Surprised, are we? The masked figure whispered as he glided past Liu Ye. I have taken what I desired. And until we meet again. In an instant, their bodies crossed, and as Liu Ye touched his chest, he found that the small booklet had indeed vanished. The figure gradually became translucent, turning to wave at Liu Ye. To assault a member of the magical association within the confines of England, and think to depart so easily? Watson's voice suddenly boomed. Though it was not loud, it resonated like thunder, causing Liu Ye's eardrums to ache and his head to buzz. At the sound, the masked figure faltered, for the first time displaying a look of sheer panic. In the apse of St. Paul's Cathedral, Watson raised the sun and moon wand with both hands, his eyes closed, a mysterious purple aura flowing around him. Before him, a colossal magical array on the wall of the apse glimmered faintly with a red light. The clouds in the sky abruptly coalesced, forming an eye-like pattern. The eye snapped open, and a jet-black beam shot forth from its pupil, enveloping the masked figure's body in an instant. He emitted a pained wail, his voice transforming from a piercing shriek to a resonant young male timbre. Something exploded from the masked figure's neck, enveloping him in a soft white light. 1,000 miles away, Watson opened his left eye, reflecting a triangular purple magical array. A dark purple crystal burst forth from the sea, racing toward the masked figure. With a resounding crash, an extremely faint golden shield materialized around the figure. Although the shield barely impeded the ferocious advance of the dark purple crystal, it granted him precious time. His form finally vanished completely. Watson opened his right eye, the magical array within fading from view. He pondered for a moment before the sun and moon wand glimmered once more. Liu Ye and Smith exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Watson's sudden intervention had surpassed everyone's expectations, leaving them unable to control the unfolding events. They approached Ouyang and Annie, who were hiding at a distance, when a figure appeared before them. With hair almost entirely white, save for its golden tips, and donning a white robe adorned with golden edges, the figure's bare, jade-like feet hovered just above the surface of the sea, causing gentle ripples to spread outward. It was Mark M. Watson, president of the European Magical Federation and the British Magical Association. Smith immediately knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Liu Ye, however, eyed his back warily. Despite being 1,000 miles away, Watson had subdued the masked figure with a single gesture, showcasing a power that was incomprehensibly formidable. Smith, where's William? Watson slowly turned around, his voice warm and resonant, yet indistinguishable in gender, akin to a synthetic mechanical tone. William, he has fallen. And the Julius family has also met its demise. Smith lowered his head even further, revealing his affiliation with the Black Rose. The Black Rose? Watson pondered thoughtfully, seemingly more concerned with the matters of the Black Rose than with William's death. Chapter 72. Watson's Inquiry. Watson stood alone in the apse of St. Paul's Cathedral, quietly gazing at the white moonlight filtering through the stained glass windows. For no particular reason, a faint sense of solitude welled up within him. This was an experience he had never encountered in his 20 years of life, nor had he ever felt such a thing before. He frowned, disliking this sensation, for it made him feel vulnerable. Gently, Watson waved his wand, and flames coalesced before him into a leaping fawn. As he reached out to stroke the creature's head, he found that sense of loneliness dissipated. Yet, he soon fell back into contemplation. The Black Rose? Despite having studied a myriad of texts, he was somewhat unfamiliar with events from that era. As the youngest chairman in history, he had devoted nearly half of his time to the study of magic, with the remainder focused solely on matters he deemed worthy of attention. For instance, the renowned sorcerer of the last century, James J. Clowen. However, since their associates had become entangled with the mirror, it became imperative to include the Black Rose among the subjects of concern. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Watson's pale gray eyes. The world was unfolding in a manner he had long hoped for. Suddenly, the opulent crimson velvet door of the apse swung open. "Chairman," came the respectful voice of Smith. Watson turned to face the three individuals before him and, with his distinctive voice, inquired, "How did William die?" "It was the work of the Black Rose," Smith replied, kneeling with his head bowed. "By the time I reached the altar of the Julius family, William had already been confirmed dead. The fatal wound was inflicted by a magical arrow that pierced his head, bearing the emblem of a rose. I have one here, obtained during our confrontation with the enemy." Smith flipped his right hand and produced an arrow. The arrow's end was adorned with 3 deep blue fletchings, and the silver tip was stained with reddish-brown blood. Watson's eyes sparkled. The arrow levitated and hovered before him. "Take it to the archives for comparison," he instructed, glancing at it before returning it to Smith. "How many people were involved?" "Yes. Inform Europe to dispatch an investigative team to Italy, led by a director. A detailed report should be submitted within 3 days, with copies sent to Asia and America." "Understood. You may leave now." As Smith rose and retreated, Watson's gaze shifted between Ouyang-gu and Liu Ye, ultimately resting on Ouyang-gu. Although Ouyang-gu was unable to see, the mounting pressure made him acutely aware that Watson's attention had turned to him. "Chairman, is there something you wish to discuss?" Ouyang-gu inquired, maintaining his composure with a smile. "Your eyes," Watson began, waving his wand to send a gentle green light sweeping over Ouyang-gu's eyes. "Very well. Since you were injured on a mission I assigned." Instantly, Ouyang-gu's vision cleared, and he blinked in disbelief as he looked at his own hands. "You may also go." "Understood." Ouyang-gu turned to Liu Ye and silently mouthed the words, "Be cautious." Liu Ye lowered his eyelids, remaining silent. Ouyang-gu patted his shoulder and exited the rear hall. Watson approached Liu Ye, offering a faint smile. "It is a pleasure to see you again." Liu Ye gazed into his eyes, which were devoid of emotion, cold and distant, resembling the gaze of a statue. "Esteemed Chairman," Liu Ye bowed respectfully. "What would you like to inquire about?" "My question?" Watson replied with a hint of amusement, turning to look out the stained glass window. "Are you in a hurry?" Liu Ye furrowed his brow, surprised by Watson's remark. "It is a trivial matter," Watson said, walking along the carpet deeper into the hall, his sun and moon one emitting a faint green glow. "Come with me." Miraculously, Liu Ye's injuries healed rapidly as he observed Watson's retreating figure. He gently rubbed his nose and followed suit. If it could be avoided, he had no desire to oppose Watson. Upon reaching the rear of the hall, beside his own seat, Watson picked up a shallow, dark metal box adorned with intricate circular patterns. The metal box was placed firmly in Liu Ye's hands as Watson gently waved his wand. The surroundings transformed instantly, resembling a kaleidoscope filled with vibrant geometric shapes. "Do you remember?" Liu opened the lid, revealing a tiny multifaceted crystal resting upon a black velvet cushion, approximately half a finger in length and slightly thicker than a willow leaf. The surface of the crystal shimmered with a spectrum of colors. Liu squinted. He had no recollection of this object, yet visually it bore a resemblance to the original artifact, glazed thousand changes, obtained in the ruins. "No. I have no memory of it." Liu shook his head. "I have never seen it before." "Lying comes at a cost," Watson said, stroking his wand with his right thumb. "I shall ask you once more, are you certain?" "I am certain." Liu Ye met Watson's gaze with composure. As he was not lying, and thus felt no guilt. Despite the agony of holding his head, blood oozing from his ears, Watson showed no signs of halting. Liu Ye knelt on the ground, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, his consciousness fading. He fixed his gaze on Watson, struggling to move his right hand away from his ear, desperate to fight back. However, he found it impossible to gather his magic. His mind was filled with piercing screams, making concentration difficult. As his awareness dimmed, Liu trembled, summoning all his strength to finally sketch out a formation with his magic. A black cross flew from the purple-gold magic circle, but disintegrated into specks of colorful light a meter before Watson. Exhausted, Liu Ye released the breath he had been holding and lost consciousness. Observing Liu Ye, who lay bleeding and unconscious on the ground, Watson furrowed his brow, noting that the outcome differed from his expectations. Is this method not viable? Liu Ye opened his eyes and rose from the ground, supporting his head, feeling somewhat dazed. What just transpired? Liu Ye gazed at Watson, yet his mind was a blank. Indeed, he replied without hesitation, hastily departing from the rear hall, wishing to linger not a moment longer in Watson's presence. As his foot crossed the threshold, the grand doors slowly closed behind him. Alone within the hall, Watson stood bathed in the mottled glow of moonlight, his back to the doors, gazing upward at the colossal magical array adorning the wall. A deep crimson carpet unfurled beneath his feet, extending nearly 100 meters to the entrance, rendering him seemingly distant from the outside world. He appeared, perhaps, a touch forlorn? A peculiar thought flickered through Liu Ye's mind, but he quickly dismissed it, shaking his head as he made his way to the guest room. Chapter 73. The night before the return, soft snores emanated from beneath the book, and not wishing to disturb him, Liu Ye quietly tiptoed to the bed on the other side of the screen. Outside the window, the monotonous and raucous cawing of crows filled the air, yet it did not strike him as harsh. Rather, it felt somewhat endearing. Approaching the window, Liu Ye gazed down at the garden below, where a delicate layer of white snow blanketed the ground. The trees stood mostly bare, with only a few still donning green, though they paled in comparison to the evergreen shrubs underfoot. The pond had completely frozen over, its ice appearing sufficiently thick for a person to traverse upon. In the brief span of 3 days spent in Italy, so much had transpired. Leaning against the windowsill, Liu looked up at the misty night sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. After being entrusted to the association's medical personnel and have fallen silent, he could only wonder if she had escaped danger. Liu sighed, feeling too overwhelmed to concern himself with others, as he was entirely absorbed in his own troubles. Something must have occurred in the church's rear hall, and he suspected that Watson had erased his memories. Anxious, Liu could not shake off the haunting dream from before his arrival in England. If it were indeed a glimpse of the future, what was he to do? The vivid image of Watson effortlessly dispatching the man with the grotesque smile mask loomed large in his mind. Faced with such a formidable foe, how could he possibly save others? Every mountain has a path, and every boat finds its way to the bridge. A raised brow indicated Liu Ye's curiosity. He observed Ouyang Gu's eyes sparkled with the same intensity as before, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Human thoughts are often elusive, yet men's are somewhat easier to decipher than women's. Ouyang Gu ruffled his hair, revealing a ghastly wound on his forehead. That unsightly figure adorned with a grotesque mask had taken something from you, hadn't he? Realizing the subject at hand, Liu Ye lowered his eyelids, turning once more to the window, where the winter wind caressed his face with a refreshing chill. Indeed, in the ruins earlier, I acquired a primordial text. Liu Ye had no intention of concealing this from him. He simply wished to keep the knowledge from the British. Moreover, I encountered the text's proprietor. The proprietor? Ouyang Gu narrowed his eyes, a serious expression overtaking his features. By the way, there is something I wish to inquire of you. Liu Ye perched himself on the edge of Ouyang Gu's bed. Where did Smith procure that arrow? Where? Ouyang Gu looked at him in astonishment. Did Shirlan not teach you? No. Liu shook his head. She merely instructed me in summoning spells, but aren't those exceedingly troublesome? I felt as though Smith handled it with remarkable ease. My goodness, that girl truly leads her students astray. Ouyang Gu lamented, casually producing a series of bizarre items from his belongings. Books, wands, umbrellas, hair dryers, and even 2 cans of beer, soon filling the bed with an eclectic assortment. Liu Ye stared in disbelief, akin to a child witnessing magic for the first time. Ouyang Gu stifled a laugh, tossing Liu Ye a can of beer while effortlessly opening another with one hand, tilting his head back to take a sip. Here, calm your nerves. This? Liu scratched his head, pondering. What kind of sorcery is this? Spatial magic, huh? Sigh, what on earth has Shirlan taught you? Ouyang Gu regarded him with sympathy. unfastening a pouch from her waist. She surely must have informed you that this bag can hold an astonishing amount of items, right? Liu gazed at the elongated pouch, his eyelids twitching, a torrent of vexation flooding his mind. Really? She didn't tea? Ouyang finally burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah ha ha. No wonder you carry a box wherever you go. It all makes sense now." Liu Ye, at a loss for words, could only rest his chin in his hands, staring blankly at the mirthful Ouyang. "Allow me to enlighten you," Ouyang said, opening the pouch. "This item is called a spatial bag. Its creation is indeed quite intricate, requiring the engraving of a remarkably complex spatial array within. Thus, for an ordinary individual to possess one is no small feat, however. We do not dwell in a primitive society. There exists a wondrous human endeavor known as trade." "Purchased?" Liu Ye inquired. "Indeed, one can acquire it at the magical market, albeit at a steep price. Nevertheless, we need not resort to that, for Mr. Yin crafts spatial bags with capacities far exceeding those available on the market. My pouch, including the one you bear at your waist, is a product of Mr. Yan's craftsmanship." Ouyang pointed at the bag hanging from Liu Ye's waist. "Are you not curious? This bag withstands any beating without damage, yet you treat it like an ordinary pouch?" Liu Ye awkwardly rubbed his nose, admitting that he had not considered that angle. The spatial bag's creation is cumbersome, yet it can be utilized simply by infusing it with magical energy. Why don't you give it a try? Liu Ye channeled his magical energy into the pouch, and it gradually illuminated with a soft glow. He leaned forward to peer inside, only to be met with a vast, white expanse cluttered with various items and garments. 10 cubic units. Liu mused, glancing at the pouch on his waist. Sherlon only mentioned that this item was meant for holding wands. I have looked inside before, and the internal size does indeed correspond with its exterior. Ha ha ha. How could it possibly function without infusing magical energy? Ouyang chuckled, yawning and reclining. Ah, but perhaps Sherlon herself remains unaware of this, given her reclusive nature. Liu tilted his head thoughtfully. Indeed, Sherlon had brought a suitcase during her outing as well. By the way, I must remind you of one thing. Ouyang suddenly sat upright again. Spatial bags cannot be nested, and similarly, one cannot store magical items with embedded spatial magic within a spatial bag. Huh, you rascal, Ouyang smiled. How is your injury? Almost healed, Liu Ye replied, turning to look at the screen. Your eyes must be better now, right? Yes. Watson is truly formidable. Indeed, he is. The two fell into silence. If one day I must battle someone like Watson. Liu Ye's eyes widened in surprise as Ouyang spoke before him. Will you fight alongside me? Chapter 74. Return. The clouds outside the window retreated at a speed of 2 kilometers per second, and although the massive engine was within arm's reach, it emitted no sound. Liu Ye sat on the airplane. Beside him was Ouyang, who dozed off while holding a book. He knew that if he sighed, it would surely evoke a sentiment from Ouyang, yet he could not restrain himself. Oh, you must get used to it. This will be the norm in your life moving forward. Only by facing it with a smile can you find a bit of joy in living. Learn from me, Ouyang declared, lifting the ceramic mug from the table, blowing on it, and taking a hearty sip, revealing an expression of utter contentment. Mocha, if I recall correctly, didn't you utter those exact words a week ago? Liu Ye remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him, noting the unchanged tone. Liu furrowed his brow. Was Ouyang hinting at something? This fellow, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor, was indeed a person of hidden depths. Life is truly marvelous, he thought. Ouyang took another generous gulp of coffee. Excluding the 3 months you spent nurturing your bond with Sherlon, our formal collaboration began in late December. From the moment we arrived in Boyun City, it has only been 3 weeks, yet we have forged such a profound friendship. Oh, how enviable. Why is it that words which should evoke deep emotion sound so peculiar when spoken from your lips? Liu Ye mused, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. If anyone misinterprets this, I would be beyond redemption. Fear not. Once the dawn of the century arrives, my focus will no longer be on you, Ouyang said, raising his book to shield his face, his voice muffled. Only the leader and Sherlon can capture my interest. Liu shot him a glance, bemused by the fashion sense of this stylish man who wore nothing but a checked shirt in the depths of winter. Hey, with your physique that looks lean when dressed yet appealing when undressed, combined with your prowess in the magical realm, surely there must be girls pursuing you? With the magical barrier in place, Liu spoke without restraint. To command the winds and rains in the magical world? You hold me in too high regard. Ouyang replied, setting his book down and crossing his arms in contemplation. I am merely a small A-grade mage, a pawn at the whim of the higher-ups in the Magic Association. However, as for girls, Ouyang rubbed his face, and shook his head gently. I'm not interested in those I am unfamiliar with. Liu Ye was utterly speechless. As the saying goes, a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow. Why do you seem to disregard those right in front of you? Moreover, when it comes to acquaintances, I dare say your circle is hardly smaller than the number of loaves of bread you have consumed. My apologies, but I do not eat bread. Ironically, even as he said that, Ouyang took a substantial bite of the bread from the in-flight meal. You mentioned that a rabbit does not eat nearby grass. Yet I believe that proximity brings opportunity. Liu scratched his head in frustration, realizing he could not outwit this fellow, whose arguments were riddled with absurdity. Never mind. You just mentioned you are an A-grade mage? I have never heard of such a classification before. Are mages indeed rated? Indeed, there exists a rating system. The Magic Association has dedicated considerable effort to establish a meticulously refined rating mechanism in order to standardize task processes. An annual rating conference is held at the headquarters across various continents. Ouyang presented a handbook to him, which provides a comprehensive overview of the testing content. This encompasses theoretical knowledge, practical skills, physical fitness, reaction speed, adaptability, and the management of unforeseen circumstances, all of which are evaluated in the rating process. Is it really that intricate? Liu Ye inquired as he flipped through the booklet, which spanned over a dozen pages filled with densely packed text. He read aloud the description of the rating system, which is categorized into 5 major levels: C, B, A, S, and SS, with each major level further divided into 3 minor levels, distinguished by the symbols and no mark to differentiate individual variations among mages of the same rank. Note: this rating mechanism serves merely as a reference and possesses certain biases. It should not be regarded as a definitive measure of a mage's capabilities. What do you think? Li remarked, recognizing the official tone. After all, whether mages or ordinary individuals, they are merely human. He returned the pamphlet to Ouyang. So, your rating is A, which places you in the upper middle tier of the association as strength. Yes, that would be an accurate assessment. The leader of our group holds an S rating. She is truly the pillar of our generation. As for SS, those are typically members of the association's council. The Asian Rating Conference will take place in March. You might consider participating. Me? Liu Ye blinked. What if I end up with a B or C? Wouldn't that be quite embarrassing for the dawn of the century? Your lack of confidence is astounding, Ouyang yawned. Given your current abilities, achieving an A rating would be far from surprising. You are one of the most extraordinary talents in the annals of magical history. Have a bit of faith in yourself. Haha, I truly lack that confidence. Liu Ye's expression grew somber. He was reluctant to partake in the test, beyond sheer laziness. The greater concern was that the most intricate techniques he had learned were derived from the ancient text Song of Snow and Glazed Thousand Illusions, both of which seemed to be entwined with a deeply hidden mystery, at least until the truth behind Khan Modi's death was uncovered. Liu Ye preferred to keep a low profile. Come along. Everyone from the dawn of the century will attend. Ouyang discerned his hesitation, asserting that even if he chose not to participate in the test, the rating conference would still present a valuable social opportunity. We'll see, Liu replied, not wishing to make a decision at that moment. Very well, Ouyang nodded in agreement. Mu Shirlan sat on the steps before the door, idly gazing at the tightly shut iron gate. Among the 4 individuals in the courtyard, she was the only one dressed appropriately for winter, donned in a white knitted hat and a pink sweater, occasionally counting the days of separation on her fingers. Tang Yin, clad in a qipao, was using magic to prune the shrubs and flowers in the garden, while Fourier swept up fallen leaves and branches beside her. Zheng Chun, wearing a blue and white checkered shirt, quietly sat next to Shirlan, a laptop resting on his lap, fingers tapping away at the keyboard, engrossed in some unknown task. Nearly 10 days have passed. The young girl pouted, extending her long legs clad in flesh-colored stockings. Was it merely a matter of obtaining a single original text? Why was it taking so long? Tang Yin paused her movements, concerned about Shirlan's worries. They had refrained from informing her about Liu Ye and Ouyang journey to Italy. The 17th time? What does the 17th time refer to? Shirlan blinked, looking quizzically at Fourier, who was focused on sweeping the floor. A blue luminescent screen flickered like a bubble, revealing the figures of Liu Ye and Ouyang before the iron gate. Liu Ye brushed his hair aside and offered a smile. His gaze immediately fell upon the girl seated on the steps facing the door, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, her eyes shimmering with light. She sprang to her feet and rushed towards him. Tang Yin did not glance towards the iron gate, remaining engrossed in the plum blossoms before her, yet a smile graced her lips. Fourier tossed the broom to Ouyang. What is this for? To sweep, he replied, turning away towards the villa, leaving behind a soft remark, rehabilitation. Ouyang Gu was taken aback. There were no visible signs of injury on him. However, he soon broke into a grin, his eyes narrowing into slits.